Chapter 1 Humiliation. Have you heard? Yifan secretly has a crush on Li Xin. Isn't he the only impoverished student in the grade? Is that true? Absolutely. Someone discovered that Yifan had sneakily hidden Li Xin's photos in his QQ space. And that's not all. Now Yifan is surrounded by a bunch of people, and the scene is incredibly awkward. Wow, that's explosive. Let's go take a look. Together. At this moment, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of Class 2, Senior Year, Yukai High School in Jiang City. The doorway and windows were crowded with people. Some even took out their phones, ready to capture this thrilling moment. In the corner stood a remarkably handsome, yet exceedingly thin youth, encircled by the crowd. Yifan, I didn't expect this toad to aspire to woo a swan. Exactly. He should take a good look at himself with his circumstances. How dare he harbor feelings for our Xin? Pathetic. Impoverished. Just the thought of being liked by someone like him makes me feel nauseous. Indeed. The crowd jeered around the youth. Among them stood the strikingly beautiful Li Xin, the very subject of this incident, her gaze directed at the boy, filled with disdain and contempt. After all, she was the belle of the class, with suitors aplenty and love letters pouring in like an avalanche. She never anticipated that anyone would dare to harbor feelings for her. Yifan was notorious in the grade. He was the sole representative of the impoverished students, and it was no wonder he was well known. The frail boy trapped in the crowd was indeed the male protagonist of this tale, Yifan. At that moment, the relentless taunts and pointed fingers made his face flush, and his fists clenched tightly. What youth doesn't yearn for love? At his age, he surely admired exceptional girls. Yet Yifan was self-aware enough to recognize that his circumstances did not warrant such affections. Thus, he could only conceal his feelings in silence. On a chance occasion, he stumbled upon a photo of Li Xin on QQ Space and discreetly saved it to his album. No one knew about this except for his best friend, Shunbo. However, to Yifan's dismay, Shunbo betrayed him to curry favor with Li Xin and her friends. Yifan looked at Shunbo, devoid of anger, merely shaking his head, for at least he had seen through Shunbo's true character. But why, Yifan? Don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good, to prevent you from sinking deeper. After all, you and Li Xin are from two different worlds. Shunbo scoffed, his sharp features twisted in mockery as he gazed at Yifan. As the crowd continued their ridicule, an unexpected sound resonated in Yifan's mind. Ding! Host detected. Preparing for binding. Binding in progress. 30, 60, 90, 99. Ding! Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Supreme Wealthy System. Initiating system setup. System initializing. Yifan was momentarily bewildered. A system? The Supreme Wealthy System? As a product of the new century, Yifan was aware of what a system entailed. He just never imagined such fortune would descend upon him. The realization of acquiring a system brought a smile to his face, for he believed that with it, he could transform his life. While he reveled in this newfound joy, another calm voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System successfully initialized. With that voice, a manual akin to a user guide materialized in Yifan's mind, prompting him to eagerly click to view the details. Supreme Wealthy System. 1. Provides substantial financial rewards periodically, including, but not limited to, money, luxury cars, physical enhancements, and various additional skills. 2. Grants the host precise insight and judgment in investments, ensuring success. 3. Enhances the host's wisdom and abilities across various domains. Yifan basked in the delight of his newfound system. Those around him were astonished to see him, once the target of humiliation, now sporting a smile. The abrupt transformation left everyone bewildered. At that moment, a thought crossed everyone's minds. Yifan had gone mad. Li Xin stepped forward, her eyes betraying her disdain. Though internally repulsed, she maintained a facade of politeness, stating, Yifan, I wasn't aware of your feelings for me, but right now, I simply want to focus on my studies and get into my desired university. We will never have a future together, as we are from two entirely different worlds. So, thank you for your affection. You are a good person. Her artfully crafted words garnered praise from the onlookers. Li Xin, the class beauty, truly understands. If only I could win her heart. Don't get your hopes up. Don't you know that the school's top dog, Jiang Shua, likes Li Xin? Rumor has it they're getting close. Forget I said anything. Hearing the murmurs, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. Li Xan was quite the performer. One might think she was wholly devoted to her studies. Suppressing his laughter, he exhaled deeply, then raised the corners of his mouth, regarding Li Xin with a hint of mockery. Dear class beauty, rest assured, from now on, I shall no longer harbor secret affections for you. After all, you are right, we are destined to inhabit different worlds. Indeed, they were from two worlds, albeit the reverse. With the system's support, his wealth could only grow. Lixan was taken aback by Yi Fan's sudden shift in attitude. He seemed to exude a newfound confidence. However, she quickly dismissed it as mere stubbornness, feigning nonchalance. Finding amusement in the situation, Li Xin continued, Yi Fan, it's best that you think this way. Don't lose heart. As long as you study diligently, you might have a chance to change your circumstances. Though she spoke kindly, her heart was filled with disdain. A decade of hard work couldn't possibly rival a fortune dream on. Unaware of Li Xin's true thoughts, Yi Fan had no desire to linger with the crowd. With evening study sessions underway, he grabbed his bag and pushed through the throng, exiting the school. Was he really leaving just like that? Observing Yi Fan's nonchalant departure, as if nothing had happened, the crowd was left in a state of confusion. Chapter 2: An Unexpected System. Meanwhile, outside Yukai High School, as Yi Fan stepped out, another sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, newbie tutorial. Rewards, 500,000 yuan. Rewards. Minor physical enhancement. Yi Fan felt as though a warm current enveloped him, and moments later, he sensed a refreshing vigor coursing through his body. His previously frail physique now bore the unmistakable presence of muscle, achieving a remarkable balance. Even the coveted six-pack abs he had longed for were now perfectly defined on his abdomen. As for the promised 500,000 yuan, Yi Fan attempted to withdraw a single yuan, and to his astonishment, it was successful. Gazing at the system in his mind, Yi Fan began to envision a future filled with possibilities. Before long, he arrived at his apartment building. Yi Fan's neighborhood was situated in the old district of Jiang City, a melting pot of society's lower echelons. He retrieved his keys and gently pushed the door open, revealing a modest living room adorned with an array of dishes on the table. Upon hearing the door creak, his mother peeked in, and upon seeing Yi Fan, she remarked, Fan Fan is back. Quickly wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Mom has made chicken soup for you. This is a crucial moment. You must keep your nutrition up. Your dad is going to the construction site tonight and won't be back for dinner. It will just be the two of us. Upon hearing these words, Yi Fan felt his eyes welling up with tears. No matter how much he had endured outside, returning home made everything else fade away. Observing his mother's weary face, aged by years of hard work, Yi Fan could no longer contain himself and embraced her tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Surprised by this sudden display of affection, Yi Fan's mother paused for a moment before gently patting his back and softly saying, Why are you crying, dear? You're all grown up now. After a while, Yi Fan composed himself, took the tissue his mother handed him, wiped his tear-streaked face, and looked at her earnestly, saying, Mom, don't worry. I will not let you down in this upcoming college entrance examination. Fan Fan, you don't need to feel too much pressure. Your father and I just want you to grow up happily every day. Learning is never the top priority. While comforting him with her words, Yi Fan's mother felt immense joy in her heart. What parent wouldn't wish for their child to be exceptional? Hearing Yi Fan's confident declaration brought a bright smile to her face. All right, Fan Fan, hurry up and wash your hands to eat. If we wait too long, the food will get cold. As Yi Fan took the last dish his mother offered, he thought of the extraordinary system in his mind. He resolved to ensure that his parents would live a life of luxury and comfort. After dinner, Yi Fan helped clear the table and hurried back to his room. Lying in bed, he couldn't resist calling upon the system. System, system. If you hear me, please respond. Over. No response. Godly rich system? Still no answer. Supreme godly rich system? No reaction again. After calling out several times without any reply, Yi Fan decided to abandon his inquiries. So much had happened throughout the day that he quickly drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, as Yi Fan opened his eyes and glanced at the clock beside him, he was instantly jolted awake. It was 7:30. Oh no, he was going to be late. Yi Fan hurriedly got up, quickly washed up, and raced towards school. Since Yi Fan's home was not far from school, just 2 or 3 bus stops away, he usually walked to save money. After rushing downstairs, he sprinted towards the direction of the school and managed to arrive just as the gate was closing. During his frantic run, Yi Fan experienced the system's extraordinary capabilities. Typically, this journey would take him over half an hour, leaving him utterly exhausted. However, this time, he reached the school in under 10 minutes without breaking a sweat. Despite his haste, Yi Fan still arrived late, and as the bell rang for the first class, he reached the classroom door. There was no choice but to brace himself and enter. He gently knocked on the door and pushed it open as he stepped in. The previously noisy classroom fell silent, and the homeroom teacher, Li Xiumei, who had been lecturing, looked up at him with a furrowed brow. Li Xiumei had never held a fondness for students like Yi Fan, who performed mediocrely, especially since his parents were ordinary workers from the lower echelons of society. If it were any other student who was late, the incident might have been overlooked, but for Yi Fan, Li Xiumei had no intention of letting it slide easily. Yi Fan, do you still want to continue your studies? It's almost time for the college entrance examination, and you show up late. A person like you getting into college would be a miracle. Initially, Yi Fan felt a pang of guilt for his tardiness, but upon hearing Li Zuimai's harsh words, his brows furrowed, and before she could finish, he interrupted her directly. What do you mean, a person like me? May I ask, Teacher Li, what kind of person do you think I am? I know you've looked down on me because my parents didn't give you any gifts. I don't expect you to have any fondness for me after all. Once my college entrance exam is over, you won't see me again, he added, and whether I get into college or not is none of your concern. This statement echoed like thunder in the quiet classroom. Li Xiumei, momentarily rendered speechless by this audacious young man, felt her face flush with rage, her lips trembling slightly, clearly infuriated. After a brief silence, she shot her gaze up, glaring intensely at the audacious boy. Yi Fan. Her voice became sharp and piercing with anger. Oof. Stubborn as a mule, you don't need to sit down, stand at the back, and listen for the first class. Despite Li Zuimai's deliberate provocation, Yi Fan remained remarkably composed. His clear eyes reflected no fear or anger, only calmness as he met her gaze. He understood that if he engaged in a heated argument now, it would only escalate the situation, and should Li Xiumei involve his parents, it would create unnecessary trouble. He certainly did not want to burden them over such a trivial matter. Thus, Yi Fan silently walked to the back of the classroom and stood quietly. For his classmates, standing during class might be a punishment, but for Yi Fan, endowed with the powers of a mysterious system, it was hardly a challenge. He could stand for an entire day without feeling the slightest bit fatigued. Chapter 3. Unmatched Talent. Photographic memory. At this moment, the students who had initially anticipated a spectacle displayed expressions of astonishment. Who could have imagined that just yesterday? Yi Fan was the pitiable figure subjected to public humiliation, utterly powerless to retaliate. Yet today, he appeared transformed, audaciously challenging the supreme authority of the merciless instructor. Could it be that this fellow had succumbed to a fit of madness? Instantaneously, the classroom erupted with a cacophony of discussions, buzzing with speculation. Meanwhile, in the front row, Li Xan found her gaze drawn to Yi Fan, who at this moment radiated an unprecedented allure. Particularly captivating was the elusive confidence that danced upon his lips, as if it possessed an invisible charm that ensnared her attention. For a fleeting instant, she felt herself ensnared by the enchantment of his smile, unable to extricate herself. However, she quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel the peculiar thoughts that had arisen within her. What absurdity! How could I possibly be interested in such a destitute boy? She chastised herself inwardly. Yet, despite her efforts to disregard Yi Fan, the unusual sensation lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. At that moment, Yi Fan, who had been feeling somewhat listless, suddenly heard a melodious prompt resonate within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a system reward. Following this, a cascade of detailed information flooded his consciousness. Reward, photographic memory. Effect, significantly enhances the host's memory capacity. Upon witnessing this delightful reward, Yi Fan's previously dull eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, and an involuntary smile graced his lips, forming an almost imperceptible curve. Photographic memory. Did this not imply that from now on, everything he had seen would be etched in his mind? This was extraordinary. With this talent, Yi Fan was convinced that he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the upcoming college entrance examination. Before long, the class came to an end, and Yi Fan picked up his backpack and returned to his seat. Due to his family's financial situation, he rarely interacted with his peers, rendering him the sole student without a deskmate. This was preferable, as it spared him from distractions. Eagerly, Yi Fan rummaged through his desk, retrieving all the textbooks from his 3 years of high school, and tentatively opened a Chinese language textbook, soon losing himself in its contents. Moments later, he closed the book, and although it was tightly shut, the material he had just perused was indelibly imprinted in his memory, every detail and every phrase vividly clear and precise. Incredible! With this extraordinary talent, Yi Fan was certain that the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination would be his, and achieving a perfect score would be well within his grasp. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan diligently began to review all the knowledge he had acquired during his high school years. The morning swiftly passed, and when the lunch bell rang, he finally closed his book, tidied up, and prepared to eat. For lunch, Yi Fan decided to settle for a quick meal in the cafeteria, having grown accustomed to its offerings over the past 3 years. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he found it brimming with students, with lines forming at every window. The cafeteria at Yucai High School was vast, spanning 3 floors. The first floor was designated as the budget area, offering common dishes at affordable prices, making it the preferred choice for the majority of students for their midday meal. Previously, Yi Fan had been a loyal patron of this floor, visiting it almost daily. In stark contrast, the second floor was considerably quieter, serving mid to high-end dishes that featured fresher ingredients and more refined cooking techniques. However, the higher prices meant that only students from relatively well-off families frequented this level. As for the top floor, it was reserved exclusively for the faculty's dining. Observing the crowded scene on the first floor, Yi Fan did not linger and proceeded directly to the stairs leading to the second floor. In his entire 3 years of high school, Yi Fan had never dined on the second floor, as the costs had once been prohibitively high for him. Upon reaching the second floor, he found the crowd significantly diminished, with no queues at the stalls. After selecting a few dishes, Yi Fan savored his meal. The cost of this lunch approached 100 yuan, yet the expenditure was justified, as the food was indeed far superior to that of the first floor. While Yi Fan reveled in his culinary delight, several figures approached him. The leader of the group scrutinized Yi Fan from head to toe and casually inquired, "Hey, are you Yi Fan?" Yi Fan seemingly ignored the question, continuing to eat without raising his head. The leader's expression darkened at being disregarded. Just as he was about to react, one of his companions could no longer contain himself and interjected loudly, "Hey, brat, our boss is talking to you. Are you deaf?" Yi Fan, finally irritated by the commotion, muttered under his breath and leisurely picked up the last piece of meat from his plate, savoring it before swallowing and slowly raising his head. He glanced indifferently at the group before casually replying, "Yes, I am Yi Fan. If you have something to say it quickly and leave." There is no need for Yi Fan to be courteous to those who approached him with hostility. "All right, you've got some guts." The anger surged within him, causing him to tremble. However, given the crowd, he knew that acting out could lead to unnecessary trouble. Thus, he suppressed his fury, glaring at Yi Fan and gritting his teeth as he said, "Listen well, brat. My name is Jiang Shua. Stay away from Li Xin from now on. If you dare to pester her again, I assure you, I will make your life miserable in this school." With that, he regarded Yi Fan with an air of arrogance, his demeanor radiating a sense of superiority, as if he viewed Yi Fan as nothing more than a mere insect to be toyed with. Chapter 4 Targeted? In Jiang Shua's eyes, a destitute student like Yi Fan, lacking both wealth and connections, simply did not possess the audacity to confront him. Moreover, his visit was not solely to deliver a warning. In fact, Yi Fan's status was hardly worth his special trip. He came purely to indulge in the twisted pleasure derived from his elevated position and the ability to trample on others. When Yi Fan first heard the name Jiang Shua, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, plunging into a momentary contemplation. Gradually, memories of this individual began to resurface in his mind. It turned out that Jiang Shua was a notorious bully in their senior year at school. This fellow, boasting a few years of taekwondo training and a modest family fortune, ruled the school with an iron fist, instilling fear in many of his classmates. Now, he had set his sights on the attractive Li Xian, pursuing her with relentless fervor and treating her as his personal possession, allowing no one to encroach upon her. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, then gently shook his head, as if the words held no significance for him. A faint smile curved his lips as he nonchalantly responded, "What if I say no?" As soon as the words left his mouth, one of Jiang Shua's lackeys, eyes wide with rage, leaped forward, pointing at Yi Fan and cursing, "Damn, kid, I advise you not to reject a toast, and instead drink a punishment." This sudden outburst transformed the previously calm atmosphere into one of palpable tension. Even some classmates who were eating turned their attention to the commotion. When they looked over, they realized it was a confrontation between two well-known figures in their senior year. Jiang Shua, recognized as a notorious bully, had a reputation that preceded him, and Yi Fan had also gained notoriety recently, especially after the incident involving his secret crush. "Isn't that Jiang Shua? Why is he here? It seems he's looking for trouble with Yi Fan. Poor Yi Fan. He deserves it for foolishly harboring feelings for Li Xian. This is going to be entertaining." On the other side, Jiang Shua was equally taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Fan to respond so defiantly. Prior to confronting Yi Fan, he had gathered various information about him. He thought he had a clear understanding of his opponent, but upon meeting him, he realized that Yi Fan was a tougher nut to crack. However, what did it matter? A tough nut? Oof. Jiang Shua sneered internally. With just a little effort, he could teach this ignorant fool a lesson, and then see if he dared to speak so boldly again. With that thought, Jiang Shua narrowed his eyes, fixated on Yi Fan, and spoke in a tone laced with menace. "Kid, you've got guts. Just don't let me catch you after school." With that, he waved his hand, leading his entourage away without any delay. "Quick, quick, quick. Spread the word. There's going to be a show after school. Wait for me. Wait for me." Many students began to whisper among themselves, and several eager onlookers had already started to disseminate the news. As for Jiang Shua's menacing words left behind, Yi Fan appeared to have not heard them at all, standing there with an air of indifference. Throughout the encounter, he had never taken their threats seriously. In Yi Fan's view, individuals like Jiang Shua, who relied solely on bluster and intimidation, were hardly worth fearing. What could a few brash kids do to intimidate him? With the support of his system, he felt invincible. Not only did he not fear those who had merely dabbled in Taekwondo, but even seasoned special forces could not intimidate him. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by the system. After lunch, Yi Fan ambled towards the classroom. As he stepped through the door, an odd sensation washed over him. He keenly sensed that the atmosphere around him was somewhat off. Upon closer inspection, he found the once boisterous classroom eerily silent, with classmates avoiding him as if he were a plague, seemingly terrified of any interaction with him. Yi Fan pondered it. Could it be because of Jiang Shua? Clearly, these timid individuals feared incurring the wrath of the bully by associating with him. Yi Fan shook his head in resignation, feeling disdain for such sycophantic behavior. Meanwhile, seated at her desk, Li Xian was fixated on Yi Fan from a distance, her face betraying a smug satisfaction. Over the past few days, Yi Fan had acted as though nothing had happened, which had irked her greatly. Now, with the knowledge that Jiang Shua was going to teach Yi Fan a lesson, her mood could only be described as euphoric. "Oof. I want to see how long you can keep up this facade. Lisin silentis, Colette." However, Yi Fan was entirely indifferent to the thoughts and actions of those around him. At that moment, he was solely focused on utilizing his photographic memory to catch up on the senior curriculum. Upon returning to his seat, he eagerly pulled out his textbooks and began to flip through them rapidly. Throughout the afternoon, he remained seated, hardly moving. Finally, just before school ended, Yi Fan had memorized all the key points from the senior curriculum. With a sense of fulfillment from the knowledge now residing in his mind, he was confident that he would astonish everyone in the upcoming college entrance examination. Glancing at the clock on the classroom wall, he noted that only a few minutes remained until dismissal. After stretching slightly, he began to methodically pack his backpack, exuding an air of calm and composure. Meanwhile, his classmates noticed Yi Fan's composed demeanor and exchanged astonished glances. They all knew that Jiang Shua's gang had threatened to confront Yi Fan that evening. Yet, here was Yi Fan, appearing utterly unfazed, as if he had dismissed the matter entirely. Is he overly confident? How can he ignore Jiang Shuo and his crew like that? Someone murmured. Without further hesitation, the others, eager for the spectacle, hastened to gather their belongings and followed after Yi Fan. After all, such lively drama was a rare occurrence. Chapter 5. Yi Fan's counterattack. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, Yi Fan walked alone towards his home, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. The moment he stepped out of the school gates, his keen senses had already detected the presence of Jiang Shuo and his entourage closely trailing behind him. However, Yi Fan chose to disregard them, as if their predatory gazes did not exist. If these individuals had any sense, they would refrain from provoking him. Yet if they were foolish enough to seek trouble, Yi Fan would not show mercy, but rather teach them a lesson to instill a sense of respect. At this moment, Jiang Shuo and his companions wore expressions of mockery as they fixated on the seemingly frail silhouette ahead. One of them, displaying a hint of doubt, lowered his voice to address Jiang Shuo, saying, "Boss, this is quite strange. This kid is walking so confidently. Does he truly not fear us?" Another quickly chimed in, "Indeed. Look, he is deliberately choosing those secluded alleys. Could it be that he has set a trap for us?" Their expressions exchanged glances, revealing a flicker of concern. In response to his subordinate's doubts, Jiang Shuo merely snorted, exuding confidence and composure. He cast a disdainful glance at the anxious figures beside him and spoke with a low, assertive tone. "What kind of trap could there be? We are a group, after all. Do you think he would fear a mere kid?" As he finished speaking, Jiang Shuo clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating, almost as if to issue a challenge. "Absolutely not, boss. We are utterly loyal to you, without a hint of doubt." One of them quickly interjected, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Another eagerly added, "Yes, yes, boss. You are wise and formidable. Who would dare to question you? That would be tantamount to courting death." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly pounded his chest to demonstrate his loyalty. Then another voice chimed in, "Exactly. That ignorant brat does not warrant your personal involvement. We could easily send a few of us to deal with him in no time." The speaker's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if already envisioning Yi Fan's pitiful state after being beaten. Upon hearing the fervent declarations of his followers, Jiang Shuo nodded slightly, satisfied. A faint, imperceptible smirk crept across his lips, and he gestured towards the direction Yi Fan had disappeared, prompting the group to follow closely behind. As Jiang Shuo and his companions trailed Yi Fan, another group, larger in number, followed behind them. Among this crowd, some boys looked worriedly at the beautiful Li Xin standing nearby and anxiously asked, "Li Xin, do you think Yi Fan will be all right?" One recalled, "I remember the last time Jiang Shuo fought someone. He was merciless, striking hard. If he treats Yi Fan the same way, what if something truly unfortunate occurs?" Another boy echoed the sentiment, his voice laced with concern. Hearing her classmates' inquiries, Li Xin arched her delicate brows and, after a moment of contemplation, replied calmly, "Everyone need not worry too much. After all, we are all classmates. I think Jiang Shuo may simply want to intimidate Yi Fan, to give him a small warning. It shouldn't escalate too severely. Nothing significant should happen." Upon hearing Li Xin's reassuring words, the previously anxious crowd seemed to relax slightly, nodding in agreement. "That's good. That's good." After all, they were merely spectators seeking excitement, not wanting to entangle themselves in trouble. Meanwhile, just as Yi Fan's patience was wearing thin, Jiang Shuo and his group finally caught up with him as he turned into a deserted alley. "Stop!" one of them shouted from behind. Hearing the commotion, Yi Fan halted, turning calmly to face them. "You little brat, how dare you go against Jiang Shuo? You are courting death." Another shouted, "That's right. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize to Jiang Shuo now. Perhaps he might let you off easy. Otherwise, you shall suffer." Observing the raucous clowns before him, Yi Fan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He gently shook his head, seemingly unperturbed by their raucousness, and then turned his gaze towards Jiang Shuo at the front. Jiang Shuo felt a chill run down his spine under Yi Fan's calm, unwavering stare, momentarily at a loss for words, his mind racing with thoughts. "For years, I have dealt with countless rebellious individuals, but this is the first time I have encountered someone as composed as Yi Fan. However, shaking off his thoughts. Jiang Shuo fixed his gaze on Yi Fan with a menacing glare, threateningly baring his teeth. Yi Fan, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you respectfully apologize in front of your classmates and vow never to pursue Li Xian again, I might show you mercy. Before Jiang Shuo could finish, Yi Fan coldly interrupted, "No ici." Just those two simple words reverberated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Jiang Shuo's subordinates were instantly incensed, with one furiously retorting, "How dare you speak to our boss like that? You must be tired of living." With that, the enraged individual lunged toward Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan remained as steadfast as a statue, showing no sign of movement or change in expression. As the group closed in on him, an intense confrontation seemed inevitable. At the alley's corner, Li Xian and her classmates had just arrived, witnessing the unfolding scene. At that moment, a collective thought crossed their minds. Yi Fan was doomed. A beating seemed unavoidable. Just as they resigned themselves to the certainty of Yi Fan's defeat, suddenly, Yi Fan's right foot shot up like lightning, crashing down with force. What followed was a scene that left everyone astounded. Chapter 6, The Shocked Crowd, the individual, who had initially charged aggressively towards Yi Fan, was suddenly struck by an invisible force, propelling him backward like a cannonball. A collective gasp echoed among the bystanders, who were left bewildered by the astonishing scene. What just transpired? How had Yi Fan accomplished such a feat? Yi Fan's movements were executed with such swiftness that it rendered most onlookers incapable of comprehending the situation. In the blink of an eye, the assailant was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing to the ground, motionless, having lost consciousness. The astonishment was palpable, not only among those standing further away, but also in Jiang Shuo, who stood closest to Yi Fan. He was utterly bewildered, having failed to grasp the events of that fleeting moment. Despite the strangeness of what had occurred, Jiang Shuo found himself with no avenue of retreat. Earlier, he had sensed the presence of a group behind him, and to his shock, he recognized Li Xian among them. Surrounded by numerous watchful eyes, Jiang Shuo knew he had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. He turned abruptly, casting a fierce glance at his companions, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Let us take him down together. I refuse to believe this brat possesses extraordinary abilities. If we fail to subdue him today, how will we ever show our faces in our senior year?" With these words, Jiang Shuo leaped forward like an enraged tiger, lunging directly at Yi Fan. The moment he moved, his accomplices followed suit without hesitation, charging towards Yi Fan in unison. The atmosphere grew tense, teetering on the brink of chaos. Yi Fan stood his ground, unflinching as a wave of attackers encircled him, his gaze calm and piercing. Noticing Jiang Shuo at the forefront, a smirk of disdain crept across Yi Fan's lips. Jiang Shuo barreled towards him like a ferocious beast, his right fist raised high, slicing through the air as it aimed for Yi Fan's face. Just when everyone anticipated Yi Fan to be struck, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Yi Fan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk as he effortlessly tilted his head aside, evading Jiang Shuo's seemingly unstoppable blow with remarkable ease. "Impossible!" Jiang Shuo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that his all-out attack had been dodged so effortlessly by Yi Fan. Before he could regain his composure, he witnessed Yi Fan's previously impassive expression transform into a confident smile. In a flash, Yi Fan's right hand struck out like lightning towards Jiang Shuo's abdomen. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Jiang Shuo panicked. Exhausted from his previous exertion, he found himself in a precarious position, unable to evade. Yet, being no stranger to confrontation, Jiang Shuo steeled himself, intending to absorb Yi Fan's blow. He believed Yi Fan to be nothing more than an untrained youth, confident that he could withstand the impact without severe injury. With determination glinting in his eyes, Jiang Shuo braced for the inevitable, even allowing a smile to tug at the corners of his mouth, envisioning victory on the horizon. However, in the next instant, he felt a searing pain erupt from his abdomen, as if a sharp dagger had plunged into him. The agony overwhelmed him, robbing him of control. He was propelled backward as if struck by a speeding carriage, utterly defenseless in midair. Ultimately, he crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, succumbing to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, his followers surged toward Yi Fan, faces contorted with rage and ferocity, fists raised as they lunged at him. Yi Fan, unfazed by their onslaught, responded with precision. His gaze hardened as he swung his arm, delivering a powerful punch that struck the first assailant like a bolt of lightning, sending him flying several meters away. Unable to rise again, with astonishing speed, Yi Fan offered no respite to his adversaries. He swiftly targeted a second foe, delivering another devastating blow that left the opponent bloodied and incapacitated. In mere seconds, Yi Fan unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, each resounding with formidable force, rendering his attackers powerless. One by one, they crumpled to the ground, groaning in agony. At that moment, the spectators, who had merely been observing, stood frozen as if under a spell, eyes wide and mouths agape, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Who could have anticipated that this fierce confrontation would conclude in such an astonishing manner? Time seemed to stand still, enveloping the scene in an eerie silence that lingered for what felt like an eternity. Finally, after a prolonged pause, one onlooker beside Li Xian managed to swallow hard, voice trembling as he uttered, "Is this really the same Yi Fan?" This question shattered the silence, igniting a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. Indeed, when had he become so formidable? Another voice chimed in, filled with astonishment. Could it be that he had been concealing his true strength all along? Speculation ran rampant. Chapter 7. Reward. Luxurious villa at the alley entrance. At this moment, a group of people began to murmur and whisper among themselves. Moreover, many gazes were directed towards Li Xian, who stood aside. After all, Yi Fan had undergone a tremendous transformation, and everyone was curious about Li Xian's thoughts on the matter, wondering if she felt any regret in her heart. As the center of attention, Li Xian was now fixated on Yi Fan. Her expression had notably shifted. It was no longer cold or dismissive, but instead revealed a hint of something deeper. She realized that Yi Fan, for some inexplicable reason, radiated an indescribable charm that captivated her, drawing her closer and closer. Even Li Xian could not help but entertain thoughts of what might have been had she not resolutely rejected Yi Fan in the past. On the other side, Yi Fan found himself mesmerized by his own achievements, as if under a spell. The supreme godly wealth system was indeed remarkable. Yi Fan murmured to himself, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of disbelief and elation. In merely 2 days, it had transformed him from an inconspicuous individual into someone extraordinary, as if he were living a dream. Just as Yi Fan remained lost in the shock brought by the system, a melodious chime echoed in the depths of his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully receiving system rewards. Following that, a series of exhilarating notifications flooded in. Congratulations, host, for winning a luxurious villa. Star C number 1. Congratulations, host, for winning 3 million RMB. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt as though his head had exploded with excitement, various thoughts rushing in. A villa? That was the pinnacle of dreams for countless individuals. And with 3 million in wealth, did this not signify that he had transformed from a penniless nobody into a life winner, possessing both a home and riches in an instant? Yi Fan took a moment to calm his exhilaration and open the system's balance. Before him lay a dazzling array of numbers, accompanied by a beautifully crafted property certificate. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the word Star C number 1, causing his heart to tremble. He had heard of this prestigious location, one of the few high-end villa districts in Jiang City, where each villa was a paragon of luxury, valued from tens of millions. The villa he had acquired was indeed the masterpiece of the entire district, worth over 20 million. Faced with such a sudden influx of wealth and luxury, Yi Fan found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure how to navigate this newfound fortune. After some contemplation, he resolved to set aside the complexities for now. Instead, he would allow his hardworking parents to retire early and relish a leisurely life. With this decision made, Yi Fan bent down without hesitation to pick up the bag that had fallen to the ground. He then cast a casual glance at the crowd still sprawled on the floor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Without looking back, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a striking silhouette that faded from view. As for Jiang Shuo and his companions, Yi Fan had no concern for their predicament. He had noticed the onlookers earlier, confident they would manage the aftermath well enough. Just as Yi Fan turned to leave, the crowd, watching his receding figure, finally felt their anxieties ease. The pressure Yi Fan had exerted was suffocating. At that moment, someone in the crowd could no longer contain their curiosity. What about Jiang Shuo and the others? Upon hearing this, the others paused, pondering the situation. Initially, they had intended to slip away unnoticed, but upon reflection, it dawned on them that abandoning Jiang Shuo could lead to repercussions later. After much consideration, they reluctantly sighed and steeled themselves to assist the fallen Jiang Shuo and his companions. Meanwhile, Yi Fan returned home in no time. As he stepped through the door, he spotted his parents cheerfully bustling in the kitchen. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed open the partially ajar door. Inside, the harmonious sounds of dinner preparation melded into a warm family symphony. Yi Fan steadied himself, fixing a determined gaze on his parents, and raised his voice. "Mom, Dad, please pause for a moment. I have something important to discuss." His father, who had been chopping vegetables, and his mother, washing produce, halted their tasks and turned towards the entrance. Seeing Yi Fan's serious demeanor, their hearts tightened, and they hurried over, asking anxiously, "What's the matter, Fan? Is something wrong?" Yi Fan bit his lip, hesitating briefly, but soon gathered his courage and declared, "Mom, Dad, it's time for you to resign." At these words, his parents were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. After a significant pause, Yi Fan's mother regained her composure and gently patted his shoulder, chiding, "What are you talking about? If your father and I stop working, how will we support your education?" Understanding their skepticism, Yi Fan clenched his teeth and pressed on, "Mom, I'm serious. I won $2 million in the lottery." With that, he produced a pre-prepared fake lottery ticket from his pocket, waving it before his parents. Chapter 8. The parents' intentions. Ye's mother took the so-called winning lottery ticket and scrutinized it carefully. However, after just a few glances, she could not help but laugh, playfully tapping Yi Fan on the forehead and saying with mild reproach, "You child, always joking? It's not that simple to win a grand prize. Stop fooling around and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Despite Yi Fan's repeated insistence that he was speaking the truth, his mother remained convinced that he was merely trying to amuse them and did not take the matter seriously. Meanwhile, Ye's father echoed her sentiments, shaking his head with a smile. "Indeed, Fan, you mustn't tease us with such matters. Really, Mom and Dad, if you don't believe me, just look." Yi Fan exclaimed eagerly as he quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket and displayed the screen to his parents. Initially, both Ye's father and mother were entirely skeptical of Yi Fan's assertions, unable to comprehend that such an event could occur. However, at the moment their gazes inadvertently landed on the screen of the phone, time seemed to freeze. Their expressions transformed from disbelief to astonishment and incredulity in an instant. After several seconds of silence, Ye's father, who had been quiet until now, suddenly regained his composure. His face was serious as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fan, adopting a tone of unprecedented sternness as he asked earnestly, Fan, although our family is not wealthy, one must have integrity. We absolutely cannot engage in dishonest or illegal activities. Tell me honestly, where did this money come from?" As he spoke, Ye's father's eyes shone with piercing intensity, seeming to penetrate the deepest secrets of Yi Fan's heart. Faced with such a grave inquiry from his father, Yi Fan felt a surge of panic but quickly waved his hands in explanation. "Dad, you must believe me. This money really is from my lottery winnings. There is nothing illicit about it." He spoke nervously, hoping his clarification would assuage his father's doubts. Just then, Ye's mother, unable to bear the tension, interjected, "All right, old Yi, stop scaring the child. I don't think Fan is the type to lie. Besides, if the money were indeed obtained through dubious means, would he dare show it to us so openly?" Ye's mother emerged from the kitchen with a warm smile, hastily smoothing over the situation. Fan, your father and I have been busy all our lives. Suddenly having time on our hands is quite an adjustment, and we feel a bit restless." Yi Fan looked at his mother's kind face, warmth flooding his heart, and he quickly replied, "Mom, Weren't you always saying you wanted to go out and explore with Dad? Now that our family circumstances have improved, this is the perfect opportunity. Plus, I've just transferred $2 million to Dad's account. That should be enough for you to enjoy a nice trip." Upon hearing this, Ye's mother was taken aback, her mouth agape in surprise. "You child, how could you transfer the money without saying a word? You've planned everything for your father and me so clearly." Yet, despite her words, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable joy and pride. At that moment, Ye's father, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Son is right, dear. How about we take his advice and go for a trip?" Ye's mother hesitated momentarily, but then nodded with a smile. "All right, let your father and I think about where we should go." Thus, the discussion regarding the matter came to a temporary halt, and the family of three no longer dwelled on it. Their meal was consumed in a warm and joyful atmosphere. After dinner, Yi Fan returned to his room, lying on his soft bed with a sigh of relief, beginning to ponder his future plans. The whirlwind of events he had experienced in just a few days left him exhilarated. As he lay in bed, Yi Fan meticulously counted the assets he currently possessed. In terms of cash, he had a substantial 1,500,000 yuan, along with a luxurious villa located in Shanghai No. 1. However, he did not plan to move into the villa immediately. After all, the situation was quite sudden for his parents. It would be prudent to wait a few days for them to gradually adapt and accept the news before revealing this astonishing information to them. With this thought, a smile crept across Yi Fan's face as he mused. "Now that I have money, who knows? Perhaps one day the system will be generous and reward me with a luxury car, and then it will be amusing not to have a driver's license." Realizing this, Yi Fan made a resolute decision. He must obtain his driver's license tomorrow. Coincidentally, tomorrow is the weekend, and there would be no classes at school, providing him with ample time to focus on acquiring his license. With his plan in mind, Yi Fan grabbed his phone from the side, played with it for a while, and soon succumbed to a wave of fatigue, drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, bright and early, Yi Fan woke up with determination, knowing he needed to secure his driver's license. After dressing, he headed to the living room, only to find the house unusually quiet, with no sign of his parents. However, breakfast was laid out on the table, accompanied by a note. Yi Fan picked up the note and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Wow, that was quick. Apparently, after pondering the previous night, Ye's parents decided to heed Yi Fan's advice and take advantage of their mobility to explore. Consequently, they booked the earliest flight and, after preparing breakfast for Yi Fan, set off on their leisurely trip. Yi Fan shook his head with a wry smile, deciding not to dwell on it further. After a quick breakfast, he hailed a taxi straight to the driving school. Yi Fan was somewhat familiar with the driving school. While the process of obtaining a license appeared tedious and cumbersome, he knew that with sufficient funds, there were shortcuts available. Before long, the taxi arrived at the driving school, and after paying the fare, Yi Fan entered the lobby to queue for registration. Since it was the weekend, the lobby was bustling with people, and he waited quite a while before it was his turn. "Hello, what service would you like to apply for?" A young woman at the front desk greeted him with a polite smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of impatience. In her view, this seemingly teenage boy likely had little money and probably wouldn't even be able to register. After all, she relied entirely on commissions from registrations to make a living. Spending time on someone like Yi Fan, who seemed unlikely to enroll, felt like a waste when she could be assisting other potential clients. However, at that moment, Yi Fan calmly replied, "Hello, I would like to register for your driving school's training program." Chapter 9. Jiang Shua's Revenge. Upon hearing these words, the receptionist, who had initially appeared somewhat aloof and impatient, suddenly transformed, her face blossoming with a warm and enthusiastic smile, as if by magic. She swiftly stepped forward, her demeanor shifting to one of exceptional patience as she began to enthusiastically elaborate to Yi Fan about the various types of training classes and their corresponding fees. Our driving school currently offers 3 distinct training programs. The standard class is priced at 3,999 yuan. The elite class is slightly more expensive at 4,999 yuan, and our premium service, known as the managed class, costs a relatively steep 12,999 yuan. So, sir, may I inquire which type of class piqued your interest? Upon hearing the initial quotes, Yi Fan mused to himself that the prices seemed fair and reasonable. However, when he heard the staggering amount exceeding 10,000 yuan for the premium service, he was taken aback. What is this? Over 10,000. What on earth is that? He looked at the receptionist with a puzzled expression. May I ask what exactly distinguishes this so-called managed class from the two aforementioned options? Yi Fan furrowed his brow and inquired. The receptionist smiled gently and explained patiently. Sir, the managed class, as the name suggests, allows you to simply pay the fee, and we shall handle all other matters for you. You can rest assured and await your driving license in the comfort of your home. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he felt an overwhelming joy. This was akin to receiving a pillow when one was drowsy. With this thought in mind, he waved his hand decisively and declared, All right, I'll take the managed class. Let us proceed with the payment. He quickly retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the receptionist. At this moment, it was the receptionist who found herself momentarily bewildered. She stared blankly at this youthful boy, who appeared to be no older than a high school student, and couldn't help but wonder, why is he so readily making the payment? And so generously at that? Could he possibly be one of those fabled, rich second-generation heirs? After all, how could a high school student so casually produce such a substantial sum for driving lessons? With this thought, the receptionist's eyes sparkled with newfound interest as she gazed at Yi Fan, her pupils gleaming with a hint of intrigue. She leaned slightly forward and subtly adjusted her attire, causing her already low-cut professional outfit to reveal even more of her fair skin and delicate curves, presenting an alluring sight before Yi Fan's eyes. Faced with this unexpected temptation, Yi Fan was fully aware of the underlying implications. Although the receptionist possessed a certain charm, she was merely of average beauty. However, as the saying goes, a fool who does not seize an opportunity is a fool indeed. Thus, with no intention of concealing his penetrating gaze, Yi Fan unabashedly scrutinized the enticing view before him, as if he wished to see through it completely. Noticing Yi Fan's bold and unabashed stare, the receptionist did not exhibit any signs of anger. Instead, her lips curled into a subtle smile. Internally, she reveled in her success, thinking, indeed, he is but a naive young lad. With just a little coaxing, I've captivated his attention. If I dangle a few more enticing prospects, he will surely fall into my gentle trap. Just as she pondered how to ensnare Yi Fan further, he suddenly interjected, Miss, let us proceed with the payment. I have other matters to attend to. I apologize. The receptionist, jolted from her daydream by Yi Fan's interruption, noticed that he had retracted his playful gaze and now regarded her with a serious expression. Very well, sir. Taken aback by Yi Fan's sudden change in demeanor, the receptionist reluctantly accepted the bank card he offered and obediently handed him the receipt. After Yi Fan received his card and receipt, he nonchalantly departed from the counter, leaving the receptionist in a state of confusion. Once Yi Fan had walked a distance away, the receptionist finally regained her composure. Is that it? Not even a phone number left behind? Meanwhile, Yi Fan leisurely completed all the tedious administrative processes. He gently stretched his somewhat stiff body, flexing his muscles, before striding toward the exit of the business hall. Just as he was about to step outside, a group of individuals suddenly approached him. Among them, one face struck Yi Fan as particularly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Jiang Shua, the very person he had thoroughly taught a lesson to just the day before. Indeed, Jiang Shua was having an unfortunate day. Fresh from the brutal encounter with Yi Fan, he had intended to recuperate at home over the weekend. However, before dawn had even broken, his older brother had forcibly yanked him from his bed, insisting that he accompany him on some errands. With no alternative, Jiang Shua trudged along, his expression one of resignation and fatigue. At this moment, Jiang Shua hung his head low, having lost the swagger he usually exuded. As he aimlessly glanced inside, a familiar figure suddenly caught his eye. Upon recognizing Yi Fan, Jiang Shua felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body involuntarily trembling like a frightened chick confronted by a fierce hawk. However, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Shua seemed to recollect something. He turned to his companions nearby and felt a surge of confidence. The trembling boy suddenly transformed, striding confidently to the side of the leading man and whispering a few words into his ear. Brother Kai. Hearing his name, the leader furrowed his brow and asked, "What is the matter, Shuo?" "Brother Kai, that is the kid who beat me up." Chun Kai, the leader, held a fondness for this new subordinate, Jiang Shuo, primarily because he consistently brought in a considerable sum of money. Thus, upon hearing that this young boy was bullied by a classmate, Chun Kai felt a surge of indignation and had planned to personally lead a group of brothers to teach the boy a lesson upon returning to school on Monday. Unexpectedly, they encountered the very youth today, which made things far more convenient. With a wave of his hand, Chun Kai led his entourage toward Yi Fan with an intimidating air. As they closed the distance, a burly subordinate with a face full of rough features leered at Yi Fan, exuding a menacing attitude as he barked, "You little brat, do you not know who you're dealing with? You dare to lay hands on our brother? You must be tired of living." With that, the subordinate's face twisted into a fierce expression, his gaze fixed unyieldingly on Yi Fan. Chapter 10. Thoroughly conquered, what a nuisance. Yi Fan furrowed his brows, his face etched with impatience. His icy gaze swept over the group before him, akin to a spectator observing a troop of buffoons. "You insolent wretch! How dare you act so arrogantly? You are courting death." Chun Kai seethed with rage. At his command, several subordinates sprang into action like famished tigers pouncing on their prey. They swiftly approached Yi Fan, seizing his collar and arms, forcefully dragging him towards a nearby alley. Surprisingly, Yi Fan showed no inclination to resist. With an impassive expression, he allowed himself to be roughly pulled along, seemingly indifferent to the impending danger. Before long, the group successfully arrived at the dimly lit, narrow alley. "Fan, Kihalted." His face darkened as he fixed a piercing glare at Yi Fan, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "Today, you shall learn that there are greater powers beyond your comprehension. In the future, keep your eyes open. Some individuals are not to be trifled with by someone of your insignificance." Before he could finish, he barked again, "Dispose of this oblivious fool." The subordinates, having received their orders, wasted no time. One burly man stepped forward, approaching Yi Fan with a menacing tone. "You better not blame me for my ruthlessness. You brought this upon yourself by crossing paths with the wrong person." No sooner had he spoken than he charged at Yi Fan, brandishing a hefty iron rod he had produced from seemingly nowhere. The rod sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh as it hurtled towards Yi Fan's arm. Instantly, a tense and terrifying atmosphere enveloped the alley. Watching the unfolding scene, Chun Kai and his companions wore satisfied smiles, confident in their comrade's prowess. Chun Kai envisioned Yi Fan crumpling to the ground, howling in pain. Yet, as the iron rod hurtled towards him, Yi Fan's gaze remained unflinching. Just as the rod was about to strike, he finally moved. With deliberate calmness, he extended his right hand and firmly grasped the cold iron rod, halting the attack in its tracks. The thug, once brimming with bravado, now looked as though he had seen a ghost. It was crucial to note that the rod was no ordinary object. It was forged from solid material. Even a robust adult man would hesitate to withstand such a fierce blow. However, Yi Fan not only succeeded in catching it, but did so effortlessly with one hand. But the spectacle did not end there. In a swift motion, Yi Fan yanked the rod from the thug's grasp, claiming it as his own. What transpired next left everyone astounded. Yi Fan, gripping the seemingly indomitable iron rod, produced a sharp, metallic twisting sound as the once straight, unyielding rod bent effortlessly in his hands like a strand of spaghetti. After achieving this astonishing feat, Yi Fan cast aside the now mangled rod without so much as a glance. The thud it made upon hitting the ground, resonating like a declaration of his extraordinary strength. Chun Kai and his associates, having witnessed the entire episode, stood frozen in disbelief. Each face bore expressions of incredulity. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly ordinary high school student possessed such formidable power? At that moment, regret gnawed at Chun Kai's heart. Had he known that his opponent was such a tough nut to crack, he would never have dared to provoke him. Yet now, with his subordinates watching, retreating with his tail between his legs was simply not an option if he wished to maintain his standing in this territory. After much deliberation, Chun Kai gritted his teeth and called out to Yi Fan, "Let us not claim that we are bullying you by virtue of our numbers. I shall grant you another chance." If you humbly apologize to my brother here, we can wipe the slate clean and pretend nothing has occurred. What say you? Upon hearing Chun Kai's words, Yi Fan paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, his mirth laced with disdain and mockery, as if he deemed Chun Kai's hollow threats utterly trivial. Not all. I distinctly recall someone just a moment ago declaring their intent to incapacitate me. Yi Fan crossed his arms, his tone remaining steady. Yet an invisible pressure emanated from him, palpable to all present. You insolent brat, to be so ungrateful is truly to ask for punishment. Chun Kai's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he could no longer tolerate Yi Fan's audacious demeanor. He waved his hand and bellowed at his men. What are you waiting for? Charge together. We must incapacitate this audacious little brat today. With Chun Kai's command, the previously hesitant subordinates surged forward towards Yi Fan like ravenous wolves. The air was filled with the cacophony of shouts and the thunderous sound of footsteps, plunging the scene into chaos. The nearest thug, seeing his companions rush forward, beamed with excitement and swung a fist at Yi Fan. Unfazed by the incoming attack, Yi Fan decided to retaliate. He swiftly raised his right leg and kicked towards his assailant. Chapter 11. Resolution within the alley. A dull thud echoed as a man was struck. He had no time to react before his body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, Yi Fan showed no signs of mercy. He swiftly followed, denying his opponent even a moment to catch his breath. With another forceful step, he accurately stomped down on the fallen man's arm. A chilling crack resounded as the man's arm grotesquely contorted, clearly broken. Then, a spine-chilling wail pierced the silence of the alley. Yi Fan did not pause for a moment. Like a cheetah, he unhesitatingly charged toward his next target. In the blink of an eye, he was before another individual. A crisp snap echoed as yet another victim fell, clutching his right arm and rolling on the ground, his agonized screams reverberating throughout the alley. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds continued relentlessly. Within mere seconds, everyone except Jiang Shuo lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their right arms. Faces twisted in agony, their cries filling the air. Even Chun Kai, their leader, could not escape this fate. At that moment, Yi Fan resembled a war deity, his right foot firmly pressing down on Chun Kai's head, forcing it deep into the earth. Gradually, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Shuo, his eyes cold as ice, locking onto him from a distance. Jiang Shuo was paralyzed with terror at the unfolding scene, as if the world were collapsing around him. His eyes widened, his face as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His legs trembled violently, unresponsive, as he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. At that moment, all he desired was to flee from Yi Fan. However, despite his desperate wish to escape, his body refused to budge, leaving him helplessly watching the chaos unfold. Jiang Shuo understood that if he fled recklessly now, his fate would inevitably mirror that of Chun Kai and the others. The thought chilled him to the bone, a wave of icy dread spreading from his feet to the crown of his head. Just then, Yi Fan's gaze shifted to Jiang Shuo. That singular glance plunged Jiang Shuo into an abyss of terror, his blood seemingly freezing in his veins. Thud! In the next instant, his knees buckled, and he knelt before Yi Fan. His lips trembled, struggling to form coherent words. Yi, brother Yi, I was wrong. I truly failed to recognize your greatness. Please, have mercy on me. Do not hold this against someone as insignificant as I. I swear from this moment on, I will never harbor any ill thoughts towards you. I will surely avoid you in the future. As he spoke, Jiang Shuo fervently bowed, his forehead striking the ground, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness. Witnessing Jiang Shuo's abject submission, Yi Fan's initial intent to teach him a lesson dissipated. Yi Fan regarded Jiang Shuo with an impassive expression and said coolly, "You know what to do now, don't you?" Jiang Shuo, hearing these words, nodded vigorously, replying hurriedly, I understand. You can leave this to me. I will handle it." He then shot Yi Fan a conciliatory smile, as if fearing that Yi Fan might change his mind. Seeing Jiang Shuo's perceptiveness, Yi Fan nodded slightly in satisfaction. He then turned to leave, leaving Jiang Shuo standing there, exhaling a long breath. The tension in his body finally relaxed, and beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. At that moment, Jiang Shuo silently rejoiced at having escaped a calamity. After dealing with Chun Kai and the others, Yi Fan left with nonchalance. With his driver's license sorted, he planned to replace his outdated phone. Stepping out of the alley, he hailed a taxi, heading toward his destination. Minutes later, Yi Fan arrived at the grandest electronics market in Jiangxing. This multi-story emporium boasted 6 floors, with the ground level dedicated entirely to an array of digital and electronic products, showcasing numerous brands and models. Yi Fan had come with the intention of purchasing a state-of-the-art smartphone. Not only was its performance exceptional, but as a patriotic youth, he felt compelled to support domestic products. Upon entering the store, Yi Fan was momentarily dazzled by the assortment of items on display. This was his first experience in such a vast, well-stocked digital store. The shop was not particularly crowded, allowing the sales staff to appear rather relaxed. However, as soon as they noticed Yi Fan entering, the older salespeople merely glanced up before returning to their tasks, showing no intention of greeting him. Judging by his age and attire, they surmised he was likely just browsing and had no real intention of making a purchase. Thus, they deemed it unnecessary to invest their time and energy in him. At that moment, a younger salesperson approached Yi Fan with a bright, professional smile. The older staff exchanged amused looks, thinking it foolish for her to approach someone they believed could not afford to buy anything. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" The sweet voice chimed as Yi Fan perused the products. He turned to meet her gaze, noting her youthful appearance, likely in her early 20s. And her striking features matched her pleasant voice. She was petite, yet her long legs, elegantly clad in black stockings, complemented her well-fitted professional attire. Meanwhile, Yi Fan noticed the older sales staff were watching the interaction with bemusement, as if anticipating a spectacle. Understanding their amusement, he felt no anger. Returning his focus to the young woman and allowing his eyes to wander briefly to her long legs before speaking. "I would like to purchase a complete set of the latest smartphone." Chapter 12. Moving Xiameng gazed at the youthful boy before her, who appeared several years her junior, and was taken aback when he expressed a desire to purchase a high-end family bucket. It is worth noting that the most affordable option, which was already a market leader, cost no less than 30 to 40,000, with the more extravagant versions soaring up to 70 or 80,000. Could this seemingly adolescent boy truly have the financial means to make such a purchase? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Although Xiameng was convinced that Yi Fan would not actually buy anything, she patiently began to explain the product to him. As she diligently provided explanations, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a flicker of fondness for her. At the very least, she was different from the other sales associates in the store. He then interjected with a decisive statement. "No need for the introduction. Please bring me the most expensive family bucket you have." Sir, are you sure?" Xiameng, who had been enthusiastically explaining, instinctively reacted with surprise, and then, in disbelief, sought confirmation. The most expensive family bucket was priced at an astonishing 888, and her commission would amount to nearly 2,000, a considerable sum for a university student earning just over 4,000 a month. "Yes, just swipe the card." Hearing that Yi Fan was indeed going to make the purchase and had even taken out his bank card to prepare for payment, Xiameng suppressed her joy and hurriedly turned to retrieve the POS machine and receipt. Nearby, several sales associates who had initially planned to observe were now taken aback to see Yi Fan genuinely willing to spend, particularly on the priciest item in the store. Their expressions soured as if they had just consumed something distasteful. Had they known Yi Fan was such a patron, they would have rushed to serve him from the start, leaving no room for Xiameng. Among them, a slightly plump salesgirl's eyes brightened, and she quickly approached Yi Fan. "Hello, sir. The person who assisted you earlier is a new employee, and she may not have fully explained the product features. Allow me to clarify." "No need." Yi Fan's displeasure was palpable as he interrupted her. Seeing that Yi Fan was unyielding, she attempted to say more, but upon meeting his resolute gaze, she had no choice but to retreat. Before long, Xiameng returned with the POS machine and receipt. With a smile, she accepted Yi Fan's bank card, and soon all the formalities were completed. Yifan took the large box handed to him by the cashier and turned to exit the store. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully receiving a system reward. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward. A perfect score essay for the college entrance examination. Yifan was taken aback. He had merely stepped out to buy a phone and had inadvertently triggered a system reward. What a stroke of luck. Upon exiting the bustling electronics market, Yifan looked up at the sky. It was still afternoon. During this time, he had received a call from a driving school informing him that his driver's license had been successfully processed. After retrieving it, he glanced at his wristwatch, pondering. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly pressing to attend to this afternoon. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to move. Originally, Yifan had planned to wait for his parents to return from their trip before relocating, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary to delay. Now that the luxurious villa belonged to him, it would be a shame to let it sit empty and gather dust. It would be more than acceptable to inform his parents of the move once everything was settled. Thus, Yifan made a decisive choice and quickly dialed a moving company. Shortly thereafter, a van adorned with the company's logo arrived and parked before him. After a brief exchange with the driver, Yifan began directing the moving process. However, upon careful consideration, he realized that there were not many items that truly needed to be relocated, aside from a few sentimental or valuable possessions left by his parents. He resolved to discard most of the rest. After all, the newly acquired Starcy Villa was fully furnished with exquisite and elegant furniture and state-of-the-art appliances, all meticulously selected and of the highest quality, making it entirely move-in ready. Thus, the old items had lost their value and necessity for him. Once everything was arranged, Yifan eagerly took a seat in the passenger side of the moving truck. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle sped toward the villa. Thanks to the system's powerful capabilities, the community had already recorded his personal information in full. Consequently, as he drove toward the residential area, the security guard at the entrance offered no resistance. The grand gate, symbolizing prestige, swung open, allowing the vehicle to enter seamlessly. The truck navigated the winding paths for nearly 10 minutes before finally arriving at its destination, a stunningly beautiful villa. Yifan gently opened the car door. As his feet touched the ground, he was profoundly struck by the sight before him. The villa's opulence surpassed anything he had previously envisioned. The expansive courtyard, measuring over 300 square meters, was astonishing. At the center of the courtyard, a massive swimming pool sparkled under the sunlight, its vastness comparable to his entire school's basketball court. Surrounding the pool were lush trees and vibrant flowers, resembling a picturesque painting. Yifan then hurried toward the villa's grand entrance, pushing open the heavy door. An immediate wave of luxury enveloped him. The spacious and bright living room unfolded before his eyes, furnished with an array of high-end, luxurious pieces, each exuding its unique charm. The large floor-to-ceiling windows served as transparent walls, allowing those inside to fully appreciate the breathtaking beauty of the courtyard. This is what a true home feels like. Yifan couldn't help but exclaim in heartfelt admiration. However, such a magnificent villa now felt somewhat empty, with only his solitary figure occupying the vast space. Contemplating this, a peculiar thought crossed Yifan's mind. How perfect it would be to have a few gentle maids to assist him, one to cook, another to provide massages, perhaps even two caring souls to warm his bed. As he reclined comfortably on the soft, plush sofa, Yifan daydreamed about the splendid life that lay ahead, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Having risen early that morning, he soon succumbed to sleep on the sofa. It was not until around 6 in the evening that he gradually awakened, stretching his somewhat stiff body. After casually donning a jacket, Yifan resolved to venture out in search of food to satiate his hunger. Opening the door, he inhaled the refreshing air outside, instantly feeling invigorated. Gazing at the scene before him, he couldn't help but express heartfelt admiration. Truly, the Starcy Villa district was exceptional. As the only affluent enclave in Jiang City, its level of luxury was beyond imagination. The entire community boasted a greenery rate exceeding 90%, resembling a natural outdoor oxygen bar. Furthermore, artificial fountains were scattered throughout, their flowing waters shimmering enchantingly under the glow of the lights. Chapter 13. My home here. As Yifan leisurely walked along the path of the villa, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Turning towards the sound, he was drawn to a familiar figure that filled him with disdain, none other than his classmate, Su Ying. Su Ying was not merely a classmate. She held the position of class monitor. Yifan had some recollection of her, though these memories were far from pleasant. She often flaunted her family's modest wealth, treating ordinary classmates with an air of superiority. Moreover, she was a close friend of Li Xin, and both shared an arrogant and disrespectful demeanor, looking down on others. At that moment, Yifan regarded Su Ying with indifference and casually inquired, "Is there something you need?" Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and a young man rushed over, calling out to Su Ying, "Ying." Before he could finish, he reached her side and began to assess Yifan from head to toe. Su Ying turned to the young man with a smile, introducing, "Yu Hao, this is my classmate, Yifan." Upon hearing Yifan's name, Yu Hao paused for a moment before refocusing his gaze on Yifan, as he noticed the obviously cheap clothing Yifan wore. A hint of disdain and amusement flickered in his eyes. "Oh, so you are the only impoverished student from Yucai High. I've heard much about you." "Ha ha." With that, he laughed derisively. Su Ying, witnessing Yifan's humiliation, made no effort to intervene, allowing Yu Hao to continue his mockery. "Yifan, are you lost? This place is not for someone like you to wander into." With an air of arrogance, she glanced at Yifan, her expression one of disdain. The Shanghai No. 1 villa area was renowned for its opulence and was heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to trespass. Yifan's presence there was thanks to a friend, a wealthy young man who, on a whim, had thrown a grand party. It was through this connection that Yifan found himself in such company. Despite being surrounded by elite individuals, he felt little to boast about. But the mere sight of Yifan ignited a sense of superiority within him. After all, to Yu Hao, Yifan was merely an insignificant figure. As he reveled in his self-importance, Yifan nonchalantly replied, "I live here." His tone was as calm as if he were stating the most mundane fact. Initially taken aback, Yu Hao quickly regained his composure. The disdain etched on his face deepened, and a mocking smile emerged as he turned to Su Ying, saying, "Your classmate certainly enjoys putting on a fade. Ha ha." Meanwhile, Su Ying was drawn in by the laughter, her gaze narrowing on Yifan, filled with contempt. "Yifan, this is not a place for someone like you. You should leave before you are thrown out." She frowned slightly, her expression one of disgust, unwilling to even look directly at him, as if his presence repulsed her. Yifan's lips curled into a cold smile as he retorted, "How laughable. Am I not allowed here? And you, do you think you can swagger in without consequence?" At that moment, Yu Hao, who had been silent, stepped closer to Su Ying, his face beaming with arrogance. "Humph, Su Ying has been specially invited by me. Thus, she possesses the qualifications to be here, unlike certain individuals who have no right to even approach this place." Afterward, Yu Hao deliberately turned to gaze at Su Ying, his eyes brimming with affection, revealing no attempt to hide his admiration. Upon sensing Yu Hao's feelings, Su Ying's face flushed crimson, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears, enhancing her allure and shyness, a rare display that left Yu Hao captivated. Standing nearby, Yifan smirked slightly, his expression tinged with mockery. He first looked at Su Ying, lingering for a moment before turning to Yu Hao, asking, "Oh, so, do you live here then?" Yu Hao was momentarily taken aback by Yifan's unexpected question. He opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, stammering without forming a coherent reply. After some contemplation, he asserted, "While I do not reside here, I have been invited to this party, so of course, I have the right to be here." However, Yifan seemed intent on pressing further. With a scoff, he remarked, "Oh, I see. I thought you were the owner of this villa area. Turns out you are just a pretender riding on someone else's coattails." Yifan's tone was laced with amusement. "What do you know? Do you think the Shanghai No. 1 villa is a cabbage that anyone can afford? Although I am not a resident, I am not someone you can compare yourself to." Upon hearing this, Yu Hao reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, exploding in anger. He then pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Manager Yu. This is Yu Hao, a good friend of young Master Lin. I wonder if you remember me? We met at that cocktail party previously." As he successfully connected, Yu Hao's tone was filled with politeness. "Oh, it's you. What can I do for you?" A rather languid voice responded from the other end, suggesting the speaker was a middle-aged man. Chapter 14. Attitude towards the ocean manager Yu. I had intended to attend the party organized by Lin Xiao today. However, just as I stepped outside the villa, I noticed a suspicious man behaving furtively. From his demeanor, I seriously suspect that he may be a thief. Thus, I hastily called to report the situation. Yu Hao said, a smirk on his face as he exaggerated the details. "What? Such a thing has occurred?" The middle-aged man's tone turned serious. "Wait for me. I will bring people over immediately to handle this." After uttering these words, the phone was abruptly hung up with a click. Subsequently, Yu Dahai swiftly retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist and shouted, "Attention all security personnel. Assemble at my location immediately. There is an urgent situation that requires action." Before long, several robust security guards hurried over. After a brief exchange of instructions, Yu Dahai led them in a hurried march towards the scene of the incident. As the property manager of the city's most luxurious and upscale residential area, the position may seem ordinary, but it held profound significance for Yu Dahai. He was acutely aware that this role allowed him to frequently interact with the affluent residents, many of whom were billionaires or even multi-billionaires, commanding vast fortunes. Thus, upon learning of the suspicious individual in the villa area, Yu Dahai could not afford to be negligent. He immediately set aside other matters, filled with urgency, determined to resolve the issue before it escalated further. Soon, Yu Hao spotted a group of people approaching briskly. The lead man, portly in stature, quickened his pace upon seeing Yu Hao and the others. "Manager Yu, I'm the one who called you," Yu Hao said, hurrying to greet him with a sycophantic tone. Yu Dahai regarded the individual with a furrowed brow, having no recollection of him, yet he responded courteously. "Where's the person you mentioned on the phone?" The previously calm expression on Yu Dahai's face became exceedingly grave as he fixed his gaze on Yu Hao, slowly inquiring. Upon hearing Yu Dahai's question, Yu Hao felt a wave of panic, but quickly pointed towards Yi Fan, stammering, "Manager Yu, look, that's the person. He appears very suspicious. I believe he must have sneaked into our villa area." As he spoke, Yu Hao gestured emphatically towards Yi Fan's direction. Yu Dahai followed the direction of his finger, his gaze landing squarely on Yi Fan. The moment he beheld Yi Fan's countenance, a jolt of recognition surged within him, an uncanny sense of familiarity washing over him. He furrowed his brow, straining to remember where he might have encountered this young man before. As time ticked by, after what felt like an eternity of contemplation, an epiphany struck him. This is the person from the photograph circulated by the higher-ups yesterday. Yes, it's him. He is the super-rich individual who purchased the penthouse in our villa area. Yu Dahai thought to himself with astonishment. The day prior, the company had disseminated Yi Fan's photograph and his esteemed identity information to every employee, emphasizing the necessity of providing him with the utmost respect and service. Who could have anticipated that today he would encounter Yi Fan in such a manner, and that he would arrive with such a large entourage? The more Yu Dahai pondered, the more apprehensive he became. If Yi Fan were to misconstrue the situation, believing that he had come to create trouble, the repercussions would be dire. He feared for the job he had tirelessly worked to secure, and the possibility of losing his standing in the industry loomed ominously. With beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead, Yu Dahai's eyes darted about as he contemplated strategy. After a brief moment, his expression hardened, and without hesitation, he raised his right hand and slapped Yu Hao sharply. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the air, causing Yu Hao to stumble, nearly falling to the ground. In the next instant, he stood there dumbfounded, hands clasped to his face, utterly bewildered. It was inconceivable that Yu Dahai, whom he had summoned for support, would suddenly strike him without mercy. Yu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted furiously at Yu Dahai. "Yu Dahai, what is the meaning of this?" His voice trembled with rage, as if on the verge of an explosion. He then menacingly threatened, "If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation for this incident today, just wait until I see Lin Xiao. You will regret it when that moment arrives." With those words, Yu Hao's fiery gaze bore into Yu Dahai. "Oomph, an explanation? You blind fool, listen well. Yi Xiao is a distinguished resident of our Shanghai No. One villa." Yu Dahai retorted disdainfully, his expression dismissive. What? How is that possible? Yu Hao exclaimed, his face reflecting utter disbelief. Even Su Ying beside him was equally stunned. As the notorious impoverished student of their entire year, everyone was aware of Yi Fan's background. The Shanghai No. 1 villa was the most expensive residential area in Jiang City, with the cheapest villa priced at tens of millions. How could Yu Dahai claim that Yi Fan was a resident here? Manager Yu, I know about Yi Fan's family conditions. There must be some misunderstanding. With his background, he could never afford a villa here. Su Ying interjected hastily, struggling to accept that someone she had previously deemed insignificant was now someone she had to regard with awe. You know nothing. Yu Dahai was too weary to engage with the two of them any further. He quickly approached Yi Fan, apologizing. Yi Xiao, I sincerely apologize. I was misled by Yu Hao's call and mistakenly believed there was a real issue, which is why I brought people here. As he explained, he glanced subtly at Yi Fan's expression. Yi Fan replied indifferently, clearly unfazed by the incident. Chapter 15. The examination begins. Young Master Yi. How shall we deal with these two? Yu Dahai inquired with a sycophantic smile, secretly relieved, yet not daring to show any signs of complacency. Yi Fan lifted his gaze slightly, casting a casual glance at the two individuals before him. You may handle it as you see fit. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he turned away and strode towards the exit, disregarding Yu Dahai's presence. Once Yi Fan departed, Yu Dahai's obsequious smile vanished, and his expression turned grave. He turned to the nearby security personnel and commanded sternly, remove these two at once. Understood, the guards replied in unison, advancing without hesitation towards Yu Hao and Su Ying. Each of them was robustly built, and despite the resistance from Yu Hao and Su Ying, they forcibly escorted them from the premises. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had exited the villa area and hailed a taxi, settling into the vehicle and providing an address. Upon arrival, he entered a restaurant, ordered several dishes, and indulged in a hearty meal. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he paid the bill and took another taxi back to the villa. The following morning, Yi Fan rose exceptionally early, for it was a day of great significance. After breakfast, he meticulously checked the items he carried: identification card, examination admission ticket, and pen. Confirming everything was in order, he let out a gentle sigh and set forth on the path to the college entrance examination. Though Yi Fan possessed a system to aid him, he could not entirely dispel the nervousness that accompanied being a first-time examinee. Despite the nerves, he remained composed, for he had diligently absorbed 3 years' worth of high school knowledge. Thanks to his remarkable photographic memory, as long as he maintained his focus, achieving the top score should pose no challenge. Exiting the villa area, Yi Fan hailed a taxi and made his way to the school. After disembarking, he passed through layers of security checks, finally stepping into the examination hall. The sound of the bell ringing, crisp and urgent, echoed throughout the room, akin to an invisible shockwave sweeping through every corner of the exam venue. The atmosphere, once calm, transformed into one of palpable tension, the air thickening as candidates held their breath, tightly gripping their pens. Amidst this tension, Yi Fan remained an anomaly. Seated calmly, his demeanor was as tranquil as still water, betraying not a hint of anxiety. Soon, the invigilator distributed the sealed language examination papers to each candidate. Yi Fan received his papers steadily, his eyes swiftly scanning the contents, and without hesitation, he began to write on the answer sheet. At that moment, inspiration flowed through Yi Fan like a bubbling spring. His pen moved with divine assistance, uninterrupted and without hesitation from start to finish. Before long, he had effortlessly completed all questions except for the essay. Setting down his pen lightly, he raised his gaze to the clock at the front of the classroom. To his astonishment, less than half an hour had elapsed since the examination commenced, and ample time remained before it concluded. With a languid stretch, Yi Fan yawned. This was the first time he had encountered such a scenario. So much time left in an exam, yet he felt a headache brewing. He shook his head in resignation, his eyes drifting to the final question, the essays section. Suddenly, an important thought struck him. He still had the system's reward of a perfect essay to redeem. A surge of joy filled his heart at this realization. With a chime, he successfully exchanged for the perfect essay titled The Death of the Red Hare. He promptly seized his pen, effortlessly transcribing the words that flowed in his mind onto the exam paper. In less than 20 minutes, the entire essay was beautifully inscribed on the examination sheet. Then, amidst the gazes of all the candidates, Yifan collected his neatly arranged exam paper and answer sheet, striding confidently toward the podium. The invigilator, Wang Bo, was intently observing the room's dynamics when he noticed Yifan's actions, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. The important examination had only just begun, yet Yifan seemed utterly unconcerned by the scrutiny of those around him. Approaching Wang Bo directly. Though young, Wang Bo had 5 years of experience as an examination supervisor. Throughout these years, he had encountered numerous students, but never had he witnessed someone submit their paper in less than an hour. Could he be giving up? Wang Bo pondered, unconsciously labeling Yifan as a poor performer. However, Yifan paid no heed to Wang Bo's internal musings. With a slight lift of his chin and a subtle smile gracing his lips, he nonchalantly exited the examination hall. Outside, the crowd had gathered in throngs, a sea of onlookers eager for a glimpse of the events unfolding. Among them were many reporters from various television stations, microphones and cameras in hand, anxiously awaiting first-hand accounts following the examination's conclusion. As Yifan stepped through the examination hall's doors, the previously boisterous scene fell into a hushed silence. Almost immediately, the crowd seemed compelled by an invisible force to converge around him, encircling him tightly. Faced with a barrage of questions from the eager reporters, Yifan merely smiled, exuding an air of calm confidence. He adjusted his collar lightly, allowing a confident smile to emerge before clearly stating, "Strengthenly xin." This remark landed like a bombshell, stirring confusion among the crowd, who were left bewildered by its meaning. Yet, Yifan offered no further explanation, turning with grace to leave the examination hall under the astonished gazes of those present. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 2 days had elapsed. During this period, Yifan completed all his examinations. When the final bell rang to signal the end of the last subject, he exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief wash over him, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted. The college entrance examination had finally come to an end. Chapter 16. The conclusion of the college entrance examination. With the college entrance examination finally concluded, Yifan stepped out of the examination hall with a light and confident stride. The sun cascaded down upon him, illuminating a face brimming with youth and pride. At this moment, Yifan was filled with unprecedented confidence and anticipation. He was acutely aware that his performance in this significant life test had been nothing short of perfect. He was certain that he would achieve an astonishing score, perhaps even breaking all previous records. Just then, a crisp notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the college entrance examination. This unexpected voice momentarily startled Yifan, but it was swiftly replaced by an ecstatic smile. The subsequent message from the system sent his heart racing even faster. Reward obtained, 1 Lamborghini Veneno. Reward obtained, 1 license plate, Hue 88888. Yifan could hardly believe his ears. Such a luxurious supercar and a rare, precious license plate had become his possessions. The strikingly cool design of the Lamborghini Veneno, its powerful engine, and its extreme speed flashed vividly in his mind. The Hue 88888 license plate represented unparalleled prestige and honor. In that instant, Yifan felt as though he were living in a dream, where everything seemed surreal yet infinitely delightful. Not long ago, Yifan had been an ordinary individual, yet now he had transformed into a member of the successful elite. Just days prior, he had acquired a luxurious villa worth tens of millions. And now, he had won a limited edition supercar of the highest luxury. Even more astonishing was the fact that the car was accompanied by an invaluable license plate number. Faced with this sudden surge of success and wealth, Yifan struggled to contain the overwhelming joy within him. However, he understood the necessity of restraint. He endeavored to calm his excited spirit and gradually exited the campus, seeking a secluded corner. Once he ensured that he was indeed alone, Yifan took a deep breath, and under the influence of his will, something miraculous occurred. With a soft whoosh, a brilliant white light erupted. When the light faded, An incredibly dazzling and eye-catching supercar appeared out of thin air on the previously empty street. Yifan gazed at the car in awe. Its sharply defined and uniquely styled front bore the iconic Lamborghini Bull emblem, and the body radiated a deep and alluring black hue, reminiscent of a mysterious meteor streaking across the night sky. Particularly striking was the distinctive front design of the Veneno series, characterized by smooth, sharp lines that exuded an unparalleled sense of speed and impact. The entire exterior of the vehicle was replete with intricate layers, with every detail meticulously crafted to perfection, delivering an unprecedented visual shock to Yifan. Truly, it was worthy of being classified as a top-tier supercar. Yifan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He then retrieved the key, pressed it gently, and in the next moment, the scissor doors of the cockpit gracefully lifted, allowing Yifan to slide inside. To his astonishment, the interior was even more lavishly decorated. Even the seats were made of genuine leather. Indeed, it was a luxury among sports cars. After expressing his admiration, Yifan promptly started the engine. With a roar reminiscent of a mechanical beast, the Lamborghini Veneno surged forward. As Yifan confidently drove this stunning supercar, he arrived at a traffic light and waited patiently for it to change. The previously congested road underwent a sudden transformation. Vehicles seemed to be guided by an invisible force, shifting aside to make way, as if evading something formidable. This was all due to the Lamborghini Veneno's dazzling presence and imposing aura, which filled surrounding drivers with awe. They feared getting too close, worried that a mere brush could lead to exorbitant repair costs, potentially leaving them in financial ruin. The pure black supercar gleamed under the sun, drawing even more attention. Its striking exterior, coupled with Yifan pressing the accelerator, elicited a deep and resonant growl from the engine, capturing the gaze of everyone around. The emblem was a golden bull. "Oh my, it's a Lamborghini." A bystander, somewhat portly, adjusted his thick glasses and began to examine the extraordinary supercar in the center of the road with great seriousness. As his gaze shifted, his mouth gradually widened in disbelief, as if he could fit an egg inside. Suddenly, as if he had seen something astonishing, he exclaimed loudly, "Oh my goodness! A Lamborghini Veneno! When did our Jiang City get this top-tier supercar? Are you blind? Can't you see the license plate? Who 88888? Clearly, it's someone from Shanghai who came to play here. Quick, take out your phone and capture this moment. It's a walking 8-digit top-tier supercar. It's so rare to see one. If I could drive a car of this caliber in my lifetime, I would have no regrets. Dude, with your salary of $3,000 a month, keep dreaming." Around the traffic light, many people hastily pulled out their phones to photograph Yifan's Lamborghini Veneno. Observing this scene, Yifan smirked, rolled down the window, and nonchalantly lit a cigarette. What a magnificent car, and he is so handsome too. How can anyone be this perfect? Wow, so charming. Both wealthy and good-looking, Mom. I think I'm in love. As the surrounding women's admiration for Yifan soared. Had it not been for their location in the middle of the street, some would have approached to ask for his contact information. Unfazed by the reactions around him, Yifan glanced at a few girls on the sidewalk, smiled subtly, and then drove off smoothly in the Veneno. "Did you see that? He just smiled at me. Please, he was clearly looking at me. Have you looked in the mirror? With your over 200 pounds, do you really think he would smile at you?" Exactly. Yifan left with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a group of mesmerized girls still lost in their infatuation. Chapter 17. Legal Street Racing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the road, Yifan was completely immersed in the unparalleled driving experience of the Lamborghini Veneno. Each time he pressed the accelerator, the roar of the engine seemed to penetrate his very soul. However, in the next instant, a crisp notification tone resonated in Yifan's mind like a celestial symphony. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering and controlling the Lamborghini Veneno." Following closely was another message. "System reward received. SSS-level driving talent. Includes one-handed supercar operation skills." Upon hearing this cascade of good news, Yifan was momentarily taken aback, but soon could not contain his inner joy, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. This system was simply too considerate, too attuned to his needs. Just moments ago, he had felt a twinge of regret, believing that although he could drive this supercar, he could not unleash its full potential. Who could have imagined that the system would be so perceptive, presenting him with a perfect gift, a maxed-out driving talent? At this moment, Yifan distinctly felt a miraculous power surging within him. His body seemed to automatically adapt to the various forces and impacts generated by the Lamborghini Veneno's high-speed sprints. Every subtle movement becoming extraordinarily precise and fluid. Even the often deemed challenging one-handed control of a supercar now felt like a simple task to him. Boom! With the accelerator pressed down, the Lamborghini Veneno shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. On the other side, just outside Jiang City, a winding road lay nestled, a sacred ground in the hearts of speed and thrill enthusiasts. This was the only place in Jiang City where street racing was tacitly permitted. At this very moment, on this road, a group of flamboyantly dressed young men and women stood divided into two opposing factions. Suddenly, a cacophony of raucous laughter erupted from the crowd. A man with dyed blonde hair, exuding an air of roguishness, was eyeing a woman across from him with lewd intent, crudely teasing beauty with that face and figure. Why risk your life racing with us? Why not join me instead? I promise you will live a life of luxury and comfort. As he spoke, a repugnant smirk spread across his face. The woman, unfazed by his brazen words, maintained a serene demeanor, revealing not a hint of anger. A charming smile graced her lips as she replied, "Winning me over won't be so easy. First, outpace me, and then we can talk. A wager of 1 million. Shall we?" The blond man's eyes lit up at her words. He was well known in Jiang City's racing scene, and turning down such an offer would be illogical. Greed and excitement mingled on his face as he eagerly responded, "Sounds good, but this wager seems a tad too tame. Shall we up the ante? Hiv hiv. If I win, you must accompany me for a drink tonight." His gaze fixated on the tall and striking Lin Yu, his eyes burning with unrestrained desire. Faced with his crude words and unabashed gaze, Lin Yu responded with a smile. "Oh, are you so sure you can best me?" In the next moment, however, a frigid glimmer flickered in her captivating eyes. It is essential to note that Lin Yu was not just any ordinary girl. She was the heir of one of the esteemed 8 great families of Magic City, a core member of the SHG Club, possessing both noble lineage and exceptional prowess. With her skills and background, how could she regard a mere blonde ruffian seriously? As a seasoned street racing enthusiast, Lin Yu had long yearned to test her mettle on the treacherous track known as Deadly Hairpin in Jiang City. Seizing the opportunity during her visit for business negotiations, she had come to this very spot, unexpectedly encountering a fervent gathering of racing aficionados. Without revealing her true identity, Lin Yu prepared to engage with this group. As for the arrogant blonde, she had already acquired information about his abilities through her subordinates. He was indeed a notable figure in the local racing scene, and the prospect of having such an opponent to practice against filled her with elation. This trip to Jiang City was proving to be exceedingly worthwhile. Frustrated at being unable to gain any advantage from Lin Yu, the blonde turned back toward his flashy vehicle. Soon, 2 race cars slowly made their way to the starting line, followed by a row of 6 or 7 expensive supercars, creating a strikingly spectacular scene. Gome. Who's placing bets? Lin Jia wins 1-2. Blonde wins 1-0. 8. A tie pays 1-4. A man with a sharp bob haircut shouted energetically from the sidelines, quickly attracting a crowd. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, questioning the low odds for the blonde. Is it even worth it? Some had initially considered betting on him for a guaranteed win, but the odds deterred them. Hey, 1-0. 8 is decent. You can't forget the blonde's skill. How many in Jiang City can beat him? Indeed, after hearing this, others began to chime in, shouting their bets. I wager 100. 000 on the blonde. I'll bet 100 000 too. I put down 200 000. As the crowd continued to analyze the situation, many joined in placing their bets. In stark contrast, only a handful of individuals wagered on Lin Yu, with their amounts being modest, at most 10 000 to 20 000, which paled in comparison to the sums being placed on the blonde. Most of those betting on Lin Yu did so with a contrarian mindset, hoping for a miracle. After all, They had no understanding of her true capabilities, and thus no one dared place substantial bets on her. As for a tie, no one even considered that possibility. What a laugh! The notion of a tie was absurd, given that everyone knew the track could only accommodate one car at the finish line. Once the majority of the crowd had settled their bets, the short-haired man smiled enigmatically and proclaimed loudly, "I bet 500,000 on Lin Yu to win." With his declaration, the previously bustling crowd fell into an astonished silence, which was soon replaced by a renewed uproar. Chapter 18. Unexpected entry into the race goodness. Is this person insane? How dare he wager 500,000? Indeed, does he truly believe that woman can triumph over the blonde fellow? I concede that she possesses beauty. Yet racing is not a contest of looks. I cannot fathom her defeating the blonde. Among the crowd, many engaged in lively discussions, but a few astute individuals sensed an opportunity amidst the chatter, hastily placing bets on Lin Yu just before the betting closed. Once all wagers were placed, the short-haired man announced loudly, "All right, betting is closed. Positions, everyone. Prepare." Simultaneously, on the treacherous hairpin track, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The referee gripped the flag that signified the start of the race, his gaze intense and sharp. With a swift motion, he dropped the flag. In an instant, the cars at the starting line erupted forth like ignited rockets, unleashing astonishing speed as they galloped away like wild stallions. The wheels screeched against the asphalt, raising billowing clouds of dust, forming a serpentine trail that vanished from sight amidst the deafening roar. This treacherous hairpin track is not an ordinary course. It was constructed through the collective efforts of racing enthusiasts in Jiang City. Spanning 50 kilometers, it winds and twists through mountainous terrain, perilously close to steep cliffs, featuring countless sharp turns and dangerous paths. Conquering this track is not merely a test of the vehicle's performance, but a stringent challenge to the driver's skills. Even seasoned veterans, navigating this course with utmost caution, would find themselves drenched in sweat. Moreover, these drivers were pushing their limits, making the difficulty almost unimaginable. Amidst the fierce competition, the blonde indeed showcased astonishing prowess. At the race's onset, he darted into a favorable position like a bolt of lightning, leading the pack with incredible speed. The other drivers, initially startled, quickly regained their focus, unleashing their best techniques in a desperate attempt to catch up and surpass him. However, the blonde remained remarkably composed, masterfully controlling the situation and granting no opportunity to his rivals. Closely trailing him was Lin Yu, her gaze resolute, fully concentrated on the road ahead, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, her foot pressing the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring with deafening intensity. Following closely behind the blonde, her aggressive pursuit kept him on high alert. The atmosphere on the track was palpably tense, with the audience's hearts racing in tandem. The commentary team, both anxious and exhilarated, reported live on the race's progress. Currently, the Ferrari SF90 is in the lead, but the trailing drivers are relentless, resulting in a stalemate. Who will break this deadlock first? Let us stay tuned, as the outcome may be revealed in the upcoming curve. The scene was bustling with spectators, the atmosphere electric. Drivers sped by like the wind, while the commentary team remained vigilant, prepared to relay the latest updates. Suddenly, a piercing gasp reverberated through the air, akin to thunder striking the ears of all present. Attention! A supercar has suddenly entered at the third entrance. Its speed is so astonishing that it's impossible to discern the model. The commentator's voice brimmed with astonishment, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Shortly thereafter, another commentator could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Goodness! It's a Lamborghini Veneno. Its speed is utterly outrageous. I estimate it has reached at least 300 miles per hour." His words stirred a wave of shock and awe among the crowd. The audience exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. After all, a Lamborghini Veneno entering the race at such high velocity is a rare occurrence, especially on a track renowned for its numerous curves, where maintaining such astonishing speed seems nearly impossible. While the crowd remained in stunned silence, the season host at the commentary booth erupted with enthusiasm, shouting, "Wow! Ladies and gentlemen, What we are witnessing is the legendary Lamborghini Veneno, achieving an astounding speed of 300 miles per hour. Does this driver not know how to hit the brakes? This is sheer madness. At that moment, every spectator was utterly captivated, their eyes fixated on the ghostly silhouette of the Lamborghini Veneno racing past, filled with boundless curiosity for the enigmatic driver and the supercar. Just moments before, Yi Fan sat confidently in the driver's seat of the striking Lamborghini Veneno, one hand deftly steering as he navigated the city's expressway. However, due to urban constraints, the supercar's potential remained unfulfilled, akin to an eagle with its wings clipped, struggling to soar. Then, a thought struck Yi Fan's mind. He recalled a racing track on the outskirts of Jiang City, a location perfect for unleashing the Lamborghini Veneno's full capabilities. Without hesitation, he turned the steering wheel and, guided by his hazy memory, headed toward the track. As it was his first time at this location, Yi Fan was unfamiliar with the track's layout and uncertain of the official entrance. Fortunately, road signs were posted along the way, and he followed their guidance until he arrived at what seemed to be an entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove the supercar directly onto the track. Upon entering, he immediately pressed the accelerator to the floor, and with the engine roaring thunderously, the speed skyrocketed to 300 miles per hour. Yi Fan felt as though the scenery on either side raced past him, like a fast-forwarded film, and the overwhelming sensation of acceleration sent his heart racing and blood pumping. In that moment, he truly experienced the exhilarating thrill that this top-tier sports car could offer. The Lamborghini Veneno, like a black lightning bolt, tore through the track with astonishing velocity. Its fluid lines and exceptional suspension worked in perfect harmony with Yi Fan's SSS-level driving skills, allowing the car to glide through the track's twists and turns with unparalleled smoothness, showing no signs of slowing down, and even accelerating further upon exiting the curves. How fortuitous! Is there a race underway? Chapter 19. Astonishing everyone as Yi Fan maneuvered along the racetrack, he unexpectedly spotted several sports cars speeding not far ahead. It dawned on him that a race was underway. What a stroke of luck, since he had stumbled upon this. It was the perfect opportunity to validate just how exceptional his SSS-grade driving skills truly were. A subtle smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he pressed the accelerator. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the Lamborghini Veneno surged forward like a black lightning bolt, racing towards the distant black dots ahead. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, Huang Mao and Lin Yu, who were conversing through their headsets, suddenly heard an unidentified vehicle approaching rapidly from behind. They exchanged brief glances at the unexpected Lamborghini Veneno, momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed it, confident in their own abilities. Particularly, the yellow-haired fellow, at that moment, was peering through the rearview mirror, fixated on the speeding Veneno. In his eyes, there was a distinct air of disdain and arrogance. With a slight smirk, he scoffed, "Humph, the car may be impressive, but ultimately, it all hinges on the driver's skills." No sooner had he spoken than he slammed the accelerator to the floor, unleashing a furious growl from the engine as his vehicle shot forward like an arrow, its speed breathtaking. Not to be outdone, Lin Yu immediately felt her competitive spirit ignite upon witnessing Huang Mao's sudden acceleration. Without hesitation, she pressed down hard on the gas, her car darting forward like a flash of lightning. Huang Mao, maintaining his lead, cast a sideways glance at Lin Yu, who was tailing closely behind. Then, his gaze shifted to the impending curve ahead, a thrill of excitement and arrogance crossing his face as he declared, "Humph. This upcoming bend will be the moment the disparity in skill is revealed, and that hefty prize of 1 million will be mine, without a doubt." Ha ha ha. Just as Huang Mao prepared to accelerate once more to widen the gap between himself and Lin Yu, he caught a glimpse of his rearview mirror. In an instant, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell? This is outrageous." His eyes were glued to the Lamborghini Veneno, which had somehow closed the distance, now resembling a fierce cheetah approaching with astonishing speed. It was as if a bolt of lightning had sliced through the air, its velocity leaving him speechless. How could it be moving so fast? Even Lin Yu, who had been comfortably in second place, gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide as she watched the Veneno draw closer. Astonished. Meanwhile, Yifan's speed continued to escalate as he overtook several vehicles, firmly tailing Lin Yu. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, signaling that an intense chase was about to unfold. "Oof, you think you can surpass me? Not so easily," Lin Yu huffed, noticing the Veneno's intention to overtake her on the left. Without hesitation, she bit her lip and abruptly turned the steering wheel, positioning her car squarely in front of the Lamborghini, attempting to thwart its advance. However, to Lin Yu's surprise, the Lamborghini Veneno seemed to anticipate her move. Like a specter, it executed a swift S-shaped maneuver, effortlessly evading her blockade. Following that, it surged forward at remarkable speed, seamlessly passing Lin Yu's vehicle in a fluid motion, devoid of any hesitation or unnecessary actions. How is this possible? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned by the sudden overtaking. The Veneno had accelerated with uncanny precision, executing the maneuver with impeccable timing and control over distance. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that this driver's skills had indeed surpassed her own. Ahead, Huang Mao, perhaps feeling the pressure of this unexpected turn of events, unleashed an extraordinary display of skill. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he had previously participated in international competitions, and his positioning techniques were not to be underestimated. For a moment, even Yifan, despite his superior driving skills, struggled to find an opportunity to overtake. As they approached the most challenging segment of the track, the notorious deadly hairpin, Huang Mao focused intently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He thought to himself, "If I can reach the entrance of the upcoming turn first, victory will belong to me." Yet, just as Huang Mao prepared to brake and smoothly enter the bend, a piercing screech pierced the air. In an instant, a black lightning bolt surged ahead, flashing past Huang Mao's vehicle in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Is this guy insane? Huang Mao was left bewildered by the sudden event, unable to contain his shock. He quickly slammed on the brakes, fully aware that continuing forward would lead him into a Z-shaped sharp turn. If Yifan maintained that breakneck speed into the curve, disaster was inevitable. He certainly didn't want to be caught in such a calamity. However, just as Huang Mao congratulated himself for stopping in time and prepared to revel in his good fortune, a sharp, ear-piercing sound of tires screeching against the pavement erupted. Everyone's gaze turned toward Yifan's Lamborghini Veneno. In the next moment, something unimaginable occurred. The stunning sports car rocketed toward the bend, executing an exquisitely graceful and precise drift, effortlessly navigating the turn. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any clumsiness. What? Is this even humanly possible? Huang Mao was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Even the commentator, responsible for narrating the unfolding events, wore a look of utter disbelief, stunned for a long moment before finally regaining his composure and shouting, "My heavens! What on earth have I just witnessed? This maneuver is nothing short of a stroke of genius." Chapter 20, A Draw? On the racetrack, amidst the breathtaking speed, Lin Yu, racing in from behind, witnessed an astonishing spectacle. At that moment, even she, who was usually proud and aloof, found herself utterly astounded by Yifan's remarkable maneuver. Rendered speechless for a time, who exactly was he? Faced with this enigmatic driver of the Lamborghini Veneno, Lin Yu felt a surge of intense curiosity and profound interest. As a core member of the SHG Club in the bustling metropolis, she had encountered countless racing prodigies over the years. Yet none had exhibited such extraordinary prowess as Yifan. While doubts filled her mind regarding the owner of the luxurious car, her eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable excitement. She had always harbored a deep admiration for exceptional individuals, and the prospect of witnessing someone like Yifan in action ignited a fervent desire within her to experience it firsthand. The sudden brilliance of Yifan's performance extinguished the competitive spirit of the other racers, who, momentarily disheartened, departed the track, driving away through the adjacent exit. Before long, several sports cars arrived at the starting point, their doors swinging open as the driver stepped out. "Miss, how should we settle this?" A man with yellow hair inquired eagerly, his gaze fixated on the beautiful woman before him. Lin Yu, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "What else is there to consider? Since neither of us crossed the finish line, let us call a draw." Her tone suggested a complete disregard for the race's outcome. Upon hearing this, the man erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "A draw? What nonsense! Had that fellow not interfered, you would have undoubtedly lost to me." His face was flushed with indignation, his eyes brimming with resentment. However, undeterred by his provocation, Lin Yu merely smiled and raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Oh, are you so confident that you could defeat me? If you're dissatisfied, we can continue the race." Standing there with her arms crossed, she exuded an undeniable aura of confidence. The man, unable to resist a glance at Lin Yu's graceful figure, found himself secretly admiring her, but his gaze fell upon his trembling hands, causing his expression to sour. He was drenched in sweat, utterly fatigued, his mental stamina nearly depleted to the point of saturation. Clearly, in such a deplorable state, he was ill-equipped to engage in another high-intensity race. After a moment of contemplation, he let out a long sigh and muttered, "Damn it, what a waste of a day." Cursing under his breath, he climbed into his car, slammed the accelerator, and sped off, leaving behind a cloud of dust and the fading roar of his engine. "Xiao Wei, did you hear what I just said?" Lin Yu asked as she pulled out her walkie-talkie. "I did, miss," came a reply. "Then let us conclude it as a draw." "Understood." Meanwhile, in the stands, a short-haired Xiao Wei, having just responded to Lin Yu, raised his head and scanned the crowd, a glint of slyness in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, as you all heard, this round is officially declared a draw. Upon reflection, it seems no one bet on a draw, so I must apologize, dear friends, but I win this round." His laughter rang out unabashedly. With that, Xiao Wei began to pack up his stall, his face beaming with satisfaction as if he could already see a fortune coming his way. It must be said, he had struck a lucrative deal this time. In a gamble where various stakes were placed, no one had anticipated a draw. Thus, Xiao Wei effortlessly pocketed over 10 million. In that moment, he couldn't help but admire Lin Yu's keen business acumen, truly extraordinary and enviable. In stark contrast to Xiao Wei's triumph, the surrounding bettors erupted in furious curses and despair. Who was that blind fool who had to meddle at such a crucial moment, causing me to lose 50,000? One man bellowed angrily. "Tell me about it. Today has been the worst luck to encounter such nonsense." Another echoed in agreement. Complaints and curses filled the air. Yet despite their fury, no one dared to cause a scene or refuse payment. After all, those who came to play were bound by the rules. One must accept both victory and defeat, and they could only lament their misfortune. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding behind him, exhilarated from the thrilling drifts, still yearning for more even after leaving the track. "Miss, today has been quite profitable. We've earned over 10 million. Look at you, so pleased with just 10 million, but last month we made over 30 million, and you didn't seem this happy. This time is different. It's much more exhilarating." The two conversing were Lin Yu and Wei Mingbo. As the heir to the Lin family, one of the 8 prominent families in the metropolis and the current CEO of the Lin Group, Lin Yu not only possessed innate beauty, but also an exceptional business mind, having outmaneuvered numerous industry titans. Wei Mingbo, standing beside her, was a former elite member of a special forces unit who, by fortunate circumstance, became Lin Yu's assistant and personal bodyguard after retiring. In light of the recent windfall, Lin Yu displayed little excitement or concern. For someone of her stature, this wealth was but a trifling sum. Nevertheless, the ease with which she acquired it stoked a flicker of joy within her. With grace, Lin Yu settled back in her car, stretching her lithe figure like a languorous cat. In that unguarded moment, her alluring curves became subtly apparent, and her striking beauty, enhanced by her innate charm, radiated an irresistible allure that could captivate anyone, even with a mere glance. After a brief pause, Lin Yu suddenly recalled something and turned to Wei Mingbo, instructing, "By the way, please look into the owner of that Lamborghini Veneno over the next few days. I'm quite curious to know who they are." Without hesitation, she closed the car door, pressed the accelerator, and with a roar, the vehicle sped away like an arrow, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 21. National College Entrance Examination Top Scorer on the other side. Yi Fan elegantly parked his Lamborghini Veneno in the villa's parking space and promptly returned inside. For several consecutive days, aside from his meals, Yifan mostly remained within the confines of the villa. Time passed, and soon it was the day the examination results would be announced. On this day, Yifan slept until noon before awakening. Upon waking, he instinctively reached for his phone, only to find over a dozen missed calls displayed on the screen. Among them were calls from his parents, his homeroom teacher, as well as several unfamiliar numbers. It then struck Yifan that today was indeed the day results would be released. By this hour, the scores must have been published. If all went as expected, he surmised he must have achieved perfect scores across all subjects, consequently securing the title of national top scorer. Afterward, Yifan returned the calls one by one. Hello, Teacher Lee. Is there something you need? Yifan, have you seen your results? 750 points. You actually scored full marks. I apologize. I truly underestimated you before. Hearing the Xuemei's unexpectedly cordial tone, Yifan decided not to prolong the conversation, offering a few perfunctory remarks before hanging up the phone. Full marks? Yifan mused inwardly, marveling at how formidable the system was. After all these years, he had never heard of anyone achieving such an astonishing score in the college entrance examination. With this thought, he found it difficult to contain his excitement, his hands trembling slightly. After calming himself, Yifan proceeded to dial his parents' number. As soon as the call connected, he eagerly shared the monumental news with them. Dad, Mom, my college entrance exam results are out, and I scored full marks, 750 points. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, followed by exuberant cheers from his parents. They could hardly believe their ears. They never dreamt their son could attain such outstanding results. That's wonderful. Son, you're amazing. Ye father exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Ye mother, overcome with joy, wept, My dear, I am so proud of you. Regardless of which university you wish to attend, your father and I will support you unconditionally. Feeling enveloped in the warmth of his parents' love and support, Yifan's heart swelled with gratitude. After finishing the conversation, he noticed several more missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. As he redialed, he discovered that most were calls from the admissions offices of prestigious universities across the country. Evidently, upon learning of Yifan's remarkable achievement as the national top scorer, these institutions were eager to recruit this exceptional student, hence their urgent calls. Yifan attended to each one, concluding the conversations before finally setting down his phone. As for which university he would ultimately choose, deep down, he already had a definitive answer: Modu University. Modu University is renowned as one of the top institutions in the country. Although slightly inferior to Jingda and Qingda in overall strength, it remains among the elite. His choice was influenced by the proximity of Modu to Jiangxing, with only a few hours travel time separating the two cities, making visits both convenient and swift. Moreover, he had always longed to experience the legendary Modu. He understood that without sufficient wealth, Modu might appear merely as an ordinary city. However, with ample financial resources, it could transform into an enchanting paradise of indulgence. Now, with the system at his disposal, he had no need to worry about finances. At that moment, a clear and melodious notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! The host has achieved full marks in the college entrance examination. Reward: full ownership of Mengxianglu. Upon hearing this news, Yifan was momentarily stunned. Mengxianglu? Wasn't that the most popular restaurant in Jiang City? Now, it had become his property. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office on the top floor of Mengxianglu, Chen Fuxing was leisurely seated in a comfortable chair, savoring exquisite tea. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, a hurried knock echoed at the door, followed by it being flung open as a frantic subordinate rushed in. Not good, Chairman. Something terrible has happened. All the shares of our restaurant have been entirely acquired by someone. The subordinate gasped as he reported, his voice trembling with panic. Wow, what? Chen Fuxing's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by lightning. He sprang from his seat, eyes wide with shock and fury. The delicate teacup in his hand slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the floor and spilling tea everywhere. How is this possible? Who possesses the power to seize control of the restaurant? Chairman, the person is named Yifan, the subordinate replied, quaking with fear. Yifan? Chen Fuxing furrowed his brow. Racking his memory, for any recollection of this individual. Noticing Chun Fuxing's puzzled expression, the subordinate continued, "Chairman, I also discovered that Yi Fan drive a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno, and his license plate number is even more extravagant. Who 888888? What? Could he possibly be from the Yi family of Modu? Even if he is not, he must belong to some prominent family. Just the luxury of that Modu license plate signifies a powerful background. Given my current capabilities, I am utterly no match for him. It seems I must consider retiring early." Chun Fuxing murmured to himself, and after a prolonged sigh, he slowly returned to his seat. In that moment, he appeared to age several years, his spirit deflated. Since the restaurant had already been acquired, he resigned himself to the fact that he was no longer the chairman of Manxianglu. "You may proceed with your duties. Await the arrival of the new chairman," he instructed his subordinate, then closed his eyes to await Yi Fan for the contract handover. Chapter 22. The class reunion in the afternoon. Yi Fan took a moment to visit the wine fragrance building. After successfully completing the handover procedures, he returned directly to his villa. As soon as he arrived, his phone rang. Upon checking, he found that it was a call from the class representative. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, but promptly answered the call. "Congratulations, Yi de Zhuang Yuan. Who would have thought we would have a perfect score in our class?" A refreshing female voice greeted him on the other end. "Xiaowan, please spare me the teasing. Is there something you need?" Yi Fan responded, appreciating that Xiaowan was one of the few who treated him equally in class. "Well, with the college entrance examination behind us, all the classmates are organizing a reunion. You absolutely must come. After this gathering, it might be difficult for many to meet again." Sensing Yi Fan might decline, Xiaowan quickly added, "It's important." Initially, Yi Fan intended to refuse, but upon hearing her earnestness, he felt compelled to comply. With a smile, he inquired, "When and where will it be?" Xiaowan's excitement was palpable as she replied, "The gathering is set for tonight at 8 o'clock. In the private room 888 of the Wine Fragrance Building." Upon learning that the venue was indeed the Wine Fragrance Building, Yi Fan couldn't help but smirk inwardly, finding the coincidence amusing, as he had recently acquired the establishment. "All right, I shall arrive on time." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Yi Fan glanced at the time, merely a little past 1 in the afternoon, while the gathering was scheduled for 8. With plenty of time on his hands, he decided to remain in the villa. As the clock approached 7, Yi Fan leisurely rose from the sofa. He quickly tidied himself up, donned a comfortable, loose-fitting outfit, and made his way to the garage. Climbing into his car, he started the engine and sped towards the agreed location. However, traffic congestion delayed him, and by the time he arrived at the Wine Fragrance Building, it was already past 8. Unperturbed, he casually tossed his car keys to the doorman and headed towards the private room upstairs. Just as he reached the door, a voice from within echoed, "Yi Fan certainly knows how to make an entrance. Everyone is here, and he is the only one missing." The speaker was Zhang Wei, his expression reflecting displeasure as he looked at the gathered crowd. "Exactly. What makes Yi Fan so special that he deserves to keep us waiting?" Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, the only reason this reunion is at the Wine Fragrance Building is thanks to Wei Ge. If it weren't for his connections, we would have had to book a month in advance. How did you manage to reserve the private room 888? I heard it's not open to the public." Someone asked curiously. "My uncle is the manager of the Wine Fragrance Building. I can come whenever I like, and acquiring this room was a piece of cake," Zhang Wei boasted, his eyes gleaming with arrogance as he glanced at Li Exen, a girl he had long admired, hoping to impress her. Though Zhang Wei's family was only moderately well off when the suggestion to hold the reunion at the Wine Fragrance Building arose, the group thought it impossible due to the reservation requirements. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Wei had volunteered to take charge, eager to flaunt his connections and perhaps win Li Exion's affection in the process. Noticing Zhang Wei's blatant gaze, Li Exion felt a flicker of disdain. Her eyes drifted to the empty seat in the room, a flicker of intrigue crossing her features. Since witnessing Yi Fan's decisive actions against Jiang Shua, she had begun to perceive a different side to him, a stark contrast to the meek individual she once knew. Moreover, she had heard about his perfect score on the college entrance exam, making him the top scorer in the nation. What's the point of a perfect score? In the end, we all have to work for a living. Money is what truly matters in this world. I would much rather be seated in a Mercedes than smiling from the back of a bicycle, she thought, her gaze shifting away from the vacant seat as she engaged in light-hearted conversation with those beside her. Meanwhile, Yifan pushed open the door and stepped inside. The lively chatter of the room barely registered his arrival. He chuckled softly, unconcerned, and was about to find a seat when he noticed Xia Wan waving him over to an empty spot beside her. Without hesitation, Yifan walked over, took a seat, and began chatting with Xia Wan and a few classmates. "Why did you arrive so late, Yifan? Were you stuck in traffic?" Xia Wan inquired. Just as Yifan was about to respond, an ill-timed voice cut in. "Yida Zhuang Yuan, you didn't take the bus, did you? It would be quite fitting, considering how famously frugal you are." Laughter erupted from Zhang Wei, who, after his mockery, continued to guffaw unabashedly. He must have taken the bus, otherwise. How could he arrive at this hour? Someone else chimed in. Indeed, only Wei Ge could afford an Audi A8 right after the exams. I'm envious. Zhang Wei's sycophants echoed his sentiment, creating a clear division in the room. One side was dominated by those with modest means, often bullied by Zhang Wei and his clique, while Yifan and his few companions, including Xiao Wan, formed the other side. Chapter 23. The irretrievable love-struck mind. In response to the sarcastic and mocking remarks from Zhang Wei and his companions, Yifan merely smiled slightly, showing no signs of taking them to heart. In his eyes, these individuals appeared as nothing more than laughable clowns, utterly unworthy of his attention or concern. Such insignificant characters he chose to disregard entirely. However, when Zhang Wei noticed Yifan's blatant dismissal, he was instantly infuriated. Rising abruptly from his seat, he was about to unleash his fury when a clear voice rang out. "Zhang Wei, today is our class reunion. What exactly do you mean by this?" Everyone turned towards the voice, and to their astonishment, it was Su Ying who had spoken. The ire that Zhang Wei had been harboring dissipated upon hearing her words. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction, he felt compelled to restrain himself. He shot Yifan a fierce glare before turning to Su Ying, softening his tone as he said, "Since the esteemed class monitor has spoken, I shall give you this face today." With that, he begrudgingly returned to his seat, his displeasure evident. Yifan, who had been an indifferent observer of the unfolding drama, felt a flicker of surprise at Su Ying's intervention. Reflecting on the past, it dawned on him that she may have altered her perception of him after witnessing his financial prowess during their visit to the Shanghai No. 1 villa. Since then, her attitude towards him had seemingly shifted, making her more cautious about provoking him, perhaps even seeking to gain his favor. As the group settled down, a voice from beside Zhang Wei rose, proclaiming, "Classmates, let us raise our glasses to thank Zhang Wei. Without his assistance, we might still be in line." The moment the words left his mouth, a chorus of admiration erupted around them. "Wei Ge is truly remarkable. Indeed, it's all thanks to Wei Ji's connections." The sycophants who usually trailed behind Zhang Wei eagerly chimed in, lavishing praise upon him and elevating him to lofty heights. Savoring the accolades, Zhang Wei feigned modesty, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, you flatter me. As a member of our class, it is only natural for me to lend a helping hand." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Li Exan, who sat a short distance away. To his surprise, he found that her attention was not on him, but rather on Yifan, who was eating and drinking alone, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. This scene stirred a sense of confusion within Zhang Wei. Historically, Li Exan's demeanor towards Yifan had been anything but friendly. Her attitude was notably cold, especially after recent events that made her disdain for him quite apparent. Yet now, in her gaze directed at Yifan, Zhang Wei detected an unusual warmth that he had not seen before. Harboring contempt for Yifan, the impoverished student, Zhang Wei thought to himself that this poor boy was unaware of his own worth. How dare he harbor feelings for Li Exan? She was a paragon of excellence, someone only he deemed worthy of pursuit. Yifan was unworthy. Glancing at Li Exan, Zhang Wei inquired, Exan, with the college entrance examinations behind us, which university have you applied to? I can speak to my father to facilitate us attending the same one for mutual support." The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement, casting knowing glances at Zhang Wei and Li Exin, their eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue. In contrast, Li Exin, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "I applied to Capital University and Magic City University." Upon hearing that Li Exin had chosen to apply to these two prestigious institutions, Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. His own dismal academic performance, barely surpassing 200 points, rendered admission to such elite schools an impossible dream. Yet, he refused to relent easily. A thought racing through his mind. "I must persuade my father to leverage our connections. It is imperative that I attend the same university as Li Exin." As Zhang Wei resolved to take action, Xiao Wan, sitting nearby, turned her attention to Yi Fan, who was engrossed in his meal. After a brief hesitation, she mustered the courage to ask, "Yi Fan, which school do you plan to apply to?" With her question, the previously boisterous atmosphere quieted, and the eyes of nearly everyone in attendance converged upon Yi Fan. After all, he was the top scorer of this year's entrance examinations, and curiosity abounded regarding his choice of university. Calmly setting down his chopsticks, Yi Fan replied without hesitation, "Oh, I chose Magic City University." His voice was soft yet clear, resonating in the ears of all present. The revelation that Yi Fan had opted for Magic City University left the crowd in stunned silence. In their minds, it was expected that he would select either Capital University or Qing University, making his choice of Magic City University a surprise. While Magic City University was indeed a prestigious institution, it paled in comparison to the other two. Yi Fan, as the top scorer, why would you not choose Qing University or Capital University? How could you possibly make such a decision? A voice from the crowd broke the silence, filled with incredulity. "The university is close to home," Yi Fan replied almost reflexively, and his words plunged the room into a profound silence, quickly followed by an uproar of laughter. "Huh, someone nearly spat out their drink at that." Others laughed uncontrollably, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke imaginable. What kind of reasoning is that? Just because it's closer to home, he would forego Qing University and Capital University for Magic City University? Is he out his mind? I wager he chose Magic City University because of Li Exin, someone exclaimed. He has hopelessly love-struck. He squandered his only chance to change his destiny. Chapter 23. Yi Fan's identity within the private room. A cacophony of discussions erupted, each voice more animated than the last. Many shook their heads, their faces betraying expressions of regret, secretly lamenting the demise of Yi Fan's prospects. Initially, a number of individuals believed that Yi Fan had a strong chance of being admitted to prestigious institutions such as Jingda or Qingda, and they had even planned to seize this rare opportunity to cultivate relationships with him, perhaps hoping to bask in his future successes. However, upon learning that he had chosen to attend Modu University, their aspirations dissipated in an instant. After all, in the eyes of most, while Modu University was respectable, it paled in comparison to the likes of Qingda and Jingda. As Yi Fan listened to the incessant chatter surrounding him, he took a tissue to dab at his lips, his gaze sweeping the room before he spoke slowly. "I believe there's been a misunderstanding. My choice of Modu University is solely based on its proximity to home. As for attending the same university as Li Exin, I have no interest in that." With that, he turned his attention to his phone, indifferent to the opinions of those around him. On the other side, Li Exin, who had been basking in her moment of pride, found her expression darken upon hearing Yi Fan's words. Who was Li Exin? Over the years, she had attracted suitors by the dozens, her desk overflowing with love letters. Yi Fan was merely an academic standout, yet he had dared to humiliate her in front of so many. Beside her, Zhang Wei was equally perplexed. What was happening? Everyone in the class knew that Yi Fan harbored a secret affection for Li Exin, and this was an opportunity he had squandered. Standing quietly in the corner, Xiaowan lowered her head slightly, her fair hands nervously clutching her clothing, betraying her unease. After a brief pause, she seemed to muster her courage and looked up at Yi Fan once more, her expression earnest as she said, I also applied to Moda University. Perhaps we can look out for one another." As she spoke, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. "Certainly, that sounds agreeable." Just then, a knock resonated through the room, and a portly middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a waiter carrying a beautifully packaged bottle of red wine. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Wei sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Uncle, what brings you here?" It was none other than Zhang Wei's uncle, Xiao Jun, the general manager of the Wine Aroma Pavilion. "Since you are hosting a reunion, I thought I would bring a bottle of wine to liven things up," Xiao Jun replied. Zhang Wei felt a surge of pride wash over him, his demeanor brightening instantly. "Is it a 2009 vintage from CH Tomargo? I recall that it cost a staggering 18,000 yuan. Someone gasped, recognizing the exquisite bottle in the waiter's hands. "Indeed, this student possesses quite a discerning palate," Xiao Jun remarked, acknowledging the recognition. "As a token of gratitude for everyone's support of Xiao Wei, this bottle is but a small gesture." The atmosphere shifted as Zhang Wei, now the center of attention, reveled in his moment of glory. He cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, a derisive smirk playing on his lips, taunting, "Yi Fan, you ought to try some. I doubt you'll ever have the opportunity to taste such fine wine again." He punctuated his mockery with a series of mocking laughs, as if to trample on Yi Fan's dignity. Xiao Jun, overhearing Zhang Wei's remarks, figured that Yi Fan must be at odds with his nephew, and as a protective uncle, he felt compelled to defend Zhang Wei's honor. However, when he heard Yi Fan's name, a frown creased his brow, as the name evoked memories of a recent encounter at the Wine Aroma Pavilion. Could it be mere coincidence? Yet soon enough, he reassured himself, there are countless individuals with the same name in the world. Surely, it was just a coincidence. With that thought, he followed Zhang Wei's gaze. However, that single glance left him as if struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless. A moment prior, he had strutted around, dismissive of the students present, but now, within the span of a heartbeat, he trembled like a frightened mouse before a fierce cat. Xiao Jun's face drained of color, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Chairman, what brings you here?" As he spoke, he hastily wiped the beads of sweat forming on his brow, internally cursing his misfortune. "How could I not come to discover the commendable deeds of Manager Xia?" Yi Fan replied, arms crossed, his gaze playful yet piercing. The onlookers, who had been anticipating entertainment, were now left in stunned silence. "Chairman? Did I just hear Zhang Wei's uncle call Yi Fan chairman?" "Indeed, I heard that too." Another chimed in. "Isn't Zhang Wei's uncle the general manager of the Wine Aroma Pavilion? Then the chairman he mentioned must be the owner of the establishment." "What? Yi Fan is the owner of the Wine Aroma Pavilion? Impossible." "Exactly. With Yi Fan's family background, how could he possibly own such a prestigious venue?" A chorus of bewildered murmurs filled the air. At that moment, Zhang Wei stepped forward, addressing Xiao Jun. "Uncle, he is just a poor student. How could he possibly be the owner of the Wine Aroma Pavilion? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding." However, before he could finish, Xiao Jun delivered a sharp slap across his face, the sound echoing through the private room. Zhang Wei clutched his cheek, disbelief etched across his features. "Chairman, Zhang Wei is simply na-ve. Please forgive his ignorance," Xiao Jun implored, his tone trembling as he glanced at Yi Fan. "I don't mind that. However, Xiao Jun should be aware that this room is not meant for public access," Yi Fan stated coldly, his eyes devoid of any warmth. "Chairman, I. Faced with the accusation, Xiao Jun opened his mouth, but no words emerged. "You needn't explain. Please collect your salary from the finance department tomorrow. You are no longer needed," Yi Fan concluded, rising from his seat and leaving the room without a backward glance. As Yi Fan departed, the remaining individuals hurriedly followed, their appetite for the gathering extinguished by the dramatic turn of events. Chapter 24. Waiting for you downstairs. Yi Fan had just stepped out of the door when he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps behind him, followed by the appearance of a graceful figure. The person slightly tilted her head, her exquisite features reflecting a hint of urgency, as her gaze locked onto Yi Fan's. She softly spoke, "Yi Fan, can we talk?" Her voice was melodious, laced with a subtle charm. Turning at the sound, Yi Fan's deep-set eyes fell upon the newcomer. Upon recognizing Li Xin, a barely perceptible furrow formed on his brow, quickly replaced by a mask of tranquility. Upon learning that Yi Fan was the owner of the renowned Jiu Xianglu, Li Xin had silently resolved to ensnare him, viewing him as a significant opportunity. Thus, the moment she spotted him turning to leave, she unhesitatingly pursued him. Jiuxianglu was one of the most bustling and popular restaurants in Jiang City, attracting a steady stream of patrons daily. With an estimated market value soaring to 4 or 500 million, faced with such immense wealth and opportunity, how could Li Xian afford to let it slip away? However, Yi Fan merely cast her a fleeting glance, his expression impassive as he replied, "Sorry, I'm not available." With that, he continued on his way, leaving Li Xian standing there, bewildered and incredulous, momentarily at a loss for words. This was a far cry from what she had anticipated. She had confidently believed that a few well-placed maneuvers would ensure that Yi Fan would willingly take the bait. Yet reality dealt her a heavy blow, as events veered drastically off her planned course. At that moment, most of the students upstairs began to descend, their collective gaze gravitating toward Yi Fan. Their expressions underwent a remarkable transformation. The previous disdain and indifference vanished, replaced by an indescribable curiosity and astonishment. Noticing Li Xian frozen in place, Suing couldn't help but shake her head with a sigh. Having anticipated her best friend's potential misstep ever since Li Xian had publicly humiliated Yi Fan, she understood that any chance of reconciliation was unlikely. Su Ying then approached Yi Fan, a gentle smile adorning her face as she softly suggested, "Yi Fan, I remember you haven't bought a car yet. Would you like me to give you a ride home?" Yet Yi Fan, without a moment's hesitation, calmly replied, "No, thank you." His tone was steady and resolute, unaffected by Su Ying's overtures. After uttering those words, he turned and walked away, leaving the onlookers exchanging glances in astonishment. He then pressed a button on his car key, and the lights of a Lamborghini Veneno flickered to life, its striking scissor doors gracefully lifting. "Wow, that car belongs to Yi Fan?" someone exclaimed. "I thought it belonged to someone else when I saw it earlier. Isn't this the Lamborghini Veneno that appeared downtown a few days ago? I heard it's valued at 4 to 5 million. Unbelievable. I never imagined Yi Fan was such a top-tier rich heir. It seems he was deliberately concealing his identity to experience life incognito." Li Xian must be regretting her actions now. Ignoring the crowd, Yi Fan slid into the car. As the driver's window slowly descended, he leaned out and called to the gathering, "Xiao Wan, I believe your home is near Yihe City. Let me give you a ride since it's on my way." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan, who had initially felt a tinge of disappointment, beamed with joy and hurriedly entered the passenger seat. The other girls present gazed at her with envy, especially Li Xian and Su Ying, whose expressions brimmed with jealousy. Once Xiao Wan settled in, Yi Fan pressed the accelerator, swiftly vanishing from view. Li Xian stood there, momentarily stunned, her foot tapping in frustration as she glared at the speeding car. "Oof. Yi Fan, you can't escape." A few minutes later, after dropping Xiao Wan off, Yi Fan returned to his villa. He lounged on the sofa, engrossed in video games until dawn, when fatigue finally overwhelmed him, leading him into a deep slumber. He slept soundly until midday when a sharp ringtone jolted him awake from his dreams. Groggily, he rubbed his bleary eyes and fumbled for his phone. "Hello," he mumbled. "Hello, is this Yi Fan?" came a bright and melodious voice from the other end. "Yes, this is he. I am a representative from the admissions office of Moda University, and I would like to know if you have any interest in our school." The caller was straightforward. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled inwardly, as this was the very call he had been awaiting. "I am indeed somewhat interested in Moda University, but I tend to be a bit laid back and dislike too many constraints." The representative perked up at his response. Given that Yi Fan was a national top scorer, the school's administration had mandated that she do everything possible to recruit him. Initially, she had not anticipated Yi Fan would express interest, considering Moda University's profile paled in comparison to that of Jingda and Qingshu. Thus, she had only made the call out of formality. Yet, no one expected Yi Fan to show genuine interest. As for his subsequent remarks, she dismissed them entirely. After all, he was a perfect scorer. It was only natural for him to have certain demands. "Rest assured, Yi Fan, we are thrilled to learn of your interest in our school. You can choose any major you wish, attend as many classes as you like per week, and the school will impose no restrictions," she assured him eagerly. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded. It made things much easier. Since he possessed a system, he wouldn't be spending all his time at the university anyway. Great. Please extend my gratitude to the school administration. Rest assured, I will be there to register on time. The representative sighed with relief upon hearing this. She couldn't help but reflect on the irony of the situation. Previously, she had fielded calls from others trying to secure a place at Modi University. But now she found herself actively seeking out a student. However, who could blame her? After all, he was the only perfect scorer in the nation. Chapter 25. The day of enrollment at the end of August in the sweltering metropolis of Magic City. The day of enrollment at Magic City University has arrived. As one of the nation's premier institutions, the university's entrance is transformed into a vibrant scene bustling with energy. A multitude of exceptional individuals from all corners of the country gather here, each carrying their dreams and aspirations, ready to embark on a new chapter of their lives. Among the crowd, some young women are exquisitely dressed in fashionable attire, donning cool skirts or shorts that reveal their long, fair legs, their makeup meticulously applied, exuding an alluring charm. Meanwhile, several young men arrive in luxury vehicles, their proud gazes and confident demeanor unmistakably reflecting their affluent backgrounds. Of course, there are also those modestly dressed individuals, standing alone with heavy luggage, appearing somewhat reserved, yet their eyes sparkle with anticipation for the university life ahead. Suddenly, a deafening roar of engines pierces the air, rapidly approaching from afar. The crowd turns in unison towards the sound, and soon, a brand-new, gleaming Audi RS7 speeds into view, coming to a smooth halt at the university's entrance. Zhou Yi, clad in trendy attire, steps out of the car with an air of confidence and strides towards the enrollment booth not far away. Along the way, he attracts the attention of his peers, eliciting envy, jealousy, and curiosity. However, such reactions are commonplace for Zhou Yi, who wears a slight smile, radiating an undeniable sense of superiority. Arriving in a luxury car to register? Truly a figure of prominence. This vehicle alone must be worth $2 million. It appears yet another wealthy heir has graced our university. As whispers swirl around him, Zhou Yi's demeanor grows even more self-satisfied. Yao Yao, look, that person is walking toward us, exclaims Qiao Sisi, a sophomore responsible for welcoming new students, while her companion, Su Yao, stands beside her, having risen early to prepare for the day's events. Su Yao enhances her already striking features with elegant makeup, clad in a fitted blouse that accentuates her graceful curves and black stockings that hug her long legs. She radiates an irresistible allure, capturing the attention of those nearby. In this moment, Su Yao keenly senses the heated gazes directed her way, filling her with joy and satisfaction. After all, who does not relish being the center of attention? She revels in this moment of admiration. Yao Yao, I just looked it up. That car is worth over $2 million, and judging by the license plate, yes, probably a local. Qiao Sisi remarks, glancing at Su Yao. Upon hearing this, Su Yao turns her attention to Zhou Yi, intrigued by his appearance. After all, anyone capable of driving a $2 million sports car on the first day of school must come from a well-off family. If he happens to be somewhat handsome, it might be worth getting to know him. Not only Su Yao, but several other young women nearby also find their thoughts wandering, with even Qiao Sisi feeling a flicker of interest. Although he has money, if he's unattractive and pretentious, I'm not interested. Su Yao estatis. Losing interest as she glances away upon seeing Zhou Yi's overly smug expression. Yao Yao, if you're not interested, I might just take my chance. Qiao Sisi responds with a hint of excitement. After all, if Su Yao were to make a move, Qiao would have no opportunity, though she is also attractive. She cannot compete with Su Yao's allure. Senior Su Yao, could you please assist me with the enrollment process? Zhou Yi approaches Su Yao, displaying a smile he believes to be charming. Are you from the Chinese department? Su Yao, though not particularly fond of Zhou Yi, maintains a polite facade. No, I'm from the physical education department. Zhou Yi replies, momentarily taken aback, but not dwelling on it. I'm sorry, Junior, but the physical education department's registration is not here. This is the Chinese department. Su Yao responds directly. Senior Su Yao, I specifically came to this university for you. Zhou Yi insists, refusing to back down. Wow, he actually enrolled here for Su Yao. Not surprising, considering she's the belle of the Chinese department, someone murmurs. Indeed, this marks the fourth student to do so. Such is the power of wealth. Junior, Yao Yao is busy. I'll take you, Qiao Cici interjects, casting Zhou a slightly flirtatious glance. Thank you for your kind offer, Senior, but I would prefer to be guided by Senior Su Yao. I don't believe anyone here is more suited for you than I am, Zhou declares, his gaze fixated on Su Yao, exuding an almost predatory intensity. Apologies, Junior, but I have no intention of dating during my 4 years of university, Su Yao replies, a flicker of distaste crossing her expression as she senses Zhou Yi's unabashed stare. At this moment, a few onlookers, eager for drama, shout, "Hey, there is someone with a Porsche 911 before you," and he was rejected. What makes you think an Audi RS7 is any different? Exactly. Senior Su Yao has already turned you down. How oblivious can you be? Others chime in, determined to defend their idealized figure. As Zhou Yi's expression darkens, ready to retaliate, the ground shakes with a roar of engines approaching. A striking Lamborghini bursts onto the scene, executing a perfect drift before halting at the entrance of the university. At the wheel is Yi Fan, confidently maneuvering the Lamborghini Veneno as a notification echoes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully enrolling. System reward. Ownership of Taiku Commercial Street. Surprised by the unexpected reward, Yi Fan's face lights up with a smile. He has heard of Taiku Commercial Street, renowned as one of the most prosperous areas in Magic City, where even a single storefront commands an annual rent in the millions. Now, the entire street, valued in the billions, is his. Wow, Veneno, who brings a multi-million-dollar sports car to school. Talk about a game changer. Did you see the license plate? Who a 88888. He's definitely a top-tier local. As the stunning vehicle captures the crowd's attention, admiration fills the air. If Zhou Yi's RS7 was impressive, it pales in comparison to Yi Fan's Lamborghini, rendering it insignificant in the eyes of the onlookers, who gaze in awe at the magnificent sports car. Chapter 26. A sensation, a sleek, black Lamborghini came to a halt at the entrance of the bustling metropolis. Its already striking appearance further enhanced under the sun's radiant glow. All eyes were drawn to the Lamborghini, and several attractive young women, their eyes shimmering with excitement, pondered whether to approach the owner of the supercar for his contact information. As the scissor doors of the sports car gracefully opened, Yi Fan emerged, glancing up at the robust inscription of Shanghai University above him, taking a deep breath. What a delightful sensation this was. Over a month had passed since the conclusion of the college entrance examination. During this time, apart from occasional outings, Yi Fan had largely remained within the confines of his villa. What kind of car is this? It appears far superior to the previous one, CC remarked. Her curiosity piqued. Nearby, Zhou nearly choked on his breath at her words. When did even the RS7 need to feel inferior? Yet, the thought of it being compared to the Lamborghini Poison somewhat eased his discomfort. After all, the Lamborghini Poison was one of the top 10 luxury cars. Valued at an astonishing 40 to 50 million, it was undoubtedly a cut above his second-hand RS7. Furthermore, the significance of that license plate, who a 88888, hinted at deeper connections that mere wealth could not procure. It seemed likely that the owner belonged to a prominent family, not someone to be trifled with. Zhou muttered under his breath. I have no idea, but I heard them say it's a Lamborghini of some sort, valued at around 40 to 50 million. It's definitely very expensive, CC added, her gaze fixated on the supercar, having completely forgotten about Zhou Yi. As they beheld Yi Fan stepping out of the car, the young women's expressions transformed into fervent admiration. They struggled to contain their excitement, fearful of succumbing to the urge to rush over. They had encountered wealthy individuals before, but a young man who was not only affluent but also handsome was a rare sight for them. How handsome? Is this the legendary tall, rich, and handsome type? Oh my, I think I'm in love. One exclaimed. Is he a celebrity? He seems so familiar. Another chimed in, her words trailing off as she suddenly recalled something, hastily retrieving her phone from her bag and scrolling through the screen. Within seconds, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Oh my goodness. He is the National College Entrance Examination top scorer this year. Yi Fan. No wonder he looks so familiar. This revelation hit the crowd like a bombshell. igniting a flurry of astonished whispers. Wow, not only is he incredibly handsome, but his family is also immensely wealthy, and his academic achievements are outstanding. This truly leaves no room for others. The surrounding girls exchanged excited murmurs, their eyes fixed on Yi Fan, admiration radiating from their gazes, their fondness for him soaring to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Su Yao, standing nearby, discreetly assessed Yi Fan, clad in a white shirt paired with simple black casual pants. The specific brand of his attire was difficult to discern, but Su Yao's discerning eye recognized the high-quality fabric, undoubtedly from a luxury bespoke brand. This ensemble perfectly accentuated Yi Fan's tall and slender physique, exuding elegance and vitality. Coupled with his handsome features, he radiated an irresistible charm. Such youthful exuberance. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "What a pity if he doesn't become the campus heartthrob." Another girl echoed, just as the young women were lost in admiration. Several well-dressed upperclassmen approached him confidently. "Freshman, which major are you in? Let me assist you with your enrollment." One said, "Are you feeling warm? I brought you some milk tea," another added. "Where's your dorm? I can help carry your luggage." At this scene, even Yi Fan felt a bit flustered, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke through the commotion. Approaching was Su Yao, her presence immediately recognizable by the delightful fragrance of her perfume. "Freshman, which major are you starting in? Would you like me to guide you? The campus is quite expansive, and it's easy to get lost." Zhou Yi, witnessing Su Yao's dramatic transformation, felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Yet, the thought of the Lamborghini and its impressive license plate made him feel deflated. As if all his ambitions had been punctured, Yi Fan glanced at the striking young woman before him. Although she wore makeup, her natural beauty was evident, surpassing the superficiality of those around her. A slight smile played on Yi Fan's lips as he allowed his gaze to linger on her leg for a moment before responding, "I'm majoring in economics." "I'm actually heading that way too. Let me accompany you." Without hesitation, Su Yao eagerly replied, promptly taking the suitcase from Yi Fan's hand. As Yi Fan enjoyed the attention from the beautiful upperclassman, who not only helped carry his luggage, but had also brought him a cup of milk tea, all the male onlookers at the enrollment office were filled with envy. The disparity was astonishing. They observed Yi Fan's university life, surrounded by beautiful women and luxury cars, while reflecting on their own mundane experiences as 18-year-olds. Those with slightly better family conditions might have had a family car to drive them to school, while others faced the grim reality of crowded public transportation. And this was merely the beginning of the school year. The glaring divide between wealth and poverty was already evident. As the crowd watched Yi Fan and Su Yao walk away, their astonishment gave way to a torrent of comments. "This is outrageous. Such wealth is devoid of humanity," one exclaimed. Another sighed enviously, "Being rich is simply marvelous. One can indulge in life without restraint." A third lamented dramatically, "My dream girl has been whisked away. I am utterly heartbroken. Ah, if only I could be like him, handsome and wealthy." Finally, someone resignedly muttered, "Let us stop daydreaming and figure out where to grab dinner tonight." Meanwhile, Su Yao expertly guided Yi Fan, swiftly completing all his enrollment procedures before leading him to the freshman dormitory. Upon arriving, they discovered that his 3 roommates had already settled in and were busily organizing their respective spaces. Chapter 27. A meal on another day. At this moment, the other 3 individuals stood in the dormitory, utterly astonished, their eyes fixed on the senior sister who was diligently arranging the bed for Yi Fan, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Su Yao, with remarkable skill, methodically unfolded the bedding, ensuring every corner was meticulously smoothed out. Upon completing the bedding task, she did not pause. Instead, she skillfully began organizing Yi Fan's clothes. Yi Fan, on the other hand, stood quietly nearby, attentively observing every movement of Su Yao. To be precise, his gaze lingered more on Su Yao's graceful figure. Her long, straight legs were enveloped in black lettered stockings, complemented by a pair of trendy white shoes, exuding both style and allure. Coupled with her vibrant and youthful attire, she radiated a fiery and passionate aura. The senior sister's skin, as fair as snow and as smooth as mutton fat jade, coupled with her delicate features, formed an astonishingly beautiful visage. Such remarkable physical attributes rightfully earned her the title of the Belle of the Chinese department. Yet this esteemed senior sister, usually aloof and unattainable for countless boys, was willingly here, preparing a bed and tidying up for someone else. The other three occupants of the dormitory gazed at this scene in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the typically indifferent Su Yao would engage in such an act. If the other boys at the school were to learn of this, Yi Fan would likely become the target of envy and scorn. After all, receiving such special treatment from the Belle was enough to incite jealousy. Bro, you're incredible. You've managed to win over the senior sister on the very first day of school. A true role model. The three of them gave Yi Fan a thumbs up, their envy palpable in their voices. Hearing their remarks, Su Yao felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks, a touch of embarrassment washing over her. Yet she refrained from offering an explanation. Yi Fan heard them too, but since Su Yao chose not to clarify, he saw no need to engage in further discussion, merely smiling at the trio. Before long, Su Yao had everything neatly organized. She gently wiped the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead. After a brief moment of rest, her mind began to whirl with thoughts. She believed that her diligent efforts would surely earn her the handsome junior's praise, perhaps even prompting him to request her contact information. As these thoughts swirled, Su Yao felt her heart race, a soft flush gracing her cheeks. In that moment, she slightly tilted her head, casting her hopeful gaze toward Yi Fan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Fan, perceptive as he was, instantly understood the unspoken message conveyed through her eyes. A charming smile crept onto his lips as he spoke in a voice rich with magnetism. "Thank you, senior sister. I'll definitely treat you to a meal another day." However, this statement rendered Su Yao momentarily speechless. This is not at all what I imagined. After putting in so much effort, feeling breathless from her exertion, all she received was a casual promise of a future meal. How insincere. Moreover, he didn't even ask for her contact information before suggesting to treat her. Was he planning to treat the heir? Anger bubbled within her as she thought. This insufferable fellow is nothing but a big fraud. Unable to contain her frustration, she playfully reproached, "Junior, let us add each other on WeChat. This way, if you ever encounter any questions, you can always ask me." With that, she blinked her large, sparkling eyes, staring intently at Yi Fan, her heart filled with hope that he would immediately acquiesce to her request. Hearing Su Yao's words, Yi Fan's lips curled into a knowing smile, a hint of mischief dancing in his expression. "Oh, so you wish to play games with me?" Simplicity is key. Directness is far more appealing. In the past, when Yi Fan had been financially strained, he had harbored a deep disdain for materialistic women. Yet he now perceived things differently. After all, she merely sought to improve her circumstances. What fault was that? Furthermore, with his wealth and her beauty, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, a delightful exchange. Thus, after they exchanged contact information, Su Yao left the boys' dormitory, her spirits lifted. At that moment, only Yi Fan and his three roommates remained in the dormitory. The trio, having concurrently paused their activities, stared intently at Yi Fan. Understanding their intent, Yi Fan realized they were eager to seek his advice on how to win over his senior sister. Yi Fan began to scrutinize the three individuals before him. The closest boy to Yi Fan had skin as dark as if he had smeared himself with soot, tall yet as thin as a stick. Another was fashionably attired, with strikingly dyed hair and clad in all branded clothing. The last one was a chubby boy sporting thick glasses, his bed adorned with posters of cute anime girls, indicating he was a devoted fan of the subculture. "Bro, you're incredible. You've managed to win over a senior sister right upon arriving at school. Please, share your wisdom with us," exclaimed the dark-skinned, slender boy, his heavy Shaanxi accent adding a humorous touch to his words. Yi Fan chuckled softly. Such matters are best understood rather than spoken. In truth, he felt somewhat helpless. He had no special techniques to impart. Surely, he couldn't suggest that his friends arrive at school in a luxury sports car as he had. "Awesome. I have a feeling you might succeed soon too," chimed in the chubby boy, joining the banter. "Indeed, it's infuriating how much disparity exists among us new students," remarked the other stylishly dressed boy. joining in the playful teasing. At this moment, the dark-skinned boy introduced himself with a grin. I'm Zhao Hidasa, hailing from a rural area in Shaanxi. I look forward to your guidance. His regional accent elicited laughter, and soon after, the boy with golden hair spoke up. I'm Li Junjie, a native of the magical city. Heh, my family is reasonably well off. His attire clearly indicated his affluent background. Lastly, the chubby boy chuckled, patting his round belly. You can all call me Shoppy, no need for formalities. After the introductions, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and the group began to engage in lively conversation, their camaraderie blossoming effortlessly. Chapter 28. Acquisition of the commercial street. Once the dormitory matters were settled, Yi Fan descended the stairs. After successfully handling his parking within the campus, he promptly took his place behind the wheel of his Lamborghini Veneno, pressing the accelerator and steering in a different direction. Yi Fan was on his way to the Taikou commercial street to initiate the acquisition procedures. Having exited the campus, he adeptly maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand, the Lamborghini roaring like a fierce beast as it surged through the expansive streets. This spectacle naturally captured the attention of numerous passersby, eliciting gasps of astonishment and excitement wherever he went. Despite the bustling nature of Modu, where luxury vehicles are commonplace, a top-tier supercar valued at 40 to 50 million remain a rarity. As Yi Fan awaited a traffic signal, a crisp WeChat notification chimed unexpectedly. He casually picked up his phone to check and found a message from Su Yao. Junior, would you like to have dinner together tonight? Accompanying the message was a picture revealing her long, slender legs. A faint smile crept onto Yi Fan's lips at the sight of this alluring invitation. How could he possibly refuse such a tempting offer? Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly replied, sure. Following that, he tapped the screen to open the location Su Yao had sent, and to his surprise, it was situated right on Taikou Commercial Street. In an office within Taikou Commercial Street, the atmosphere was unusually tense. General Manager Wang Daqiang felt a surge of anxiety upon learning that the new owner was about to arrive for an inspection. He understood the significance of this visit and had gathered his staff early in the morning in the parking lot. They stood erect, their eyes fixed on the entrance, each face radiating anticipation. Wang Daqiang frequently glanced at his watch and then back towards the distance, murmuring to himself, why hasn't the new owner arrived yet? Though the wait was not long, it felt interminable to him. Everyone, let us be on high alert. When the boss arrives, we must present our finest selves. Wang Daqiang declared sternly to his team, his voice echoing in the spacious parking lot. He added, if anyone falters at this critical moment, don't expect to continue working here. Do you all hear me? The employees nodded in unison. Wang Daqiang had held the position of general manager at Taikou Commercial Street for over a decade, boasting extensive experience and expertise. However, just yesterday, an enigmatic tycoon had appeared out of the blue and acquired the entire commercial street outright. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this tycoon was a young man, not yet 20 years of age. Such wealth at such a young age suggested formidable family backing. At that moment, a sweet and charming young woman, unable to contain her curiosity, quietly asked Wang Daqiang, Manager, what do you think this new owner will be like? Wang Daqiang shook his head slightly, offering a wry smile as he replied, to be honest, I've never met him. This situation unfolded so suddenly. I only received a call from him yesterday, informing me that he would be here for an inspection today. With that, he turned his gaze towards the distance, silently praying for everything to unfold smoothly. Thus, Wang Daqiang and his team stood patiently, waiting for a few more minutes. Time trickled by, and everyone held their breath, their eyes locked on the parking lot entrance. Finally, a deep and resonant roar of an engine grew closer, shattering the momentary stillness. As the sound intensified, a sleek and stunning Lamborghini Veneno zipped in like a bolt of lightning, coming to a steady stop at the center of the parking lot. Everyone pay attention. The person in that car is likely our new boss. The sight of such a distinctive and expensive luxury vehicle stirred a wave of excitement within Wang Daqiang. Drawing from his years of experience and keen intuition, he was almost certain that the individual stepping out of this top-tier automobile was indeed the mysterious owner. With this thought, he straightened his slightly hunched back and smoothed his somewhat disheveled collar. As the Lamborghini Veneno gradually slowed and finally came to a halt, Wang Daqiang hurried forward, leading the eager staff behind him, all wearing smiles as they approached the vehicle. At that moment, a soft mechanical sound was heard, and the striking scissor doors opened gracefully like butterfly wings. A tall and remarkably poised young figure emerged before the crowd. Wang Daqiang noted that the young man was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an innate confidence and authority in every gesture. "Hello." Wang Daqiang quickly approached, his face beaming with a sycophantic smile. "May I ask if you're Mr. Yi?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan slightly turned his head, casually glancing at the seemingly honest middle-aged man before him, and nodded in acknowledgement. "Chairman, hello," Wang Daqiang exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement upon receiving confirmation. "I am Wang Daqiang, the general manager of Taikoo Commercial Street. It is a great honor to welcome you here." He then swiftly turned to the employees following him, gesturing for them to bow in respect to Yi Fan. In unison, the gathered staff band at the waist, calling out, "Welcome, Chairman, to guide our work." Many female employees gazed at Yi Fan with wide eyes, unable to tear their attention away, their expressions filled with fervor. It was no surprise, as a man as handsome and affluent as Yi Fan was bound to quicken anyone's heartbeat. Some female employees had already begun to indulge in fantasies of romantic scenarios, envisioning dramatic and sweet love stories akin to those between a domineering CEO and a Cinderella. At that moment, Yi Fan smiled and greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone. Please return to your duties." He turned to Wang Daqiang. "Lead me to the commercial street. I would like to take a look." Having acquired the bustling and vibrant Taikoo Commercial Street entirely, he felt compelled to explore it. Upon hearing Yi Fan's request, Wang Daqiang eagerly nodded. "Certainly, boss. Please follow me." He then guided Yi Fan towards the elevator. As they entered the elevator and the doors began to close, the two ascended to the level where the commercial street was located. However, upon arriving at Taikoo Commercial Street, Yi Fan was struck by its sheer vastness and grandeur. After a brief survey of the area, he made his way to the office located at the heart of the commercial hub. Chapter 29. So it turns out she is my sister-in-law, Mr. Yi. Please indulge in this freshly brewed premium tea. A tall, elegantly poised female employee smiled as she gently placed a fragrant cup of tea before Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Wang Daqiang stood respectfully beside him, reporting on recent work developments. "Mr. Yi, the rental payments for this month from the Taikoo Commercial Street have all been successfully collected." He swiftly extracted a detailed financial report from his folder and carefully handed it to Yi Fan, adding, "The total amounts to a staggering 600 million. Kindly review it personally." Despite Yi Fan's continuous attention to the Taikoo Commercial Street, witnessing the impressive figures on the report evoked an undeniable surge of excitement within him. To garner such an enormous rental income in a mere month, 600 million. If this momentum were to persist, would he not effortlessly accrue over 7 billion in a year? Contemplating this, Yi Fan was enveloped by a profound sense of satisfaction. The exhilarating sensation of wealth flowing and could only be encapsulated in a simple yet poignant word: exhilarating. "Mr. Yi, shortly, I will arrange for the finance department to directly transfer this month's earnings to your designated bank account." Hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Yi Fan's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. Although he had previously received generous rewards from the system, including a luxurious villa and a flashy sports car, his personal bank balance at that moment was a modest sum of just over 1 million. Therefore, with the imminent arrival of the 600 million, he felt liberated from financial worries. "Mr. Yi, do you have any further instructions?" "None. You may carry on. The management of the commercial street remains your responsibility, unchanged as before." Wang Daqiang exhaled in relief upon hearing this, his excitement palpable. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Your words assure my position as general manager." "Mr. Yi, if you have time later, I would like to treat you to a meal." Yi Fan chuckled, shaking his head gently. "I have an engagement, perhaps another time." After exiting the office, Yi Fan proceeded directly to the underground parking lot via the elevator. As he entered his car, a bank transfer notification pinged on his phone. The 600 million had indeed arrived. Observing the impressive balance, a smile spread across Yi Fan's face. He deftly opened the car door and settled into his astonishing Lamborghini Veneno. With a swift press of the accelerator, the engine roared deeply, propelling the sports car forward like an arrow, racing towards Modi University. Before long, Yifan had returned to the university's entrance in his Lamborghini. From a distance, he spotted Su Yao standing by the roadside. Today, she had clearly put great effort into her appearance. A beige dress perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, enhancing the radiance of her fair skin. Her long, slender legs were striking, resembling a work of art, complemented by studded high-heeled shoes that added a touch of fashion and allure, making her radiate charm and innocence. At that moment, the university gate bustled with activity. Many passers-by were captivated by Su Yao's beauty, pausing to admire the enchanting figure that seemed to have descended from the heavens. However, they merely observed from a distance, lacking the courage to approach her, for such a stunning beauty could easily make one feel inadequate. Just as Yifan prepared to drive up to Su Yao, a silver Mercedes-AMG pulled up in front of her. As the window slid down, a youthful face emerged, Xie Jinwei. He beamed at Su Yao, his gaze fixated on her, revealing a hint of greed. "Senior Su Yao, where are you headed? Let me give you a ride." "No need. My boyfriend is on his way to pick me up," Su Yao replied, glancing at him before turning her gaze elsewhere. Unfazed by her rejection, Xie Jinwei pressed on. "Come on, don't tease me. I checked before coming. You have no boyfriend. I promise I'm not a bad person. It's hot out. The air conditioning in my car is very comfortable. Just hop in." With that, he exited his vehicle and walked around to open the passenger door for her, seemingly intent on lingering until she agreed to get in. Su Yao frowned at his persistence and took a few steps forward, but to her astonishment, Xie Jinwei positioned his car right in front of her again. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, an earth-shattering roar approached from behind. The sound was akin to a beast's growl, reverberating through the street. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Yao's tense expression blossomed into a smile, her lips curling upward in unmistakable delight. "My junior is finally here." Inside the car, Xie Jinwei was perplexed, instinctively leaning out to glance back. Suddenly, a striking Lamborghini Veneno sped towards them, coming to a halt behind his vehicle. The sleek lines of this supercar shone dazzlingly, particularly the eye-catching license plate, 88888. As he gazed at the luxurious vehicle and its prominent plate, Xie Jinwei recalled Su Yao's previous mentions of her boyfriend. Could it be that the owner of this extravagant car was the very boyfriend she spoke of? A chill ran down his spine, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. While his family was relatively well off, having purchased him a Mercedes-AMG upon entering university, it paled in comparison to the opulence before him. This man could easily put him in a perilous position with just a flick of his fingers. Seeing Su Yao stride toward the Lamborghini and climb inside only solidified Xie Jinwei's suspicions. Panic set in, and he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Without hesitation, he flung his car door open and hurriedly approached Yifan's vehicle. As he breathlessly reached Yifan's side, Yifan lowered his window slowly, his cold gaze piercing through Xie Jinwei, as if it could penetrate his very soul. Feeling the weight of Yifan's imposing presence, Xie Jinwei struggled to compose himself, stammering, "Brother, I had no idea Su Yao was your girlfriend. I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. Please don't take it to heart." As he spoke, his body trembled involuntarily, his face a portrait of fear and anxiety. Yifan gazed quietly at Xie Jinwei, his face as chiseled as if carved from stone, revealing not a flicker of emotion, save for a slight raise of one eyebrow. After a moment of silence, Yifan finally uttered a few cold words. "Let it go this time, but next time, keep your eyes wide open." As soon as the words left his lips, he slammed down on the accelerator, and the Lamborghini Veneno erupted with a deep roar, speeding away in an instant. Watching Yifan's car recede until it vanished from sight, Xie Jinwei remained rooted to the spot, dazed. After a considerable pause, he finally exhaled a long, heavy breath, as if awakening from a dream, and leaned weakly against a nearby lamppost. Through today's encounter, Xie Jinwei gained a profound understanding of the immense power and numerous formidable figures concealed behind the glamour of this bustling metropolis. He silently resolved to tread carefully henceforth, to maintain a low profile, and to avoid provoking individuals like Yifan, who were beyond his reckoning. Chapter 30. Here we are on the other side. Su Yao gracefully entered the car, fastening her seatbelt before sitting quietly, her demeanor resembling that of an adorable kitten. Yi Fan instinctively turned his head slightly, his gaze instantly captured by the elegant, slender lines of Su Yao's beautiful legs. A subtle smile crept onto his lips, barely noticeable, as he skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel of the Lamborghini Veneno with one hand, while the other hand naturally rested upon Su Yao's leg. The moment his hand made contact with her skin, her delicate form involuntarily quivered slightly. Yet surprisingly, she offered no resistance. Noticing this, Yi Fan's smile became more pronounced. Thus, his hand began to explore with increasing audacity, relishing the exquisite softness that brought him delight. As time passed, after approximately half an hour, Yi Fan finally parked the Lamborghini Veneno steadily in the underground parking lot of the Taikoo Commercial Street. At this moment, Su Yao's cheeks were flushed a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple, undeniably enticing. After adjusting herself and hastily tidying her slightly disheveled clothes and hair, she cautiously exited the vehicle. Subsequently, the two walked side by side, taking the elevator to the ground floor. The restaurant Su Yao had reserved was situated in the bustling heart of Taikoo Commercial Street. As they approached the entrance, both were taken aback by the sight before them. A long queue had already formed outside, teeming with eager patrons. Exhilarating stood like a majestic palace, its three-story structure exuding grandeur. The total area of the establishment exceeded 1,000 square meters, spacious enough to accommodate numerous diners indulging in delectable cuisine simultaneously. Undoubtedly, it was one of the most vibrant restaurants within this thriving commercial district, with its impressive faade signaling a high level of expenditure. Gazing at the line, Su Yao turned to Yi Fan with a troubled expression and, feeling a tinge of guilt, softly said, "Junior, I'm truly sorry. I thought we'd arrive before the dinner rush, and there wouldn't be so many people waiting. Should we perhaps find another restaurant?" In truth, Su Yao had chosen to bring Yi Fan to Exhilarating solely because she had heard of its uniquely exquisite dishes. However, she had not anticipated that even at this hour, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a queue would already be forming. Yet, Yi Fan remained calm, dismissing her concern with a nonchalant reply. "It's all right. Since we're here, let us just wait." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Su Yao felt a bit of her guilt dissipate, seeing that he was not overly concerned. She hurriedly made her way to the front of the line to collect a number. Shortly thereafter, she returned, her lovely face beaming with joy as she exclaimed, "Great news. There are only 2 tables ahead of us. It shouldn't be long before it's our turn." Yi Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thus, they began their wait. Just as the two stood patiently in silence, 2 figures gradually approached them. As they drew nearer, one of them spoke first, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Isn't this our department S flower, Su Yao? What a surprise to see you waiting in line for a meal." Su Yao recognized the speaker as Kai Ying, a fellow student from her department. There were no insurmountable conflicts between them. Yet their relationship had grown somewhat complicated since Kai Ying lost to Su Yao in a beauty contest for the department's flower. Since then, Kai Ying had often compared herself to Su Yao. Coincidentally, Kai Ying had come to Exhilarating with her boyfriend, Zhang Qi, and upon spotting Su Yao, she seized the opportunity to diminish her rival's stature. Zhang Qi, noticing Su Yao, was captivated by her delicate features and alluring figure. "Ying, who is this?" he inquired, his gaze fixated hungrily on Su Yao. Kai Ying, witnessing Zhang Qi's greedy stare, felt her expression darken. She was well aware of his nature. He was a notorious flirt, constantly chasing after other girls. If it weren't for his relatively affluent background and his promise to gift her a coveted Porsche Macan next month, she would never have entertained a relationship with someone like him. With irritation, Kai Ying snapped at Zhang Qi, "This is Su Yao. Don't even think about it. She already has a boyfriend." However, Zhang Qi appeared unconcerned by Kai Ying's warning. Approaching Su Yao with a self-satisfied smile, he introduced himself. "Oh, so you're Su Yao. Ying often speaks of you. Today, seeing you in person, you are indeed stunning." "Illo, me jang kiminoid, chai Ying fumed silently. her frustration growing as she watched Zhang Qi's blatant interest in Su Yao. Chapter 31. Yi Fan's tactics at this moment. Zhang Qi had completely fixated his attention on Su Yao, paying little heed to Kai Ying's feelings. He continued to boastfully declare, "Since we are all classmates, it is only natural that we look out for one another. Coincidentally, the manager of this establishment is a good friend of mine. I'll go greet him, and we can all enter together." As he spoke, Zhang Qi wore a confident expression, as though he had everything under control. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who stood beside Su Yao, was utterly disregarded. A mere boyfriend? Huh, what a laugh. He was just an ordinary college student, unworthy of any regard from someone like Zhang Qi, who deemed himself far superior. Zhang Qi believed that once he showcased his substantial wealth before Su Yao, she would undoubtedly be captivated. As for Su Yao's so-called boyfriend, he would likely face a heart-wrenching abandonment in the end. With this thought, a smirk crept onto Zhang Qi's lips as he quietly calculated his strategy. The moment he first laid eyes on Su Yao, her pure and charming visage, alongside her graceful figure, had ensnared his gaze. He resolved to possess this beautiful woman for himself. However, Su Yao responded to Zhang Qi's advances with remarkable indifference, stating flatly, "No, thank you. I would prefer to wait here." It was evident that she had no interest in Zhang Qi's propositions. What a joke. This man was neither more handsome than her junior nor wealthier. How could he possibly compare? A typical arrogant male, putting on airs. Despite Su Yao's unequivocal rejection, Zhang Qi remained undeterred. Just as he prepared to speak again, Kai Ying, standing nearby, interjected hastily, "Oh, Zhang Qi, since Su Yao is so unappreciative, let's not bother with her. I'm starving. Shall we hurry inside for a meal?" As she spoke, Kai Ying clung to Zhang Qi's arm, adopting a coy tone. At that moment, Kai Ying felt a surge of regret. She had never imagined that Zhang Qi would develop feelings for Su Yao. Had she known, she would have refrained from approaching them. She certainly did not wish to jeopardize her long-term connection with Zhang Qi due to Su Yao. Feeling the softness of her arm, Zhang Qi's spirits lifted. After casting one last glance at Su Yao's alluring figure, he turned his attention back to Kai Ying. After a brief contemplation, he decided to pursue Kai Ying tonight and would not rush his plans for Su Yao. With a resolute determination, Zhang Qi's hand swiftly ventured to grasp Kai Ying's curvaceous form, akin to a ripe peach. He squeezed without restraint, relishing the delightful sensation. Subsequently, under the respectful guidance of the waiter, Zhang Qi strode into the upscale restaurant, Exhilarating, wearing a self-satisfied smile. "Su Yao, you two can wait here slowly. We shall indulge ourselves first." Before departing, Kai Ying audaciously turned her head, directing a sharp, mocking laugh at Su Yao. At that moment, Kai Ying felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. She had always felt overshadowed by Su Yao, whether in appearance or demeanor, but today she had finally gained the upper hand. How could she not revel in her triumph? Indeed, possessing privileges anywhere is crucial. With that thought, Kai Ying instinctively tightened her embrace around Zhang Qi's arm, causing her ample bosom to slightly compress. Observing Zhang Qi and Kai Ying vanish at the restaurant entrance, Yi Fan remained silent. He stood quietly, watching the unfolding drama. Rather than waste words, he preferred to let his actions speak for themselves. As time passed, approximately 20 minutes later, Yi Fan and his companion finally entered the restaurant. They found an empty table and quickly ordered their meals. At that moment, Yi Fan retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a message to Wang Daqiang. Just as he placed his phone down, Zhang Qi and Kai Ying reappeared, uninvited. Zhang Qi approached Su Yao with an arrogant grin and said, "Take your time eating. After all, you worked hard to queue for so long to get in. Su Yao, next time you come to Exhilarating, just mention my name. You won't need to wait in the scorching sun like today." As he spoke, his disdainful gaze swept over Yi Fan, his lips curling into a sneer as he taunted, "Humph, some inept individuals allow their women to endure the sun for them. If it were me, I wouldn't even have the audacity to step outside." After this remark, he wrapped his arm around Kai Ying and prepared to leave. However, just as they were about to depart, Yi Fan calmly interjected, "No need. I suspect from today onward, mentioning your name will be of no use." As he spoke, Yi Fan leisurely set down his chopsticks his tone as flat as if stating a mere fact. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi halted mid-step. "Oh, what gives you the confidence to say that?" He pressed, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan, clearly awaiting an explanation. Yi Fan remained silent, then pulled out a napkin to casually wipe his mouth. At that moment, a hurried figure darted in, holding a contract and scanning the room. After a swift glance around, the individual promptly zeroed in on Yi Fan's location and hastened toward him without hesitation. Upon reaching Yi Fan, he respectfully presented the contract, saying, "Mr. Yi, here is the contract you requested." It turned out that the hurried individual was Wang Daqiang. Upon receiving Yi Fan's message, he had rushed over without delay. On his way, the astute Wang Daqiang had managed to piece together the situation. After all, the contract he held was the lease agreement for Exhilarating Rongji's premises for the upcoming year, and the rental amount had astonishingly increased fivefold. Contemplating this, Wang Daqiang mused that his employer must have encountered some grievances at Exhilarating Rongji. Otherwise, there would be no reason to raise the rent so drastically. Such a sudden hike was tantamount to forcing Exhilarating Rongji out of Taiku Commercial Street. It was well known that if Exhilarating Rongji were to vacate this bustling and vibrant commercial hub, its hard-earned reputation would undoubtedly suffer significantly, potentially leading to its downfall. Chapter 32. Voluntarily extending one's face to be struck on his way, Wang Daqiang dialed the phone number of Rong Panzai, the owner of Xinrongji. The call was quickly connected, and Wang Daqiang directly conveyed the matter. Upon hearing that the rent for the following year was to increase by a staggering fivefold, Rong Panzai's face turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as if he could hear the rapid thumping of his heart. Stammering, he said, Manager Wang, you must be joking. Such a drastic increase in rent. I simply cannot bear it." However, Wang Daqiang offered him no room for negotiation, coldly responding, "This decision comes from my boss. I have no power to change it. Given our long-standing relationship, I advise you to come to Xinrongji at your earliest convenience." After hanging up, Rong Panzai felt as though the sky was about to collapse. He understood that if this matter was not handled properly, the establishment he had painstakingly managed for years might face the grim fate of closure. Thus, he dared not delay, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he hurriedly made his way to the agreed-upon location. Along the way, he fervently prayed for a resolution to this thorny issue. Meanwhile, Wang Daqiang had arrived beside Yi Fan. He respectfully bowed, extending the contract he held to Yi Fan. At that moment, Zhang Qi, who had been observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brows, filled with confusion and disbelief. Who was this suddenly appearing middle-aged man? Moreover, he addressed Yi Fan as Director Yi. What was truly happening here? Could it be that Yi Fan was the chairman of some large corporation? What a joke! Zhang Qi mused to himself, increasingly convinced that it was impossible. To him, Yi Fan was merely an utterly ordinary individual. How could he possibly possess such an illustrious identity? With this thought, a trace of disdain crept onto Zhang Qi's lips as he mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, where did you dig up this phony? This is too amusing. A chairman? Really?" Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Zhang Qi doubled over in laughter, his derisive guffaws echoing in the air, filled with contempt. Kaiying, who had initially thought Yi Fan was someone of significance, gradually relaxed upon hearing her boyfriend's words, chiming in, "Exactly. Suyao, I'm not talking about you. But your boyfriend truly is lacking." Thankfully, Qi Gu pointed out, "You need to be more discerning when choosing a partner in the future." Hearing their remarks, Yi Fan remained unfazed, instead smiling at the two. At this moment, Su Yao, unable to contain herself, displayed rare anger and said, "Kaiying, show some respect. My boyfriend is not the fraud you describe. As for his identity, you need not concern yourself. Even if he were an ordinary person, I would still be willing to be with him." After speaking, Su Yao felt somewhat relieved, although she was unaware of Yi Fan's true identity. Her interactions over the past 2 days had led her to believe that he was not as Kaiying had portrayed him. Yi Fan gently placed his hand on Su Yao's trembling hands, reassuring her that all was well. Feeling the warmth from his touch, Su Yao found comfort. At this juncture, Wang Daqiang turned his gaze towards the two disrespectful individuals, an icy glint in his eyes, having realized that they were the ones who had provoked his boss. He suppressed his smile and coldly stated, "Hello, I am Wang Daqiang, the general manager of Taigu Commercial Street. I advise you, sir, to mind your words." Jan du retorted. "Oh, so you're the general manager of Taigu Commercial Street? If you are, then I am the owner of the commercial street." "Oomph, still putting on an act. Are we?" "Coincidentally, the manager here is my friend. If you truly are the manager, he will certainly recognize you. I look forward to seeing how you maintain your facade when exposed." With that, Zhangqi pulled out his phone and sent a message. Before long, a man in a suit, accompanied by a group of attendants, approached. Upon reaching Zhangqi, the man inquired, "What is going on, Zhangqi?" "It's nothing. I encountered two pretentious individuals claiming to be the owner and manager of Taigu Commercial Street. I wanted you to come over and expose them," Zhangqi replied. "Oh, is that so? Let me see who dares to cause trouble here," Sun Chao said as he turned to face the group. At first glance, he was captivated by Su Yao's exquisite features, but soon his gaze fell upon Yi Fan. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Sun Chao's brows furrowed. He did not recognize him. Recalling that the owner of Taigu Commercial Street was a middle-aged man in his 40s, not this so-called young man before him. He had had the fortune of meeting the actual owner at a previous business event. Then, he glanced at Wang Daqiang, slightly furrowing his brows again. He had never met the general manager of the commercial street, so he could not ascertain his identity. However, he was certain that the young man sitting next to Su Yao was definitely not the owner, thus concluding that he could not possibly be the general manager either. With this thought, the seriousness on Sun Chao's face morphed into disdain, and he remarked, "I have never seen these two before." Upon hearing Sun Chao's words, Zhangqi laughed even more raucously, saying, "You two truly are a pair of hidden talents." Just as Zhangqi was about to continue his mockery, a figure hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Chao quickly stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Boss, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Rongpanzai, the owner of Xinrongji. After surveying the group, his gaze lingered on Wang Daqiang and Yi Fan for a few moments, quickly grasping the situation. Particularly, he noted Yi Fan, who was seated nearby. Rumors had circulated that the owner of the commercial street had changed, and it seemed this young man was indeed the new proprietor. To acquire such a commercial street at such a young age suggested immense backing. He then turned to Sun Chao, coldly inquiring, "What is the meaning of this?" Without a second thought, Sun Chao replied casually, "These two? They came to the restaurant claiming to be the owner and manager of Taigu Commercial Street." It's simply laughable, however. Before Sun Chao could finish a sentence, a sharp slap resounded throughout the restaurant. The sound was so loud that even the diners at nearby tables turned their heads to look. In the next moment, Rongpanzai's face darkened as he delivered a resounding slap to Sun Chao's face. Stunned by the sudden blow, Sun Chao felt bewildered, unable to fathom why his boss would strike him in public. "B-Boss, Chapter 33. Get out right now." Rong, his eyes wide with fury, fixed a fierce glare upon Sun Chao. His corpulent frame quivered slightly, rage threatening to erupt from within. In that moment, he yearned to extend his hands and seize Sun Chao by the throat, silencing the insolent fool before him. "How dare you mock someone of Ye's stature in the business district?" Rong seethed, his voice echoing loudly in the air. Sun Chao, who had been standing in a daze, was jolted by this sudden outburst, his mind blanking instantaneously. As reality struck him, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Yi, the illustrious figure who wielded control over the very lifeblood of the commercial street, had he truly been foolish enough to insult such an individual? Sun Chao recalled that the owner of the commercial street was supposed to be a middle-aged man in his 40s. Yet, how could the reality be so different? The truth was painfully stark. What he remembered was merely the former proprietor. At that moment, Sun Chao's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his collar. His legs weakened, rendering him nearly unable to stand, his body swaying involuntarily. "Yi, I see my error. Please, have mercy. Do not hold this against me," he pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. In a moment of panic, he turned his ire toward Zhangqi, glaring at him with enough fury to incinerate. It was all his fault. Yes, it was Zhang Qi, that scoundrel. Had it not been for him, how could I have uttered such foolish words? Everything is his doing. As Sun Chao frantically begged for forgiveness from Yi Fan, he vehemently cast blame upon Zhang Qi, offloading all responsibility onto him. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi and Kai Ying, standing nearby, were utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. Just moments ago, Zhang Qi had been brash and arrogant. Now, he stood frozen, as if someone had pressed the mute button, his mouth tightly closed, his expression stiffened. Utterly at a loss for how to navigate this situation, Kai Ying fared little better, her eyes wide with disbelief, her lips parted as if to speak. Yet her throat felt constricted, yielding no sound. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Yi Fan was the true master of this bustling commercial street? The estimated worth of this street soared into the hundreds of billions. Yet Yi Fan was merely a university student. How had he amassed such astounding wealth? Was he perhaps an heir to a powerful, enigmatic family? The thought sent shivers down Zhang Qi and Kai Ying's spines. If Yi Fan truly hailed from a formidable and influential lineage, then in their eyes, they would be scarcely more significant than ants. Should he choose to deal with them, it would be as effortless as crushing a mere insect. At that moment, cold sweat trickled down Rong's forehead. After hastily wiping away the perspiration, he approached Yi Fan with a sense of urgency, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. This was entirely my oversight. My blind subordinate has offended you. It is solely my fault. I take full responsibility for today's debacle, and I am at your command regarding any repercussions." Having expressed his concerns, Rong anxiously awaited Yi Fan's response, silently praying not to provoke the wrath of this influential figure. Yi Fan, with a casual smile, replied, "Rong, you may handle this as you see fit. After all, this is a matter of your own making. As for the contract in question, it will depend on your forthcoming actions." Yi Fan's seemingly light-hearted words cast a heavy tension in the air. Rong slowly turned his gaze towards Sun Chao, his eyes now piercing and cold, resembling two glints of ice. In a chilling tone, he declared, "From tomorrow onward, you need not return to work. Furthermore, I must sternly warn you, as long as you remain in the city, you shall never work in this industry again. Now get out of my sight." Rong's furious admonition struck Sun Chao like a thunderbolt, leaving him in a state of shock, utterly speechless. He had toiled for years in the city, struggling tirelessly to achieve his current position. Yet now, due to this singular incident, all his efforts have been reduced to naught, evaporating in an instant. The worst part was that, after this debacle, he would likely find it nearly impossible to secure a place in the city again. Overwhelmed by despair, Sun Chao felt as though darkness enveloped him, the future stretching before him as a void filled with hopelessness. Rong's gaze then shifted to Zhang Qi and Kai Ying. With an impassive expression, he regarded them briefly before stating coldly, "As for you two, from today onward, you are permanently blacklisted from Exhilarating Rongji. We no longer welcome you here." With that, Rong turned away, disregarding their reactions entirely. Once he had handled the situation, Yi Fan finally stood up, gently taking the delicate hand of Su Yao, who was still in a daze. As she felt the warmth of his hand, Su Yao seemed to awaken from her stupor and stood up as well. Hand in hand, Yi Fan led Su Yao towards the exit, appearing ready to depart. He remained silent about the manner in which Rong had dealt with the situation and its ultimate outcome. However, just as they were about to step outside, Yi Fan paused, turning to Rong and casually remarking, "Starting next year, the rent for Exhilarating Rongji will be reduced from the initially agreed fivefold to double." With that, Yi Fan turned away, leaving Rong standing there, astonished and helpless. Despite the bitter taste in his mouth regarding this outcome, Rong found some solace in the fact that the rent had been halved from what had initially been set. In a grand scheme, this was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Meanwhile, Yi Fan felt little stirrings within his heart. For him, today's events were but trivialities, scarcely worthy of mention. The only sentiment that lingered was the realization that privilege was indeed a coveted asset. Regrettably, Zhang Qi's background was ultimately no match for his own formidable standing. Chapter 34. A professional investment perspective. After finishing their meal, Yi Fan drove Su Yao back to school. Along the way, he naturally took advantage of her presence. Indeed, as a dancer, her form was simply exquisite. After dropping Su Yao off at her dormitory, Yi Fan returned to his own room and lay down. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a moment of rest, a familiar sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved a face-slapping moment. Immediately following, another notification chimed in. System reward obtained. Talent, professional investment insight. Note, after acquiring this talent, the host will be able to foresee risk and return rates before making any investments. Upon hearing this news, Yi Fan sprang up from his bed, his eyes wide with astonishment, and an ecstatic expression illuminated his face. He was so thrilled that he nearly shouted out loud. How incredible! This talent meant that he could see the return rate before making any investments, essentially guaranteeing profit. In his excitement, Yi Fan began to contemplate how to fully leverage this newfound ability for substantial gains. The first idea that crossed his mind was scratch cards, but he quickly dismissed it, recognizing that while winning was possible, the efficiency was far too low and the prizes were typically meager. Next, he considered the real estate sector. However, upon further reflection, he deemed this option unwise. With only $600 million in capital, he realized that such a sum would hardly make a significant impact in the real estate market, and obtaining high profits would be nearly impossible. After rejecting several ideas, Yi Fan furrowed his brow, sinking into deep contemplation. It was crucial to remember that he possessed a talent akin to a game-breaking cheat. Yet at that moment, he could not conceive of a field where he could fully utilize this formidable ability. As time ticked away minute by minute, Yi Fan pondered for several minutes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him like lightning. He recalled that there had been some monumental events in the stock market this year. With excitement coursing through him, Yi Fan eagerly retrieved his phone from his pocket and swiftly began searching for relevant information. As his fingers glided quickly across the screen, his eyes widened, and a look of exhilaration spread across his face. After he absorbed all the latest news regarding the stock market, a bold and audacious plan took shape in his mind. He would plunge into the tumultuous waves of the stock market and reap enormous profits. It was important to note that Yi Fan had a staggering $600 million in capital at his disposal. If he utilized 10 times leverage, the amount of capital he wielded would grow immensely, capable of shaking the very foundations of the stock market. Moreover, with the current stock market turmoil, this was undoubtedly an exceptional entry opportunity for Yi Fan. Confident that seizing this moment would lead to abundant rewards, he resolved to act decisively. With his determination solidified, Yi Fan lay back on his dormitory bed to rest and gather his energy for the following day. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, soft rays of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Yi Fan's slightly weary yet resolute face. He quickly rose, freshened up, and noticed that his dormitory mates had not returned from their night out. Shaking his head with a smile, he paid them no mind and headed straight to the parking lot, starting his luxurious sports car. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle sped off like an arrow toward a large securities trading market in the bustling metropolis. Since the semester had yet to officially commence, Yi Fan had no worries about classes and could devote himself entirely to his endeavors. With a sense of anticipation, he entered the trading hall. Although there was still some time until the market officially opened, the hall was already bustling with activity and lively chatter. Groups of individuals huddled together, passionately discussing various stock-related news and rumors. Some spoke animatedly about their so-called insider information, while others listened intently, occasionally interjecting their own opinions. There were also individuals with thick folders and notebooks, fervently jotting down notes while murmuring to themselves. The entire hall was imbued with a tense yet invigorating atmosphere. Unfazed by the lively scene, Yi Fan purposefully approached a service window. Although there was a queue of customers, he quickly advanced to the front. When it was finally his turn, the staff member behind the counter looked up. She was a young woman named Lulu, appearing to be in her early 20s, radiating youthful energy, likely a recent graduate stepping into the professional world. With a friendly smile, she politely inquired, "Hello, how may I assist you today?" "Hello, I would like to open a stock trading account, please." Nodding at his request, Lulu responded with a smile, "Certainly, Could you please show me your identification? Yifan retrieved his ID and handed it to her. Upon glancing at the birth date on the ID, Lulu paused momentarily, surprised to see how young he was. He must still be a student. She kindly cautioned, "Sir, investing in stocks carries certain risks. Please consider carefully. Are you sure you want to open an account?" Grateful for Lulu's concern, Yifan smiled and replied with conviction, "Thank you. But I have conducted extensive research on the stock market, and I am determined to give it a try. Please proceed with the account opening." At that moment, a commotion erupted behind him. A portly middle-aged man, dressed in a gaudy shirt and adorned with a chunky gold chain, barged forward with an air of entitlement. His ostentatious appearance was impossible to overlook. "Hey, I'm in a hurry. Open an account for me first," the middle-aged man bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the hall as if the entire space belonged to him. Hearing the ruckus, Lulu turned her head and, with a quick glance at his attire, instantly assessed the situation. She recognized that this man was likely a recent recipient of a substantial compensation package for property redevelopment. Having encountered many such individuals before, she knew they often became arrogant and dismissive upon acquiring wealth. Despite her disdain for such behavior, her professionalism compelled her to maintain a pleasant demeanor. "Sir, if you wish to conduct business, please join the queue and wait your turn." Chapter 35. The arrogant nouveau riche, the middle-aged man, appeared utterly unprepared for such a response. His face, already flushed with anger, turned a shade reminiscent of liver. With wide eyes, he pointed an accusatory finger at Lulu and bellowed, "Do you know who I am? How dare you tell me to wait in line? Believe me, I can have you out of job in an instant. Go fetch your manager." The tirade continued, laced with a barrage of profanities. Despite her feelings of indignation and helplessness in the face of such an unreasonable client, Lulu maintained her composure and politeness, explaining patiently, "Sir, I sincerely apologize, but all our customers are required to be served in order. I hope you can understand and cooperate." However, her well-meaning attempt was met with an even more vociferous stream of abuse from the middle-aged man. Just as the situation reached an impasse, a sharply dressed man hurried over. Upon seeing the fuming client, his face instantly lit up with a smile, and he greeted him warmly. "Ah, Mr. Liu, you should have let me know you were coming. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience you faced here." With a disdainful glare directed at Lulu, he turned to the middle-aged man, bowing and apologizing profusely. The sight of the manager personally attending to him restored the man's sense of superiority, and he straightened up, crossing his arms and looking down at Lulu with scorn. "Manager Liu, this employee of yours clearly lacks understanding. In my opinion, she needs a thorough training." The rotund nouveau riche continued to vent his fury. "I came here today specifically to open an account, and what happens? That little girl prioritizes a penniless student over me and tells me to wait in line. I'm a significant client here, bringing in tens of millions annually. I was about to invest an additional 10 million today, but now she has ruined everything." Upon hearing this, Manager Liu turned pale with fear, hurriedly nodding and bowing, embodying the very image of servility. "Oh, Mr. Liu, I'm terribly sorry for the trouble you've endured. Please don't be angry. She is merely a newcomer and doesn't yet understand our protocols. I hope you can find it in your heart to overlook her mistakes." With that, Manager Liu abruptly turned to Lulu, his expression darkening ominously. "Lulu, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Liu. Don't you realize the economic damage your actions have caused our company?" At that moment, Lulu felt a wave of injustice wash over her, tears welling in her eyes. She silently lamented her predicament. She was only following the rules. Why should she bow to such an unreasonable brute? Yet, if she refused to apologize, she risked losing the job she had fought so hard to secure. Overwhelmed by confusion, Lulu prepared to offer her apology. However, at that critical juncture, Yifan stepped forward, asserting, "Excuse me, he was the one who cut in line and disregarded the rules. Why should she be the one to apologize?" The moment his words were uttered, the previously quiet surroundings erupted into a cacophony of whispers and murmurs as onlookers exchanged glances and opinions about the unfolding scene. Though everyone recognized that the nouveau riche's behavior was indeed unethical, no one had the courage to speak out. After all, the man was imposing and intimidating. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Mr. Lu's demeanor shifted from irritation to arrogance. He threw his head back in a raucous laugh, the sound echoing painfully. "You little brat, I'll take the liberty of teaching you a lesson today. Why? Because I am wealthier than you. I can effortlessly bring substantial benefits to these people, while you're just a penniless student. How much can you offer? 1,000? 2,000? Ha ha ha. For you, even that is astronomical." As he spoke, he ostentatiously flaunted his glimmering watch and thick gold chain, a display of his affluence. In the face of such blatant ridicule and humiliation, Yi Fan remained composed, defying expectations. He merely smiled softly and remarked, "Indeed, the prejudices in one's heart are like an insurmountable mountain." Then, raising his head to meet the arrogant Mr. Lu's gaze, he continued, "Though I am but a student, that does not mean I am devoid of wealth." The two locked eyes, Yi Fan's clear and resolute expression exuding an indescribable confidence. "You think a mere student like me can't possibly have any money? Allow me to advise you. Matters between adults are not something you, a mere child, can meddle in." With a dismissive glance, Mr. Lu regarded Yi Fan as if he were nothing more than an insignificant insect. Yet, Yi Fan remained unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "Oh, so, according to you, as long as one has money, one can lord over others and force them to apologize? If I were wealthier than you, could I not then trample you underfoot and demand your apology?" The crowd gasped at his boldness, the atmosphere thick with tension. Mr. Lu was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a derisive laughter that filled the air with contempt. Not only did he mock Yi Fan, but the onlookers also cast skeptical glances at him, shaking their heads in disbelief. They thought this audacious youth was merely acting impulsively, unaware of the gravity of the situation. At that moment, even Lu, standing to the side, shared the same sentiment. Chapter 36. Money to crush you. Although Lu felt grateful for Yi Fan's intervention on her behalf, she couldn't help but perceive him as nothing more than an ordinary university student, given his youthful visage. Even if his family possessed some modest wealth, it surely amounted to no more than a few tens of thousands each month. Such a sum would be but a drop in the ocean when faced with the truly affluent, incapable of altering the awkward situation at hand. Yi Fan, however, remained unfazed by the opinions of those around him. With a playful glint in his eye, he turned to the nouveau riche and inquired, "What do you say? Are you bold enough to accept?" The wealthy man, taken aback by Yi Fan's audacity, felt a surge of rage erupting within him, akin to a volcano ready to explode. He glared fiercely at Yi Fan, as if he wished to consume him whole. "You arrogant little brat, how dare you compare yourself to me? You truly overestimate your worth," he bellowed, a contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Very well, let us engage in this game and show you that there are always greater forces at play." Yi Fan replied, unperturbed. "Agreed. Should I emerge victorious, you will apologize to her in front of everyone," Yi Fan declared with calm assurance. The wealthy man erupted into laughter, as though he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Once his laughter subsided, he fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan with a menacing glare. "Huh, you are still so full of yourself. Fine, if you can indeed best me, I shall publicly apologize to her. However, if I triumph, you will kneel and bow your head 3 times before me. Do we have a deal?" His eyes brimmed with disdain and derision as he awaited Yi Fan's response. "Absolutely," Yi Fan replied without a hint of hesitation. At that moment, the wealthy man's face radiated confidence as he privately mused to himself. Lose? What a preposterous notion. He had prepared a staggering 10 million for this venture, while this impoverished lad, even if he scrapped together every last penny, could muster no more than a few 100,000 at best. The outcome of this wager was already predetermined. Leisurely, he turned his attention to Manager Lu, a smirk playing on his lips. "Manager Lu, please expedite the process and open an account for me. I wish to deposit 10 million. His words struck the audience like a thunderclap. Manager Lu, taken aback, felt a tremor within, yet maintained an expression of utmost professionalism, hastening to assist the affluent gentleman with the account setup and deposit. His movements were swift and practiced, as if he feared even the slightest misstep might displease this moneyed patron. Before long, all transactions were completed and the funds successfully transferred. The wealthy man nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Yi Fan, his expression one of arrogant triumph. "Hey, you little rascal, if you can produce more money than I have today, not only will I sincerely apologize to that lady, but I will also respectfully address you as grandfather in front of everyone. However, should you fail to meet my expectations, you will be utterly humiliated." With that, he laughed boisterously, his guffaws echoing through the air, grating on the nerves of those present. Witnessing this scene, Lulu grew anxious and gently tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, her voice low and urgent. "Yi Fan, perhaps we should reconsider? Please don't act impulsively." Yet Yi Fan remained composed, standing firm without a trace of retreat. Observing his unwavering resolve, Lulu turned her gaze toward the smug Mr. Liu, who wore a sly smile, as if victory were already in his grasp. After a moment's contemplation, Lulu furrowed her brow and, with a bittersweet smile, addressed Mr. Liu softly. "Mr. Liu, he is young and inexperienced. If he has offended you, please allow me to apologize on his behalf." Mr. Liu, once a mere street thug, had unexpectedly risen to wealth following a demolition project that transformed his life entirely. Now immersed in a world of excess, he reveled in indulgence. Despite having toyed with countless women of lesser caliber, the sight of Lulu, an elegant beauty from a prestigious institution, stirred an insatiable desire within him. Leering, he licked his lips and unabashedly stated, "Well, if you wish for me to let this go, it wouldn't be too difficult. Just accompany me for a few drinks later." His eyes roamed over Lulu with unrestrained longing. At that moment, Yi Fan, weary of the banter, interjected with unwavering authority, "Please assist me in depositing 600 million. "What? 600 million? The audacity of Yi Fan's declaration detonated like a bomb in the tranquil atmosphere, sending shockwaves through the trading hall. Gasps of disbelief echoed as onlookers turned to him, eyes wide with incredulity, as if confronted by a creature from another realm. While the previous man's lavish deposit of 10 million had stirred a mild reaction, this staggering figure sent the room into a stunned silence. 600 million? Such an amount was simply unfathomable. Did he mistake this for virtual game currency? As whispers of skepticism filled the air, the crowd speculated whether this young man was merely posturing. How could a mere boy possess such wealth? It was utterly absurd. He must be jesting. Yet in the next instant, those who had scoffed and doubted found their mouths agape, rendered speechless. Yi Fan, with a calm demeanor, retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the staff without a moment's hesitation. Almost instantaneously, a crisp and resounding notification chimed. Payment successful. Chapter 37. A staggering 600 million in this moment. The crowd erupted into waves of astonishment, an incessant chorus of gasps. It is essential to recognize that this sum amounts to a staggering 600 million. Remarkably, Yi Fan did not even blink as he effortlessly transferred the entire amount into his account. What could this possibly signify? Undoubtedly, it indicates that the wealth he possesses may far exceed this mere 600 million. At the very least, he must have several billion in liquid assets at his disposal. To possess nearly 1 billion in liquid funds at such a young age is utterly terrifying. It is worth noting that among the attendees were several business owners, some of whose companies are valued at billions. Yet, their available liquid assets barely reach several tens of millions, with some even lacking the audacity displayed by the extravagant Mr. Liu. In the bustling crowd stood Mr. Liu, a self-made tycoon known for his arrogance. Recalling his previous boastful claims and bets, his already unappealing visage darkened considerably. At this moment, he fixed a gaze filled with confusion and dread upon Yi Fan, pondering deeply about this enigmatic individual. Who exactly is he? How can he so nonchalantly produce such a colossal sum for amusement? This is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Even the so-called national husband, Wang Sikong, might lack such audacity and financial backing. As this realization dawned on him, beads of sweat began to form on Mr. Liu's forehead. He understood that he may have provoked someone far beyond his reach, akin to kicking against an unyielding steel plate. Thoughts raced through his mind. and he recognized the wisdom of avoiding immediate conflict. Consequently, he swiftly shelved his former arrogance, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, resembling a submissive puppy. Bowing deeply, he addressed Yi Fan. "Esteemed sir, I must confess my ignorance in not recognizing your greatness. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused and implore your magnanimity to overlook my transgressions." In response to Mr. Liu's pleas for mercy, Yi Fan merely allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before slowly replying, "Whether or not I spare you is not for me to decide. That is up to her." With that, Yi Fan shifted his gaze toward Lu, who stood beside him, still in a state of bewilderment. Lu had yet to fully comprehend the abrupt turn of events, but upon feeling Yi Fan's gaze upon her, she momentarily froze before swiftly grasping the implications. Mr. Liu, perceptive as he was, wasted no time turning to Lu, bowing deeply and sincerely offering his apologies. "Miss, I deeply regret my earlier actions. It was entirely my fault. I am unworthy." As Mr. Liu mumbled his contrition, he discreetly observed Yi Fan's reactions from the corner of his eye, fearful of further inciting the ire of this inscrutable figure. He only felt relief wash over him when he noticed Yi Fan gently raise his right hand, signaling him to cease. With a profound sense of relief, he exhaled and withdrew from the hall, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers in his wake. As Mr. Liu departed, the throng gradually dispersed, each person returning to their own affairs. At that moment, Manager Liu approached briskly, a warm smile adorning his face as he quietly addressed Lu. "Lu, from this moment on, you may set aside all your other tasks. Your utmost priority is to accompany Mr. Yi." No sooner had he spoken than Manager Liu turned to Yi Fan, bowing respectfully and speaking in a tone of utmost deference. "Mr. Yi, I shall not intrude upon your time any further. If you require anything today, please communicate it through Lu, who will endeavor to fulfill your every request." Upon concluding his remarks, Manager Liu flashed Yi Fan a knowing smile, imbued with significance. However, Yi Fan remained remarkably composed, offering no more than a simple nod to indicate his acknowledgement. Once Manager Liu had departed, Yi Fan redirected his attention to the blushing Lu, who was now slightly bowing her head in shyness. It was undeniable that Lu possessed considerable beauty, her features exquisitely refined, and her figure alluringly curvaceous. Coupled with her bashful demeanor, it seemed likely that should Yi Fan issue an invitation, she would be reluctant to decline. Nevertheless, contrary to expectations, Yi Fan had other intentions in mind today. He was not interested in such matters and prioritized his financial pursuits. Thus, Yi Fan swiftly withdrew his gaze from Lu and redirected his focus to the stock information displayed on the screen before him. The screen clearly enumerated several stocks: Dongfeng Caifu, projected increase of 71, Yinziji, anticipated rise of approximately 87, Tonghuashan, predicted growth of a solid 55, and Baofeng Technology, forecasted surge of 267. Yi Fan realized he could perceive the expected growth of each stock, with Baofeng Technology exhibiting the most remarkable increase, boasting over a twofold rise. Is this the talent rewarded by the system? Truly impressive. He then inquired, "What is the current stock price of Baofeng Technology?" Upon hearing his question, Lu hesitated momentarily, initially believing Yi Fan might request something of her, as he had no reason to assist her without cause. Observing Yi Fan, she noted not only his striking appearance, but also his immense wealth. She even pondered whether she should acquiesce should he propose something of a more personal nature. Upon hearing Yi Fan's inquiry, Lu regained her composure and, looking up at his serious expression, promptly responded, "Today, the stock price of Jinjin Company is 7.14 per share." Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at her words, contemplating the implications. Only 7.14? If the forecast holds true, this stock could ultimately rise to as much as 18. With his 600 million principal and a tenfold leverage, he could potentially amass over 100 billion. The thought ignited a fervor within him. If he successfully capitalizes on this opportunity, he would possess ample funds to lay the foundations of his business empire. While the old Yi Fan might have been content with his circumstances, living off the system's rewards, his mindset had evolved since arriving in the bustling metropolis. Now, With the system's talents augmenting his ambition, his aspirations had only grown more profound. Chapter 38. Acquiring Storm Technology. The trading hall was bustling with activity. A cacophony of voices rising and falling. Yet, Yifan remained undisturbed, retrieving his scattered thoughts and shifting his gaze to Lu beside him, exuding unshakable confidence as he declared, an initial capital of 600 million, amplified by tenfold leverage. I am all in on Storm Technology. His voice, though soft, resonated in Lu's ears like thunder. What? Lu's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her face. Her mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. She could scarcely fathom what she had just heard. Yifan was opting for a tenfold leverage that amounted to a staggering 60 billion. Such an amount was astronomical for an ordinary person, sufficient for a family of 3 to indulge lavishly for a lifetime. Momentarily, Lu was rendered speechless, her mind blank. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure, questioning her own hearing. Why, sir, what did you just say? Without a flicker of emotion, Yifan reiterated, I said, 600 million in capital, augmented by tenfold leverage, all invested in Storm Technology. This time, Lu comprehended fully, yet the weight of his decision left her trembling with trepidation. However, as his assistant, she had no choice but to proceed with the operation. As she extended her finger to click the confirmation button, she realized her hand was quaking from nerves. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself, silently admonishing that she must not err. At that moment, several retail investors nearby, who had been observing Yifan's actions, noted his audacity. They marveled at his boldness in leveraging tenfold on Storm Technology, their mouths agape in astonishment. Soon, hushed whispers began to circulate among them. This person is incredibly bold. He must have insider information. Perhaps we should also invest a little. We might make a fortune. A slight, wiry man murmured to his companion. Indeed, it seems plausible. Judging by his demeanor, Storm Technology is poised for a significant surge. Let us act swiftly, lest we miss this opportunity to profit, a bespectacled middle-aged man concurred. Thus, the previously hesitant retail investors, inspired by Yifan's confidence, resolved to follow suit and invest in Storm Technology. A palpable tension and excitement enveloped the trading hall. I think it's best to refrain. Storm Technology has been lackluster since opening. Investing in it seems riskier than backing China National Railway, another investor remarked. From my years of experience, this fellow is simply a naive fool with more money than sense. 60 billion in buying power, and should there be any fluctuations, he would face forced liquidation. He is still too young. Upon hearing such discussions, only a scant few chose to invest additional funds in Storm Technology, while the rest remained as mere spectators. Yifan paid little mind to their speculations. As time ticked away, the clock struck 9. The stock market opened promptly, amidst a sea of fluctuating stocks. Yet, one particular stock surged forth like a wild stallion, leaving all others behind. It was Storm Technology, the very stock Yifan had purchased. All eyes gravitated toward this remarkable stock, which opened lower but then suddenly surged, its price ascending like a rocket, unstoppable in its ascent. By afternoon, an astonishing scene unfolded. Storm Technology's stock price had soared to 69 yuan per share, and without a hint of doubt, it hit the ceiling. This breathtaking surge left everyone present in awe. Yifan sat quietly, observing the numbers flickering before him, his heart calm and untroubled. He knew this outcome was anticipated. His maneuver had multiplied the initial investment of 6 billion into an astounding 16 billion. Of course, after accounting for the costs associated with the tenfold leverage and various fees, Yifan's actual net profit soared to an impressive 7.8 billion. Adding in his original capital, Yifan's assets now exceeded 80 billion, compared to his initial 6 billion. His wealth had multiplied over tenfold. This dramatic transformation left those around him in sheer disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor, their eyes wide with incredulity, momentarily a loss for words. Particularly, those who had hesitated and contemplated whether to follow his lead were now filled with regret. They must have been green with envy, helplessly watching Yifan reap monumental success. Some even began to shout in frustration. This person must have had insider information. Who else would dare to leverage tenfold and wager all their funds without hesitation? In truth, these individuals were astute in their assessments. Yi Fan indeed possessed insider knowledge. However, they could never imagine that his insights did not stem from any mysterious figure or special channel, but rather from a unique talent bestowed upon him by the system. Despite their cries of unfairness and accusations of insider trading, their bodies betrayed them, drawing closer to Yi Fan with eager expressions, hoping he might offer them a sliver of insight so they too could partake in his fortune. At that moment, Lulu gazed intently at Yi Fan, who was a few years her junior, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She reflected on her own relentless toil, working tirelessly day in and day out for a meager monthly income, while this man before her effortlessly amassed billions within such a short span. The astronomical wealth he had gained seemed a distant dream to her. Even if she spent her entire life scrimping and saving, she could scarcely hope to reach such heights. At that moment, Lulu's perception of Yi Fan subtly shifted, infused with admiration. As Yi Fan observed the stock ceiling, he chose not to linger, departing the trading hall. Just as he stepped outside, a melodic notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your resounding success in the stock market, becoming an unstoppable force. The system's mechanical voice followed, reward granted, a luxurious villa at Shuein Yaju, Yinshui residence. Before Yi Fan could fully absorb the surprise, the system added, furthermore, to better serve the host, we will additionally provide you with a professional gold-level estate management team. A series of rewards echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Chapter 39. The reward of a luxurious mansion. Yi Fan could hardly fathom that merely venturing out to engage in stock trading would serendipitously trigger a system reward. Upon the appearance of the words Shui and Yaju, he furrowed his brow, for he had never heard of this property before. However, reflecting on the fact that it was a reward bestowed by the system, he quickly deduced that it must be of exceptional quality. Thus, he promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket and began to search for relevant information. After nearly 2 minutes, Yi Fan was thoroughly satisfied and put away his phone. What a revelation! The so-called Shui and Yaju turned out to be one of the most enigmatic luxury residences in the metropolis. It was no wonder he had never heard of it. After all, properties here were not publicly available for sale. Even the renowned Tang Chun Yi-Pin would pale in comparison. As he delved deeper into his research, his astonishment grew. The price of real estate in Shui and Yaju was utterly outrageous, with a staggering cost of over 600,000 yuan per square meter. Considering the value of the villa he had acquired, known as Yinshui Jian, which could easily surpass 10 billion yuan, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Even with his substantial fortune of over 8 billion yuan, the astronomical value of such properties was overwhelming. To his delight, this villa not only held immense worth, but the system also included a lavish gold standard estate management team. This team was composed of skilled professionals, including bodyguards, housekeepers, butlers, and chefs, ensuring that residing in this villa would offer unparalleled service. Unexpectedly, the system had proven to be quite considerate. With the acquisition of his new home, Yi Fan felt an immense sense of joy. Just as he was pondering, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, he picked up. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Yi? Indeed, this is he. Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am your personal butler, He Ting Ting. She spoke with utmost respect, having already been informed of her new employer. Upon hearing her identity, Yi Fan responded directly, Please wait for me at the entrance of Yinshui Yaju with your team. Understood. Mr. Yi, I shall gather everyone immediately. After ending the call, He Ting Ting wasted no time, swiftly assembling her team and instructing them to prepare to head to Yinshui Yaju. Before long, 4 brand-new Alfred luxury vehicles emerged, racing towards their destination with remarkable speed. As Yi Fan arrived at Yinshui Yaju, he noticed the 4 neatly lined-up vehicles from a distance. They stood in perfect formation by the roadside, with a row of people standing in front. At that moment, an astonishing Lamborghini Veneno caught everyone's attention, dazzling all onlookers. He Ting Ting gracefully approached the Lamborghini, appearing as though she had been waiting there for some time. Behind her stood 8 imposing figures clad in tailored suits, their dark sunglasses hinting at their formidable presence. Their powerful physiques and commanding aura suggested they were not to be trifled with. Further back, a dozen young maids donned elegant outfits paired with alluring black stockings, each exuding charm and beauty. Their stunning appearances rivaled those of popular internet personalities, and had their images been shared online, they would undoubtedly outshine many. Such a spectacular scene naturally drew the attention of passers-by, who paused to gawk and murmur among themselves, expressing their astonishment at the grandeur displayed. Meanwhile, Yifan remained seated in his vehicle, unperturbed. He slowly pressed a button to lower the window. Yi approached with an elegant gait, bending slightly as she smiled and greeted, "Mr. Yi, hello. I am your newly appointed personal butler." Yifan, upon hearing her voice, did not immediately respond. His gaze shifted to the striking woman before him, who appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old. Her slender and tall figure, combined with a delicately sculpted face, radiated an enchanting allure. Clad in a fitted black business suit that accentuated her curves, she appeared as though the attire was custom-made for her. With her Valentino heels echoing softly with each step and her silky stockings adding an air of mystery and sensuality, she was a vision of elegance. In that moment, the slight bend of her posture revealed a glimpse of her porcelain skin, adding to her allure. Noticing that her employer was staring intently and had not responded, Yi felt a moment of surprise. Realizing the reason behind his gaze, she instinctively raised her hand to cover the exposed skin. However, contrary to what one might expect in such an awkward situation, she did not feel anger. Instead, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She was taken aback to find that her employer was even younger than she had anticipated, considering the exorbitant prices of the properties in Yinshui Yaju, which were in the billions. What caught her attention even more was Yifan's strikingly handsome visage, exuding a radiant charm. Chapter 40. This is truly a place for humanity. Yifan gazed at the individual before him, and a silent sigh escaped his lips. Indeed, mature women possess a depth of understanding and sophistication that far surpasses that of Na'vi young maidens. Caught in Yifan's penetrating gaze, Yi cleared her throat softly, seeking to dispel the subtly ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. She then inquired gently, "Mr. Yi, our team members have all arrived. Do you have any further instructions?" Upon hearing this, Yifan snapped back to reality, instantly realizing that his previous behavior had been somewhat indiscreet. With a hint of embarrassment, he offered a smile and replied, "Since everyone is gathered, let us proceed inside." At that moment, a throng of onlookers continued to murmur in animated discussion. One person exclaimed incredulously, "Could it be that the individual they've been eagerly awaiting is this young man?" Another scrutinized Yifan, speculating, "Look at this lad. He appears to be merely a fresh college student." Yet another voiced their curiosity. "I wonder which affluent family this young master hails from, given the grandeur of his entourage." Amidst the chorus of awe, skepticism, and envy, Yifan composedly started the vehicle, preparing to guide the group towards their destination. Just then, a security guard stepped forward, blocking their path. "Good day, sir. Entry for outsiders requires registration." The authoritative voice of a resolute-looking security officer resonated as he stood firmly before the group. Seated within the car, Yifan regarded the guard with a sense of admiration, contemplating the stringent security measures that reflected the opulence of this affluent district. It was evident that the exorbitant property fees paid by the residents were indeed justified. With that thought, Yifan gradually lowered the window, smiling at the security officer. The moment their eyes met, the guard appeared as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in astonishment. He quickly regained his composure, fumbling in his pocket for his phone, hastily comparing the image on the screen with the figure of Yifan before him. After a brief moment, the guard confirmed his suspicions, raising his head and asking with a tremor in his voice, "Are you Mr. Yifan?" Yifan nodded slightly, his tone calm as he replied, "Indeed, that is I." Upon receiving confirmation, the guard's demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. He swiftly tucked away his phone, leaning slightly forward, and spoke with reverence, "Mr. Yi, you are the illustrious buyer of the pinnacle villa in our community, Yinshui residence, and our most esteemed guest." The guard paused, seemingly realizing his earlier failure to recognize Yifan, and quickly added, "I sincerely apologize for not identifying you sooner. Please do not hold it against me." Beads of sweat formed on the guard's forehead, and his voice conveyed palpable nervousness. Yi Fan, witnessing this, merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No harm done. You are simply following protocol." His smile radiated warmth, evoking a sense of familiarity. The guard was merely fulfilling his duties and had committed no error. Then Yi Fan inquired, "By the way, which direction is Yinshui residence?" As soon as he finished speaking, the guard stood tall, his face a mask of respect as he replied, "Mr. Yi, follow this road straight ahead until you reach the end, where you'll find the most luxurious villa, the renowned Yinshui residence." Yi Fan nodded in appreciation. "All right, thank you." Without delay, he accelerated the Lamborghini Poison forward, beckoning the group to follow him toward their destination. Before long, this convoy of several vehicles majestically entered the villa district. Along the way, the verdant trees and vibrant blossoms created an enchanting environment that invigorated the spirit. After a while, Yi Fan's party finally beheld the villa described by the security guard. It stood proudly amidst lush greenery, grand and magnificent. At that moment, from a neighboring villa, a meticulously dressed woman stood by a floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. She caught sight of Yi Fan and his entourage, her heart filled with intrigue. "Oh, someone is actually residing in Yinshui residence," she murmured softly, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. "I recall hearing that Yinshui residence was never for sale." It was well known that Yinshui residence was the undisputed crown jewel of the villa district, boasting opulent interior design and an enviable location. This woman had once been captivated by Yinshui residence, but was informed that it was not for sale. Thus, she reluctantly opted for the adjacent villa. Now, witnessing someone move into Yinshui residence, curiosity surged within her. Could it be that Yinshui residence was reserved exclusively for him? Standing at her doorstep, she gazed at Yinshui residence, her mind swirling with questions and curiosity. She couldn't help but ponder the identity of this enigmatic new neighbor. Surely, anyone capable of residing in such lavish quarters must possess an extraordinary background. At that moment, Yi Fan stepped through the grand entrance of the villa. Upon his first glance at the layout, he was profoundly awestruck. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape. The opulence of this villa far exceeded his expectations, even surpassing the residence he owned in Jiang City by several magnitudes. As he entered the villa, the expansive courtyard unfolded before him. The grounds were adorned with lush flora, exuding a captivating fragrance. Each blossom and blade of grass had clearly been meticulously tended, showcasing vibrant vitality. Following the stone path further, he observed that the villa's walls were crafted from imported high-grade marble, their smooth surfaces glistening in the sunlight, imparting an air of nobility and elegance. Venturing deeper, a magnificent swimming pool revealed itself, its crystalline waters resembling a green gemstone embedded within the courtyard. Adjacent to the pool was an exquisite garden furnished with comfortable loungers and sunshades, perfect for indulging in leisurely moments. Upon entering the villa's interior, the grand foyer made a striking impression. A resplendent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, while the floor was carpeted with luxurious cashmere, and priceless works of art adorned the walls. As he traversed the foyer and entered the living room, Yi Fan was once again left speechless. This living room was astonishingly expansive, akin to a standard football field, stretching endlessly before him. A colossal floor-to-ceiling window occupied an entire wall, offering an unobstructed view of the beautiful courtyard and direct access to the stunning garden. Ascending the staircase, Yi Fan discovered that the villa encompassed 5 floors, each showcasing a unique design aesthetic, be it minimalist modern, classical European, or traditional Chinese. Every detail was flawlessly executed, embodying the esteemed status and refined taste of the villa's owner. Even when compared to the renowned Tang Palace in the bustling metropolis, this villa stands equally resplendent, if not surpassing it in grandeur. Chapter 41. The beautiful neighbor, Yi Fan, chose the largest bedroom on the second floor and prepared to lie down for a moment's rest. As for the people downstairs, he entrusted their arrangements to the capable He Tingting. Indeed, under He Tingting's orderly guidance, everyone diligently engaged in their respective tasks, creating a bustling yet remarkably organized scene. Some were unpacking luggage, others were cleaning, while some were decorating the living room. The atmosphere was lively, yet perfectly harmonious. However, amidst this flurry of activity, a sudden, melodious ringing of the doorbell shattered the tranquil ambience. Upon hearing the chime, Yifan merely furrowed his brow slightly, showing no inclination to rise and answer the door. After all, with He Tingting and the others present, there was no need for him to intervene personally. He Tingting swiftly approached the door and opened it. Standing outside was a mature woman, appearing to be of a similar age to He Tingting. She was tall and graceful, with striking features, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. In her hands, she held two elegantly packaged bottles of red wine. The labels and exquisite design of the bottles clearly indicating their substantial value. Upon seeing He Tingting, the woman immediately broke into a warm smile and politely introduced herself. "Hello, I'm your neighbor from next door. I noticed you just moved in today and came over to pay a visit." Her voice was melodious and delightful. He Tingting responded with a smile. "Hello, please wait a moment. I need to consult with Mr. Yi first." After saying this, she turned and walked briskly back inside. Before long, Yifan descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. When a woman first laid her eyes on him, she couldn't help but be taken aback. This man not only possessed an extraordinary aura, but was also exceedingly handsome. His tall, upright stature paired with his deep-set eyes made one want to gaze upon him longer. Never would she have imagined that the new neighbor would be so youthful. The woman pondered, her gaze landing on the pristine and imposing villa. It was well known that Yinshui was the most luxurious and exclusive villa in the area, not available for public sale. To own a villa here would undoubtedly require an astronomical sum. Could it be that this new neighbor hailed from a mysterious and affluent family? As this thought crossed her mind, the woman composed herself and approached with a smile, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Jiangli, your neighbor next door." "Hello, I am Yifan," he replied, his face radiating a sunny smile. At that moment, Jiangli gently produced the two exquisitely packaged bottles of red wine from behind her, presenting them to Yifan while softly saying, "I apologize for the lack of preparation due to time constraints. However, I still wanted to congratulate you on your new residence. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't mind." With just a glance, Yifan recognized that these bottles of red wine were far from ordinary, their quality and caliber undoubtedly top-notch. It was likely that each bottle's price would not be less than 5 figures. How could I accept such a generous gift? Yifan began, but Jiangli smiled slightly, unfazed, and insisted, "It's perfectly fine. It's merely a small gesture from me, nothing extravagant." She nudged the wine forward once more. Seeing Jiangli so insistent, Yifan decided to abandon any false modesty. With a smile, he graciously extended his hand to accept the wine. Then, tilting his head slightly to look at Jiangli, he suggested, "Why not come in for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Jiangli's lips curled into an elegant smile as she replied softly, "Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. I was actually hoping to tour Yinshui." With that, she gracefully followed Yifan into the magnificent villa. As soon as she stepped inside, even someone as accustomed to luxury as Jiangli was awed by the opulent decor before her. She marveled at the interior arrangement, sincerely complimenting, "Truly remarkable. This villa deserves its reputation as the king of villas. The exquisite layout is absolutely breathtaking. I had initially wished to acquire Yinshui, but alas, it was not for sale at the time." After surveying the surroundings, her gaze shifted back to Yifan, filled with admiration. "I never would have guessed that Mr. Yi, at such a young age, possesses the capability and determination to acquire such a villa. You truly are an accomplished young man." In response to Jiangli's praise, Yifan humbly waved his hand and replied, "Miss Jiang is too kind. Please have a seat." Once they were seated, a uniformed maid approached, expertly preparing 2 cups of fragrant tea and placing them carefully on the coffee table before them. At that moment, Jiangli's gaze inadvertently swept across the bustling activity around her, and she was momentarily taken aback. From the moment she entered, she had been captivated by the security personnel standing rigidly at attention by the door, each with a serious expression and piercing gaze, far from the ordinary security one would encounter. Moreover, Upon stepping inside, she was astonished by the many maids diligently attending to their tasks, all clad in matching uniforms, gracefully and proficiently executing their duties. Witnessing all of this, Jiang Li's previously vague suspicions became increasingly clear. This young man named Yi Fan undoubtedly hailed from a powerful family. How else could one explain such stringent security measures and a multitude of servants? With this realization, her curiosity about Yi Fan deepened. She turned her gaze toward the young man seated on the sofa, her lips curling into a charming smile as she remarked, "If I may venture a guess, Mr. Yi, you must be under 20, correct?" As she spoke, her beautiful and captivating eyes remained fixed on Yi Fan. Upon hearing Jiang Li's inquiry, Yi Fan displayed no hesitation or concealment. He calmly nodded and replied, "Yes, I just turned 18 this June." His tone was tranquil, yet imbued with an unusual maturity for his age. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, but then covered her mouth, chuckling softly, indeed, still a little brother." Her laughter rang out, bright and clear, like the sound of silver bells echoing in the air. At that moment, Yi Fan inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Li's bosom, rising and falling with her laughter, the alluring curves tantalizingly evident with each movement. His heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze, fearful of being discovered in his moment of indiscretion. However, despite his swift reaction, Jiang Li's keen observation did not miss his small gesture. Yet, Jiang Li chose not to address it directly. Instead, her cheeks slightly flushed, she continued, "Miss Jiang, you are being overly formal. After all, we are neighbors, and I am your elder. If you prefer, you may call me Li Jia." With this, she looked at Yi Fan, her eyes filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan readily responded, "All right, Li Jia." His tone was clear and devoid of any shyness. That's more like it, my dear little brother," Jiang Li exclaimed, her joy erupting into another bout of laughter. She smiled with the vibrant allure of a blossoming flower, her delicate petals trembling as her full bosom swayed gently, resembling two enchanting waves that irresistibly drew the gaze of onlookers. Chapter 42. Dormitory Union. At that moment, an abrupt ringing of the phone shattered the relaxed atmosphere between the two. Jiang Li swiftly reached for her phone to answer, and her previously radiant smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. She simply uttered, "All right, I understand," before hastily ending the call, which lasted less than a minute. Turning apologetically to Yi Fan, she softly said, "I'm sorry, dear brother, but I must attend to an urgent matter at the company." Yi Fan nodded in understanding and smiled in response. "It's all right. Li Jia, please take care of your business." Jiang Li inclined her head slightly and gently reassured him, "Yes, I will come and play with you next time." Before her words could fully settle, she had already turned and made her way toward the door. As she walked, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, lingering around Yi Fan's nose like a gentle wisp of smoke, refusing to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li's figure vanished from his sight, leaving behind only the lingering scent that slowly permeated the atmosphere. Just then, Yi Fan's phone emitted a notification sound. It was a message from Su Yao. Upon opening it, he discovered that Su Yao and her dormitory mates wished to have dinner together with their dormitory. This was a follow-up to the day he had escorted Su Yao back to her dormitory. Upon arriving at the bottom of the girls' dormitory, several of Su Yao's roommates had spotted them. When they beheld the luxurious, expensive sports car, their eyes sparkled with excitement. After Su Yao finally returned to her room, before she could catch her breath, her three roommates eagerly surrounded her, bombarding her with questions about Yi Fan. Initially, Su Yao felt a bit shy, but under the relentless pressure of her roommates, she reluctantly shared everything she knew about him. When they learned that Yi Fan was not only exceptionally wealthy, but also strikingly handsome, their eyes gleamed with fervor. Their excitement peaked when they discovered that even the bustling Taiku commercial street was part of Yi Fan's empire. Had they not known that Su Yao had already established a connection with him, they might have succumbed to their impulses and attempted to pursue him themselves. However, after careful consideration, the roommates reasoned that a man like Yi Fan, both affluent and handsome, would surely have equally impressive friends. Thus, they urged Su Yao to invite others from Yi Fan's dormitory to join them for dinner, hoping to seize the opportunity to get acquainted. Reluctantly, Su Yao sent Yi Fan the invitation message. Meanwhile, upon receiving Su Yao's message, Yi Fan initially skimmed through the text but was soon captivated by the two accompanying alluring photos. A smirk crept onto his lips as he mused. This little girl dares to tempt me so openly. She is truly playing with fire. As Yi Fan settled into the plush sofa to rest, a sensational report exploded across the internet. According to the latest news, the villa known as Yunshui Yiju had astonishingly been sold for 1.6 billion yuan. The announcement sent shockwaves through the online community, igniting fervent discussions among netizens curious about the true identity of this mysterious tycoon. Can you believe someone actually spent 1.6 billion on a house? It's utterly unbelievable, one netizen exclaimed. Another quipped, what kind of house could possibly be worth 1.6 billion? Is the toilet made of gold? However, a knowledgeable netizen quickly replied, don't be ridiculous, that's the famous Yunshui Jian. It is the most enigmatic and expensive supermansion in all of Magic City. Its opulence beyond what an ordinary person can fathom. It's practically a heavenly palace. The disparity between people is staggering. I worked tirelessly for a year and can barely earn 160,000, while someone else effortlessly spends 1.6 billion on real estate. This world is utterly unfair. As evening approached, Yi Fan nonchalantly hopped into his stunning Lamborghini Veneno and sped toward the school. When this priceless supercar arrived at the campus entrance, it once again drew gasps and envious glances from the surrounding crowd. Yi Fan calmly retrieved his student ID from his pocket, showing it to the security guard before flooring the accelerator. The car roared to life, racing into the campus like a bolt of lightning. Once he parked in a relatively quiet spot on campus, Yi Fan stepped out of the car and strolled toward the dormitory with a light-hearted gait. As he reached the door of his dormitory, before he could even find a seat to rest, 3 individuals quickly closed in on him. Fangge, tell us, how far have you and the senior progressed? Li Junjie eagerly inquired, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Dasua chimed in, yes. We heard the senior is renowned for her beauty, not only charming in appearance, but also possessing an outstanding temperament. She's the belle of the Chinese department. At that moment, the previously silent Xiaopai suddenly spoke up. Hey, isn't this a bit unfair? I consider myself quite decent looking. So why aren't there any beautiful girls like the senior pursuing me? As he said this, he exaggeratedly puffed out his round belly, striking a pose he deemed handsome. However, his comical antics instantly earned him disdainful looks from the others. The trio, undeterred, engaged in a fervent exchange, determined to uncover the truth. Just then, sharp-eyed Li Junjie noticed the key in Yi Fan's hand, his mouth agape in astonishment as he exclaimed, no way. He pointed at the key, excitement bubbling over. Fangge, you're not holding the key to the Lamborghini Veneno, are you? Confused, Zhao Dasuo asked, what es Veneno? In response to Zhao Dasuo's question, Li Junjie wore an expression of exasperation but patiently explained, the key in Fangge's hand is not just any key. It's the key to the Lamborghini Veneno. Rumor has it there are very few of these cars in our country, fewer than 10 in total. Each one is priced at a staggering 4 to 5 million. The last time I saw this model was at a Lamborghini car show with my family, and I was fortunate enough to witness its splendor. Chapter 43. Is Balenciaga worth the hype? What? Upon hearing Li Junjie's words, both individuals were struck with astonishment. Their mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg, incredulously exclaiming, is it really that expensive? Clearly, when they grasped the astronomical price of the vehicle, they were rendered utterly speechless. 40 to 50 million. What an unfathomable figure. To put things in perspective, in their hometown, the price of a house rarely exceeds 1 million. Yet, here's to the supercar worth the equivalent of 400 to 500 homes. Merely contemplating this left them in disbelief, far beyond the realms of their imagination. Then, Li Junjie's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he gazed at Yi Fan. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, Brother Fan, please don't tell me that this stunning Lamborghini Veneno truly belongs to you. Yi Fan smiled slightly, revealing no intention of concealment, and gently nodded in affirmation. After all, the fact that he possessed such a top-tier supercar was no secret. Many were already aware. Seeing Yi Fan's acknowledgement, Li Junjie suddenly understood, contemplating. No wonder even the notoriously aloof senior sister in our department would actively pursue him. At this moment, unable to suppress his enthusiasm any longer, Li Junjie gazed at Yi Fan with hopeful anticipation, nearly pleading, "Brother Fan, my greatest passions in life are admiring beautiful women and being enthralled by various dazzling sports cars. Please, allow me to experience it, even if it's just a brief drive around campus." Li Junjie was now overcome with excitement. "Here, take the keys. The car is parked downstairs." Yi Fan smiled at Li Junjie and casually tossed the keys towards him. The keys landed perfectly in Li Junjie's outstretched hand, which had been waiting eagerly. With uncontainable exhilaration, he clutched the keys tightly, his face alight with unrestrained joy. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, he dashed downstairs like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished around the corner of the staircase. Moments later, a thunderous roar of the engine erupted from downstairs. In a short span, the cacophony gradually faded away, becoming almost imperceptible. After more than 20 minutes, Li Junjie finally returned. His face flushed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Gasping for breath, he joyfully exclaimed to Yi Fan, "Brother Fan, your car is absolutely stunning. I can't even count how many beautiful women I attracted on the way. So many approached me to strike up a conversation." As he spoke, Li Junjie's eyes gleamed with delight. Originally a proud native of Shanghai, he always believed he had the most affluent background among his dorm mates. However, today, after witnessing Yi Fan's remarkably splendid vehicle, he instantly realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. The true hidden tycoon in their dorm was, in fact, Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan's lips curved into a slight smile as he casually remarked, "All right, you guys, don't get too carried away with joy. Hurry up and tidy yourselves. Tonight, I'll take you and the senior sisters out for dinner." As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in cheers. Particularly, the flamboyant Shoppy, who was usually the most ostentatious, now sparkled with eagerness, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, resembling a famished wolf spotting a succulent lamb. If the notion of those multi-million-dollar luxury cars felt somewhat out of reach for them, the prospect of meeting the beautiful senior sister was tantalizingly close. And who knows what might transpire? With this thought in mind, the three of them became increasingly excited, hurriedly preparing and adorning themselves. The clothes and shoes they usually hesitated to wear were now hastily dug out. Observing their flurry of activity, Yi Fan couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then reclined leisurely on his bed and opened his phone, engaging in a lively chat with Su Yao. "Junior, today I'm wearing your favorite Balenciaga," he sent, accompanied by a photo. Yi Fan opened the image to reveal Su Yao's long, slender legs clad in the Balenciaga stockings he adored. The enchanting lines and texture seemed to exude an irresistible allure. Such a sultry and captivating image, even Yi Fan, with his considerable composure, felt a rush of heat to his head, nearly causing a nosebleed. "Hee, is it easy to tear?" Yi Fan's face broke into a mischievous grin as he quickly replied. Whether it's easy or not, we'll find out tonight," Su Yao responded, her words tinged with a hint of flirtation. "Haha, all right. Just don't beg for mercy later," Yi Fan teased further. "Oh, enough. Let us not get too risky. I'm ignoring you," Su Yao playfully retorted. After sending that message, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, her shyness palpable. Despite Su Yao's boldness in the online realm, she transformed into a timid persona upon returning to reality. At that moment, Tang Qianqian had swiftly organized her belongings, and when she glanced at Su Yao, she immediately noticed her flushed cheeks. Concerned, she inquired, Yao, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing Tang Qianqian's question, Su Yao's face grew even redder, akin to a ripened apple. Stammering, she replied, "It's nothing. I'm probably just feeling hot from the weather in Shanghai." However, just as Su Yao finished speaking, Qiao Sisi, who had just emerged from the bathroom, interjected with a laugh. She's definitely daydreaming about meeting that junior brother later, causing her heart to flutter. Upon hearing Qiao Sisi's comment, Su Yao, already shy, felt utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Cui Yusin, who was meticulously retouching her makeup, joined in the fun, teasingly asked, "Oh dear. Su Yao, you didn't say something inappropriate while chatting with your junior brother, did you? Otherwise, why would your reaction be so extreme?" Faced with Chui Yusin's inquiry, Su Yao hastily shook her head, fervently defending herself. "I really didn't. Absolutely not." Afterward, perhaps feeling too embarrassed, she retreated into her blanket, unwilling to show her face again. Chapter 44. Each has their own affection. Returning to the matter at hand, apart from Su Yao's striking beauty, the others, Tang Qianqian, Qiao Cixi, and Chui Yusin, though not as exceptionally attractive, could still be considered quite lovely compared to the general populace. Qiao Cixi, as always, adorned herself with great care, leaning towards a seductive style. Her low-cut attire perfectly showcased her alluring collarbone, while a form-fitting mini-skirt accentuated her long, graceful legs. Paired with high heels, she moved with an enchanting sway, exuding a mature charm. In stark contrast stood Tang Qianqian, a petite girl who favored dressing like an exquisitely crafted doll. Clad in a pink, voluminous skirt adorned with lace trim, she wore white rounded-toe shoes and sported a large bow hairpin. Resembling a princess, stepped straight out of a fairy tale. As for Chui Yusin, she made a striking appearance in an ensemble that radiated confidence. Dressed in a fitted black blazer paired with black shorts and knee-high boots, she highlighted her tall, slender figure while emanating a powerful aura. Once these three distinctively styled beauties were ready, they exited the dormitory building, hailing a taxi to whisk them away to their destination. Meanwhile, the trio of boys, Li Junjie Shoppy, and Zhao Dasa, were also preparing. Their outfits were equally attention-grabbing, verging on flamboyant. Each donned trendy attire, their hair meticulously styled. Not content with mere appearances, they had even spritzed themselves with Li Junjie's expensive perfume before setting out. Given that Yi Fan's Lamborghini Veneno was a two-seater sports car and could not accommodate everyone, he initially planned to drive alone while the other three would take a different cab. However, Li Junjie persistently begged Yi Fan to experience the thrill of riding shotgun in the Veneno. Ultimately, Yi Fan relented to his pleas, leading them to depart together. Left behind, Shoppy and Zhao Dasa exchanged envious glances as they watched Yi Fan and Li Junjie speed away, filled with a mix of jealousy and longing. With no other option, they shrugged at each other and turned to the roadside to hail another taxi, following closely behind. As evening descended upon the bustling metropolis, it transformed as if under a spell, shedding its daytime tranquility. The radiant neon lights flickered enticingly, reviving the vibrant nightlife of the city. Yi Fan and Li Junjie arrived early at the designated meeting point, a barbecue restaurant not far from their school, where the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, tantalizing their appetites. Yet, their focus lay not on the culinary delights before them. Shortly thereafter, Shoppy and Zhao Dasa joined them. The quartet sat together, their attention riveted on the passers-by, particularly the array of beautiful women clad in refreshing summer attire. Their long, fair legs became a focal point of admiration. Despite the oppressive heat of October, the women on the streets donned increasingly daring outfits, some in sizzling hot pants that displayed their slender legs, while others opted for ultra-short skirts that tantalizingly hinted at mystery and allure. The sight of those fair, silky legs captivated Yi Fan and his companions, their hearts racing. Nonetheless, amidst the myriad of beautiful legs, Yi Fan steadfastly believed that his senior's legs were unparalleled in perfection. Known for her exquisite legs, she possessed not only length and symmetry, but also a delicate, smooth complexion with graceful lines. Every time he beheld her enchanting legs, he couldn't help but marvel at the creator's favoritism. While Yi Fan immersed himself in thoughts of his senior's stunning legs, he glanced at his phone, then turned to the others with a serious demeanor. "Gather yourselves. They will be arriving shortly. Whether we succeed hinges on your respective skills." Upon hearing this, the three responded with unwavering confidence. "Rest assured, Fan Go, tonight we shall triumph and secure our targets." Just as he finished speaking, Li Junjie turned to the owner and bellowed, "Hey boss, bring us 2 cases of Budweiser." Witnessing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly, pondering to himself, It seems these three are determined to win over their desired beauties tonight. After a few more minutes, Su Yao and her companions finally arrived. From a distance, their carefully crafted appearances stood out amid the bustling crowd. Among the four, only Tang Qianqian embodied a cute aesthetic, while the other three exuded a mature allure. Their curvaceous figures undeniably eye-catching. As the four beauties approached, Li Junjia's gaze fixated on Cui Yusin, murmuring softly, "That cold and charming lady is just my type. No one can contest her with me." However, Shoppy appeared oblivious to Li Junjia's words, his attention firmly locked on the petite and adorable Tang Qianqian. Nearly drooling in admiration, resembling a lovesick fool. Realizing he was losing composure, he quickly composed himself and eagerly exclaimed, "Ah, that cute girl is my dream lover. Anyone who dares compete with me will face my wrath." Shoppy's tone clearly indicated he had claimed Tang Qianqian as his own. Noticing that Shoppy and Li Junjia had each selected their respective crushes, Zhao Dasa naturally shifted his gaze to Qiao Cixi. Although, objectively speaking, Qiao Cixi's beauty paled in comparison to Su Yao and Cui Yusin. Her attire undoubtedly possessed the most seductive charm amongst the gathered crowd. A mere fleeting glance was enough for Zhao Dasa to feel as though his eyes were magnetically drawn to her, unable to look away. Standing beside them, Yi Fan observed the unfolding scene with a bemused smile. Chapter 45. The Barbecue Restaurant Incident. Before long, Su Yao and her companions approached the dining table. Upon noticing them, Li Junjia and his two friends hastily rose, their faces adorned with broad smiles as they enthusiastically greeted Su Yao, exclaiming in unison, "Sister-in-law, hello." The unexpected address caused Su Yao's cheeks to flush a deep crimson, yet beneath her bashful exterior, her heart felt as if it had been flooded with a generous dose of honey, sweetness permeating her being. Once everyone was seated, the restaurant owner swiftly began serving the dishes. During this interval, they engaged in a brief round of self-introductions, effectively establishing a preliminary acquaintance. It is worth noting that Qiao Cixi, having encountered Yi Fan at the beginning of the term, was not particularly surprised by his extraordinary looks. In stark contrast, Tang Qianqian and Cui Yusin were witnessing Yi Fan's striking appearance for the first time. At that moment, their gazes met on Yi Fan, and almost simultaneously, a shared thought blossomed in their minds. He could easily be mistaken for a celebrity. Moreover, Cui Yusin inadvertently noticed the subtle definition of muscles beneath Yi Fan's clothing. She could not help but speculate that his physique must indeed be quite impressive. Thus, unable to contain her curiosity, Cui Yusin directed her gaze towards Yi Fan and softly inquired, "Yi Fan, do you often engage in sports?" Upon hearing Cui Yusin's question, Yi Fan maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding in response. However, only he knew the truth of his sedentary lifestyle, which revolved around eating and sleeping in a languid routine. As for his enviable physique, it was ultimately a product of the system. While Yi Fan pondered this, Cui Yusin's eyes sparkled upon realizing that Yi Fan indeed had a habit of exercising, as though a common topic had been uncovered. Her initial shyness faded away, and she began to converse animatedly with Yi Fan. Not only that, but the enthusiastic Cui Yusin even extended an invitation to Yi Fan, suggesting that they could work out together if time permitted. Meanwhile, Li Junjia, who had been silently observing their interaction, could no longer contain his feelings upon witnessing his crush engaging so fervently with Yi Fan. Summoning his courage, he awkwardly interjected, interrupting their conversation and eagerly turning to Cui Yusin, exclaiming, "Yusin, take a look at my physique." Expecting compliments, he was met instead with a brutally honest remark. "You? A twig?" This unexpected comment left everyone momentarily stunned, particularly Yi Fan, who nearly spewed his drink in laughter. Li Junjia sank into his seat, dejected. For nothing stung a man more than being called slender, especially when the words came from the very goddess he admired. On the other hand, Sha Pai and Tang Qianqian were engrossed in conversation, finding common ground in their shared passion for anime. Their lively exchange filled the atmosphere with warmth and excitement. Although Qiao Cixi sat furthest from Yi Fan, her bright, watery eyes remained fixated on him, barely acknowledging Zhao Dazhua beside her, appearing somewhat distracted. As laughter and chatter filled the air, the remaining guests indulged in their drinks, The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly vibrant. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a nearby table. The group turned to see several burly men seated close by, their bare arms and muscular chests exposed. Their lewd gazes roamed brazenly over Su Yao and her companions, leering with malicious smiles. Occasionally, they whistled at the ladies, their mouths spewing a barrage of crude remarks. Zhao Dazhua, incensed by their behavior, rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront them. However, Yi Fan swiftly restrained him, frowning as he assessed the raucous group. He mused that they were likely intoxicated, reasoning that engaging with drunken individuals was futile. They could be unpredictable. With a gentle shake of his head, Yi Fan advised Zhao Dazhua, "Let it go. There's no need to stoop to their level. We shouldn't bother with a bunch of drunks." Yet, the intoxicated men, undeterred by Yi Fan's restraint, grew even more brazen. One particularly inebriated fellow, his face flushed, staggered to his feet, and made his way toward Su Yao. Without regard for the surrounding onlookers, he brazenly remarked, "Little sister, what fun can you have with these cowards? Why not join us? We promise you'll have a blast." With a lewd chuckle, he reached out with his filthy hand, attempting to grasp Su Yao. As his hand neared her delicate form, Yi Fan's expression turned icy. Rising from his seat, he subtly adjusted his posture, exuding an invisible aura of authority. In that instant, as the man's hand hovered just inches away from Su Yao, time seemed to freeze. The next moment was astonishing. The man was sent flying backward, as if cut loose from a string. The sudden turn of events left everyone speechless, unable to comprehend what had transpired. They caught only a glimpse of Yi Fan's swift kick, after which the man was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing their companion being so effortlessly dispatched, the remaining men erupted in fury, cursing as they charged towards Yi Fan. Chapter 46. The campus heartthrob of Magic City, they brandished their fists with ferocity, intent on devouring Yi Fan alive. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Yi Fan's heart remained unperturbed. With a countenance as serene as still water, he did not retreat but advanced, stepping toward those charging at him. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck one of them squarely in the chest. In an instant, that individual was sent flying backwards, as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing to the ground with a force echoing that of his earlier approach. The tremendous impact caused the ground to tremble slightly, drawing gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Zhao Dazhua and his companions, who had been eager to leap in and assist Yi Fan, found themselves frozen in disbelief as they witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Yi Fan's strikes were as swift as lightning, each containing boundless power. In the blink of an eye, he had effortlessly defeated two adversaries, who, like kites cut from their strings, were sent tumbling away without the chance to retaliate. Within a mere 3 minutes, the remaining assailants were dispatched with equal ease. Astonishingly, apart from a slight smudge on his clothing, Yi Fan emerged from the fierce confrontation unscathed. "Goodness, this guy's incredibly strong," exclaimed Li Junjie and his friends, unable to contain their astonishment. Meanwhile, they faced yet another heavy blow to their spirits. Not only was Yi Fan handsome and wealthy, but now he exhibited such remarkable prowess, leaving no room for others to shine. On the other side, Su Yao and her companions regarded Yi Fan with fervent admiration. After all, what girl does not desire a man who exudes a sense of security? And this man, with his striking looks and affluence, elevated his image in their eyes further still. The shock was not limited to the bystanders. Even the patrons dining in the restaurant could not help but gasp at the breathtaking scene, astonished that this seemingly ordinary young man could so easily subdue a group of burly men. Approaching the restaurant owner, Yi Fan said, "I sincerely apologize for the trouble. Could you please assess the economic damage caused? I will transfer the funds to you immediately." The owner's appreciation for Yi Fan grew deeper upon hearing this. Not only was this young man skilled, but his character was equally commendable. The owner waved his hands dismissively, replying, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a few broken glasses. They're not particularly valuable. No need for compensation." Respecting the owner's firm stance, Yi Fan nodded in agreement, leaving his contact information before preparing to depart. Little did he know, a bystander had discreetly recorded the entire episode on their phone. Soon after, the captivating video was uploaded to a popular short video platform, accompanied by an enticing description. A university student heroically intervenes to save the day. To the surprise of many, the video showcased Yi Fan's striking features, graceful movements, and sense of justice, garnering millions of views overnight. Internet users were captivated by him, leading to a fervent interest in his background. It was swiftly uncovered that he was not only this year's top scorer in the college entrance examinations, but also a proud owner of a Lamborghini. Consequently, Yi Fan became the center of attention, earning the title of campus heartthrob of Magic City, while his exploits spread like wildfire across the university networks. In a luxurious estate within Magic City, Lin Yu reclined on her sofa, perusing the content in her hands. Recognizing the familiar Lamborghini and its distinctive license plate, a radiant smile graced her lips. Yi Fan, Magic City University, how intriguing, she mused to herself. Meanwhile, after arranging for Li Junjie and his companions to escort Xiao Cixi and her friends away, Yi Fan prepared to leave with Su Yao. Once they were settled in the car, Su Yao elegantly lifted her long leg and placed it directly before Yi Fan. His gaze was instantly drawn to her leg, elegantly encased in sheer stockings that glimmered enticingly. Yi Fan reached out, savoring the moment. After a while, he playfully tapped her thigh, grinning as he teased. "All right, settle down. I'll take you back to your dormitory. Otherwise, I might just take advantage of you." Upon hearing Yi Fan's intention to escort her back to her dorm, Su Yao's hopeful expression dimmed, replaced by an unmistakable sense of disappointment. Earlier at the dinner table, she had keenly observed the affectionate glances exchanged between Xiao Cixi and Shui Yusin towards Yi Fan, igniting a profound sense of urgency within her. After a moment's hesitation, as if having made an important decision, Su Yao bit her lip and summoned the courage to softly declare to Yi Fan, I don't want to return to the dormitory tonight. I want to go with you." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with a delicate crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Su Yao was acutely aware that a man like Yi Fan undoubtedly attracted numerous admirers. Among her acquaintances, at least two harbored ulterior motives toward him. If she continued to be coy, she risked losing her chance entirely, leaving her no room for regret or sorrow. Thus, she resolved to become Yi Fan's woman, even if not his only one. She was willing to accept that. Yi Fan regarded Su Yao, her typically playful countenance now replaced with earnestness. "Have you truly thought this through?" he inquired solemnly. Without hesitation, Su Yao nodded, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Chapter 47. The transformation of the boy. Upon witnessing Su Yao's decisive declaration, Yi Fan naturally ceased to hesitate. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing directly towards the luxurious estate of Yun Shuijian. Within mere minutes, Yi Fan expertly parked the vehicle in the garage. He then gently took Su Yao's hand, leading her into the magnificent villa. As they crossed the threshold, Su Yao felt an immediate sense of restraint envelop her. This was her first encounter with such opulence, and the overwhelming grandeur left her momentarily at a loss. At that moment, a figure rushed towards them. It was He Tingting. Spotting Yi Fan's return, she hurriedly approached, deftly retrieving two pairs of pristine slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them at their feet with a warm smile, saying, "Welcome home." Simultaneously, she addressed Yi Fan with a gentle tone. "Mr. Yi, the bathwater in your bedroom is prepared to the perfect temperature. You may indulge in a refreshing soak." She slightly bowed and added, "If there are no further requests, we shall take our leave. Please summon me should you need anything." As she and the others departed, Su Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind racing with admiration. It was only at this moment that she truly grasped the essence of a life lived in the lap of luxury, a stark contrast to her own humble beginnings, which felt like an unreachable dream. After a brief pause, Yi Fan nodded subtly at the still-dazed Su Yao, urging her to follow him. Together, they ascended the staircase towards the bedroom. Upon entering the room, a warm and inviting atmosphere enveloped them. Yi Fan turned to Su Yao, speaking softly, "Please, go ahead and freshen up." Taken aback by his words, Su Yao felt a rush of warmth flush her cheeks, stammering, "Okay." In an instant, she darted into the bathroom, akin to a startled doe. Yi Fan settled onto a nearby sofa, appearing calm, yet internally, he was anything but composed. The sound of running water from the bathroom stirred a blend of anticipation and inexplicable nervousness within him. Surprisingly, this seemingly invincible man felt a hint of anxiety. After all, Yi Fan was still a novice in matters of the heart, unacquainted with intimate encounters. To claim he felt entirely at ease would be a falsehood. He had never aspired to be close to someone of Su Yao's caliber. Yet, with his newfound wealth and power, countless women would vie for his affection at the slightest beckoning. While Yi Fan's mind wandered, Su Yao emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a towel. Her fair skin tinged with a rosy hue, her delicate features flushed. When her gaze met Yi Fan's deep eyes, a wave of heat washed over her cheeks, and her heart raced. Frantically, she burrowed under the warm covers, burying her face in the soft fabric to hide her embarrassment. "I'm done. You should go now," came Su Yao's muffled voice from beneath the covers. Observing her shy and endearing demeanor, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile before heading toward the bathroom. Perhaps due to his eagerness, or perhaps because men typically bathe swiftly, Yi Fan completed his own wash in under 2.5 minutes. He grabbed a clean towel, quickly drying off before wrapping a pristine bath towel around his waist. With his sculpted torso exposed, he stepped out of the bathroom, hidden beneath the covers. Su Yao peeked out with her sparkling eyes, stealing a glance at Yi Fan. However, upon seeing his chiseled abs and smooth musculature, her face felt as if it could ignite. Without hesitation, Yi Fan pulled back the corner of the covers and slipped in beside her, gently enveloping her in his arms. At that moment, he sensed Su Yao's body quivering slightly. He tenderly caressed her smooth back, his touch slow and soothing. Gradually, under his patient comfort, Su Yao's initially tense nerves began to relax, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, the temperature in the room rising perceptibly. Soon, the sound of soft breaths filled the air, marking Yi Fan's transformation from boyhood to manhood. The following morning, gentle rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the lavish room. Yi Fan, with his distinctly sculpted features bathed in this warmth, slowly opened his eyes. As his vision cleared, he beheld Su Yao nestled against him, sleeping peacefully. Her visage was like a picturesque painting. Her fair complexion seemed to emit a radiant glow, and her long eyelashes fluttered like delicate butterflies. A smile crept upon Yi Fan's lips as he reminisced about their passionate night, which had stretched into the early hours of dawn. He carefully adjusted his arm, anxious not to disturb her slumber. Yet, even with the gentlest of movements, Su Yao stirred, letting out a soft murmur as she opened her eyes. "It's still early. You can sleep a bit longer," Yi Fan whispered soothingly before quietly dressing and leaving the bedroom. Upon entering the spacious and bright living area, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. To his delight, a sumptuous breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction and called out to the kitchen. Before long, He Tingting appeared promptly, respectfully inquiring, "Young Master Yi, did you call for me?" Yi Fan requested a nourishing soup from Miss Su. Understanding his intent, He Tingting promptly returned to the kitchen to prepare. Once he had given his instructions, Yi Fan proceeded to freshen up. Upon his return to the living room, he discovered Su Yao had awakened and was attempting to rise from bed, albeit with a slight limp, looking somewhat disheveled. Seeing her struggle, his heart ached. Without hesitation, he rushed to her side, scooping her into his arms and gently placing her in a chair at the dining table. Leaning down, he spoke softly, "My dear, please rest here in the villa today, and we will send you back to your dorm later." Hearing Yi Fan's words, filled with care and concern, a warm wave of sweetness washed over Su Yao, enveloping her heart. Chapter 48. Jiachuan Group. As Yi Fan was enjoying his breakfast, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the transformation. System reward: 30 shareholding in Jiachuan Group. Listening to the sound resonating in his mind, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Jiachuan Group is renowned in Modu, and now, with a 30 stake, he had become a significant shareholder. Noticing the smile on Yi Fan's face, Su Yao curiously asked, "Yi Fan, what's going on?" Upon hearing the question, Yi Fan chuckled and replied, It's nothing, senior sister. You truly are my lucky star. Su Yao, slightly puzzled by Yi Fan's unexpected comment, felt a warmth bloom in her heart. Meanwhile, in the Jiachuan Group office, a concerned voice inquired, Manager Jiang, have you made a decision? We require 30 shares for an investment of 2 billion. If you're ready, please come to the Marriott Hotel tonight. The individual spoke with an air of arrogance before leaving Manager Jiang Li's office. Recently, Jiachuan Group had been facing financial troubles, and Jiang Li hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. Her once radiant appearance now looked haggard. Just as Jiang Li was contemplating how to resolve the situation, a knock on the door interrupted her. A young woman hurriedly entered, exclaiming, Chairwoman, Chairwoman. Seeing the young woman's urgency, Jiang Li frowned and asked, What is it? Why are you in such a tizzy? Chairwoman, the company's financial issues have been resolved, the woman said with palpable excitement. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li sprang to her feet. She had been troubled about the company's financial crisis, and now it seemed to have found a solution. Just now, a gentleman named Yi Fan injected 5 billion in cash into our company, resolving our liquidity crisis. Jiang Li slowly sat back down. With this injection of funds, she felt a sense of relief. Yi Fan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Jiang Li pondered. She recalled her new neighbor, who was also named Yi Fan. Could it be him? But how could that be possible? He was so young, and he had just acquired Yan Shuijian. How could he possibly have such liquidity? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence of names, she thought. Noticing Jiang Li's silence, the young woman continued, Chairwoman, if I hadn't reached out to Mr. Yi Fan to facilitate the procedures. All right, go ahead, Jiang Li said, gently massaging her throbbing temples. On the other side, after finishing his breakfast, Yi Fan's phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Fan? Yes, who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Guo Feifei, the secretary to the chairwoman of Jiachuan Group. Are you available today? The procedures for your acquisition of the company's shares have been finalized. Could you come to the office to complete the handover? Sure, I'll head over shortly. Great, Mr. Yi. We look forward to your arrival. After hanging up, Yi Fan turned to Su Yao and said, Senior sister, I need to step out for a bit. If you finish eating and want to go out, just have Yi Tingting arrange for someone to drive you. All right, you go ahead, Su Yao replied with a smile. After arranging matters at the villa, Yi Fan drove directly to Jiachuan Group. Before long, he arrived at the building's entrance. After parking, he walked into the lobby. As he approached the front desk, a middle-aged man in a suit brusquely approached him, saying, Hey, what do you think you're doing? We're not hiring today. He then turned to a few nearby security guards and scolded, What are you doing? Don't you know a distinguished guest is coming today? Why are you letting in such riffraff? Just as the middle-aged man was posturing, someone quickly approached from the elevator. Upon seeing the newcomer, he hurriedly greeted Secretary Guo. What brings you here? Guo Feifei, looking coldly at the middle-aged man, asked, Manager Zhou, is there a problem here? Unfazed, Manager Zhou replied, It's nothing, Secretary Guo. These guards are clueless and let random people in. However, before he could finish, Guo Feifei hastily walked over to Yi Fan and respectfully asked, Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Fan? The previously arrogant manager Zhou's face turned pale. He seemed to remember that the esteemed guest was indeed named Yi Fan. Guo Feifei was also taken aback. She had not anticipated that this Mr. Yi Fan would be so young and handsome. Suddenly realizing something, she turned to Manager Zhou and coldly stated, Do you comprehend the foolishness of your actions just now? This Mr. Yi Fan injected 5 billion into Jiachuan. He is our savior. Who do you think you are to disrespect him? Go to finance and collect your wages. You're done here. I'm sure the chairwoman will support my decision. Guo Feifei glared at Manager Zhou, her eyes filled with disdain. Such foolishness was a calamity for the group. Manager Zhou stood frozen, pale as a ghost, unsure of what to do, but evidently, no one cared about his predicament. Once the situation was resolved, Guo Feifei quickly approached Yi Fan, her tone filled with apologies. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience you experienced. It's no trouble. I didn't take it to heart, Yi Fan replied lightly. He then followed Guo Feifei into the elevator. As Yi Fan entered the chairwoman's office alongside Guo Feifei, Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Yi Fan, I can't believe it's truly you. Sister Li, so you are the chairwoman of Jiachuan Group. Guo Feifei, observing the exchange, interjected, "Chairwoman, Mr. Yi, do you two know each other?" Jiangli smiled and replied, "Not just acquainted. We are neighbors." Guo Feifei, aware that her chairwoman resided in Yinshui Yaju, was surprised to discover that this young Mr. Yi also lived there, indicating that his identity was indeed remarkable. Seeing the two engage in cheerful conversation, Guo Feifei discreetly left the office, gently closing the door behind her. Chapter 49. Venturing into the real estate realm of Magic City within the office, Jiangli gazed at Yi Fan and remarked, "When I heard Feifei mention that someone named Yi Fan had injected 5 billion into the group, you were the first person who came to my mind. However, I couldn't be certain. I never imagined it would truly be you." Jiangli then turned her attention to Yi Fan, a cunning smile gracing her face as she inquired, "Brother, did you come to my aid because you knew my company was in trouble?" Seated beside her, Yi Fan was equally surprised by the coincidence. Observing the look of anticipation on Jiangli's face, he chuckled and replied, "Do you believe me if I say no?" "No," Jiangli responded with a smile. Realizing that she had misunderstood his intent, Yi Fan chose not to clarify further. After all, he was genuinely unaware, and the 30% stake he possessed was merely a reward from the system. Across from him, Jiangli smiled and said, "Brother, now that you have done me such a significant favor, how should I express my gratitude? Perhaps I should offer myself in return." "Ha ha!" After saying this, a blush crept on her cheeks, and she giggled behind her hand. Yi Fan found it difficult to endure her playful teasing and, with a serious expression, responded, "Sisterly, let us refrain from jesting. I'm still a student." Noticing that Yi Fan did not engage with her playful banter, a hint of disappointment flickered across Jiangli's face. She then asked, "I am quite curious. You just purchased Yinshui Jian and have now injected 5 billion into the group. Where do you acquire such wealth?" Upon hearing the question, Yi Fan offered a mysterious smile and replied nonchalantly, "That's a secret." Indeed, it was a secret. He could not possibly disclose that the funds were a reward from the system. Not receiving an answer, Jiangli was not offended. Instead, she looked at Yi Fan with a smile and said, "Brother, let us dine together. You have assisted me immensely, and I shall treat you." "Very well," he agreed. The two then descended the elevator, and instead of driving, Yi Fan opted to ride in Jiangli's car as they made their way to their destination. At the Marriott Hotel, one of the premier hotels in Magic City, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan gracefully pulled into the parking lot. Moments later, Yi Fan and Jiangli stepped out of the vehicle. Just as they entered the lobby, an out-of-place voice called from behind, "Jiangli?" Turning to see a young man in his 20s standing a few paces away, Jiangli's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. "Mr. Zhang." The middle-aged man observed Jiangli's enchanting figure, his eyes betraying unbridled greed. With a smug expression, he addressed her, "Jiang Zong, you came to meet someone, yet you brought along a pretty boy. What does this mean?" Jiangli felt a surge of revulsion at the sight of the man before her. Previously, due to the company's financial issues, she had no choice but to seek his assistance, hoping he might invest to save Jia Chuan. However, she never anticipated that he would not only drive the price down, but also harbor ulterior motives toward her. "I am not aware of what Mr. Zhang is insinuating. I am simply here to invite someone to dinner," she said, casting a dispassionate glance at him. "Inviting someone to dinner? You can't mean that you are treating this boy, can you?" The middle-aged man sneered, pointing at Yi Fan dismissively. "Mr. Zhang, I must ask you to show some respect. He is my guest." Jiangli, rarely displaying anger, responded coldly upon hearing his brazen remarks. "Respect this boy? How laughable." Meanwhile, Yi Fan was bewildered by how this had suddenly turned into a confrontation involving him. It seemed that Jiangli no longer needed his financial support. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Zhang, but we at Jiachuan Group no longer require your assistance." At this, the previously confident middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback, secretly pondering whether Jiangli had indeed found a new source of funding. Zhang Hao had initially intended to seize this opportunity to acquire 30% of Jiachuan Group at a minimal cost, thereby allowing him to gradually consume the company. If he successfully absorbed Jiachuan Group, his own firm would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, enabling him to secure a position within the family's inner circle. Furthermore, he had long coveted Jiangli. Indeed, We at Jiachuang have successfully resolved our crisis, so your assistance is no longer needed, Mr. Zhang. Oomph. Jiang Li, if you are so bold as to refuse my generosity, you shall see the consequences. No one in Magic City dares to oppose the Zhang family. With that, Zhang Hao stormed away. On his way back, Zhang Hao made a phone call, instructing the recipient to investigate whether Jiachuang Group had truly found external support and to look into the background of the investor. Meanwhile, Yifan and Jiang Li were seated in a luxurious private room, enjoying their meal. Sorry for dragging you into that situation, brother. Who was that person? Yifan did not take the matter too seriously and instead inquired. That man is Zhang Hao, heir to one of the prominent families in Magic City. The businesses in the city are largely controlled by the 8 major families, and although the Zhang family is not among them, their influence should not be underestimated. It is said that Zhang Hao is dating Liu Cheng, the direct descendant of the Liu family, one of the 8 major families. With the Liu family as his backing, Zhang Hao has grown arrogant. Jiang Li looked at Yi Fan, her brow furrowed with concern. I suspect that the financial troubles Jia Chuang encountered were partly orchestrated by Zhang Hao, who seeks to take advantage of the situation to swallow the company whole. Upon hearing this introduction, Yi Fan realized that Zhang Hao had a considerable background, particularly with ties to the Liu family. He understood that as he had only just arrived in Magic City and had yet to establish a firm foothold, it would be imprudent to confront the Liu family head-on. Yes, he indeed presents a challenge, Yi Fan mused thoughtfully. I suspect Zhang Hao's ultimate goal is the upcoming bidding conference. He aims to monopolize all real estate business in Magic City during that event. Jiang Li's words piqued Yi Fan's interest, prompting him to ask, what bidding conference? It involves the public auction of 6 parcels of land by the Magic City authorities. Virtually all real estate companies in the city will participate, and Jiachuang Group is also on the official invitation list. As Jiang Li explained, Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he silently contemplated the implications. A bidding conference? Would not his expertise and investment prove invaluable in such a scenario? Meanwhile, as Yi Fan pondered, Jiang Li's gaze began to shimmer with determination, as if she had come to a significant decision. Chapter 50. Brother, are you supporting your sister? As Yi Fan contemplated making a grand impression at the auction, Jiang Li spoke up beside him. Brother, I've invited you to dinner, and there is something I wish to discuss. Noticing a hint of hesitation in Jiang Li's expression, as if burdened by unspoken troubles, Yi Fan smiled gently and encouraged, Sisterly, feel free to say whatever is on your mind. Jiang Li bit her lip, her gaze flickering uncertainly, clearly wrestling with her thoughts. After a few moments, as if she had finally resolved to speak, she took a deep breath and said, Brother, I have decided to transfer all the shares I hold to you, thereby making you the true leader of the company. Before Yi Fan could respond, Jiang Li raised her hand to signal him to wait and added urgently, Please don't rush to refuse my proposal. I made this decision because I cannot bear to see Jia Chuang crumble under my watch. At this point, Jiang Li sighed softly, her eyes betraying a sense of helplessness and loneliness. Years ago, I built Jia Chuang from the ground up, enduring countless hardships to grow it to its current scale. However, this crisis has made me acutely aware that in the bustling metropolis, without a robust background and substantial capital, survival is nearly impossible. Zhang Hao has his eyes on Jia Chuang, and I realize that I cannot defend this legacy alone. After much contemplation, I believe entrusting it to you may provide a glimmer of hope. Though I am not well acquainted with your background, I inexplicably trust that your capabilities will guide Jia Chuang out of this predicament and lead it to even greater heights. Listening quietly to Jiang Li's heartfelt words, Yi Fan furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation. He had never intended to take on the daunting responsibility of Jia Chuang. Confronting the Zhang and Liu families at this juncture seemed utterly imprudent. Yet, when he inadvertently met Jiang Li's hopeful gaze, a ripple of uncertainty began to stir within him. After a moment of reflection, he realized that taking over Jia Chuang might not be such a bad idea after all. Upon further consideration, he recognized that aside from the bustling Taigu commercial street, he had no other substantial assets in the vast metropolis. Successfully assuming control of Jia Chuang would mean establishing his very first legitimate enterprise in the city, thus seamlessly stepping into the promising real estate sector. With this in mind, Yi Fan addressed Jiang Li, "Sister Li, I accept your offer to take over Jia Chuang. Rest assured, I will not let your efforts go to waste." Upon hearing these words, the tension in Jiang Li's face melted away, replaced by a relieved smile. She swiftly retrieved her phone from her pocket and dialed Guo Feifei's number with practiced ease. Before long, a rapid knock echoed through the room as Guo Feifei burst in, clutching a hefty stack of documents. "Boss, I brought the contracts you requested," she announced, hurrying toward Jiang Li while stealing a cautious glance at her, her eyes reflecting a hint of discomfort at the situation. "Feifei, please present the contract to General Manager Yi for his review," Jiang Li instructed. At once, Guo Feifei extracted the meticulously prepared contract from her folder and respectfully handed it to Yi Fan. He nodded slightly, scanning each line and clause swiftly. Once satisfied, he took a pen from the table and promptly signed his name at the bottom of the contract, finalizing the transfer of Jiang Li's 27 stake. Following this, Yi Fan expertly maneuvered his phone, and a staggering sum of 4 billion was instantly transferred to Jiang Li's account. With this transaction, Yi Fan became the rightful owner of 57 of Jia Chuang, asserting his authority as its true master. At this moment, Jiang Li, seated across from him, could not conceal a flicker of melancholy in her eyes. After all, this was the fruit of her years of labor, now reluctantly relinquished. Just then, Yi Fan lifted his gaze, and their eyes met. With a sincere smile, he addressed her, "Sister Li, although the ownership has shifted, I genuinely hope you will remain here as the president of Jia Chuang. You will manage the company's daily operations, and I will only involve myself in major decisions, ensuring I do not interfere with your management." Pausing for a moment, Yi Fan continued, "Of course, Sister Li, I cannot let you work in vain. I intend to grant you 6 of Jia Chuang's shares as a gesture of goodwill, hoping you will stay." Upon hearing this, the previously melancholic expression on Jiang Li's face brightened with renewed vigor. The terms Yi Fan offered were clearly advantageous to her, a fact even the most oblivious person would recognize. After careful consideration, Jiang Li finally nodded in agreement, cherishing this bond in her heart. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, and with a teasing glint in her eyes, she chided, "Brother, are you trying to support your sister in this way?" Yi Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "Sister Li, if that is how you choose to interpret it, then perhaps." At that moment, Guo Feifei, who had been silently observing, appeared somewhat bewildered. A thought flickered through her mind. This internal transition in the company might soon ignite a significant upheaval, potentially leading to considerable turmoil. Once the share transfer procedures were completed, Jiang Li quickly concealed her smile and turned to Guo Feifei, her tone now serious. "Immediately arrange for all senior management to convene in the meeting room within half an hour." "Understood," Guo Feifei responded promptly, then swiftly turned to leave, pulling out her phone to organize the meeting's details. Chapter 51. Yi Fan's backup plan. "Brother, in a moment at the group meeting, I shall announce your identity before all. You won't mind, will you?" Jiang Li asked Yi Fan, her expression grave. Yi Fan nodded slightly, responding with calm assurance, "No, it's quite all right." With that affirmation, the two departed from the hotel, boarding a Cullinan that sped toward Jia Chuang Group. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road as Yi Fan reclined in his seat, his gaze fixated on the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, his mind beginning to strategize. Just moments ago, he had transferred 4 billion in funds to Jiang Li, leaving him with merely over 3 billion. Faced with the impending bidding conference, such an amount was woefully inadequate to sustain the situation. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Fan. Stirring his thoughts, he recalled that during his stock trading days, he had not liquidated all of his shares. He had intentionally retained 1 billion worth of shares in Storm Technology. Having been occupied with other matters, he had scarcely monitored the stock's performance. However, given the current market trends, it was likely that this investment had undergone remarkable appreciation, perhaps multiplying manifold during this time. Moreover, Yi Fan understood that the stock market turmoil would not persist for long. In a few days, it was probable that the government would implement measures to stabilize the market. Thus, the present moment represented an opportune time to reap the rewards of his investments. With this in mind, Yi Fan swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, opening the chat window with Lulu, and sent a succinct yet pivotal message. Meanwhile, within the securities exchange, Lulu was intently focused on the fluctuating data and graphs on her computer screen. In recent days, she had been profoundly impressed by Yi Fan's audacious and decisive trading maneuvers. Each of his decisions appeared perilously risky, yet invariably yielded astonishing returns. On that day, Yi Fan had transformed an initial capital of 600 million into over 8 billion. She had initially thought he would cease his activities. To her astonishment, after selling a portion of his stocks, he had retained 1 billion worth of shares in Storm Technology. In the days that followed, the stock had skyrocketed, its price surging from 18 yuan per share to an astounding 330 yuan. This remarkable increase left everyone in attendance utterly speechless, Lulu included. After witnessing Yi Fan's extraordinary prowess, she unhesitatingly invested her entire life savings, 200,000 yuan, into Storm Technology, following in his footsteps. Initially, Lulu felt a twinge of anxiety, but as the stock price ascended day by day, her heart gradually filled with elation. Now, should she choose to liquidate her shares after deducting fees, she would stand to gain an astounding profit of over 3 million. At this realization, Lulu could no longer contain her excitement. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. At that moment, her admiration for Yi Fan reached a peak. Just as Lulu reveled in her overwhelming happiness, a crisp ringtone abruptly disrupted the tranquility. She glanced at her phone and saw a message from Yi Fan. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Without hesitation, she swiftly replied and then set to work. First, she sold all of Yi Fan's shares at 330 yuan each, netting over 18 billion after fees. Subsequently, she liquidated her own shares, securing over 3 million. In the vehicle, upon receiving the notification of funds arriving in his bank account, Yi Fan smiled, then sent another message to Lulu. Upon reading Yi Fan's invitation, Lulu did not hesitate to accept. He had revealed his identity and extended an offer for her to join Jiachuan Group as an assistant to the chairman, with an annual salary exceeding 1 million. Lulu had heard of Jiachuan Group, a leader in the real estate sector of MOD, and was astonished to learn it was Yi Fan's enterprise. Overwhelmed, she accepted without a second thought, recognizing that her qualifications hardly matched the position. She understood this was an opportunity bestowed upon her by Yi Fan. She felt indebted to him and would not hesitate to comply with any request he might have. Once the stock matters were settled, the Cullinan arrived at the foot of Jiachuan Group's building. There, Guofei awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Yi Fan and Jiang Li, she respectfully greeted Director Yi, General Manager Jiang. Yi Fan nodded slightly, then inquired of Guofei, "Is everyone here?" Startled by the question, Guofei hesitated. Despite knowing Yi Fan was now the group's actual leader, her long-standing habits momentarily clouded her recognition. After a brief pause, she quickly responded, "Director Yi, everyone has arrived." "Good," Yi Fan affirmed, proceeding toward the elevator, while Jiang Li regarded his upright figure with evident admiration. She marveled at how swiftly Yi Fan had acclimated to his new role, truly a scion of a prominent family. Within the top-tier conference room of Jiachuan Group, a buzz of animated discussions filled the air. "Have you heard? The group's chairman seems to have changed." "Yes, I heard the new chairman is a young man." As whispers circulated, a middle-aged man in his 30s interjected, "This Jiang Li is utterly reckless. Entrusting the group to a youth is akin to leading it into a quagmire. I suggest we seek alternative paths." This man was Du Guangjuan, the general manager of the business department at Jiachuan Group. Previously, Zhang Hao had contacted him, assuring that if he could embarrass the new chairman at this meeting and incite others to migrate to Qinke real estate, he would not be shortchanged. Zhang Hao's intention was to destabilize Jiachuan Group from within. Those who dared oppose the Zhang family should prepare for annihilation. With Zhang Hao's assurance, Du Guangjuan intensified his persuasion efforts. "Is what you say true, Manager Du?" Someone could not restrain themselves from asking. Noticing the interest, Du Guangjuan's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he confidently assured, "Brothers, rest assured, Chairman Zhang cherishes talent. He has promised that anyone who joins him will receive a salary increase of double." With that, Du Guangjuan wore a self-assured grin, convinced that his pledge would certainly please Zhang Hao. Chapter 52. Should I dismiss you? As the crowd continued to murmur, several figures entered the conference room. Upon seeing the newcomers, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Yi Fan surveyed the room, a confident smile gracing his lips before taking his seat at the chairperson's position. Standing beside him was Jiang Li, who remained quietly attentive, while Guo Feifei stood behind the two. Jiang Li then addressed the assembly, her tone resolute and unwavering. I trust you have all heard the rumors regarding the change in leadership at our group. Today, I officially announce that Mr. Yi Fan will assume the position of chairman of Jia Chuan Group, while I will continue my duties as president of the group. Furthermore, I must remind everyone that Mr. Yi has invested over 9 billion, securing 51% of the shares and thus holding absolute controlling power. Upon hearing this, whispers erupted among the attendees once more. Although many had previously received whispers of the transition, without Jiang Li's confirmation, skepticism lingered. However, the revelation from Jiang Li left them astounded. Yi Fan, it seemed, possessed immense wealth, having acquired 51% of the company in a single transaction. At such a young age, he appeared to be little more than a student. If he were indeed an heir of a wealthy family, as some suggested, it could spell disaster for the group, just as Du Guangjuan had claimed. With these thoughts swirling in their minds, many began to contemplate their own futures, casting wary glances at Du Guangjuan, noting the attention directed toward him. Du Guangjuan wore a smug smile, reveling in his own thoughts. What did it matter if someone spent 100 billion to acquire Jia Chuan? If he could manipulate the company's management, all that wealth would amount to nothing but an empty fade. As he recalled the conditions Zhang Hao had laid out for him, Du Guangjuan's excitement grew, prompting him to speak up. President Jiang, your actions seem rather inappropriate. You have decided to hand over the group to an outsider without consulting the board. Furthermore, this individual is but a mere novice. It appears you are leading the group in peril. With disdain evident on his face, he cast a mocking glance at Jiang Li and Yi Fan. Though Du Guangjuan's arrogance was palpable, his sentiments echoed the thoughts of many in the room. The expressions of several shareholders seated at the front grew increasingly displeased. As board members, they were taken aback to learn of the leadership change without prior notice. Such behavior suggested a blatant disregard for their positions. Thus, they did not intervene when Du Guangjuan spoke out. Jiang Li's eyes flickered with anger, and she prepared to respond, but Yi Fan raised a hand to stop her. Turning his gaze toward Du Guangjuan, he remarked with a hint of amusement, "You are the manager of the business department, are you not, Mr. Du Guangjuan?" "Indeed, that is I," Du Guangjuan replied, momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Yi Fan, maintaining his smile, continued, "You may collect your salary from finance. You're no longer required to come in." With that, he dismissed Du Guangjuan with a glance. Du Guangjuan, who had been brimming with confidence, was left speechless. This young man was clearly not following the anticipated script. He had intended to rally support from others to negotiate terms and bolster his own value. But instead, he was abruptly dismissed. He realized that if he were to leave voluntarily, he might still hold some worth in Zhang Hao's eyes, but being expelled would render him worthless. For Zhang Hao, any refuse discarded by Jia Chuan was of no interest to him. In a panic, Du Guangjuan hastily interjected, "President Jiang, I have been with the group since its inception, contributing tirelessly to its growth. Now that the company has reached stability, you would cast aside loyal employees like us? Is this not a bit ruthless?" As he spoke, he feigned deep sorrow, exaggerating his emotions to the point of shedding a few dramatic tears. Witnessing this spectacle, many veteran employees felt a wave of sympathy for Du Guangjuan. They reflected on their own potential fates, given their long-standing camaraderie. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was equally unprepared for Yi Fan's decisive actions. She had never anticipated that he would so swiftly dismiss the general manager of the business department. Such boldness could undoubtedly alienate many long-standing employees if not handled with care. As she grappled with the complexity of the situation, she noticed Yi Fan's confident smile, a stark contrast to the tension in the room. With a hint of playful sarcasm, he addressed Du Guangjuan. "Mr. Du, the company has treated you well. Yet you have conspired with Qian Ku Company behind our backs, encouraging others to leave and causing significant losses. Now tell me, should I dismiss you? Yi Fan's smile remained, but the intensity in his gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Du Guangjuan. At that moment, Du Guangjuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His complexion drained of color. How could Yi Fan have known? He had kept his dealings secret, revealing nothing until now. Struggling to suppress his panic, he forced himself to appear indignant and shouted, "Chairman Yi, while your status is esteemed, it is reckless to slander others without basis. Since joining Jiachuan, I have been nothing but loyal, pouring my heart and soul into this company." To anyone unaware of the situation, Du Guangjuan's performance would have been convincing, eliciting sympathy and support from those around him. As expected, many began to murmur amongst themselves, condemning Yi Fan for his accusations and rallying behind Du Guangjuan. Yet, amid the clamor of dissent, Yi Fan remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and composed, showing no signs of distress. In truth, without the insights provided by the system, even he might have been swayed by Du Guangjuan's masterful act. Chapter 53. The marvelous application of talent as Yi Fan casually surveyed the conference room upon his entrance. He was acutely aware that many of those present were not genuine allies. They were either infiltrators from rival companies or traitors covertly bribed by competitors. The presence of such numerous subversives around him left Yi Fan feeling quite troubled and vexed. In that moment, a thought suddenly flickered through Yi Fan's mind. Could his innate talent for discerning profitable investments be applied to assess people as well? Intrigued, he resolved to test this hypothesis, carefully scrutinizing each individual present. To his astonishment, the scene before him transformed. He could distinctly perceive a set of figures representing each person's return rate hovering above their heads. Most individuals exhibited return rates hovering around several tens of percent, while a select few astonishingly boasted returns exceeding 100%. Conversely, some displayed negative returns, clearly indicating that these individuals were either traitors or incompetent. Among this assembly, the most striking was certainly Du Guangjuan. Above his head glimmered a conspicuous red number, -106%. This glaring figure caught Yi Fan's attention. Upon witnessing this alarming negative value, Yi Fan began contemplating how to leverage this information against him. His suspicion that Du Guangjuan had been bribed by Zhang Hao stemmed from Du's audacious demeanor. He had boldly flaunted his arrogance from the outset. At this critical juncture, Yi Fan could easily surmise that Zhang Hao was orchestrating the situation behind the scenes. At that moment, Yi Fan slowly directed his gaze towards Du Guangjuan, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with a teasing tone. "Oh, is that so? What if I possess evidence?" As he spoke, Yi Fan's eyes sharpened, as if he could penetrate the depths of Du's inner fears and anxieties. "After all, you have been a long-standing member of our company. Surely you understand the potential consequences should I reveal this evidence." With each word, spoken softly yet powerfully, Yi Fan's voice struck Du Guangjuan's heart like a hammer. At that point, dismissal will be the least of your worries. After delivering his ultimatum, Yi Fan maintained an air of calm confidence. Locking eyes with Du initially, Du Guangjuan had managed to uphold a facade of composure, but upon hearing Yi Fan's assured declarations, the last remnants of his defenses crumbled. He could not afford to take the risk. If Yi Fan's assertions proved true, and he indeed possessed damning evidence, the repercussions could entail not just hefty reparations, but potentially imprisonment. Overwhelmed by this realization, Du's legs weakened, and he slumped back into his chair like a deflated balloon. Observing Du's despondent demeanor, Yi Fan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. His previous statements had merely been a probe, a gamble to see if Du would dare to confront him overtly. Fortunately, the outcome aligned with Yi Fan's expectations. He had triumphed in this psychological duel. With a long sigh, Du Guangjuan fixed Yi Fan with a complex gaze for an extended moment before finally conceding with a despondent tone, "Director Yi, well played. I, Du Guangjuan, concede defeat today." After uttering those words, Du felt his face flush with embarrassment, as if all eyes in the room were mocking him. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, he lowered his head and exited the conference room like a chastened dog. As Du Guangjuan's defeated figure disappeared through the door, A brief silence enveloped the room. However, it was not long before the gazes of the others turned towards Yi Fan. Their previous disdain utterly vanished. At that moment, they recognized that this seemingly youthful chairman was far from ordinary. His decisiveness and ruthlessness were qualities not typically found in one so young. A shared thought crossed the minds of many. Such remarkable audacity and discernment at a young age must surely indicate a formidable background. Even Jiang Li, standing nearby, regarded Yi Fan with newfound admiration, silently commending her wise choice. The other shareholders also began to view Yi Fan differently. With Du Guangjuan's exit, Yi Fan pointed at the employees whose overhead figures displayed negative values. One by one, he called out names with clarity and authority. Each name elicited a nervous jolt from those identified. In total, more than 20 individuals were singled out. Among them, only a few appeared bewildered, while the majority exhibited pallid faces, sweating profusely, their eyes darting nervously, clearly overwhelmed by guilt. Yi Fan wasted no time and promptly dismissed these individuals. The atmosphere in the spacious conference room grew tense and somber, with all eyes fixed upon Yi Fan, their astonishment palpable. Previously, many believed the storm had settled with Du Guangjuan's departure, yet the reality proved this was merely the beginning. When Yi Fan called out those names, the upper management present felt a collective shock. They were astonished to find that those singled out were either inept or displayed significant flaws in their work capabilities. Yet, remarkably, Yi Fan had not dismissed any innocent individuals at random. At this moment, deep curiosity bubbled within each attendee. How could this newly appointed chairman so accurately unearth the pests within the organization in just a single day? Moreover, he had ruthlessly eradicated them to the very roots. As the majority of the executives regarded Yi Fan, their expressions shifted from hostility and skepticism to genuine admiration. Many among them were long-serving employees who had grown alongside the company and held deep affection for it. Initially, their animosity towards Yi Fan stemmed from concerns about his youth and perceived naivety, fearing that he might lead the company to ruin. However, having witnessed Yi Fan's decisive actions firsthand, most had completely reversed their opinions. The dismissed individuals, heads hung low, departed in dejection. Yet, amidst the crowd, a few obstinate individuals stubbornly refused to leave. For these recalcitrant characters, Yi Fan could scarcely spare them a glance. He deemed it a waste of time to engage with them. Thus, he entrusted this troublesome matter to Guo Feifei, confident in her ability to handle it deftly, knowing that dealing with such people would be but a trifling task for her. Chapter 54. Astonishing everyone, this sudden turn of events caused an uproar within the entire organization. The personnel changes signified that numerous high and mid-level positions within the group had suddenly become vacant. Everyone secretly speculated about who would emerge as the fortunate beneficiary of this grand reshuffle. At this moment, all were anxiously pondering what the next move of the newly appointed chairman would be. Yi Fan slowly raised his hand, his slender fingers gently pointing towards a few individuals present. The conference room fell into an immediate silence. The already tense atmosphere became even more stifling, with everyone's hearts racing, silently praying their names would not be called. The oppressive sensation of awaiting judgment rendered those present restless and uneasy. Finally, after calling out over 20 names, Yi Fan's hand came to a halt. Those whose names were mentioned bore expressions of despair, while those left uncalled exhaled sighs of relief. Subsequently, Yi Fan smiled and spoke softly. From today onwards, you will fill these vacant positions. I believe that with your talents, you will surely excel. You must know that my judgment has always been astute. With that, the corners of Yi Fan's mouth curled upward, revealing a confident smile. Indeed, Yi Fan could make such definitive choices because he alone could perceive the shimmering return rates hovering above each individual. To him, this clear information rendered the selection of suitable candidates effortless, akin to child's play. After a brief pause, Yi Fan's gaze settled on one individual, and he solemnly declared, "Lu Zhao, you will assume the position of general manager of the business department from now on. I hope you can fully utilize your talents and perform admirably, living up to my expectations." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao promptly rose, solemnly nodding in agreement, pledging his unwavering commitment to fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to him. Yifan selected him for this significant role primarily due to his remarkable return rate, which reached an astonishing 180%. Such exceptional talent, if not utilized, would be a gross waste. Initially, those called upon wore looks of dismay, as they had anticipated a heartless dismissal. To their astonishment, they were instead offered promotions and raises, and at that moment, radiant joy blossomed on every face. These individuals possessed remarkable abilities, yet had long endured neglect and disregard from incompetent leaders, preventing the majority from receiving the recognition and opportunities they deserved. Now, Yifan emerged as a discerning talent scout, uncovering their potential and granting them ample space to showcase their skills. At this moment, they felt an exhilarating surge akin to a steed finally encountering a worthy rider, as years of pent-up grievances and frustrations were finally released in this instant. Among this group, Lu Zhao's capabilities stood out most prominently. Previously, due to Du Guangjuan's favoritism, Lu Zhao had been unable to advance. Now, unexpectedly, this newly appointed chairman had promoted him, recognizing his worth and entrusting him with such a crucial and significant role. At this moment, Lu Zhao was filled with profound emotions, gazing at Yifan with genuine admiration. He then declared earnestly, "Chairman, you can rest assured, I will not disappoint you." Hearing this, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. He then slowly raised his hand, signaling for everyone to take their seats. Yifan continued, "From today, our Jiachuan group will engage in deep cooperation with Taikou Commercial Street. Furthermore, we will take full responsibility for the second phase of the project." Upon hearing this announcement, the audience initially fell silent, followed by a collective expression of astonishment. Everyone was aware of Taikou Commercial Street, renowned as one of the most bustling commercial avenues in the metropolis. It not only symbolizes commercial prosperity, but also serves as a brilliant emblem of this international city. The significance of the second phase of such an iconic commercial street is immeasurable. Typically, projects of such magnitude would never be entrusted to a company of Jiachuan Group scale. It is crucial to note that if Jiachuan could successfully secure the Taikou Commercial Street project, the benefits would extend far beyond mere profits. More importantly, the immense influence that could arise from this collaboration would elevate Jiachuan's standing in the real estate sector of the metropolis to unprecedented heights. However, in the face of Yifan's shocking news, many present cast doubtful glances in his direction. Even the senior executives, who were shareholders of the company, shared similar sentiments. Clearly, everyone was skeptical of Yifan's assertions. Observing their reactions, Yifan did not hesitate to clarify, "Taikou Commercial Street is my enterprise." Those words struck like thunder, echoing in the ears of the attendees, instantly silencing the previously bustling conference room. The revelation stunned everyone anew. Just then, Guofei swiftly returned to the meeting room, smiling as she surveyed each individual present before stating, "Indeed, I have just finished discussions with the legal department of Taikou Commercial Street. The document before you is the contract for the second phase of the project." With that, Guofei deftly placed the contract in the center of the conference table. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the document, and they eagerly reached for it, hastily flipping through its pages. After reviewing the contract, the doubts that had lingered in their minds dissipated like mist. Especially those shareholders who had previously held reservations about Yifan now regarded him with newfound respect, astonished to discover that this young man was indeed the true mastermind behind Taikou Commercial Street. At this moment, Yifan, amidst the intertwining gazes of surprise and admiration, calmly spoke again. "Moving forward, the daily operational management will still be overseen by General Jiang. I hope everyone will contribute their utmost. Furthermore, I assure you that as long as we work diligently, this month's bonuses will be doubled." As Yifan's words concluded, the conference room erupted into thunderous applause. Many voices could not help but exclaim, "Thank you, Chairman Yi. Chairman Yi is magnificent. I believe everyone will strive even harder upon hearing this news." Chapter 55. The System. Not acting at all, having resolved matters at Jiachuan and arranged for Lulu's onboarding, Yi Fan departed from Jia Chuang Group. Just as he was about to retrieve his car, he noticed a strikingly dressed young woman standing beside his Lamborghini Veneno. At that moment, she was enthusiastically showcasing the car to her audience through her phone, claiming it belonged to her boyfriend. Yi Fan, overhearing this, found himself in a rather amusing predicament, bewildered by the sudden designation of a girlfriend he did not possess. While the woman had an impressive physique, her beauty paled in comparison to Su Yao and even Xiao Cixi. The woman, lost in the compliments from her online viewers, was met with a flurry of enthusiastic comments. What impressive boyfriend. Indeed, no one expected Mo's partner to be so affluent. I searched for this car on the app, and it's worth over 50 million. Is that for real? Meanwhile, Mo, still basking in the adulation of her viewers, noticed Yi Fan approaching and frowned slightly. She then playfully remarked, "My dear viewers, someone is leering at me. I'm a bit frightened." The audience, seeing her seemingly vulnerable demeanor, erupted in outrage. That guy's despicable. Exactly. Such a creep. Montak. Be careful. There are many perverts out there this year. Seeing the momentum in the live chat, Mo smiled again, glancing at Yi Fan. Although he was quite handsome, his youth suggested a lack of wealth, so she brushed off any concern. If he had the sense to leave her be, all would be well. If he dared to confront her, she would simply accuse him of harassment and incite her followers to unleash their wrath upon him. After all, she had nothing to lose. Yi Fan, upon hearing her words, was momentarily taken aback. How did I become the creep in this scenario? He thought incredulously. Initially, he intended to wait for her to depart before driving off, but given her comments, he felt no need to be courteous any longer. He strode toward her. "You say I'm a creep?" he asked. Mo, unfazed, retorted, "If you're not a creep, then why are you staring at me?" Yi Fan, nearly laughing in disbelief, realized he was dealing with a true novice. He replied nonchalantly, "That's because you're blocking my way to the car." Mo shot him a skeptical look, preparing to scoff, but before she could finish, Yi Fan walked past her and pressed the button on his car key. Instantly, the Lamborghini S lights flickered, and its elegant scissored doors rose gracefully. The viewers in the live stream quickly pieced together the situation, and another wave of comments flooded in. This host is truly out of her league. Is she really trying to show off at the owner's expense? Is it just me? Or does the car owner look familiar? Now that you mention it, I think I've seen him too. Guys, he the university student who single-handedly took down 6 men recently? Wow. I didn't realize he was so wealthy. I'm not even envious. He deserves it. Observing the tide of the comments, and Mo's expression soured. Unfazed, Yi Fan entered his Lamborghini Veneno and sped away, leaving Mo standing in a cloud of dust, bewildered. Glancing at the uncontrollable chatter in her stream, she frowned, claiming she felt unwell, and hastily ended the broadcast. Meanwhile, Yi Fan drove towards Yunshuajian. Upon returning, he discovered that Su Yao had already gone back to her dormitory. After messaging her, he learned that she had returned early to prepare for the upcoming semester, which was set to commence in 2 days. It then dawned on him that the new students would be subjected to a week of military training. With that in mind, Yi Fan decided to have a quick meal at the villa before heading to the dormitory, thinking it was important to experience campus life rather than remain in luxury. As he savored the meticulously prepared dinner by He Ting Ting, a familiar and melodious voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully establishing the foundation of a business empire." Following this, another voice chimed in. "You have received a system reward, 20 shares in Tencent, along with the unlocking of a talent, professional gaming talent." Upon hearing this series of announcements, Yi Fan nearly choked on his soup. "What? 20% of Tencent?" he exclaimed in disbelief. As a young man of the new century, he was acutely aware of Tencent's immense value. Not to mention QQ, which boasts over 1 billion users, or WeChat, an indispensable tool for social interaction and transactions in daily life. Practically every modern individual utilizes it. Furthermore, Tencent's portfolio includes numerous popular games such as League of Legends, Crossfire, and Toxic Mill Powder, each boasting a massive fan base in the country. With Tencent's recent aggressive expansion into the mobile gaming market, bolstered by the success of Honor of Kings, which topped the mobile game revenue charts. The company easily rakes in billions daily. Yifan could hardly fathom that such extraordinary fortune could possibly come his way. Chapter 56. Ma Huadeng's concerns on the other side. In the Nanshan district of Guangzhou Shenzhen City stands the headquarters of Tencent Group, a towering edifice nearly 200 meters high. Gazing up from the ground, one cannot see the pinnacle, and the interior boasts a gym, swimming pool, library, restaurant, and all the amenities one could desire. The very sight of this grand structure speaks volumes of Tencent Group's formidable strength. At this moment, in the chairman's office on the top floor, Ma Huadeng, the founder and current CEO of Tencent, listens to his secretary's report. Just moments ago, he learned that someone has directly acquired 20 of the group's shares, and, astonishingly, the buyer is a young man. Have you managed to uncover any information about this individual? What on earth were those fools doing? How could they allow someone to stealthily acquire such a significant stake? Ma Huateng's brow furrows as he scrutinizes the contract in his hands. Thanks to the system's backing, Yifan's acquisition is entirely legitimate, a standard transaction. Yifan, a freshman at the University of Magic City, this year's top scorer, it appears that this Mr. Yi is not to be underestimated. Ma Huateng muses, reflecting on the information before him. After a moment of contemplation, he instructs his secretary, contact Mr. Yi immediately. Gauge his intentions and see what his objectives are. Also, inquire when he might be available to visit Nanshan for a meeting. At present, Yifan holds a 20% stake in the group, marking him as a significant shareholder, and as CEO, it is only fitting that Ma Huateng meet him. Meanwhile, Yifan, driving his Lamborghini Veneno towards the University of Magic City, finds himself ensnared in the evening rush hour traffic. Regardless of whether it is his multi-million-dollar sport car or a modest Mazda worth a few thousand, all vehicles are at a standstill. Naturally, amidst the sea of cars, Yifan's Lamborghini stands out, attracting considerable attention. Unfazed, Yifan waits patiently when his phone rings. The caller ID reveals an unfamiliar number from Guangzhou Shenzhen City, likely a call from Tencent. Hello, is this Mr. Yifan? A voice inquires. Yes, this is he. Greetings, Director Yi. I am Wu Yu, the secretary to the chairman of Tencent Group. I am reaching out to inquire if you might have some time available. Chairman Ma wishes to meet with you. Taken aback, Yifan pauses momentarily. Chairman Ma Huadeng. During high school, his classmates often vented their frustrations towards the chairman over League of Legends lottery odds, never imagining that he would receive an invitation from him now. This surreal moment feels almost dreamlike. After a brief silence, Yifan replies, I'm not available at the moment. School is starting soon. Wu Yu is momentarily taken aback. Although he is aware that Yifan is merely a freshman, the mention of school starting elicits a sense of incredulity. A freshman possessing 20 of Tencent shares would surely astonish anyone who learned of it. After a few moments of silence, Wu Yu asks, that is quite unfortunate. May I ask what your intentions are in acquiring such a substantial stake in the group? Caught off guard, Yifan hesitates, unsure how to respond. Should he divulge that it was a reward from the system? Instead, he smiles and replies, it's nothing significant. I simply enjoy playing Honor of Kings, so I decided to invest in some shares. Wu Yu is momentarily speechless, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. Is Yifan merely burning through money out of boredom? Just for the sake of a mobile game, he has invested in 20 of the group? Such a rationale is hard to accept. Yet, recognizing that Yifan is reluctant to disclose more, Wu Yu politely responds, Understood, Director Yi. If you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. My phone is always on. Yifan's eyes sparkle with mischief as he inquires. Anything at all? Wu Yu is taken aback, internally questioning, could Director Yi have peculiar preferences? Reviewing the information, he notes that Yi is from Jiangcheng, not Wudu. What if he requests something outrageous? Should he comply? What would happen to his job if he refused? After a moment of hesitation, Wu Yu gathers his courage and stammers. Director Yi, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to accommodate your requests. Amused by the sudden shift in tone, Yifan finds the situation entertaining, realizing that Wu Yu has misinterpreted his intentions. He clarifies, could you assist me in setting up an Honor of Kings account? I'd like to have all heroes, skins, and runes, with the rank being of no particular concern. Initially wearing a troubled expression, Wu Yu breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing that Yi Fan only desires a gaming account. He promptly affirms, "Certainly, Director Yi, this is a trivial matter. I will have the tech department grant you the highest privileges shortly. Thank you for your assistance," Yi Fan replies before they hang up. Yi Fan's request stems from the fact that he once indulged in the game during high school, but due to his circumstances, he never had access to skins. Only the basic ones. With his new status as a 10-cent shareholder, he sees an opportunity to indulge in the game once more. Before long, Wu Yu messages Yi Fan to confirm that the account has been set up. Yi Fan smiles, pleasantly surprised by Wu Yu's efficiency. Meanwhile, Ma Huadeng learns of the phone call's content from Wu Yu. Standing by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he gazes out over Nanshan District, murmuring to himself. He acquired 20 of the shares merely to play a game? How audacious! Is this how the youth of today engage with such matters? On the other side, Yi Fan successfully returns to campus. After parking his car, he heads straight to his dormitory. Inside, his roommates, Li Junjie Shapai and Zhao Dasaw, are engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings. Upon seeing Yi Fan enter their shared space, they pause their activities, exclaiming, "Fangirl, what brings you back to the dorm?" "Indeed, Fangirl. What a surprise." Yi Fan chuckles and replies, "I found the villa rather dull, so I thought I would come check in on you all and experience dorm life for a change." In response, the trio erupts into playful shouts. "How can this be fair? Seriously, Fangirl, you're being too extravagant." With a grin, Yi Fan reclines in his chair and pulls out his phone. Honor of Kings. Downloading now. Chapter 57. Mastery in Arena of Valor in less than 2 minutes. The download of Arena of Valor was successfully completed. Yi Fan wasted no time and promptly launched the game. A resounding Timmy echoed from his mobile device, attracting the attention of the 3 others present. Li Junjie was the first to speak up, inquiring, "Brother Fan, you play Arena of Valor too? I didn't expect someone wealthy like you to indulge in mobile gaming. I thought you spent your days glued to stock market charts or mutual funds." The other 2 chimed in agreement. "Indeed, I used to play, but it has been quite a while," Yi Fan replied with a smile. "All right, Brother Fan, we're about to finish this match, so wait for us." "I'll guide you once we're done," Shopee interjected. "Oh please, you've only managed to gain 1 star after an entire afternoon of play." Li Junjie couldn't help but retort, "Hey, what does that have to do with me? I was the MVP in every match, but you lot kept dragging me down. Despite being the 28th Ma Chao in Shanghai, I couldn't carry you." Shopee shot back, his round physique shaking slightly as he spoke with fervor. At that moment, Zhao Dasaw, who had been silent until now, timidly remarked, Can we not argue? It's all my fault for being so inexperienced. I'm not very good." Observing the lively banter among his friends, Yi Fan shook his head with a chuckle, feeling the true essence of university life in that moment. He then navigated through the various interfaces of the game, discovering that all skins and heroes were unlocked. His aristocrat level had reached level 10, and he had attained a rank of 2 stars in the king tier. As Yi Fan was still browsing, Shopee and the others concluded their match, unexpectedly achieving a rare victory. With the victory banner flashing on the screen, Shopee exclaimed proudly, "Did you see that? My Ma Chao is invincible." He then turned to Yi Fan, "Brother Fan, we're done. Come join us. I'm on fire." With a smile, Yi Fan replied, "Invite me. I'm already online." Upon entering the room, he was surprised to find not only the 3 of them, but also a girl named Xiao Xiao doesn't eat cilantro. Yi Fan paused for a moment and then turned to Shopee, asking, "Pudgy, could this Xiao Xiao be Tang Xiao Xiao?" Recognizing the inquiry, Shopee scratched his head and grinned. "No doubt about it, Brother Fan. It is indeed Tang Xiao Xiao." Yi Fan took a closer look at her and smiled, opting for silence. Noticing a stranger had joined, Tang Xiao Xiao opened her mic and asked, "Shopee, is this your friend?" Clearing his throat, Shopee responded with a voice strained from excess weight, "This is Brother Fan. He's right next to me." Upon hearing Yi Fan's name, before Tang Xiao Xiao could say anything, Su Yao's voice piped up, "Junior, you're back in your dorm?" "Yeah, I'm back," Yi Fan replied, and after a brief exchange, they plunged into the match. The other 4 had already selected their heroes, leaving Yi Fan with the top lane position. Without hesitation, he decisively locked into MO. "You have no chance of winning, not even 1 in 10,000. He confirmed without doubt. "Demo?" Shoppy's eyes lit up upon seeing Yi Fan's choice. Brother Fan, your lane skills will definitely surpass Li Junjia's. His performance has been abysmal. This time, I'll only assist you. Hearing this, Li Junjia leaped up in protest. What? The enemy will send 4 or 5 players to gank me right from the start. How am I supposed to play? While the two argued passionately, the battle commenced. Welcome to Arena of Valor. The enemy will arrive in 5 seconds. All troops, advance. As the announcement rang in his ears, Yi Fan controlled the MO toward the lane. Thanks to his innate talent for professional gaming, Yi Fan found his understanding of the game significantly enhanced. He noted that the opposing jungle was Pei Qing Tian. The mid lane was Zhou Yu, and the support was Zhang Fei. Meanwhile, his own team featured Ma Chao in the jungle, Xiao Qiao in mid, and Yao Mei as support. Realizing that the enemy would undoubtedly invade the jungle at level 1, Yi Fan informed his teammates, "Let's concede 1 buff at the start. We can't defend the jungle." Shoppy glanced at the enemy lineup and, recognizing it as a standard invasion composition, reluctantly nodded. All right, let them feel smug for a while. He then turned his attention to farming. While directing his team, Yi Fan maneuvered the MO to the intersection of the minion waves. Before the minions arrived, he leveled up his second skill, and, as the minions approached, he decisively auto-attacked the first frontline minion twice before activating his second skill to clear the wave. Surprisingly, the enemy Hua Mulan ignored him and proceeded to farm for level 2. However, because Yi Fan had engaged the minions first, he reached level 2 before Hua Mulan, who was still short of 1 minion. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan unleashed Mo's first skill, kicking toward the enemy. Upon witnessing that Hua Mulan had reached level 2 and was preparing to retaliate after clearing the last minion, she found herself with only half health left. Realizing the precarious situation, she quickly activated her first skill to escape, remaining calm due to her 2-part skill mobility. However, as she executed her second skill to flee, a flash of golden lightning struck, and she found herself airborne. Yi Fan had already devised a plan to eliminate her when she chose to remain and farm for level 2. Demo's first skill sent Hua Mulan flying, followed by 2 enhanced auto attacks that rapidly depleted her health. Just as it seemed she would succumb, Hua Mulan managed to break free from the knock-up state and used Flash to escape. But as she exhaled in relief, Yi Fan, controlling the MO, followed up with a flash of his own, and in the next moment, Hua Mulan, with barely a sliver of health, crumpled to the ground, granting Yi Fan first blood. First blood, the announcement echoed, and Shoppy and the others turned their astonished gazes toward Yi Fan, none of them expecting his MO to be so adept. Securing first blood right from the start. Even Tang Xiao chimed in, "Brother Yi Fan, you are incredible. Wow. Brother Fan, you are awesome." 666. Your lane skills are far superior to Li Junjia's. Despite the praise, Yi Fan remained composed. First blood was merely the beginning. The game had only just commenced. Chapter 58. How to play with cheats. After Yi Fan secured the first blood, the opposing Hua Mulan resorted to a more cautious approach, avoiding direct confrontation with the MO. Since the enemy was persistently lurking beneath their tower, Yi Fan decided to ignore them. Meanwhile, the second wave of jungle monsters was about to respawn. Yi Fan directed Shapai and Zhao Desau, "Gather at the blue zone. Prepare for a counterattack." Upon hearing this, the long-silent Shapai swiftly maneuvered his Ma Chao to join, followed closely by Zhao Desau, controlling Xiao Qiao. The trio concealed themselves in the bushes near the blue buff, lying in wait for the enemy to attempt a counter-jungle. As predicted, Pei Qing Hu, accompanied by Zhang Fei and Zhou Yu, appeared in the blue zone. Spotting the unguarded area, he mistakenly assumed that the enemy had conceded the blue buff to him. The player controlling Pei Qing, who became increasingly arrogant, boasting to his team, "I am invincible in the early game." Just as he sent this message, Yi Fan smirked slightly and instructed his teammates, "Prepare to engage." Hearing this, Shapai exclaimed, "Damn it, I've tolerated him long enough. If they dare to invade my jungle, let's crush them." With that, Ma Chao and Xiao Qiao unleashed their skills. The enemy trio was momentarily stunned as they witnessed the sudden emergence of the two from the bushes, yet they quickly regained their composure. Anticipating an ambush, Zhou Yu initiated his fire attack, while Zhang Fei activated his shield, charging towards Ma Chao and Xiao Qiao. Seeing the enemy not only remain calm, but also counterattack. Sha Pai and his companion felt a surge of panic as they glanced towards the other bush where Yi Fan had yet to reveal himself. Sha Pai urgently called out, "Brother Fan, come help us. We can't hold on much longer." However, Yi Fan remained unfazed. Just as the health of both teammates dwindled, Yi Fan finally made his move. Now was the moment. He commanded the MO to leap from the underbrush, using his first skill to send the three opponents soaring. The previously unperturbed trio was thrown into disarray upon seeing the MO suddenly appear. They had already expended most of their skills on Ma Chao and Xiao Qiao and had taken considerable damage. They had presumed that only two enemies guarded the blue zone, never anticipating the presence of the MO. At that moment, the enemy jungler shouted to Zhang Fei, "Activate your ultimate. Use your ultimate." Yet, the Zhang Fei player remained unresponsive. Zhou Yu timidly added, "Zhang Fei is only level 3. A level 3 Zhang Fei had no ultimate to wield." The Pei Qin player awkwardly scratched his nose and reassured his teammates, "No worries, you both still have flash. Once the knockup ends, use it to escape. I can manage with my second skill." Yet, before he could finish, Yi Fan, controlling the MO, unleashed a punch that sent the three crashing against the wall. "Welcome to my Lion's Fong." Indeed, it was the Mo's ultimate. The enemy trio found themselves pinned against the wall, rendered momentarily dazed. Witnessing Yi Fan's counterattack, Sha Pai and Zhao Desuo rushed to provide support, unleashing their skills in a flurry. Unsurprisingly, the three opponents were swiftly defeated by Yi Fan and his allies. A decisive triple kill. Wow, Brother Fan is incredible. I never imagined his demo would be so formidable. Yi Fan, you are amazing, exclaimed Li Junjia. "I won't bother with you anymore. I'm going to bask in Brother Fan's glory." "Wait, what about me?" As the tension lifted from the team, the atmosphere grew lively. With 3 kills to their credit and first blood under their belt, Yi Fan surged ahead of the enemy south side lane by over 1,000 gold. The ensuing scenes depicted how, despite Hua Mulan's attempts to play defensively under her tower, she was mercilessly executed by the MO. Now facing yet another defeat, Hua Mulan cursed in the team voice chat, "Damn it, the enemy leads me by 2,000 gold. They can freely dive me." The opposing players' skills seemed to flow effortlessly, as if they had activated cheats. At the 6-minute mark, the enemy team decisively opted to surrender. With the surrender of all 5 players, their crystal predictably shattered. Upon returning to the match summary screen, the players beheld a shining gold medal above the MO's head. And Yi Fan's score reached an impressive 16-0. The 3 dorm mates gazed at Yi Fan as if he were a mythical creature. Not only was he handsome and wealthy, but he also excelled at gaming. What could he possibly lack? Their admiration for him reached new heights as they exclaimed, "Brother Fan, let's play more." "Yes, Brother Fan, don't leave just yet. I'm just 3 games away from reaching the rank of king." Thus, Yi Fan led his companions through 4 more matches, each concluding with his overwhelming dominance. The admiration from his teammates had reached a fervent peak. After finishing the last game, Yi Fan checked the time and noticed it was nearly 9 o'clock, prompting him to announce his departure from the game. Seeing their star player log off, the remaining members reluctantly exited as well. At that moment, Sha Pai approached Yi Fan with a hopeful expression. "Brother Fan, are you free tomorrow?" Yi Fan, somewhat puzzled, responded, "I should have no plans." "Why do you ask?" Sha Pai's face lit up instantly. "That is fantastic, Brother Fan. Our school SE Sports Club is hosting a King S High School Cup tournament tomorrow, and we wanted to join the fun. We were also hoping to invite Qian and her friends, but..." Yi Fan quickly grasped Sha Pai's intention. It seemed he wanted to bring him along, which would naturally lead to Qian's group joining as well. Contemplating the happiness of his friends intertwined with his own, Yi Fan smiled and nodded slightly, saying, "All right, I'll let Su Yao know and see if they're interested." The 3 dorm mates erupted in excitement, nearly jumping for joy. "Long live Brother Fan." "No, not just Brother Fan, my adoptive father. Let me known, Brother Fan. Wherever you lead, I shall follow." Observing the lively antics of his dorm mates, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile knowingly. He then sent a message to Su Yao. Meanwhile, Su Yao, who had been idly lying on her bed, perked up upon receiving the notification from Yi Fan. seeing that he had invited her dorm to watch the esports match the following day. She eagerly agreed without a second thought. Chapter 59. The King S University Cup begins the next day in the morning. When Yifan lazily awoke, he discovered that his 3 roommates had already tidied up. The trio wore expressions of sheer joy, their eyes sparkling with excitement as if they had just won the lottery. Observing their love-struck demeanor, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. He then rose from his bed and strolled toward the bathroom. Upon returning to the dormitory after freshening up, Yifan was surprised to find Su Yao standing gracefully inside the room. In her hands, she held breakfast, her face illuminated with a radiant smile directed toward the entrance. As her gaze met Yifan's, a delicate blush swiftly crept across her fair cheeks. "Junior, I brought you breakfast. You should eat it while it's warm," Su Yao said softly, extending the meal towards him. Seeing this, warmth surged within Yifan's heart. He smiled as he accepted the breakfast, gently replying, "You needn't go through such trouble. If you wish for something, I can simply ask the butler to bring it to us." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yao's previously joyful expression instantly dimmed, a hint of disappointment flickering in her beautiful eyes. It was evident that she misunderstood his words, thinking he did not appreciate the breakfast she had painstakingly prepared. However, in the next moment, Yifan stepped closer to Su Yao, gently ruffling her hair with his right hand, his face breaking into a warm smile as he tenderly reassured her, "Do not overthink it. I merely worry about your convenience while walking." Upon hearing this, the previously disheartened Su Yao's cheeks flushed crimson once more. How could she not comprehend the underlying meaning in Yifan's words? After all, she still felt a bit of pain when walking. It's nothing really. The boys' dormitory isn't too far from mine. It didn't take long to walk," she stammered. At that moment, Li Junjie, Sha Pai, and Zhao Dasao, who had been observing the affectionate exchange between the two, could no longer contain their envy and began to shout in unison, "Brother Fan, Senior, please show some mercy to us 3 single dogs. It's early in the morning, and you're flaunting your love. Are we to be left out?" "Exactly. This is too much." Hearing their playful banter, Su Yao couldn't help but chuckle before playfully retorting, All right, I haven't forgotten you 3. Here's yours." Before she could finish, Su Yao handed the remaining breakfast portions to the trio. Upon receiving them, Li Junjie and the others' eyes lit up, quickly diving into their meal while mumbling, "Thank you, sister-in-law. Haha, it's great that sister-in-law thought of us. Hey, the breakfast you bought is delicious." As they showered her with praise, a blossoming smile illuminated Su Yao's lovely face, her joy evident. After finishing breakfast, the group descended the stairs, where they found Qiao Sisi, Tang Qianqian, and Cui Yusin already waiting below. Each of them was meticulously dressed, their fashionable outfits and exquisite makeup drawing the attention of passing boys. Before long, Su Yao and Yifan joined them downstairs. After exchanging greetings, the group set off for the university's esports club, chatting and laughing along the way. They undoubtedly became a striking sight on campus, drawing curious and envious glances from their fellow students. As the flower of the Chinese department, Su Yao had long been regarded as a goddess in the hearts of many boys. Wherever she went, a ripple of excitement followed. Today was no exception, as numerous students whispered among themselves upon catching sight of her. Among the freshmen who had yet to meet Yifan, many were filled with curiosity about the handsome young man walking alongside Su Yao. One freshman, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired of a fellow student, "Who is that? Why does he get a walk with the senior?" The student, taking a moment to size up the newcomer, replied with a smug smile, "You must be a new student this year, right? You don't even know our MO University's new heartthrob, Yifan." Then, with great enthusiasm, this student recounted tales of Yifan's exploits, how he single-handedly faced off against 6 burly men, how he arrived at school in a luxury sports car worth tens of millions, and how he was the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. The others listened in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. With each detail shared, the storyteller's expression radiated a sense of pride, as though he himself were Yifan. Before long, the group arrived at the esports club. Today marked the official start of the King S University Cup, hosted at MO University as the designated venue for this stage of the competition. The massive LED screen displayed the thrilling matches, and the atmosphere was vibrant, with crowds gathering in excitement. Yifan led the group to a less crowded spot where they settled down. He turned his gaze to the screen, noticing that the red team was none other than their university esports club, while the opposing team hailing from Mo Sports University was also competing. The score revealed that their university had already secured a point. 1 o'clock. They had indeed arrived a bit late, as one round had already concluded. Typically, these matches followed a best-of-5 format, and now, with Mo University ahead by 1 point, they needed only 2 more victories to clinch the match. Yifan noted that the opposing team's overall performance seemed slightly inferior to that of Mo University. In the second round, they were being thoroughly dominated, indicating that victory for Mo University was merely a matter of time. As Yifan watched the match unfold, cheers erupted from the crowd. "Go, Senior Zheng Hao! We are proud of you." Listening to the roaring support, Yifan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that most of the cheers were coming from the girls in the school. Following their gaze, he spotted the player named Zheng Hao. Upon seeing his appearance, Yifan understood why Zheng Hao received such fervent support. Not only did he possess impressive skills, but he was also somewhat handsome, especially when contrasted with his teammates sporting an unkempt hairstyle and acne, making him stand out among the competitors. Emboldened by the deafening cheers, Zheng Hao grinned with satisfaction, clearly relishing the adulation. As he absorbed the support from the crowd, his gameplay became increasingly sharp, leaving his opponents gasping for air. Unsurprisingly, the next moment, with a decisive move, Zheng Hao eliminated 2 opponents, prompting an eruption of cheers from the audience. "He is so cool. Senior Zheng Hao is just like kid. Oh my, I think I'm in love." Not only is Senior Zheng Hao handsome, but he is also an excellent player. I would call Senior Zheng Hao the most handsome heartthrob of Mo. At this, someone retorted, "Isn't the most handsome heartthrob Yifan? How did it become Zheng Hao?" "Oof. I just prefer Senior Zheng Hao. I'm indifferent to Yifan." "What is wrong with that?" That is simply unreasonable. How can Zheng Hao compare to Junior Yifan's handsomeness?" Chapter 60. The friendly match. Amused by the quarrel of those around him, Yifan found himself bemused at being inadvertently drawn into the fray. At that moment, Su Yao, standing beside him, caught wind of the commotion and, with a playful smile, turned to Yifan and said, "Junior, you are the most handsome." Nearby, Xiao Cici and her companions chimed in, "Absolutely. That Zheng Hao looks so out of place. He pales in comparison to you, Yifan." "I concur." Yifan smiled faintly at their words, not deeming Zheng Hao worthy of his concern, for he was buoyed by the confidence bestowed upon him by the system. As laughter filled the air, the second match concluded, and as expected, Mo University emerged victorious once more. The announcement of their triumph sent the crowd into a frenzy. 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. They completely shut out their opponents. "Zheng Hao, show no mercy. Did you see that last play with his pineapple character? It was simply magnificent. Indeed, I recorded it. Send it to me later." Hearing the cheers from below, Zheng Hao's expression grew increasingly smug. Rising from his seat, he disdainfully regarded his adversaries, making a throat-slashing gesture with his hand, his eyes brimming with contempt. Witnessing Zheng Hao's arrogant provocation, the athletes from Mo Sports University felt their anger flare. Yet the memory of his sharp gameplay quickly doused their fury. Such is the nature of esports. Lackluster performance is the original sin. As the halftime interval came to an end, the third match commenced. With their spirits low from 2 consecutive losses, Mo Sports University succumbed in less than 6 minutes to Zheng Hao and his team. As the crystal shattered, the host's voice echoed, "Let us congratulate Mo University. The first B05 match of today's qualifier has concluded." Seeing the match's dull finale, Yifan prepared to take his leave. However, the host continued, "Now, the competition has concluded, and we move on to our cherished tradition, the friendly match." The camera switched angles to select a lucky audience member to join the Mo University esports team for an exhilarating exhibition match. Though labeled a friendly match, it often amounted to a one-sided thrashing. In previous encounters, Zheng Hao and his team would choose unconventional heroes, ruthlessly dominating their opponents. Despite the lopsided nature of these matches, the sheer entertainment value kept this tradition alive much to the audience's delight. As Yi Fan was about to gather his belongings and depart, he was unexpectedly captured by the camera and broadcast on the LED screen. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Wow! Isn't that the guy who arrived in a Lamborghini Veneno? Indeed, and isn't that Su Yao sitting beside him? The rumors were true. She's with him. Many recognized Yi Fan's figure, as the impact of his entrance on the first day of school had been monumental. Goodness, it's Yi Fan. He looks even more dashing in person, truly deserving of the title of Modu's new heartthrob. How superficial. Yi Fan is not just handsome and wealthy. He is incredibly skilled as well. Did you not see the video where he took down 6 burly men single-handedly? I watched that video. I have to see it every night before I sleep. Overwhelmed by the surrounding discussions, Yi Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. His initial intention to leave now seemed impossible. On stage, Zheng Hao, who had been basking in victory and adulation, found his spotlight eclipsed by Yi Fan's sudden presence. As even his own fans shifted their admiration towards Yi Fan, Zheng Hao's expression darkened. He begrudgingly acknowledged that Yi Fan was indeed more handsome. Yet he dismissed the significance of that. In the King's Canyon, I will undoubtedly crush him. Then these mindless fans will realize that Yi Fan is merely a pretty face with no substance. The host, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this striking young man, thought to himself, this director knows how to create a memorable show. Turning to Yi Fan, the host inquired the student, would you be interested in joining the esports team for a friendly match? Yi Fan initially contemplated declining, for he abhorred troublesome situations, and winning such a match would yield him no tangible benefits. Just as he was about to refuse, Shapai interjected, absolutely, we are willing. Amused, Yi Fan shot back, come on, you shouldn't be answering on my behalf. Looking at Yi Fan with a teasing grin, Shapai replied, brother Fan, don't pass up such a splendid opportunity for fame. Our brothers are counting on you to help us rise to prominence. Winning this match could grant us preferential treatment in choosing partners at university. Yes, brother Fan, for the sake of our happiness, you must lend us your support. Indeed, brother Fan. Li Junjie and Zhao Dasao suddenly chimed in, their hopeful gazes fixed on Yi Fan. Faced with the trio's enthusiastic pleas, Yi Fan found himself cornered and reluctantly agreed. Upon hearing Yi Fan's assent, Shapai and the others broke into smiles, relieved that without Yi Fan's endorsement, their ragtag team would surely face utter annihilation. The host, observing the group on stage, curiously asked, have you formed your team already? Yi Fan nodded and replied, yes. We are all set. No additional members are required. The host, slightly taken aback, decided not to dwell on it, realizing that a pre-formed team spared him the trouble of finding more players. Thus, Yi Fan, Shapi, Zaha Dansuo, Li Yunji, and Tang Qianqian ascended the stage under the watchful gaze of the audience. Before they stepped up, Su Yao, Tang Cici, and Chui Yusin offered their encouragement. As Yi Fan and his companions took their places on stage, the crowd erupted once more. Go, Yi Fan. I believe in you. Yi Fan, you could do it. The majority of the cheers came from female fans, as Yi Fan had achieved idol status in many hearts. Yet dissenting voices arose, predominantly from the male spectators. This isn't a beauty contest. I doubt Yi Fan's team can outplay Zheng Hao. Exactly, what use is good looks? I'm eager to see how Yi Fan will handle defeat. The remarks ignited a retort from several nearby girls, unable to remain silent. I see you're just jealous. Yes, you're envious that Yi Fan is more handsome than you. Indeed, you average boys are so shallow. Chapter 61. Turning the tide, hearing the commotion from the audience below, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the culture of fan circles is quite terrifying. Soon, under the host's guidance, the participants began to introduce themselves. When it was Yi Fan's turn, it predictably caused a stir. As Yi Fan and his companions settled into their seats, he sensed an unfriendly gaze directed at him. Following the source of this hostility, he discovered it was none other than a certain Zheng Hao. At that moment, Zheng Hao wore a smug expression and made a downward thumb gesture, exuding arrogance. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, reflecting on the situation, and realized he had done nothing to provoke this individual. Is this person unwell? Ignoring the blatant provocation, Yi Fan chose to avert his gaze. Upon seeing himself disregarded, Zheng Hao's expression darkened, and he turned to his teammates, declaring, "No mercy from any of you. Bring your best skills. I want to ensure that their team doesn't T-score a single point." Taken aback by his words, several teammates exchanged glances, with one inquiring, "Captain, what did they do to you to warrant such a harsh approach?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, if we can shut them out completely, that would be quite amusing." Although unsure of how the opposing team had offended Zheng Hao, they felt compelled to follow their captain's orders. Before long, Yi Fan and his team had adjusted their equipment and logged into their accounts. As the others gradually entered their designated spots, the competition officially commenced. The band phase began. As this was a friendly match, Yi Fan's team had the privilege of prioritizing bands. Beside him, Shapai whispered, "Brother Fan, should we ban their signature heroes? Zheng Hao's A Li and Marco Polo are quite formidable. I fear Li Junjie might struggle." Yi Fan contemplated briefly and nodded slightly, subsequently banning A Li and Marco Polo, with the final ban targeting the top-tier jungler, Jing. The audience erupted in sharp boos upon witnessing Yi Fan's team immediately eliminate Zheng Hao's favorite heroes. "How cowardly! They banned their signature heroes right off the bat," echoed the crowd. "Exactly. What a cowardly move." Yet, amidst the uproar, Yi Fan's admirers defended him, stating, "What do you understand? It's just the game's mechanics. Why shouldn't Yi Fan's team ban their heroes? Zheng Hao's team can do the same." At that moment, Zheng Hao smirked, his disdain for Yi Fan and his crew intensifying. "Oh, banning my heroes? Forgive me, but I have plenty of signature heroes." On the other hand, Yi Fan was indifferent to Zheng Hao's A Li and Marco Polo. To him, it mattered not which heroes Zheng Hao chose, for the outcome would inevitably be a loss. However, considering the disparity between Li Junjie and his opponent, Yi Fan opted to ban Zheng Hao's signature heroes to ease Li Junjie's experience. After all, glory was never a solitary pursuit unless one's strength utterly overwhelmed the opposition. As the ban phase concluded, the selection phase commenced. With the advantage of priority, Yi Fan's team quickly locked in Yao, Xiao Qiao, Ho Yi, and Ma Chao. Zheng Hao's team selected Shun Mingxi, Lan, Moz, and Sun Tzu, ultimately locking in by Li Shouyu under the scrutinizing gaze of the audience. Upon Zheng Hao's selection, he cast a condescending glance at Yi Fan's team. The audience, surprised by his choice of the obscure hero by Li Shouyu, often regarded as a liability, whispered among themselves, "Why would Zheng Hao select this trash hero?" Yet one voice asserted, "What do you know? Zheng Hao's true specialty is not A Li or Marco Polo. It's by Li Shouyu. He once reached the top 10 using that hero." Gasps arose in response. "Is that true? Then we're in trouble." They understood the significance of reaching the top 10, especially with Li Shouyu as the vehicle of his success. This match promised to be a one-sided affair. By this point, Zheng Hao's team had finalized their selections, and Yi Fan's companions also locked in their heroes. Zheng Hao narrowed his eyes at the screen, expecting Yi Fan to pick a marksman and face him head-on, but was disappointed to find that Yi Fan would not be his lane opponent. Noting the vacant side lane position, he was curious about Yi Fan's choice, though he believed it would not alter the inevitable outcome. "Brother Fan, why not stick with MO? With your prowess, we have nothing to worry about," Shapai inquired. Yi Fan gently shook his head and responded, "Let us choose something different." With that, he locked in a hero. "Let us turn the tide. Go." Upon seeing Yi Fan select Yang Jian, Zheng Hao and his teammates nearly burst into laughter. They had anticipated Yi Fan would opt for top-tier heroes like Guan Yu or Hua Mulan, yet he surprised them with the unconventional choice of Yang Jian. Zheng Hao's team erupted in mirth, with one teammate jesting, "Captain, their lineup resembles that of bots. Are we taking this too seriously?" "Indeed, Captain." Hearing his teammates' remarks, Zheng Hao's expression turned cold. "I'll say this once more. No mercy. Make sure to crush them utterly. Anyone who slacks off will be kicked from the team." At this, the other four instantly sobered up, shifting into a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yi Fan's selection of Yang Jian, Shapai was taken aback. "Brother Fan, why did you pick that old hero? It's too weak." In response, Yi Fan smiled and remarked, "Is it? Yang Jian possesses burst damage, resilience, and crowd control. What is weak about such a perfect hero?" Shapai found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter Yi Fan's logic, and redirected his focus, now fully attentive. Welcome to Honor of Kings. With the battle horn sounding, the match commenced. Brother Fan, what is the plan? Sha Pai asked earnestly, recognizing that the opening strategy could influence the entire course of the match. You go for a blue buff invader. They will undoubtedly attempt to contest your blue zone. Swap jungles, and after clearing the lane, head to assist Junjie. Understood. Yi Fan then addressed Li Junjie and Tang Qianqian, saying, Qianqian, Junjie, just focus on safely clearing your lanes. Avoid contesting neutral resources. If possible, let them be. Got it. With Yi Fan's directives in place, the four players elevated their focus to 120, approaching the match with utmost seriousness. Chapter 62. The Element of Surprise Within the Canyon. Shoppy stealthily guided Ma Chao toward the opposing blue zone. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao strategized with his teammates, Xiao Han, accompanied Chang Zi to invade the jungle aggressively in the early game. Xiao Tian, after clearing the mid lane, head over to support. If they leave the jungle unattended, so be it. If they dare to defend, we shall eliminate them all. Understood, Captain. With Zheng Hao's directives, the three players maneuvered their characters to their respective positions. As a semi-professional team, their execution was undoubtedly commendable. As the jungle monsters appeared, the enemy's Lan and Moz discovered the blue zone was alarmingly unguarded. After reporting this, they initiated their counter-jungle. Upon hearing the news of the unguarded blue zone, a mocking smile crept across Zheng Hao's face. It was evident that he had overestimated the opposing team, who were a disorganized group. However, the spectators, observing from God's eye view, noticed that the blue team's Ma Chao was, in fact, stealing jungle resources without detection. This implied that the red team's early counter-jungle had yielded no advantage. Can you believe it? Ma Chao dares to counter jungle. What audacity! What's Zheng Hao's team doing? Is there no one watching the jungle? With such a dominant lineup, they should start with 3 buffs. Due to the players wearing headphones, they were oblivious to the crowd's shouts. Zheng Hao soon sensed something was amiss when he observed the enemy mid-laner not retreating to the jungle after clearing the minions, but instead heading straight for their jungle. Quickly, he maneuvered Li Shoyu back under the tower and called to the mid-laner, hurry, check the blue zone and see if the blue buff is still there. Upon hearing this, Shun Mengshi, initially heading to support, swiftly changed direction toward their blue zone. When he arrived, he found the area desolate, devoid of any trace of the blue buff. Captain, this is bad. The blue buff has been stolen. Zheng Hao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the enemy would audaciously invade during such a critical moment. However, this was not the time to blame his teammates. He turned to the side lane Sun Tzu, cautioning, Xiao Hao, be careful. Ma Chao might be coming for you. Upon hearing this, Sun Tzu prepared to retreat. But just as he began to move toward the tower, Yi Fan S. Yang Jian, having leveled up first, swiftly charged in. A flash of golden light appeared as Yi Fan's Yang Jian ensnared Sun Tzu, executing a skillful 2-part maneuver to immobilize him. At that moment, Ma Chao emerged from the brush, immediately delivering the finishing blow. First blood. The announcement echoed as praise erupted from Yi Fan's team. Nice job, Fatty. You actually secured first blood. Shoppy is truly impressive. The 3 teammates showered Shoppy with compliments, especially after hearing Tang Qianqian's praise, which made Shoppy beam with pride. Thanks. Fangirl, your control was impeccable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have secured that kill. Seeing Shoppy's performance, Yi Fan chuckled and replied, your Ma Chao plays quite well. Your mechanics are solid. If your awareness improves, obtaining a minor title will be no issue. All right then, Fatty, continue farming normally. Got it, Fangirl. On the other side, Zheng Hao's expression soured as he turned to Xiao Hao, sternly stating, what happened? I warned you, yet you still gifted them first blood. Feeling the weight of Zheng Hao's reproach, Xiao Hao lowered his head, apologizing, I'm sorry, Captain. I'll be more vigilant and avoid such rookie mistakes in the future. Very well. Meanwhile, the audience erupted with excitement upon witnessing Yi Fan and Shoppy's collaborative first blood. First blood. So impressive. I can't believe Yi Fan's Jr. is such a skilled player. How I wish I could duo with him. Clearly, you're not here just to play. You're infatuated. Indeed, as the match continued, despite Yi Fan's team gaining first blood, The subsequent landing phase proved challenging for Li Junjie, Tang Qianqian, and Zhao Dazhu. Li Junjie, in particular, felt overwhelming pressure as the enemy's MOZ and Bai Li Shouyu played ruthlessly. A moment's inattention led him to be caught by MOZ's control, followed swiftly by Bai Li Shouyu's second skill landing on him. Having already used his healing abilities, both the marksman and Yao's health dwindled below 50%. As the minions approached the tower, Li Junjie called out to Shopee, "Fatty, come support. I can't hold on any longer." Hastening his actions, Shopee was in the midst of securing the blue buff when an announcement rang out. Double kill. Li Junjie saw both the marksman and Yao's icons turn gray. "Why didn't you come when I called? We were just obliterated without even touching the minions. How are we supposed to play now?" Gazing at his darkened screen, Li Junjie grumbled. "I was halfway through securing the blue buff. I couldn't get there in time." Shopee defended himself. "All right, focus on your own development and be careful." At that moment, Yi Fan interjected. Seeing Yi Fan speak, Li Junjie held his tongue, respawning and heading back to the lane. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao, having secured 2 kills, arrogantly glared at Yi Fan. "Oomph. So what if you got first blood? You will still lose." Sensing Zheng Hao's hostile gaze, Yi Fan met his stare. As he perceived the animosity in Zheng Hao's eyes, a smirk crossed Yi Fan's lips. "Do you think securing a double kill makes you formidable? Apologies, but the game has just begun." With that, Yi Fan maneuvered Yang Jian to clear the final minion, achieving level 4. Ignoring the lurking sun stood beneath the tower, he teleported to the mid lane. "Captain, Yang Jian is heading mid. Be cautious." "Understood. You focus on clearing lanes and reaching level 4. I have my ultimate and flash ready. Should he attempt to ambush me in the top lane, I will make sure he regrets it." As Zheng Hao cleared minions, he kept a watchful eye on Yi Fan's movements. Noticing that Yi Fan merely farmed a wave in the mid lane before retreating, Zheng Hao couldn't resist taunting. "Oh, so you know to farm mid for gold, but what of it? A useless warrior will still be of no use in the late game." With that, he paid no further heed to Yang Jian's actions, focusing instead on his own lane. Every shot hits its mark. As the announcement sounded, Zheng Hao's teammates began to shower him with compliments. "Impressive, Captain. Is this the power of Bai Li Shouyu? Every shot a hit. Even Jiao Cheng has no standing before you." "Absolutely." Seconds later, with the combined efforts of Bai Li Shouyu and MOZ, the opposing marksman and Yao were reduced to dangerously low health. With their health precariously low, a single hit from Bai Li Shouyu's second skill could spell disaster. Realizing this, Zheng Hao readied his aim once more, locking onto the enemy marksman. Just then, a golden blur struck Zheng Hao. "Wait, how did Yang Jian get here?" Chapter 63, 2 against 1. The advantage is mine. Upon witnessing Yang Jian brandishing a trident knife, charging out from the underbrush, Zheng Hao was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had observed Yang Jian heading towards the bottom lane. How had he suddenly appeared before him? A ruse of vision. As a semi-professional player, Zheng Hao quickly deduced the circumstances. After a brief pause, he resolved to counterattack. With Mozi's second skill to control him and the opposing duo in a less than favorable state, he was alone. 2 against 1. The advantage was his. As he spoke, Yang Jian, who had just flown in front of Bai Li Shouyu, was instantly immobilized by Mozi's second skill. Seeing the enemy restrained, Zheng Hao felt a surge of joy and decisively pressed his ultimate, preparing to reposition for a counterstrike. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he was stunned to see Yang Jian, who should have been rooted in place, merely pause for a moment before resuming his pursuit with his weapon drawn. With no time for contemplation, Zheng Hao maneuvered Bai Li Shouyu to retreat while delivering basic attacks. Meanwhile, his support hero rushed to Yang Jian's side, activating their ultimate. Seeing Mozi unleash his ultimate, Zheng Hao finally exhaled in relief, ready to unleash a flurry of basic attacks. Yet, they had forgotten Yang Jian's passive ability. The title of King of Resilience was not bestowed without reason. In an instant, the seemingly immobilized Yi Fan flashed directly in front of Zheng Hao, and before he could react, he was caught by Yi Fan's second skill. Simultaneously, Yang Jian's third eye opened wide, unleashing a torrent of golden beams. The Eye of his Source, activated. With Yang Jian's declaration, 3 segments of his ultimate struck Bai Li Shouyu, and Zheng Hao's health plummeted. Panic set in as beads of sweat formed on his brow, his fingers frantically clicking the flash button. Just as Bali Shoyu's health neared depletion, Zheng Hao finally managed to flash away. Without pausing to think, he hurriedly guided his character towards the defensive tower, breathing a sigh of relief. Cursed! That was a close call. Had Yi Fan slain him, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Being killed in a 2-against-1 scenario would be too humiliating. Just as Zheng Hao was about to celebrate, he noticed a golden mark flashing above Bali Shoyu's head. What the hell? When did he apply his first skill? It was over. Unbeknownst to him, while Yi Fan controlled Yang Jian and executed the final segment of his ultimate, he simultaneously unleashed his first skill. Thus, even though Bali Shoyu flashed away immediately upon dispelling the stun, he could not alter his fate of being slain. As the kill announcement echoed, Zheng Hao's expression darkened, his hands whitening from the strain of gripping tightly. Had he really died? How could he have perished in a 2-against-1, especially in front of so many onlookers? Yet, this was not the end. After dispatching Su Hao, Yi Fan pivoted towards Mosey, fingers nimbly pressing buttons. First skill hit. His accuracy was impeccable. Following this, Yi Fan activated his second segment of the first skill to reach Mosey and swiftly followed up with his second skill to immobilize him. As expected, mere moments later, Mosey lay beside Bali Shoyu. A double kill. Seeing Yi Fan achieve a double kill in a 1-against-2 scenario left the spectators, including Shop Hai and others, utterly astounded. It took several seconds before they could voice their excitement. Wow, Brother Fan is incredible. He plays Yang Jian as if he is cheating. It's so humiliating. The opposing team is semi-professional, yet they were utterly dominated by Brother Fan. Ha ha ha. Brother Yi Fan is truly remarkable. Amidst the praises, Yi Fan smiled and remarked, "All right, it's time to bring this farce to an end." After claiming 2 kills, his economy surged to the top, leading the opposing team by over 1,000 gold. The initial disparity of 1,000 gold was a clear indicator that he would take charge of the match moving forward. As expected, the announcements of Yi Fan slaying opponents continued unabated, especially during the dragon fight at the 10-minute mark, where he achieved an extraordinary 5 consecutive kills. Unsurprisingly, Yi Fan and his team steadily pushed forward, shattering the opposing team's crystal. Victory! At this moment, the audience was left in a state of shock. They had presumed that the esports team from Magic City University would easily secure a win. Yet none anticipated that this semi-professional team would be vanquished by a group of casual players. No, it should be said they were defeated by Yi Fan alone. What were Zheng Hao and his team doing? They were utterly pathetic. Indeed, they call themselves an esports team. It's laughable. To be killed in a 2-against-1 scenario, I could do better. No one expected Yi Fan to be this skilled. Watching his gameplay felt like witnessing a professional match. Did you see his dog's unending bites? It was outrageous. He seemed to have never missed a skill. I saw it. It was incredible. Professionals could hardly compare. I always said Yi Fan was the most talented. Absolutely. Yi Fan is so impressive. I feel as though he is radiating stars. On the other side, smiles adorned the faces of Su Yao and her companions. Yao Yao, what else can Yi Fan not do? Teased Xiao Cici as she observed Yi Fan standing on stage. Well, I'm not sure, but in my eyes, he is capable of anything, replied Su Yao. I regret not being the one to welcome the newcomers that day, pouted Chui Yusin. Realizing the deeper she got to know Yi Fan, the more enchanted she became by his charm. What difference would it have made? I was there that day, and I was overlooked. It's no wonder, given Yao Yao's allure, jested Xiao Cici. Hearing their banter, Su Yao glanced at the dazzling Yi Fan on stage, feeling justified in her previous decision. Thankfully, she had feigned modesty and chosen to take the initiative. Otherwise, her junior would have surely been snatched away. Meanwhile, under the host's guidance, Yi Fan and his companions stood center stage, while Zheng Hao and his team, too embarrassed to remain, hastily departed. Congratulations on your victory. By the way, Yi Fan, I didn't expect your skills in Honor of Kings to be this exceptional. You actually managed to defeat the esports team. After managing the interview, just as Yi Fan was about to leave the stage, a figure approached. The middle-aged man, slightly plump with long hair, approached Yi Fan and, with earnest eyes, politely said, Yi Fan, I am the founder of XYG Club. Would you be interested in pursuing a professional career? The sudden appearance of this man ignited a flurry of whispers among the audience. Who is this fat guy? I don't know. He claims to be a club founder. Seems like just boasting. As many in the crowd recognized the middle-aged man, their excitement peaked. Wow, the great immortal. I can't believe he came to our school and personally invited Yi Fan to join his club. Who? The great immortal? The one with millions of fans? Is this real? Absolutely. I watch his streams daily. I can't believe I'm seeing him in person today. Faced with the unexpected invitation to pursue a professional career, Yi Fan did not hesitate to decline. Are you joking? What future does a professional career hold compared to enjoying life in college? He promptly rejected the offer. Upon hearing Yi Fan's polite refusal, the master remained unfazed. He then turned to Yi Fan, retrieving his business card and extending it towards him, while articulating, "No worries. Classmate Yi Fan, should you ever contemplate pursuing a professional career, feel free to reach out to me. The starting position for the side lane at XYG will always be open to you." In response to this, Yi Fan accepted the business card with ease. Although he had no intentions of entering the professional realm, he felt it inappropriate to decline too harshly in front of others. With a smile, he replied, "Absolutely." Chapter 64. The commencement of military training. After attending to matters related to the competition, Yi Fan departed with the group. On their way back, Shoppy and Xiao Cici discreetly excused themselves, leaving only Yi Fan and Su Yao together. As they checked the time, it was nearly noon, prompting Yi Fan to drive Su Yao to a nearby restaurant for a meal. During the journey, Su Yao unexpectedly took Yi Fan's hand and placed it on her lap. Observing her considerate gesture, Yi Fan smiled and playfully interlaced their fingers. Following their meal, Yi Fan escorted her to the shopping mall for a leisurely stroll. Although he had encouraged her to buy whatever she fancied, Su Yao ultimately refrained from making any purchases. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an awareness that unrestrained spending might displease Yi Fan, despite his apparent wealth. In the end, she selected a handbag priced over 10,000 yuan. After leaving the mall, time was of the essence, especially with the first day of school approaching. Yi Fan first took Su Yao back to her dormitory before returning to his own. The following day, at the break of dawn, Yi Fan awakened early, for it was the first day of a new term. After completing his morning routine, he and his 3 dorm mates made their way to the sports field. At that moment, the grounds of Magic City University were filled with first-year students clad in camouflage short-sleeved shirts, as their week-long military training commenced. Each class was assigned an instructor to guide their training, predominantly comprised of active military personnel, many of whom were of a similar age to the freshmen. In Yi Fan's class, the instructor was a robust man in his 30s. His skin radiated a deep bronze hue, and he stood at attention, his resolute gaze emanating determination. "Greetings, everyone. I am your instructor for this 7-day military training. My name is Wang Taizhan." His voice was powerful and resonant. "Today, we will begin with a very simple exercise, standing at attention." No sooner had he finished speaking than the previously subdued class erupted in groans of discontent. For the majority, maintaining a standard standing posture for an extended period felt like an insurmountable nightmare. At that moment, Li Junjie, standing beside Yi Fan, wore a smug expression as he surveyed his classmates, muttering, "What's the fuss about standing at attention? How hard can it be? It's certainly better than running." To him, standing at attention seemed as effortless as merely standing still. Upon hearing his remarks, those around Li Junjie began to reconsider their dread of the exercise. Yet Yi Fan understood the reality. Standing at attention was not merely a matter of standing idly. It required maintaining a precise posture without movement for the entire duration. Ignoring the chorus of complaints, Wang Taizhan stated sternly, "Standing at attention is simple. Keep your head high, chest out, and legs together." After demonstrating the correct posture, he commanded, "All of you at ease. Attention." As Wang Tieshan's orders echoed, the students straightened up. Initially, they found it manageable, but as time passed, fatigue began to set in. Many started to sway, their foreheads glistening with perspiration. The sweltering September sun in Magic City cast a relentless heat over the field. Standing still was a challenge. Even sitting for an extended period felt impossible. Li Junjie, now wearing a mask of discomfort, began to shake and the sweat from his brow trickled uncontrollably into his eyes. In desperation, he discreetly wiped his forehead, only to have Wang Taizhan's gaze fix upon him. During standing at attention, no one is permitted to move. This is your first warning. If anyone moves again, we will add 5 minutes to your time. Li Junjie internally cursed, but restrained himself from further movement. Meanwhile, Shoppy, struggling with his physical limitations, felt himself nearing collapse under the intensity of the training. To make matters worse, an unbearable itch plagued him, yet he dared not scratch it. The more he tried to endure, the harder it became, until he could no longer resist and scratched his nose, finding a momentary relief. Someone moved. At 5 minutes, the collective groans of his classmates echoed around him, and Shoppy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Someone moved. At 5 minutes. Add 5 minutes with each pronouncement from Wang Taizhan. The time for standing at attention extended by 5 minutes, accumulating to nearly an hour of additional time. By now, the students' camouflage uniforms were drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to their bodies. Suddenly, a thud resounded from the ranks as a girl with twin ponytails collapsed from exhaustion. "Is this all you can manage?" Wang Taizhan remarked as he walked through the ranks. "You aughts are truly a lost generation. With such a lack of resilience, I doubt you could even wield a rifle, let alone a pen." As he approached Yi Fan, he unexpectedly lifted his right foot and aimed a kick at Yi Fan's knee. Reacting instinctively, Yi Fan adjusted his weight, maintaining a rigid stance. Wang Taizhan felt as though he had kicked a stone, for Yi Fan remained unyielding. "Report, instructor. I suggest you invest in a pair of shock-absorbing shoes," Yi Fan remarked, maintaining his gaze forward with a smile. Internally, he marveled at the strength bestowed upon him by the system. Wang Taizhan, taken aback, noted that although he had not exerted much force, a mere university student had managed to withstand his kick without budging. With Yi Fan's words, the previously tense atmosphere lightened, giving way to suppressed laughter. "Everyone add 10 minutes. Look at you all, so frail you might not withstand even a single punch from me. The purpose of this rigorous training is to strengthen your bodies." As his emotionless words sank in, numerous students lamented their fate. At that moment, Shoppy lost his balance and fell to the ground. Observing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly. This marked the 6th student to faint from heat exhaustion during training. And it was Shoppy, no less. Yi Fan then addressed Wang Taizhan, "Report. I propose we allow everyone to rest for 10 minutes before resuming training." Chapter 65. Yi Fan's strength on the other side. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Wang Tieshan's expression shifted slightly, and his cold gaze turned toward Yi Fan. "You certainly possess the audacity to make such a suggestion. It seems you're the troublemaker in this class." Wang Taizhan had taken quite an interest in Yi Fan. From the very beginning, he had noticed that only Yi Fan stood still, maintaining the most impeccable posture throughout. The kick he had aimed at Yi Fan was merely a test, yet this lad had the audacity to jest in front of everyone. Intrigued by this rebellious spirit, Wang Taizhan scrutinized Yi Fan and declared, "Let it not be said that I do not offer you an opportunity. If you can defeat me, I shall grant everyone a 10-minute respite. Of course, I will only utilize half of my strength in this contest. What say you?" After speaking, Wang Taizhan looked at Yi Fan, secretly hoping he would accept. After all, this would provide a legitimate chance to teach this boy a lesson for embarrassing him before others. Meanwhile, Yi Fan pondered the proposal. Although his body had been enhanced by the system, he was still uncertain of his true strength. This was the perfect opportunity to test his capabilities, especially since Wang Taizhan was unlikely to go all out. With that thought, Yi Fan flashed a confident smile at Wang Taizhan and replied, "All right." Seeing Yi Fan nod in agreement, a triumphant smile spread across Wang Tieshan's face. "Good lad. Today, I shall teach you what it means to respect your teacher. Come on, I won't claim that I am taking advantage of you. I'll let you make the first move." With that, Wang Taizhan assumed a solid stance, firmly planted on the ground. Observing the unfolding spectacle, the remaining classmates ceased their training and gathered around the two, forming a circle. "I saw a video where Yi Fan seemed quite formidable. I wonder if he can defeat the instructor. I highly doubt it. I've heard our instructor is a master soldier with exceptional skills. Yi Fan, please don't get hurt." "Indeed. Instructor, do take care. We wouldn't see one of our Yi Fan's handsome face. Is Brother Fan capable? If he cannot win, it's perfectly all right to concede. Yes, Brother Fan, Wang Tieshan's actions are nothing short of bullying. Exactly. At this moment, Li Junjie and his companions approached, offering their counsel. Particularly, Shoppy felt a bit embarrassed, understanding that Yi Fan's remarks stemmed from his own fainting incident. Though he often appeared carefree and mischievous, he recognized kindness when he received it, and he held this gratitude close to his heart. Yi Fan glanced at the trio beside him, returning a reassuring look before stepping into the center of the crowd. Yi Fan, go for it. Brother Yi Fan, I believe in you. Instructor, if you harm my brother, I won't let this slide. Wang Taizhan, witnessing the crowd rallying in support of Yi Fan, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this newcomer would garner such a following so quickly. Amused by the cheers around him, Yi Fan initially wore a smile, but it swiftly faded as his expression sharpened, locking on to Wang Taizhan in the distance. In an instant, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at Wang Taizhan. Simultaneously, his right arm tensed, forming a fist that he aimed forcefully at Wang Taizhan. As his fist cut through the air, it emitted a sound reminiscent of wind slicing through space, as if it could tear the very atmosphere apart. On the opposite side, Wang Tieshan's heart raced upon witnessing Yi Fan's stance. This lad is undoubtedly a practitioner. Realizing this, he dismissed any casualness, centering his focus entirely on Yi Fan as he firmly planted his feet on the ground, locking his gaze onto the rapidly approaching figure. Just as Yi Fan's powerful right fist was about to make contact with Wang Tieshan's body, the latter swiftly extended his right hand, mirroring an eagle's claw, aiming directly for Yi Fan's fist. In that fleeting moment, the two hands collided with a resounding thud. Boom! With the impact, an imperceptible shock wave swept through the air. Good lad, you certainly possess some skill, Wang Taizhan exclaimed, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Yet, despite maintaining an outward appearance of ease, he alone understood the magnitude of power behind Yi Fan's recent punch. At that moment, his right hand trembled uncontrollably, the palm feeling somewhat numb. Had he not exerted himself to block with all his might at a critical moment, relying solely on half his strength would have left him unable to withstand such a ferocious blow from Yi Fan. I underestimated you. From now on, I will not hold back, and I shall give my all in this contest. The crowd was left in bewilderment. What does this mean? The instructor is going all out? Could it be that Yi Fan is strong enough to compel the instructor to exert his full strength? I always knew my brother was the best. Incredible. I feel that if I were to endure just one of Yi Fan's punches, I would be incapacitated for a fortnight. I wish I could have Yi Fan's WeChat. So do I. As the spectators buzzed with chatter, many of the girls were particularly animated, their gazes toward Yi Fan ablaze with admiration. Brother Fan, you're amazing. Absolutely fierce. Li Junjie and his companions were equally astonished, instinctively praising him. Afterward, Li Junjie swaggered over to a group of girls and declared, by the way, Brother Fan resides in our dorm. If any of you wish to add him on WeChat, you may approach me, and I shall send you his details privately. Really? I'll add you. Me too. Count me in. Witnessing the throng of girls flocking to Li Junjie, Shoppy chimed in, I also have Brother Fan's WeChat. Add me too. As the two found themselves surrounded by a multitude of admirers, the other boys cast disdainful glances at them, while they looked down upon their behavior. Who among them did not secretly wish to take their place and acquire the contact information of those girls? In the midst of the crowd, Yi Fan felt a wave of shock. Ever since his body had been enhanced by the system, he had recognized his strength but had not grasped its full extent. Now, he began to comprehend that he was indeed stronger than Wang Taizhan, especially since he had not exerted his full power in that last punch. If he were to unleash his true strength, Wang Taizhan would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such an assault. It appeared that in his optimal state, he surpassed even the master soldier. Chapter 66. Wang Tieshan's plans. All right, instructor, you must be cautious with this next punch. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes glinting with excitement and anticipation. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan took a deep breath, instantly shedding his carefree demeanor, becoming wholly focused. He He pondered inwardly. Let's see how powerful my full-force strike can truly be this time. Yi Fan performed a few simple movements to warm up his body. Then, under the tense gaze of the crowd, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. This time, everyone clearly sensed that Yi Fan's speed had increased, akin to a gust of wind sweeping by. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Wang Tieshan's side. With a swift motion, he raised his arm, resembling a hammer in flight, and then clenched his fist, delivering a powerful strike towards Wang Taizhan. Standing opposite him, Wang Tieshan's expression turned grave. He fixed his gaze on Yi Fan's approaching fist, a strong sense of crisis flooding his mind. However, as an experienced soldier, Wang Taizhan was not intimidated by the overwhelming aura. Gritting his teeth, he silently vowed, "I cannot be defeated by this kid." Without hesitation, he tensed his muscular right arm, forming a fist, and charged directly towards Yi Fan's punch. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed throughout the crowd. Those surrounding them were stunned by the spectacle, and soon they were astonished to see Wang Taizhan's robust figure sway unsteadily. Incredibly, he staggered backward several steps before barely regaining his balance. What did I just witness? Yi Fan is astonishing. Even the instructor is no match for him. So impressive, so impressive. At that moment, Li Junjie and his companions stared at Yi Fan in disbelief, their eyes wide open. They felt they had underestimated Yi Fan far too much. Wow, Yi Fan is truly remarkable. Even the instructor cannot compete with him. He is indeed the idol I admire. So charming, so charming. I feel utterly enamored. What should I do, sisters? Don't ask me. I'm already swooning. Among the crowd, Wang Taizhan was internally shaken. He never anticipated Yi Fan's strength to be so formidable. After all, he was a seasoned warrior, capable of taking on two opponents simultaneously in the military. Yet now, he found himself outmatched by a university student. It appeared that this young man, not yet 20, possessed such prowess. As Wang Taizhan observed Yi Fan, his gaze shifted, now filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure. So young, yet so powerful. Surely, someone would be intrigued if they learned of this. The more he looked at Yi Fan, the more satisfied he became. He even contemplated reporting about Yi Fan to his superior once this military training concluded. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was equally surprised that his full-force strike had managed to push Wang Taizhan back. The thought of having unsettled the steadfast soldier made him realize that it must have been a blow to Wang Tieshan's pride. Yi Fan held great admiration and respect for soldiers like Wang Taizhan, prompting him to speak up quickly. "Instructor, you certainly let me win a bit too easily." Wang Tieshan's expression remained unchanged. He understood that Yi Fan's words were merely intended to save face. Yet as a soldier, he could not allow himself to make excuses. Defeat was defeat. There's no need to sugarcoat it. You won. Your strength is commendable, but do not become complacent. Remember, there is always someone stronger out there. All right, I understand, instructor. Yi Fan replied with a cheerful grin. Now that you've won, let's take a 10-minute break. Wang Taizhan said calmly. Yay, that's wonderful. I'm exhausted. Thank goodness for Yi Fan. Otherwise, I feel like I would have fainted from the heat, someone exclaimed. Indeed, it's splendid to be in the same class as Yi Fan. Upon hearing that they could finally rest, the crowd erupted in relieved cheers. Yi Fan looked at Wang Taizhan, his gaze reflecting genuine admiration for the man. As Yi Fan and his companions took a moment to recuperate, many other classes also paused for a break. Yi Fan leisurely found a cool spot to sit. Just then, at the entrance of the playground, a stunning figure approached. The girl wore a short t-shirt paired with shorts, her long legs resembling flawless jade, radiating an intoxicating youthful vitality. As she appeared, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to her, as if magnetized. Not only were the male classmates left speechless, but even the girls couldn't help but exclaim, "This sister is simply too beautiful." It turned out to be none other than Su Yao, the flower of the second-year Chinese department. Wow, it's Senior Su Yao? What brings her here all of a sudden? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Look, she's holding a Starbucks cup. Could she be delivering drinks? Who is the lucky one? I'm so envious. Hey, don't you know? That cup of coffee is likely for Yi Fan. Someone said mysteriously. Yi Fan? Which Yi Fan? Questions and murmurs rippled through the crowd. No one had expected the department's flower to appear under the scorching sun at the military training grounds. Amidst the curious gazes, Su Yao stood quietly on the playground, scanning the area as if searching for something significant. Before long, when her eyes caught sight of Yi Fan in the distance, her calm expression blossomed into a radiant smile. Light-footed, she made her way towards Yi Fan's class. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yao quickly arrived in front of Yi Fan. She looked up, her bright eyes gazing affectionately at him, her lips curving into a sweet smile. "Junior, it's hot outside. You must be thirsty. Here's an iced Americano I bought for you," she said gently, extending the coffee, still emanating a refreshing chill. Yi Fan, seeing this, reached out to accept the coffee, then playfully ruffled Su Yao's hair and said softly, "It's so hot. You should head back soon, or you'll get sunburned." Feeling flustered by Yi Fan's gesture, Su Yao's face flushed, and she quickly turned to leave, her steps hurried. Yi Fan watched the cool coffee in his hand and then glanced at Su Yao's retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. Yet at that moment, a warmth spread through his heart. Among the crowd, only a few had arrived early for school, largely aware of the budding relationship between Yi Fan and Su Yao. The majority, however, were astonished and disheartened by the scene unfolding before them. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they lamented their lack of fortune in winning the favor of the goddess. The department's flower had been snatched away by another. This was a loss for all the boys in the school. It's just because he's a bit handsome, right? Good looks can't be a meal ticket. Some boys expressed their discontent, eyeing Yi Fan with disdain. Upon hearing the words of this individual, the girls nearby could no longer remain composed and subsequently voiced their thoughts. What a coincidence. Being handsome can indeed be a meal ticket. If classmate Yi Fan is willing, I could support him for a lifetime. Exactly. You're just a bundle of envy. Classmate Yi Fan not only possesses good looks, but is also affluent, excels academically, and boasts exceptional skills in honor of kings. You cannot even compare to the little finger of classmate Yi Fan. Indeed, each one of you should take a moment to gaze into the mirror and reflect upon your own appearances. As the situation escalated, it unexpectedly transformed into a heated dispute between two factions, the boys and the girls. Chapter 67. The School's Public Enemy. As the radiant sun blazed overhead, the goddess Su Yao took the initiative to deliver water to Yi Fan. In that moment, many boys on the playground were engulfed by feelings of envy and jealousy. However, the spectacle did not end there. Another graceful figure approached Yi Fan's class, holding a bottle of chilled, sparkling water. Under the sun's illumination, her clear eyes sparkled like precious gems. Her delicate oval face bore soft, elegant lines, and her flawless white skin accentuated her beauty. Yet, a hint of shyness flickered in her lively gaze, evoking a sense of tenderness in onlookers. As all eyes turned to this enchanting figure, a wave of confusion washed over many. "Who is this girl?" one boy whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. Another classmate shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "I have no idea. From her camouflage shirt, she seems like a new student. Could there be such an exceptionally beautiful newcomer this year?" A chorus of speculation erupted around them. Amidst the murmurs, someone loudly declared, "You all are so out of the loop. Her name is Xiaowan, a new student this year, and I've heard she has already been crowned the new school beauty shortly after her arrival." This revelation sparked a flurry of astonished reactions. "So that's why I've never seen her before," someone mused. "But look at her. Could she also be here to deliver water?" Another speculated. Upon hearing this, a chorus of groans arose from the crowd. "Oh no, please don't. My heart has just begun to flutter. Am I already facing the agony of unrequited love? How cruel, just when I discovered my shining star." Various lamentations and expressions of regret intertwined, turning the entire playground into a cacophony. At that moment, Xiaowan stood timidly on the playground. Despite her camouflage attire, the fitted design could not fully conceal her well-proportioned figure. Moreover, the fresh, innocent aura she exuded magnetically captured the attention of every individual present. In the next instant, all the boys widened their eyes in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Xiaowan surveyed her surroundings before striding towards a particular individual. When the crowd realized it was Yi Fan who stood before her, one thought resonated in their minds: drown him in spit. Indeed, Xiaowan was delivering water to Yi Fan during a class gathering. Upon learning that Yi Fan had chosen Magic City University, she resolved to follow suit. Little did Yi Fan know, his presence had already etched itself in her heart since their first year of high school. Due to her shy disposition, she had kept her affections hidden all these years, choosing instead to silently watch over him, content as long as he found happiness. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the girl before him, failing to recognize her at first. It took several seconds for a flicker of familiarity to dawn upon him. Xiaowan? The reason he had not immediately recognized her was the drastic transformation she had undergone. He was almost hesitant to believe it. In his memory, Xiaowan had worn thick glasses, and her heavy bangs obscured her eyes, giving her a rather dazed appearance. Now, however, she stood before him, free of those heavy bangs and glasses, embodying the essence of a pure college girl. Moreover, he was taken aback by her striking beauty, which easily qualified her as a school beauty. Upon hearing her name addressed by Yi Fan, Xiaowan's face lit up with a smile as she shyly replied, Yi Fan, here, a bottle of water for you. It's your favorite orange flavor. With that, she hurriedly handed him the sparkling water and fled, leaving Yi Fan smiling at her retreating figure. His feelings for her were complex. He recalled an incident from their first year when, to help support his family, he worked as a delivery man during the summer. One night, while finishing his last delivery, he stumbled upon a group of individuals intending to harm a girl. In a crucial moment, he shouted and brandished his phone, declaring he had called the police, successfully rescuing her. Only then did he realize the girl was his classmate, Xiaowan, who had been returning home late due to tutoring. Yi Fan had not thought much of the incident, but for Xiaowan, it had left a profound impression. Since that day, his image had been etched in her heart. Meanwhile, the boys on the playground glared at Yi Fan with fiery eyes, seething with jealousy. How could this guy charm both the school beauty and the class beauty? What makes him so special? One exclaimed, I just started to feel something, and now I'm facing heartbreak. Damn, just as I finally felt a spark, I'm losing to him. Another lamented, I can't stand it. I share no common ground with Yi Fan. Neither can I. Despite the hostile glare surrounding him, Yi Fan remained blissfully unaware, unconcerned with their thoughts. At that moment, he held an iced Americano in his left hand and the sparkling water in his right. He alternated between sipping the Americano and gulping the sparkling water, reveling in his audacity. At that point, his friends, Shop High and others, approached him. Bro, why do I feel like all the boys at school are looking at you strangely? One remarked, yeah, their gazes are like they want to devour you. Another chimed in. Yi Fan found their comments amusing and replied nonchalantly, don't worry, it's all good. Is the water from your girlfriend sweet? One joked, seeing Yi Fan's indifference. They relaxed. Of course it's delicious. Want a taste? Yi Fan teased, offering the sparkling water. However, Shop High quickly shook his head, no need. As Shop High faced the playful ridicule, Li Junji couldn't help but laugh. Serves you right for showing off. What does sweetness have to do with you? Just drink your own instant noodles. Laughter erupted, with Xiao Dazhua joining in on the fun. Chapter 68. Talent Show on the Playground. Yi Fan felt an overwhelming number of eyes fixed upon him, their gazes piercing as if they were ready to devour him whole. Having stirred up a wave of animosity right at the start of the semester, Yi Fan found himself in a rather helpless predicament. As he pondered how to teach Su Yao a lesson that evening, a familiar sound echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have incited the hostility of all the male students in the school. The system rewards you with 300 timeless hits from the music charts of the future. Simultaneously, a new talent, King's vocal talent, will be unlocked. Listening to the series of system announcements in his mind, a smile graced Yi Fan's face. It seemed the system was about to allow him to showcase his prowess once again. While his heart brimmed with joy, he couldn't help but praise the system for its humanistic approach. Oh system, I simply adore you, Yi Fan exclaimed joyfully. However, to his surprise, a cold response from the system came forth in the next moment. Please, host, exercise some restraint and remain calm. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but retort, what? I'm being looked down upon by a system? Nevertheless, considering the formidable skill points he had just received, he decided to let it slide. King's vocal talent? Although Yi Fan had no clear understanding of this talent, the mere thought that it was bestowed upon him by a mysterious system assured him of its exceptional quality. As Yi Fan mused internally, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had already caught the attention of some individuals who had discreetly taken note of him. Meanwhile, in a classroom within the music department at Magic City University, Tang Ingjun cast a dark gaze toward Yi Fan, who was not far off. His once handsome eyes now betrayed a palpable hatred. Previously, when Tang Ingjun first encountered the pure and graceful Xiao Wan, he was instantly captivated. Thus, he resolved to pursue her with fervor. However, he never anticipated witnessing Xia Wan's affectionate gesture of offering water to Yi Fan just as he was preparing to make his move. This scene struck Tang Ingjun's heart like a blow. He could not bear the thought of the girl he admired being so intimately involved with another man. How could he not be furious? In truth, Tang Ingjun had heard some whispers about Yi Fan, but his inflated ego led him to dismiss them. After all, when it came to wealth and power, he hailed from an extraordinarily affluent background. His parents were both natives of Magic City, and through years of hard work, their business empire amassed a staggering valuation of billions. Consequently, money was merely a number to Tang Ingjun. Moreover, his parents doted on him immensely. Shortly after entering university, they unhesitatingly gifted him a McLaren P1 Supercar as a present. Tang Ingjun also believed himself to possess commendable looks, convinced he was not inferior to Yi Fan in any regard. Growing up in such a privileged environment instilled in him a profound sense of superiority. Thus, upon witnessing the woman he cherished being snatched away by another, a torrent of anger and resentment surged within him. As a well-known scion of wealth in Magic City, how could he tolerate such a humiliation? No matter what, he was determined to reclaim his lost pride. In the blink of an eye, a fulfilling morning of training had come to a close. Following the guidelines, everyone had a light meal in the cafeteria before returning to the playground. As the afternoon training had yet to commence, the students were granted a brief period of free activity, leading them to congregate in small groups. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the center of the playground, drawing the scattered students toward it. This was, after all, a traditional event that was an indispensable part of the military training at Magic City University, the talent show. In the midst of the crowd, a powerful sound system was blaring dynamic melodies, and several attractive girls, clad in matching camouflage short sleeves, were performing a girl group dance in sync with the accompaniment. Although their outfits were simple, they did nothing to conceal their alluring figures. Each time, they gracefully swayed their waists. The surrounding male students found their gazes irresistibly drawn toward them, their eyes wide with admiration. Yi Fan and a few friends joined the throng, eager to partake in the excitement. As the dance concluded, the girls exited the spotlight amidst enthusiastic applause. At that moment, a boy with a microphone stepped into the crowd and addressed everyone. "Who's next? Is there anyone willing to take the stage?" He looked around expectantly. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Tang Xiao, sing one." Hearing this, others quickly joined in, chanting, "Tang Xiao. Give us a song, Tang Xiao. Show us what you've got." The chorus of encouragement echoed, urging him to demonstrate his prowess. As the crowd cheered, a smug expression emerged on Tang Ingjun's face. Unlike those frivolous rich kids who relied solely on their family wealth, he had gained admission to Magic City University through his own hard work in the arts examination. Successfully entering the music department, he had harbored a deep passion for singing since childhood, and his parents had invested heavily in private tutoring to nurture his talent. As the cheers rang in his ears, Tang Ingjun leisurely made his way to the center of the crowd, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Fan, who stood at the edge. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, he took the microphone and flashed a self-assured smile as he introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I am Tang Ingjun, a freshman from the music department. Here is a song for you, Mermaid by Lin Junjia." As the accompaniment began, the crowd fell silent. "I draw a circle on the beach, a serene world that belongs to us." Tang Ingjun's uniquely captivating voice, combined with his somewhat handsome appearance, elicited gasps of admiration as soon as he began to sing. "Wow, this is so beautiful." His voice is reminiscent of Lin Junjie. It's as if Lin Junjie himself is here. Incredible. I didn't expect our class to have so many hidden gems. Even Yi Fan, standing at the fringe of the crowd, couldn't help but acknowledge Tang Ingjuan's talent, noting the impressive quality of his vocal modulation and the finesse in his transitions. Chapter 69. Dimensional reduction strike. As the melody of a song faded away, many in attendance were still savoring the moment after Tang Ingjuan's performance. After a few seconds, an eruption of enthusiastic applause and cheers resonated throughout the venue. What a splendid performance. Young Master Tang truly lives up to his reputation. I feel as if my ears are pregnant with beauty. He is undoubtedly the most promising talent from the music department this year. Encore! Encore! Amidst the accolades ringing in his ears, Tang Ingjun wore a smug smile. He then turned his gaze towards Yi Fan, grasped the microphone once more, and declared, "I shan't take up too much of your time. Please welcome our next performer." With a hint of arrogance, he continued, "I've heard that Yi Fan possesses considerable musical talent as well. Why not grace us with a song?" Upon hearing this, the crowd, initially just spectators, erupted into a chorus of shouts. "Yi Fan, sing a song. Yi Fan, sing a song." Indeed, he is the newly crowned campus heartthrob. It would be a shame not to perform. Absolutely. Many voices clamored, driven by a desire to witness a spectacle, as they remembered Yi Fan's lack of singing prowess. This was the perfect opportunity to diminish his bravado. After all, he had made quite the entrance, garnering attention from both the campus flower and the senior beauty. Yi Fan, who had been observing the unfolding scene, was taken aback when Tang Ingjun called his name. It seemed he didn't know him personally. This lad is either pursuing Su Yao or has a fondness for Xiaowan. Yi Fan mused, deducing the underlying motives, but he felt no anger. A lady of grace deserves a gentleman of merit. It is merely a matter of capability. Yet, what could he possibly offer in comparison? Since he was so eager to challenge him, Yi Fan saw no reason to hold back. It was a perfect opportunity to showcase the talents bestowed upon him by the system. With the focus of the crowd now upon him, Yi Fan stepped forward confidently, took the microphone, and said, "Hello everyone, I am Yi Fan. Today, I would like to share an original piece titled Love is Simple with you all." As he spoke, a wry smile crept onto his face. "My apologies, teacher David Tao. I shall borrow the essence of her later work to stir the atmosphere." Once Yi Fan's words settled, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. An original composition? He is a freshman and already creating his own music? I bet it's merely a title. What he has produced will surely be subpar. If he truly had such talent, he would be in the music department, not finance. Indeed, many scoffed at the notion of Yi Fan performing his own work, recalling previous lackluster original compositions that had failed to impress. However, a few loyal fans of Yi Fan stood up, retorting, "You simply cannot stand to see Yi Fan succeed. You haven't even listened yet, and are already disparaging him." Exactly. It's jealousy, plain and simple. Yi Fan chose to disregard the surrounding commotion. As the accompaniment began, an unexpected silence enveloped the crowd. I've forgotten how it all began. Perhaps it's simply the feeling I have for you. As Yi Fan's unique voice resonated, accompanied by a captivating melody, everyone present was instantly captivated. "Oh my goodness, this is incredible. Yes, he has completely won me over from the very first note. I'm in love. Please, let's not speak. You're ruining my experience." At that moment, the audience was utterly entranced by Yi Fan's singing, and the atmosphere was undisturbed by any further chatter. "I love you. I cannot help but love you, baby." As he reached the chorus, hands swayed gently to the beat, creating a harmonious scene. Meanwhile, Tang Ingjun, who had anticipated a chance to belittle Yi Fan, now wore a grim expression. He had expected to use this moment to diminish Yi Fan's arrogance, only to find himself thoroughly humiliated. Although he had performed admirably, Yi Fan's original piece surpassed his own, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Among the crowd stood a familiar figure. Upon hearing the chorus, Li Xin's face lit up with excitement as her mind wandered. "Is this song written for me? It must be. I knew he hadn't forgotten me. After all, no one can rival the allure of the white moonlight." Since the reunion, she had been closely following Yi Fan's every move. When she learned he would attend Magic City University, she decided to follow him there. Lost in her reverie, she didn't notice how the crowd had swelled. As students from the second and third years who had been strolling nearby were now drawn in by Yi Fan's enchanting voice. Surrounded by layers of people, all were absorbed in the moment. Some had already taken out their phones, recording the entire performance. I love you. I will never give up. This right to love you. As Yi Fan concluded his song, the crowd remained enraptured, taking several moments to process what they had just experienced before erupting into intense applause and cheers. Wow, that was divine. I must add this song to my playlist. Didn't you hear? This is an original. I just searched, and it's not even uploaded to any music platform. What should we do? It was too beautiful. I want to listen to it repeatedly, perhaps to learn it for a confession. Brothers, video of love is simple for 50. Who wants it? Hurry. One individual, who had been recording since the beginning, exclaimed with excitement. I'll take one. Count me in. As love is simple surged in popularity, this person reaped a substantial reward. Among the buyers, save for a few boys, most were girls who treated the video as a precious treasure, carefully stowing it away for private enjoyment later. Some had even uploaded snippets to short video platforms, unaware that their casual upload would garner billions of views and a handsome profit in the days to come. Chapter 70. How to reward you at this moment. The crowd had lost sight of Tang Ingjun, who had long departed in a hasty retreat, too embarrassed to linger any longer. Even as he left, he could not comprehend how a freshman could create such melodious works. Observing Tang Ingjun's flustered exit, Yi Fan couldn't help but smirk slightly, thinking to himself that he still had to practice. Just after Yi Fan finished his performance, Li Xian from the crowd contemplated whether to approach him and reconcile. But before she could act, a figure swiftly emerged from the throng and dashed into Yi Fan's embrace. As the crowd recognized the newcomer, a wave of excitement erupted. Kiss! Kiss! Wow, Yi Fan has a girlfriend. How unfair. Such an impressive male idol has a girlfriend, and it's even Su Yao from the Chinese department. It seems we have no chance. Oh, I'm heartbroken. The figure was none other than Su Yao. After dining with her 3 roommates, she intended to visit the playground to see Yi Fan and unexpectedly stumbled upon him singing on stage. Upon hearing the chorus, Su Yao was deeply moved, believing the song was composed for her. Therefore, as soon as Yi Fan finished, she rushed into his arms. With her eyes slightly red, Su Yao trembled as she spoke. Junior, thank you. Yi Fan, momentarily taken aback by her voice, soon realized the misunderstanding but chose not to clarify. Instead, he gently patted her back to soothe her emotions. After several seconds, Su Yao suddenly remembered they were in front of everyone. Her face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly escaped from Yi Fan's embrace, fleeing in embarrassment. Watching her retreat, Yi Fan found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Meanwhile, Xiaowan gazed at the 2 embraced figures in the crowd, feeling a tinge of melancholy before quickly resolving herself with renewed determination. After handing the microphone back to the host, Yi Fan navigated through the crowd. As he emerged, Li Junjie, Su, and others surrounded him, their faces shining with admiration. Brother Fan, you were incredible. Absolutely. You're astonishing. I genuinely doubt there's anything you can't do. Look at Brother Fan, and then at us. It's truly disheartening. Yi Fan smiled at the trio and replied, all right, enough boasting. We have training to start this afternoon. The afternoon training session concluded swiftly, and Yi Fan and his companions returned to their dormitory. Lying on his bed, Yi Fan checked his phone and noticed a message from Su Yao. Junior, have you seen online? You're famous. You looked so handsome in the video. I watched it 4 or 5 times. Yi Fan was not surprised by this. After all, it was one of David Tao's renowned songs, and it was nearly impossible not to gain attention. Shortly after, Su Yao sent another message. Thank you for the song, Junior. I love it so much. I don't know how to reward you. With a slight grin, Yi Fan swiftly composed a reply. I would love to experience what it's like to be with a flight attendant. I wonder if you could fulfill that for me, senior? Upon reading Yi Fan's message, Su Yao's face flushed instantly. After a few seconds, she replied, all right then, I'll order a set online and wear for you next time. Afterward, Su Yao sent 2 alluring photos to Yi Fan. As he admired her captivating figure, he pondered how she would look in a flight attendant's uniform. While Yi Fan chatted with Su Yao in the dormitory, Wang Taizhan paced back and forth, his face a mask of hesitation. After nearly a minute, he steeled himself and dialed a number. Soon, a weary voice answered, Taizhan, what brings you to call me? Hearing that familiar voice, Wang Taizhan felt a lump in his throat. Struggling to maintain his composure, he respectfully replied, Old leader, how have you been? I'm fine, still hanging in there. Is there something you need to discuss? Wang Tiashan's nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, and his voice quivered as he said, Old leader, I've discovered a promising talent named Yi Fan, a freshman at Magic City University. Really? If he caught your eye, he must possess remarkable abilities. All right, I'll have someone investigate his background, and if all is well, I'll arrange for him to be contacted. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call, leaving Yi Fan unaware of these developments. In the following days, Yi Fan endured military training by day and returned to the dormitory by night. His life had been quite delightful, as Su Yao and Xiao Wan took turns treating him, with even some girls he had never met bringing him food and gifts. Naturally, apart from the offerings from Su Yao and Xiao Wan, most of the other gifts were shared with Li Junjie and Su. Finally, the last day of military training arrived, a day long awaited by the freshmen. As the final afternoon of training concluded, cheers erupted, celebrating the end of their arduous ordeal. With military training over, Yi Fan drove Su Yao to Yinshui residence. Having spent so many days living at school, Yi Fan found himself longing for the comfort of the villa's large bed and the meticulously prepared meals by He Tingting. Not to mention the prospect of seeing Su Yao in a flight attendant outfit. Before long, the sports car arrived at the villa. Seeing Yi Fan return, He Tingting hurriedly approached to open the car door for him. Mr. Yi, welcome home. Yi Fan smiled at He Tingting, remarking, Tingjie, it's been a few days, and you've become even more charming. He Tingting chuckled softly, knowing her boss enjoyed playful banter but never crossed the line, so she found no offense in his words. Mr. Yi, you truly have a way with jokes. Are we dining at home today? If so, I can instruct the staff to prepare the ingredients. Yi Fan nodded, saying yes. Let's eat at home. It's been a while since I've tasted your cooking, and I miss it. He Tingting beamed at this and began instructing the staff to prepare the meal. Yi Fan then took Su Yao's hand and ascended to the second floor to engage in a game. After more than an hour, He Tingting knocked on the door of the second floor and called out, Mr. Yi, dinner is ready. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Fan replied as he gently patted Su Yao's cheek, grinning as he said, Let us eat something to replenish our energy. Later, we'll play another round. And I still haven't seen that flight attendant outfit yet. Chapter 71, Encountering Tang Ingjun. Yi Fan descended the stairs with Su Yao, who had just finished tidying up. As Su Yao stepped into the living room, her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect O shape. Before her lay an opulent dining table laden with exquisite delicacies, steamed king crab, braised grouper, egg yolk baked lobster, tomahawk steak, and French foie gras, all top-tier ingredients typically found only in upscale restaurants, now filling the entire table. Moreover, a bottle of decanted Roman Chianti gleamed under the light, its crystalline hue shimmering with an enchanting luster. The sight of such a lavish spread left Su Yao utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer opulence before her. She estimated that the value of this feast, along with the fine wine, likely exceeded 500,000 RMB. In that moment, she realized that the food she had previously consumed was merely sustenance. This was the essence of true culinary artistry. Faced with such a bountiful array, it was evident that neither Yi Fan nor Su Yao could finish it all. However, Yi Fan was unconcerned. If they could not eat it all, it could simply be discarded. After all, he had wealth in abundance. Once they finished their meal, the pair returned to their room on the second floor. Approximately 10 minutes later, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing a bashful Su Yao stepping out. At that moment, she wore a sultry flight attendant cheapao, the thigh-high slit hinting at seduction, complemented by her black lace garter stockings, making her allure undeniable. When Yi Fan's gaze fell upon Su Yao's enchanting attire, his eyes sparkled with admiration. After a prolonged moment of appreciation, he swiftly embraced her, his hands roaming, and then he pressed her onto the bed. Soon, the bedroom was filled with soft gasps. The following day, having spent the night in each other's company, Yi Fan and Su Yao languidly awoke around noon. Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. Answering the call, a sweet voice echoed from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Yi. This is the manager of the Porsche dealership in Modu. The top-of-the-line Panamera you ordered a few days ago has arrived. Would you like to come by and take a look?" "All right, I'll be there shortly," Yifan replied. After hanging up, he playfully patted Su Yao's cheek and said, "Let us go. I have a surprise for you." With that, he headed outside, leaving Su Yao momentarily stunned before she hurriedly followed. As it happened, Yifan had decided to gift Su Yao a car a few days prior. Recognizing her as his woman, it was entirely fitting to present a vehicle to someone so significant in his life. After much consideration, he settled on the Panamera, but due to its unavailability, he had to place a reservation. To his surprise, the dealership's efficiency was remarkable, as the car had arrived just 2 days later. Yifan drove his Lamborghini Veneno to the dealership, and before long, they reached their destination. The manager was already waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Yifan's Lamborghini, her eyes lit up, and she quickly approached, personally opening the door for him. Yet, upon seeing Yifan, she paused, astonished at his youthful handsomeness. Just as she contemplated her next move, she noticed Su Yao seated in the passenger seat, promptly quelling her ambitions. It was evident that a man as exceptional as Mr. Yi would not be without a partner. Nevertheless, she sought to leave a favorable impression and greeted him warmly. "Mr. Yi, your pre-ordered Porsche Panamera has just arrived. Allow me to show you." As they stepped inside the dealership, a familiar voice pierced the air. "I'll take this Panamera. Hurry up and process my payment. I'll drive it away." Glancing toward the sound, they saw a man standing beside a brand-new luxury car, barking orders at a sales representative. The representative, beaming with forced cheerfulness, responded cautiously, "Mr. Tang, I apologize, but this vehicle has already been reserved. However, if you are particularly interested, I can contact headquarters to arrange for one to be delivered in a day or two." Upon hearing this, Tang Yingjuan's previously arrogant demeanor soured instantly. His brows furrowed as he opened his mouth to protest. At that moment, a woman beside him playfully chimed in, "Mr. Tang, I really want this model. I want to take it home today." With that, she eagerly wrapped her arm around Tang Yingjuan's, pressing her alluring figure against him, deliberately brushing her chest against his arm. Tang Yingjun was momentarily taken aback, but as he felt her softness, he glanced down to see her large, soulful eyes gazing up at him, exuding an air of vulnerability. In that moment, a ripple of desire stirred within him, and a lewd smile crept onto his face as he replied, "All right, since you like it so much, I'll make sure your wish is fulfilled today. But you must be obedient. If you drive the car, I'll drive you." The woman blushed, playfully hitting his chest in mock annoyance. "Oh, Mr. Tang, you're such a tease." Yet her eyes betrayed a hint of eagerness and excitement. Tang Yingjun, with the charming woman in his arms, cast a disdainful glance at the sales representative, arrogantly declaring, "I'm taking this car today. Hurry up and process my payment." Before he finished speaking, he reached into his pocket, producing a glimmering credit card without hesitation. However, the sales representative appeared troubled, quickly shaking her head and explaining, "Mr. Tang, I'm truly sorry, but this car has already been booked. That wouldn't be appropriate. Perhaps you could consider other models?" Hearing this, Tang Yingjuan's previously triumphant expression darkened. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at the sales representative, exclaiming, "Damn it, are you trying to get fired? My father is friends with your boss. Believe me, one word from me and you'll be out of a job." Faced with such brazen intimidation, beads of sweat formed on the sales representative's forehead. Though she felt wronged, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. After all, someone as influential as Tang Yingjun was not someone she could afford to offend. Just as the situation reached an impasse, a casual yet mocking voice echoed from behind. "Tang Yingjun, is this the best you can do? Bullying a sales representative?" Upon recognizing that familiar voice, Tang Yingjun whipped around, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. A wave of anger washed over him as he shouted, "Yifan, this is none of your business. Stop meddling." He glared at Yifan, also noticing Su Yao beside him. Upon seeing her graceful figure and striking beauty, his jealousy surged to new heights as he compared her to the woman he held. Yifan already has a girlfriend. Why is Yaowan still so eager to approach him? Damn, what a shameless woman. Upon hearing Tang Yingjuan's words, Yifan coldly chuckled and shook his head, saying, "If you wish to purchase my car, What relevance does that have to me? Chapter 72. I will educate you on behalf of your father. What about your car? Upon hearing these words, Tang Yingjun was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment evident in his gaze. He slowly turned his head, his eyes landing on the Porsche Panamera beside him, then pointed at it with a hint of skepticism in his tone. This car. Did you order it? Yifan's lips curved into a subtle smile as he softly replied, Well, it wasn't me who ordered it. Surely, you didn't order it either? With that, he regarded Tang Yingjun with keen interest. When Tang Yingjun realized that the car was indeed ordered by Yifan, he shrugged nonchalantly and said, How about this, Yifan? I'm willing to add an additional 300,000. How about you just transfer the car to me? As soon as he finished speaking, a smug expression blossomed on his face as he looked at Yifan. In his eyes, he had presented quite an enticing offer. After all, 300,000 is no trifling sum. He was convinced that Yifan would sell him this favor and willingly part with the car. However, this matter could not be resolved so simply. He would have to find a way to ensure Yifan returned every last cent of that 300,000. With this thought, Tang Yingjun secretly calculated in his mind, a cunning glint shimmering in his eyes. Yet, for Yifan, a mere 300,000 held little significance. Given his current capabilities, earning several hundred thousand was but a matter of minutes. Thus, when he heard Tang Yingjun's offer to increase the price by 300,000, Yifan merely smiled faintly, secretly finding it amusing. Did this fellow truly believe that 300,000 would sway him? Was he mistaken for a beggar? Looking at Tang Yingjun, who wore a victorious expression, Yifan regarded him as one would a fool and replied coolly, in light of our friendship as classmates. Let's not say I haven't given you face. 1 million. If you can fork over 1 million, I'll let you have it. Initially lost in self-satisfaction, Tang Yingjun's smile instantly froze upon hearing Yifan's words. In the blink of an eye, his once proud visage darkened ominously. He then exclaimed furiously, Yifan, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Don't think that just because you have a bit of money, you are impressive. Let me tell you, in Magic City, mere wealth is of little consequence. Allow me to inform you, my father is Tang Long, chairman of the Tang Construction Group. In terms of background and influence, how could someone like you, an outsider, compare? If you know what's good for you, hand over the car quickly, or I assure you, you won't even make it out of this 4S dealership. With that, Tang Yingjun raised his head, glaring at Yifan with a fierce expression, his eyes brimming with threats and challenges. At that moment, he adopted a domineering stance, looking down upon Yifan. After finishing his tirade, Tang Yingjun's face was full of arrogance, and he cast a derisive glance at Yifan. He had laid his threats bare. If Yifan remained foolishly obstinate, he would not hesitate to teach this outsider a lesson. On the other hand, Su Yao was watching the scene intently, her large, expressive eyes filled with concern for Yifan. With her brow slightly furrowed, she gently spoke to him. Junior, why don't we just give him the car? What if this guy goes completely mad and really calls someone? Her words dripped with genuine care. Yet, upon hearing Su Yao's suggestion, Yifan simply smiled and returned her a reassuring look, seemingly unperturbed by the potential danger looming ahead. Meanwhile, Tang Yingjun, standing off to the side, caught every word of Su Yao's concern. Witnessing this, his previously smug demeanor swelled with even more arrogance. He brazenly extended a hand, not shy about groping the woman beside him. Moreover, he continued to glare provocatively at Yifan. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired in the next moment. A sharp crack resonated throughout the 4S dealership like thunder, startling everyone present. They turned to see Tang Yingjun, who had been so self-assured just moments ago, now standing there, dazed, clutching his right cheek. Clearly, he had never anticipated that Yifan would, without hesitation, deliver a resounding slap to his face. And right in front of so many witnesses. If he did not make Yifan pay a heavy price today, how could he continue to navigate Magic City? Fine, Yifan, you'll pay for this. Just wait. After uttering his threats, Tang Yingjun prepared to pull out his phone to call for backup. At that moment, he noticed Yifan calmly retrieving his own phone. Seeing this, Tang Yingjun halted his actions and arrogantly remarked, MD, you're calling for help? I'm here to see who you can summon. Yifan did not respond to Tang Yingjun's taunts. He simply dialed a number and connected the call. As the phone rang, Yi Fan's tone turned icy. "Old Tang, your son is even more arrogant than you. We're together now, and he's threatening to keep me from leaving the door today. You might want to sort this out, if it isn't handled properly. I believe our companies have no need for further collaboration." On the other end of the line, Tang Long initially seemed bewildered, but as Yi Fan finished speaking, he quickly grasped the situation. It was certainly his rebellious son who had caused yet another mess. Of all people to provoke, why would he choose Yi Fan? The Jiachuan Group was a crucial client for the Tang Construction Group, with contracts worth billions annually. If this unruly son offended Yi Fan, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage on the company, a consequence Tang Long could hardly bear to contemplate. "Mr. Yi, my son is blind to the gravity of the situation and has offended you. Please don't take it to heart. Rest assured, I will certainly discipline him once he returns. May I speak with him?" Hearing this, Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he handed the phone to Tang Yingjun while cheerfully saying, "Hello, your father's on the line." Tang Yingjun, already fuming, felt his anger escalate as Yi Fan continued to provoke him. He was determined to summon a few friends from his club to teach Yi Fan a lesson. With that in mind, Tang Yingjun retorted him, "What gives you the right to pretend to speak to my father? I'm still his son." He took the phone, cursing, "CNM, how dare you impersonate my father?" However, before he could utter another word, a thunderous roar echoed from the other end of the line. "CNMD, you little brat. I'm out here working hard for money, and you're causing trouble. Do you even realize that Yi Fan is someone I can't afford to offend? Our family S group relies on him. MD, you better apologize to Mr. Yi right now, and then come home. Also, your bank card has been frozen starting today." With that, Tang Long hung up the phone. On his end, Tang Yingjun, who had been so brash, suddenly felt the familiar voice wash over him. The smile on Tang Yingjun's face vanished in an instant, and even after his father hung up the phone, Tang Yingjun's mind remained in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 73. A gift for you. Tang Yingjun stood dazed in place, time seemingly suspended around him. It took a full 2 minutes for his malfunctioning brain to gradually awaken. When he slowly lifted his head and redirected his gaze towards Yi Fan, the arrogance and hubris in his eyes had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by profound trepidation and fear. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly unremarkable Yi Fan before him was someone even his father dared not provoke lightly, while he himself had foolishly spoken such brazen words. At this realization, a chill coursed down Tang Yingjun's spine, and a fine sheen of sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Nervously biting his lip, he rapidly contemplated how to navigate this awkward and perilous situation. After a brief moment of reflection, Tang Yingjun seemed to make a resolute decision. He gritted his teeth and trudged heavily towards Yi Fan. He lowered his head deeply, trembling as he spoke. "Yi Xiao, it is entirely my fault. I failed to recognize the mountain before me and have offended you. You are right to chastise me. Please, have mercy and forgive me this once." Yi Fan regarded Tang Yingjun with mild amusement, a smile creeping onto his lips as he casually replied, "All right, be gone. Your father is waiting for you at home." "Understood. You go. I shall take my leave at once." Tang Yingjun hurriedly responded, watching Yi Fan's retreating figure. Once Yi Fan was out of sight, Tang Yingjun's body began to tremble involuntarily. He was acutely aware that having caused such a significant ruckus, a severe reprimand awaited him at home from his father. The mere thought of the impending physical punishment sent another shiver down his spine, yet there was no choice but to steel himself and head back. At that moment, a delicate voice interrupted him. "Tang Xiao, what about my car?" The unexpected interjection pierced through Tang Yingjun's already dark mood, instantly deepening his scowl, and a surge of uncontainable rage erupted from within. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and struck the woman beside him across her soft cheek. The sharp sound echoed, leaving a vivid red imprint on her face. Tang Yingjun, seething with anger, cursed, "Damn, it's all because of you, you wretched woman. You've caused my bank card to be frozen, and now you dare to concern yourself with your pathetic car? Get as far away from me as possible." Having vented his fury, he stormed away from the 4S store without looking back. Soon, he hopped in his car, pressed the accelerator, and in the blink of an eye vanished down the road, leaving only a cloud of dust and the roar of the engine in his wake. With Tang Yingjuan's departure, the onlookers in the 4S store, having lost interest in the spectacle, dispersed, returning the store to its usual state of calm and busyness. At this juncture, Yi Fan and Su Yao followed the sales manager, examining the newly arrived Panamera. After a cursory inspection, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction, then, without hesitation, pulled out a bank card and decisively stated, "Please process the payment and also assist with the license plate registration." Standing nearby, Mo Kong was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Yi Fan's decisiveness, willing to pay outright without seeking any discount. However, being a woman of experience, she quickly regained her composure and smiled broadly as she accepted the bank card from Yi Fan's hand, saying, "Certainly, Mr. Yi. Please hold on a moment." "Oh, Mr. Yi, could you kindly present your identification for the registration process?" Hearing this, Yi Fan turned to Su Yao and chuckled. "Why are you standing there? They need your ID." Su Yao froze at his words, bewildered as she responded, "Huh? Me?" A question arose in her mind. Why would her junior need her ID to register the car? Could it be? Could this vehicle be intended as a gift for her? The thought sent a wave of disbelief across her face, realizing that if the car were registered in her name, it would be her property. Even if they were to part ways, the car would still belong to her. Unlike Tang Yingjun, who had merely put the car in her possession while retaining ownership. Seeing the shock in her eyes, Yi Fan smiled and confirmed, "Indeed, this car is meant for you." Upon hearing his affirmation, joy radiated from Su Yao's face, and she impulsively kissed Yi Fan on the cheek, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, "Junior, this gift is truly extravagant. I feel somewhat undeserving." Though overwhelmed with emotion, Su Yao managed to temper her exuberance, feeling a bit bashful. Observing her reaction, Yi Fan smiled and reassured her, "It's all right. While it may seem quite lavish to you, to me, it is of little consequence as long as you appreciate it." With those words, Su Yao felt her heart nearly melt, her admiration for Yi Fan soaring to new heights. "Junior, you are too kind to me. Thank you," she said earnestly. Initially drawn to Yi Fan due to his wealth, Su Yao found herself captivated by his every action as she got to know him better. She realized she could no longer envision her life without him. At that moment, she had fully committed herself to him, willing to do anything for him, even beginning to contemplate how she might repay him later that evening. As she continued to admire the nearly flawless lines and striking appearance of the Panamera, Su Yao could hardly believe that at her tender age of not yet 20, she would own a sports car valued at nearly $3 million. It felt like a dream. While Su Yao reveled in the allure of the Panamera, a series of notifications echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slapping face. Reward: ownership of the International Mingdu Hotel in Modu. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Fan felt a surge of delight. The International Mingdu Hotel? That name seemed vaguely familiar. He took out his phone and searched for it. Moments latte, Repubblica del Yemen fan Exhilarating. He hadn't anticipated that such a casual reward from the system would grant him ownership of Modu's most prestigious hotel, valued at over $30 billion. Reputedly the highest caliber hotel in the city, where the minimum stay cost 5 figures. Chapter 74. Ye's golden investment. As she gathered her thoughts, Su Yao had already completed all the necessary formalities. Yi Fan turned to her, his gaze softening as a gentle smile graced his lips. He spoke softly, "Senior, you should drive back to the villa first. I have a few matters to attend to and will return later." Upon hearing this, the brightness in Su Yao's eyes dimmed momentarily, a subtle hint of disappointment flickering across her delicate features. Yet within moments, she found solace in the realization that someone as exceptional as Yi Fan undoubtedly had pressing matters to address. With this in mind, a radiant smile returned to her face, and her enchanting eyes locked onto Yi Fan's as she replied tenderly, "All right, Junior, go ahead and attend to your important affairs, but remember to come back early. I have a surprise planned for you tonight." As the words left her lips, Su Yao seemed to realize the implicit affection in her statement, her cheeks flushing a brilliant hue reminiscent of the evening sky, causing her to shyly lower her gaze. Observing Su Yao's adorable bashfulness, Yi Fan could not help but comprehend the deeper meaning behind her words. Had it not been for the pressing matters at hand, he would have relished the opportunity to embrace this enchanting little tease. All right, but do not plead for mercy when the time comes. Yi Fan teased with a mischievous grin. With that, he elegantly turned away, striding toward the Lamborghini Veneno. He pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life, dashing away like a bolt of lightning, vanishing at the end of the street. Inside the car, Yi Fan began to contemplate. Currently, he possessed substantial assets, including the complete ownership of the Guanggu Commercial Street in the Magic City, the Jiachuan Group, and the International Mingdu Hotel. In total, these holdings amounted to nearly 500 billion in assets, with 200 billion in liquid capital at his disposal. However, it still felt insufficient. Yi Fan sighed. While such wealth would be more than enough for an ordinary person, it was merely a drop in the ocean for him. He recalled that each of the 8 great families in the Magic City possessed assets starting from 100 billion, with the upper echelon's wealth reaching into the trillions. In comparison, his holdings seemed rather insignificant. At that moment, Yi Fan remembered he still held a 20% stake in Penguin Group. Although he received considerable dividends from these shares annually, the return on investment was sluggish. It would be more prudent to liquidate his shares entirely for immediate cash flow, allowing him to initiate his plans sooner. With this thought, Yi Fan pulled over to the side of the road and took out his phone to search for the market value of Penguin Group. The results were staggering. Even though he had prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the valuation. 600 billion. This meant that his 20% stake represented a staggering 120 billion. Excitement surged within him. With this capital, he could begin executing his plans. Yi Fan promptly dialed a number, and shortly after, the call was answered. "Hello, Mr. Yi. How may I assist you?" Came the respectful voice of Wu Yu on the other end. "Wu, please arrange a meeting with Mr. Ma. I have matters to discuss with him," Yi Fan instructed. "Certainly, Mr. Yi. I will inform Mr. Ma right away and will call you back shortly," Wu replied. After hanging up, Yi Fan lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. A few minutes later, his phone rang again. Upon answering, he heard the deep voice of Ma Huadeng. "Mr. Yi, I hear you wish to speak with me?" "Yes, Mr. Ma. I intend to sell my shares," Yi Fan stated plainly. Ma Huadeng was momentarily taken aback, and, after a few seconds, he responded, "Mr. Yi, have you encountered difficulties? If it is a matter of funds, I can arrange for the finance department to expedite this quarter's dividends to you." Yi Fan chuckled softly before replying, "Thank you, Mr. Ma, but I am in urgent need of a significant sum." After a brief pause, Ma Huadeng's voice came through again. "Very well, Mr. Yi. The group will repurchase your shares at market value. We'll send you the electronic contract shortly. Once you sign, I will instruct finance to transfer the funds." "All right, that works for me," Yi Fan affirmed. After terminating the call, he received the contract from Wu within 2 minutes. After reviewing it and confirming there were no issues, he signed his name. Moments later, he received a notification from his bank. "XX Bank, hello. 120 billion renminbi has been successfully credited to your account. Balance, 140 billion. Gazing at the impressive balance displayed on his mobile banking app, Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile. He then dialed Jiang Li's number. "Hello, Sister Li. I have recently acquired the International Mingdu Hotel in the Magic City. Please arrange for resource integration. Furthermore, the company will officially be renamed Yes Golden Investment, and all my holdings will be consolidated under the group. From this day forth, our endeavors will extend beyond real estate to tourism, media, and hospitality. I have transferred 200 billion into the group's account. Let me know if more funds are needed." On the other end of the line, Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. Despite her vast experience, she was taken aback by Yi Fan's announcements. The International Mingdu Hotel was the finest hotel in the Magic City, valued at nearly 300 billion. Now, to learn it was part of Yi Fan's portfolio, along with the immediate infusion of 200 billion in cash into the group, was astonishing. Any one of these developments could easily make headlines. After a brief silence, Jiang Li regained her composure and said, "Understood, Mr. Yi. I will get started right away. With the funds you have provided, I am confident the group will soar to new heights. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Li. Once the bidding concludes and the group is on solid footing, things will settle down," Yi Fan replied with a smile. "Who else could I have but such a remarkable younger brother like you?" Jiang Li teased. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Yi Fan eagerly anticipated the upcoming land auction in 2 weeks. After spending considerable time in the Magic City, he would finally face off against several of the top families. Moreover, he was keen to take advantage of this opportunity to outmaneuver Zhang Hao. Chapter 75. The plan of Xiang Yong having made up his mind. Yi Fan entered his Lamborghini Veneno, gently pressing the accelerator. With a deep, resonant roar, the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Before long, the majestic international Mingdu Hotel came into view. Yi Fan parked in the hotel's underground garage and walked directly to the lobby. He quickly approached the front desk, a smile gracing his features as his gaze fell upon the striking young woman before him. "Hello, could you please assist me in locating your general manager, Mr. Chun?" he inquired. The front desk attendant, initially engrossed in her tasks, instinctively looked up upon hearing his magnetic voice. She paused for a moment, taken aback by Yi Fan's tall and striking figure, his handsome and chiseled features accentuated by his bright, star-like eyes. He was looking at her with a gentle smile that stirred something within her. A blush crept onto her cheeks, but her professional training quickly took over. She composed herself and responded with a standard professional smile. "Good day, sir. May I ask if you have a prior appointment?" Taken aback by the question, Yi Fan hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. "No, but you can inform Mr. Chun that I am Yi Fan," he replied, watching her intently as he awaited her response. The front desk attendant scrutinized the extraordinary gentleman before her once more. Dressed in an exquisite high-end suit, he exuded an aura of nobility. It was evident that he was no ordinary person. Realizing this, she quickly regained her composure, saying politely, "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." She swiftly picked up the phone and dialed Mr. Chun's number. In less than half a minute, having just hung up, she turned her gaze back to Yi Fan. Speaking courteously, Mr. Chun is on her way down. Please wait a moment." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Having worked here for a few years, she had never witnessed Mr. Chun treat anyone with such courtesy. Not only was she personally coming down to greet him, but her eagerness was also quite remarkable. This was truly extraordinary. As they waited, a striking figure soon appeared at the elevator entrance. A woman in her 30s, dressed in a standard professional outfit with a sleek bob haircut that accentuated her competence, approached swiftly. Upon reaching Yi Fan, she paused, taken aback as their gazes met. The young man, named Yi Fan, was entirely unexpected. He appeared to be scarcely 20 years old, a youthful visage that was hard to fathom. Despite her surprise at his age, Chen Ming held no inclination to underestimate him. She quickly adjusted her demeanor, a fitting smile gracing her lips as she addressed Yi Fan with utmost politeness. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Chen Ming, the general manager of Mingdu Hotel." Yi Fan smiled in return. "Hello, Mr. Yi, please allow me to escort you upstairs," she offered, leading the way. As the two figures receded from view, the front desk attendants could no longer contain their curiosity and excitement, whispering amongst themselves about Yi Fan's background, various rumors circulating rapidly. Meanwhile, guided by Chun Ming, Yi Fan soon arrived at the general manager's office on the 28th floor. Upon entering, he naturally took a seat in the manager's chair. Chen Ming, who had been following closely, stood respectfully beside him, slightly bowing her head in anticipation of his instructions. At that moment, Chen Ming spoke softly, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Xiang has been waiting for some time in the conference room. Shall we proceed?" She carefully observed Yi Fan's reaction, who did not respond immediately, but continued perusing the thick report in his hands. After several seconds, he slowly lifted his head and fixed his penetrating gaze upon Chen Ming. After a moment, he replied with a calm authority, "Yes, let us go." The simplicity of his words carried an undeniable weight. Chen Ming, not daring to delay, promptly turned to lead the way. Shortly after, they arrived at a spacious conference room where two middle-aged men were seated. Upon seeing Yi Fan enter, their faces mirrored expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated that the mysterious young tycoon who acquired their hotel would be so youthful. Clearly, his identity was anything but ordinary. Exchanging glances, they shared a mutual understanding. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Xiang Yong, and this is my partner, Wang Tong." Xiang Yong introduced himself as he rose to greet Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded slightly and took a seat across from them. "Brother Yi, here are the contract and other relevant documents." I believe it is more appropriate to hand them to you in person, Xiang Yong said, handing Yi Fan a thick folder. Yi Fan accepted the folder without opening it, extending his right hand with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Xiang. I look forward to our collaboration. Xiang Yong also stood, shaking Yi Fan's hand. A fruitful partnership ahead. By the way, Brother Yi, here's my business card. If you need anything in Shanghai, just give me a call. I may not have much influence elsewhere, but I do have some sway here. Yi Fan smiled in response. Thank you, Brother Xiang. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiang Yong and Wang Tung exited the conference room. As they stepped out of the Mingdu Hotel, Wang Tung could not contain his curiosity any longer. Brother Yong, do we really need to treat him with such courtesy? Xiang Yong chuckled and replied, do not underestimate Yi Fan. I sense a remarkable energy behind him. And from our conversation, it is clear he is not your typical idle second-generation heir. I am contemplating whether we should bring him on board for that matter. Wang Tung paused, taken aback by the implication. Brother Yong, can we trust him? After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Yong responded thoughtfully. Let us observe him for a while. Chapter 76. The initial collision after bidding farewell to Wang Tung and Xiang Yong. The conference room was left with only Chun Ming and Yi Fan. Chun Ming gazed at Yi Fan, her heart resolutely convinced that he was undoubtedly the heir of a prominent family. Having been exposed to the upper echelons of society, Chun Ming had long harbored dreams of entering this elite circle. Although numerous affluent men had previously hinted at her, promising a smooth entry into high society should she acquiesce, she had declined their advances, as they were often old enough to be her father. Their intentions were primarily physical, devoid of genuine affection. Just as she had nearly dismissed this aspiration, the sight of Yi Fan reignited her desire. The man before her was not only strikingly handsome, but also owned a hotel valued in the billions. Young and affluent, he was precisely her ideal. Chun Ming resolved to attach herself to Yi Fan, recognizing this as an opportunity that could alter her destiny. With a confident demeanor regarding her own appearance, she said, Mr. Yi, here is the financial report for the hotel from the last quarter. Please take a look. As she handed him the document, she leaned slightly forward. Yi Fan did not immediately accept the file. Instead, his gaze wandered naturally to her unguarded neckline, intrigued by the view before him. Noticing his gaze, Chun Ming did not shy away, but intentionally straightened up. Only after Yi Fan had his fill of the sight did he retrieve the document from her hands. After perusing it briefly, Yi Fan remarked coolly, Excellent. You will continue to manage the hotel moving forward. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming's anxious heart settled, and she respectfully replied, Thank you, Mr. Yi. By the way, Mr. Yi, here is my personal business card. You can reach out to me for any matters, whether professional or personal, she added, casting a meaningful glance at him. Yi Fan toyed with the card in his hand before looking at Chun Ming with a playful expression, openly assessing her as he said, Thank you, Ms. Chun, for your consideration. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Upon hearing Yi Fan's intention to depart, Chun Ming quickly interjected, Mr. Yi, allow me to escort you. Subsequently, she accompanied him out of the hotel. Once outside, Yi Fan's phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Jiangli. Answering the call, he heard her sweet voice, Brother, do you have any plans for tonight? Is there something you need, Li Jia? He responded directly. There's a charity gala this evening, and our group is on the invitation list. I believe we should attend. It's a great opportunity to promote our company, she explained. After contemplating for a few seconds, Yi Fan replied, All right, Li Jia, I'll come and pick you up. Hanging up, he drove towards the Yi Shi Jin 2 building. Upon arriving, he found Jiangli already waiting downstairs, resplendent in an evening gown and exquisite makeup, drawing the attention of everyone around. Upon spotting Yi Fan's familiar sports car, her face lit up with joy, and she quickly slid into the passenger seat. As he admired her long, elegant legs for a moment, he couldn't help but compliment, Li Jia, you look stunning tonight. With a smile, Jiangli playfully responded, So, do I usually look unattractive? Noting the mischievous glint in her eyes, Yi Fan chuckled, You look good every day. Satisfied with his answer, Jiangli playfully rolled her eyes. You're quite the flatterer. As they conversed while driving, they soon arrived at their destination. Before them stood a lavish estate, its entrance lined with an array of luxurious vehicles. A few security personnel in black suits stood at the gate, and Jiang Li presented her pre-prepared invitation. After reviewing it, they were granted entry. Inside the villa, a crowd had gathered, including several individuals Yi Fan recognized from television. It appeared that most of the elite from the city had arrived. While Yi Fan surveyed the surroundings, a voice called out from behind, "Well, if it isn't Jiang Li's little gigolo." Turning to see the source of the voice, they encountered Zhang Hao, who approached with an air of arrogance, flanked by a man and a woman. "Zhang Hao, show some respect. Yi Fan is the owner of Yi Shijin too, not some little gigolo as he claimed," Jiang Li admonished. Zhang Hao scoffed dismissively. "Yi Shijin too? Just a small company with assets, not even reaching 1,000 billion. Why let just anyone into this charity gala?" As Zhang Hao prepared to continue his mockery, the man beside him glanced at Yi Fan, then coolly remarked, "Enough, Hausi. Why waste time with such insignificant characters?" In response, Zhang Hao grinned obsequiously. "Yes, my brother-in-law is right." With that, he followed the other two away. Watching them depart, Yi Fan frowned slightly. It seemed the man was Lu Cheng, a direct descendant of the Lu family, one of the 8 prominent families in the city. And the woman must be Zhang Hao's sister, Zhang Ran. He anticipated encountering them so soon, and the feeling of being underestimated was distinctly unpleasant. Yet, Yi Fan remained undeterred, confident that soon enough the dynamics of the city would shift, and he would be the one to orchestrate that change. "Let's go, Li Jia. The event is about to begin," Yi Fan said to Jiang Li beside him. Initially surprised that Yi Fan seemed unperturbed by the earlier insult, Jiang Li couldn't help but admire his composure. "All right, let us head inside," she agreed, following in his footsteps toward the auction hall. At that moment, the stage lights illuminated the center of the venue, and the host began, "Thank you all for taking the time to attend this charity gala. Without further ado, let us commence with the first auction item. This is a piece by a well-known calligrapher from our nation, with a starting bid of 800,000, and each subsequent bid must exceed 10,000. As the host concluded, hands began to rise in the audience. Shanja Media bids 1 million. Rongha Real Estate bids 1.05 million. Xinjiang Wine Industry bids 1 million. As the bidding escalated, the piece quickly reached 1 million, and as the price climbed to 1.8 million, fewer voices continued to join the fray. Chapter 77, A Clash of Titans on the Other Side. When Lu Cheng saw the final bid reach 1.8 million, he subtly signaled Zhang Hao behind him. Zhang Hao, with an eager expression, promptly raised the bidding paddle in his hand. Zhang South Real Estate bids 2 million. Upon hearing the auctioneer announce the bid, many attendees turned their gazes towards Zhang Hao and his companions. When they recognized Lu Cheng standing before Zhang Hao, expressions of apprehension flickered in their eyes. Most of the people present were aware of Lu Cheng's identity. The prestige of the 8 prominent families of the Magic City was not something they dared to offend. However, many were puzzled as to why individuals of such caliber would attend a charity auction of this nature. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, noticing that no one dared to counter his bid, felt an inflation of pride swell within him, and his demeanor grew increasingly haughty. His gaze then shifted to Yi Fan and Jiang Li in the distance, filled with disdain. He was aware that Yi Fan possessed some wealth, but he dismissed the notion that Yi Fan would dare to offend him in front of so many witnesses. More accurately, he believed Yi Fan would not dare to provoke Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng, on the other hand, remained cold and indifferent regarding the attendees with a dismissive air. He considered only the other members of the 8 prominent families worthy of his respect. His purpose for attending this auction was merely to bolster Zhang South Real Estate, generating buzz and demonstrating to the entrepreneurs of the Magic City that Zhang South Real Estate had his backing. Subsequently, he intended to leverage Zhang South Real Estate to absorb other properties in the Magic City, gradually expanding its influence. This would also serve as evidence to his family, especially since he had 2 brothers competing for the title of heir. At that moment, just as everyone assumed the first item would undoubtedly be secured by Zhang's group, a voice rang out from the audience. Yi's capital bids 3 million. The crowd was momentarily stunned, with many expressing their confusion. Yi's capital? Which company is that? Never heard of it. I haven't either. One person chimed in. Another interjected, I have heard of this company. Its predecessor was Jia Chuang Group, which was later acquired and rebranded as Yi-S Capital. I've heard it's now valued at nearly 50 billion. What? Jia Chuang Group? I've heard of it. It was merely a 100 billion group. How did it suddenly transform into one valued at nearly 50 billion? The young man must be Yi Fan, the chairman of Yi-S Capital. I didn't expect him to be so young. What does 50 billion matter? He might be unaware of the kind of entity he has offended. In front of the Liu family, his 50 billion company is as fragile as an infant. Such youthful arrogance. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Liu Cheng's expression darkened. He had intended to pave the way for Zhang Hao through this opportunity, but unexpectedly, this young man disrupted his plans. Liu Cheng's gaze turned venomous as he fixed it upon Yi Fan. Sensing the scrutiny, Yi Fan allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, responding with a subtle grin. Since he had already crossed that line, one more wouldn't make a difference. If Zhang South Real Estate aimed to gain notoriety from this auction, why shouldn't TES Capital do the same? Moreover, if he could outshine Liu Cheng in the process, it would yield even greater dividends. Zhang Hao, observing Liu Cheng, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. After several seconds of contemplation, Liu Cheng regained his composure and turned to Zhang Hao, saying, "No need to raise the bid further. If he desires it, let him have it. Competing with him will only diminish our value." Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Seeing that no one else had placed a bid, the auctioneer called out again, 300,000 once, 300,000 twice, 300,000 thrice. Congratulations to Yi-S Capital for successfully securing this item. With the auctioneer's words, the first item was smoothly transferred into Yi Fan's possession, a moment captured by some media present. For any connection to the 8 prominent families of the Magic City was undeniably newsworthy. The auctioneer continued, "Now we shall commence the second round of bidding. This item is a pair of jade bracelets contributed by an antique collector, reportedly over 100 years old, with a starting bid of 3 million. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the crowd began calling out bids. The attendees were not merely interested in the item's value. Rather, they sought a rare opportunity for recognition. Winning an item among such high-profile individuals would serve as a testament to their financial prowess and solidify their enterprise's exposure. Wanda Trading bid 3. 1 million. Kaishin Shipbuilding bid 3. 5 million. Yifeng Real Estate bid 4 million. As the bids continued to climb, Zhang Hao raised his paddle. Zhang South Real Estate bids 5 million. Upon hearing the substantial increment of 1 million, many were taken aback. While 1 million meant little to the attendees, such an immediate increase was unprecedented. It seemed as if money held no value for them. However, upon realizing it was Zhang Hao making the bid, their surprise dissipated. At this moment, Yi Fan, glancing at the 3 individuals not far away, allowed a smirk to surface on his lips. He then raised his paddle. Yi-S Capital bids 8 million. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the previously murmuring crowd erupted in conversation once more. "What's going on? This kid just raised the bid by 3 million. One might think he was spending plain money. Just moments ago, he had snubbed Liu Cheng, and now he dared to increase the bid by 3 million. This situation seemed anything but ordinary. It has been a long time since anyone has dared to disregard the 8 prominent families of the Magic City. This is going to be entertaining. What is so great about the 8 prominent families? I have long been displeased with them. It's quite satisfying to see someone challenge their authority. Indeed, who told these families to engage in unsavory business practices and underhanded tactics? They deserve it." Yi Fan, unfazed by the chatter, wore a smile as he gazed at Liu Cheng from a distance. At that moment, Liu Cheng's fists clenched slightly. Over the years, no one had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect. This young man had provoked him twice in a row. Did he truly believe the Liu family was a pushover? Liu Cheng then signaled to Zhang Hao, who, without hesitation, raised his paddle again. Zhang South Real Estate bids 10 million. The audience gasped in astonishment. Previously, charity auctions rarely exceeded 8 million, and that was over the course of an entire evening. After all, attendees typically aim to spend little while achieving great things. No one wanted to be a fool spending millions on something trivial merely for recognition. However, tonight shattered records. with the second item reaching an astonishing 10 million. Just as the crowd believed the bidding was nearing its conclusion, the auctioneer's voice rang out once more, filled with excitement. Yes, capital bids 15 million. Chapter 78, Recruitment 15 million? The crowd was once again taken aback. This young man had audaciously raised the bid to 15 million. In that moment, everyone realized that the individual before them was far from ordinary. From this night onward, the name Yifan would undoubtedly circulate within the upper echelons of Magic City. Not far away, Lu Cheng gazed coldly at Yifan. The smile on his face now completely vanished. Behind him, Zhang Hao nervously swallowed and said, "Sister, brother-in-law, perhaps we should let this go. There's no need to get worked up over this kid." Lu Cheng, seated at the front, cast a frosty glance at Zhang Hao. With just one look, Zhang Hao felt as if he had plunged into an ice house, his back instantly drenched in sweat. Oof! How could the Lu family's dignity be tarnished by an outsider? "I bid 20 million. After declaring his bid, he turned to Yifan, his eyes brimming with animosity. "Zhang Real Estate bids 20 million. The host, having confirmed Zhang Hao's raised bid, quickly announced it. 20 million. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd upon hearing this figure. Indeed, the Lu family and the Zhang family, two of the 8 prominent clans, possessed formidable resources. While most present could afford such sums, few would spend it in this manner. Yifan, witnessing the unfolding scene, allowed a smug smile to grace his lips before casually stating, "Since Lu Xiao has taken a liking to this pair of jade bracelets, I shall do you the favor of not competing for them." With that, Yifan chuckled as he cast a glance at Lu Cheng from distance. In that moment, everyone understood that Lu Cheng had been played by this young man. From the very beginning, he had no intention of winning the jade bracelets. His aim was merely to ensnare Lu Cheng. Although 20 million was a trivial amount for the Lu and Zhang families, being outmaneuvered and embarrassed was a stain on both their reputations. At this point, Lu Cheng's expression was devoid of any semblance of a smile, replaced instead by an icy demeanor. He stared at Yifan for an extended moment before slowly saying, "Yifan, is it? Very well. I shall remember you." Unfazed, Yifan merely smiled and did not respond. Beside him, Jiangli observed the scene with concern. She was all too aware of the strength of the Lu and Zhang families. How could she not worry about Yifan's confrontation with them? Perhaps sensing Jiangli's unease, Yifan smiled at her and said, "Sisterly, do you think my actions are somewhat unwise?" Jiangli was momentarily taken aback. She indeed held that belief. Although Yifan was mature for his age, he was still a young man, prone to making impulsive decisions. However, she hadn't anticipated him to address it directly. Gazing at the confident man before her, she replied softly, "Mr. Yi, no matter what decision you make, I will support you unconditionally." Hearing this, Yifan nodded with a smile and said, "Rest assured, I am not acting on impulse. Moreover, have we not already achieved our objective for tonight? I am certain that tomorrow's headlines in Magic City will pertain to Ye's golden investment." Jiangli was momentarily stunned, but then she grasped his meaning. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng and his companions had already departed, clearly disinterested in remaining for the final item up for auction. After settling the auction fees, Yifan and Jiangli also chose to leave. Their goal had been accomplished, and staying any longer would serve no purpose. On their journey back, Yifan instructed Jiangli, "Sisterly, Ye's golden investment is merely in its infancy, and we may require a plethora of talent. You are more familiar with Magic City than I, so I entrust this matter to you. While ability is crucial, trustworthiness is paramount. Additionally, money is no object. If someone offers 1 million and you deem them worthy, I shall offer 2 million to secure them." Upon hearing this, Jiangli turned to Yifan and noticed his earnest expression. It was evident he was preparing for a significant endeavor. Even Jiangli felt a surge of excitement within her, reminiscent of her own entrepreneurial beginnings, filled with vigor and determination. She replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will arrange this matter promptly." After dropping Jiangli off, Yifan drove towards Yunshuijian. As the familiar roar of his supercar echoed, Su Yao hurriedly emerged from the bedroom and, upon Yifan entering the villa, leaped into his arms. Gazing at Su Yao, clad in a thin nightgown, The subtle allure momentarily left Yi Fan feeling parched. Without hesitation, he swept her up and headed towards the upstairs bedroom. Upon entering the room, Yi Fan flashed a mischievous smile at Su Yao and playfully remarked, "I am feeling quite intense right now." He then gently pressed down on Su Yao's head. Understanding the cue, Su Yao shot him a knowing glance before kneeling down. An hour later, Yi Fan leisurely lit a cigarette while tenderly stroking Su Yao's soft, delicate back. He then took out his phone and sent a message to He Tingting, asking her to prepare dinner. When Yi Fan and Su Yao emerged from the room, the dining table was already adorned with a variety of delectable dishes. Yi Fan settled down confidently, his gaze casually drifting over to He Tingting, standing nearby. He smiled warmly and softly said, "Ting Jia, don't just stand there. Come sit and eat with us." He Tingting was taken aback by his invitation, her face reflecting a moment of surprise. She had not anticipated Yi Fan would invite her to dine together. A wave of warmth surged through her, making her feel particularly touched. She then smiled and replied, "Mr. Yi, according to company policy, we are not permitted to dine with our employers." Yi Fan's brows furrowed at her words. Feigning anger as he exclaimed, "What nonsense! I am your boss now. Forget about those rules." After a brief hesitation, He Tingting looked at Yi Fan and, after a moment's contemplation, decided not to insist further. She nodded obediently and carefully took a seat beside him. At that moment, He Tingting felt a whirlwind of emotions. Since entering the profession of housekeeping, she had served many super-rich individuals. Yet, among them, only Yi Fan was so approachable. This exceptional treatment deepened her appreciation for both the job and Yi Fan himself. Upon first meeting Yi Fan, she had thought him merely a frivolous young heir, but as she got to know him, she realized he was entirely different from the wealthy second-generation individuals she had encountered before. He was simply extraordinary. Chapter 79, A Tremendous Boon? The following morning, upon awakening, Yi Fan discovered that Su Yao had already departed for school. It turned out she had returned to attend her classes. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, enjoying certain privileges, was not required to attend the majority of his courses, granting him the freedom to allocate his time as he wished. Just then his phone rang. He casually picked it up and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Brother Fan. It's Xiao Tang," came the overly ingratiating voice of Tang Ingjun from the other end of the line. Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "What is it?" His tone was neither warm nor cold, exuding a certain indifference. However, Tang Ingjun on the other end appeared undeterred by Yi Fan's demeanor. Instead, growing even more animated, "Brother Fan, I have some monumental news to share with you, but it's not something I can explain over the phone. I'm currently at the Mingdu International Hotel. Let us meet and discuss it in person." Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by this, unable to fathom what scheme Tang Ingjun was concocting. However, after a brief consideration, he reasoned that Tang would not dare to play tricks on him. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "All right, I'll head over shortly." With that, he unhesitatingly ended the call and drove his Lamborghini Veneno towards the Mingdu Hotel. Before long, he arrived at the hotel's entrance. However, he suddenly found his path obstructed by a Mercedes E300. Clearly, the young couple in the car had just arrived at the Mingdu Hotel as well. They had meandered around the parking lot for quite some time, yet could not find a single vacant space. At that moment, the woman in the passenger seat inadvertently spotted a sizable empty parking spot to the right of the hotel entrance. Her heart leapt with joy, and she swiftly urged her boyfriend to maneuver the car into the space. But just as they were about to successfully park, a security guard stationed at the entrance intercepted them. The guard politely approached the vehicle and addressed the man inside. "Good day, sir. Parking is not permitted here." Upon hearing this, the previously calm woman could no longer contain herself. She rolled down the window and leaned out, her tone sharp and unyielding as she retorted, "Isn't that clearly a parking spot? Why can't we park here?" The security guard remained unmoved by her aggressive tone and continued, "I apologize, ma'am, but this spot is reserved for our hotel chairman and is not open to the public." This response evidently did not appease the woman. Her expression darkened, and her anger flared as she launched into a tirade. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. This spot is currently vacant. Why can't we use it? You are being excessively rigid." She then turned her ire toward the guard, shouting, "And you wretched security guard, stop wielding your trivial authority. Who do you think you are? Just a doorman. If you don't let me park here today, I'll lodge a complaint against you, and you'll regret it. You're destined to remain a mere security guard for life." Hearing her disdainful remarks, the dark-skinned security guard clad in his uniform did not react with anger. He continued to apologize profusely to the couple. Just as tensions were escalating, Yifan drove his Lamborghini Veneno past them, coming to a steady halt in the reserved parking space under their watchful gaze. The woman, witnessing this scene, was immediately incensed and prepared to voice her indignation. However, the guard swiftly moved to Yifan's side, opening the car door and respectfully announcing, "Mr. Yi, welcome." Upon seeing the man, Yifan smiled and remarked, "Well done. Starting tomorrow, your salary will be doubled. I will inform Mr. Chun." The security guard felt an overwhelming rush of excitement. All his efforts were aimed at being acknowledged by Yifan. Astoundingly, today he had indeed caught Yifan's attention. Opportunities are indeed reserved for those who are prepared. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," the guard exclaimed eagerly. Yifan then turned to regard the young couple before instructing the guard, "Blacklist these two. They are not welcome at the Mingdu Hotel." "Understood." The security guard paused for a moment before quickly nodding in acknowledgement. Yifan then chose to disregard the situation entirely and proceeded toward the hotel lobby. The young couple stood in stunned silence, watching Yifan's retreating figure vanish from view. The woman could no longer suppress her dissatisfaction and muttered under her breath, "Humph, it's just a few filthy riches. What is so impressive about that? To think they would blacklist us. How outrageous. I wouldn't even want to stay at a place like this." As she continued to grumble in indignation, she turned to her silent companion and playfully urged, "Darling, let us go. We'll find somewhere better, I'm sure." However, the man beside her seemed oblivious to her words, remaining silent as he gazed intently in the direction Yifan had departed. After several seconds, he appeared to snap back to reality, exhaling deeply. He then turned to the woman, his expression serious, and said, "You really need to work on your temperament and character. Do you realize that man could easily crush us like two insignificant ants with just a flick of his finger? The value of his car alone is in the range of 40 to 50 million. Upon hearing this, the previously haughty woman was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her mouth fell agape, struggling to formulate a rebuttal, but no words emerged, as if her throat were constricted. At that moment, her mind was in a daze. Meanwhile, Yifan had already stepped through the grand entrance of the Mingdu Hotel. As he entered the lobby, the elegantly dressed hostesses in exquisite kipayos, aligned in a neat row, chorused in unison, "Good day, Mr. Yi. Good day, Mr. Yi. Good day, Mr. Yi." The melodious voices echoed throughout the spacious and brightly lit hall, highlighting Yifan's esteemed status and unparalleled authority. Yifan smiled faintly, waved his hand, and followed a server to the private room reserved by Tang Yingjun. Chapter 80. The top-tier forces as Yifan stepped into the luxurious suite where Tang Yingjun was located. He was momentarily taken aback. In the spacious and brightly lit room, aside from Tang Yingjun, there were 5 or 6 unfamiliar young men and women seated. Upon observing them, Yifan noticed they were of a similar age to himself. Seeing Yifan enter, Tang Yingjun promptly rose to his feet, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached. He enthusiastically introduced Yifan to the attendees, saying, "Come, let me formally introduce you all to my elder brother, Yifan. We attend the same university." Turning back to Yifan, Tang Yingjun continued, "Brother Fan, these are all members of the SHC Club in Magic City." Upon hearing this, an array of information regarding the SHC Club flashed through Yifan's mind. This club was quite renowned, often mentioned alongside the BJC Club as one of the 2 premier clubs in Huaxia. It was said that each of these clubs boasted thousands of members. Though not numerous, each member's identity and background were anything but ordinary. The members were either rich second-generation heirs or the offspring of officials, all of significant wealth and status. Moreover, the core members were akin to those standing atop a pyramid, wielding immense influence beyond common comprehension. A saying circulated, "In the South, there is SHC, in the North, BJC." With these 2 clubs being sworn rivals, perpetually at odds. As Tang Yingjun concluded his introduction, the crowd began to scrutinize Yifan. After surveying him, they seemed unimpressed. Despite Tang Yingjun's proclamation of Yifan as his elder brother, who among them could possibly hold a status inferior to that of Tang Yingjun? One individual, named Yu Yang, was the first to voice his thoughts, saying, "Tang Yingjun, did you call us here just to introduce him?" Another chimed in, "You really are regressing. You actually regard a university student as your elder brother? If this gets out, it would surely be a source of ridicule." Yu Yang, being of the same intermediate rank as Tang Yingjun within the SHC club, felt no need to hold back his disdain. At this moment, Tang Yingjun glanced around at the group and said, "I know you might be curious why I gathered you all today. I want to beat around the bush. I intend to utilize my privileges as an intermediate member to recommend Brother Fan for membership in the SHC club." The room fell silent, the attendees taken aback. Although the SHC club stipulated that each intermediate member had one recommendation slot, requiring the presence of 5 peers to witness for approval, none had anticipated that Tang Yingjun would expend such a valuable opportunity on Yifan. All eyes converged on Yifan, re-evaluating this young man before them. They were aware that Tang Yingjun had obtained his intermediate member status through a hefty investment of 50 million by his father. Yet astonishingly, Tang Yingjun was unhesitatingly bestowing this precious recommendation upon Yifan. This act was utterly bewildering, prompting speculation regarding Yifan's true background. Just as the crowd was engulfed in contemplation, a relatively mature-looking man broke the silence, smiling as he addressed Yifan. "Since Yingjun has chosen to use his recommendation on you, it signifies that from this day forth, you are now an intermediate member of the SHC club. We shall all be like family from now on." After a brief pause, he added, "Please add my contact information later. I will include you in our intermediate members exclusive group. I will send you detailed information about the SHC, and the emblem representing your intermediate member status should arrive in a few days." Upon hearing this, Yifan felt a bit dazed. How had he inexplicably joined the SHC, and furthermore, achieved intermediate membership? However, he did not refuse, as he aimed to develop his influence and enterprises in Magic City. Moreover, acquiring the status of an intermediate member in the SHC club would undoubtedly confer numerous advantages upon him. Yet, Yifan felt somewhat dissatisfied, perceiving this rank as still rather modest, merely an intermediate member. At this point, Yifan had already been added to the group, and detailed information regarding the SHC club was sent. Yifan began to peruse the materials. As of now, the SHC club had surpassed a membership of over 1,000 individuals. However, the truly core members amounted to less than 10, all of whom were future heirs of the 8 prominent families in Magic City. In addition, there were relatively few senior members, just over 80, while the intermediate members numbered over 300, Yifan being among them. As for the junior members, due to their relatively simple entry requirements, requiring only a recommendation and a fee of 1 million, they constituted the largest group, exceeding 900 individuals. These members were predominantly scattered across Magic City, Jiang City, and Su City. Naturally, as the headquarters, Magic City housed the densest concentration of members. Initially, the SHC Club was merely a small collective formed by enthusiasts of supercar racing. However, as it evolved, it ultimately transformed into a premier force that extended its influence throughout the surrounding areas. The vehicles driven by the club members included prestigious brands such as Aston Martin, Ferrari, and Pagani. To strictly categorize the SHC Club merely as a club would be somewhat inaccurate. It would be more precise to refer to it as a top-tier social circle. After all, every member was either exceedingly wealthy or of noble lineage. When they gathered, their interactions extended beyond mere leisure. They occasionally discussed business, leveraging resource integration to achieve mutual benefit. Consequently, this circle attracted countless individuals eager to gain entry. For once admitted, it signified access to invaluable resources, propelling one's family business to greater heights. Regrettably, for the majority, entering this circle was far from easy. Even with wealth in hand, without a member's recommendation, entry remained elusive. Moreover, even for those fortunate enough to penetrate the SHC Club, ascending the ranks proved equally challenging. Unless significant contributions were made or personal strength and assets reached a certain threshold, climbing higher was akin to scaling a mountain. Additionally, the SHC Club hosted numerous gatherings throughout the year to foster camaraderie among members. Chapter 81. The owner of Mingdu Hotel. Yifan gazed at the information displayed on his phone screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It appeared that Tang Yingjun was quite perceptive. He could certainly be nurtured further in the future. Unbeknownst to Yifan, Tang Yingjun's actions were driven by an order from his father. Tang Long, with years of experience and astute judgment, had surmised that Yifan likely hailed from a prestigious and wealthy lineage, and had come to Modu primarily for personal development. He was acutely aware that establishing a relationship with someone of such profound background would yield immeasurable benefits in the future. At that moment, a voice interrupted, saying, "Brother Yifan, although you were recommended by a mid-level member, we still need to assess your assets as per regulations." Before the speaker could finish, Tang Yingjun eagerly interjected, "No need. Brother Fan's vehicle is a Lamborghini Veneno worth over 50 million, and he is also the owner of Ye's Golden Investment." Upon uttering this, Tang Yingjun's face, already tinged with pride, radiated with an even greater sense of boastfulness. The others in the room were taken aback by this revelation, their expressions reflecting astonishment. None had anticipated that this young man, seemingly comparable in age, possessed a fortune nearing 500 billion. Clearly, his background was anything but ordinary. With the membership formalities resolved, Tang Yingjun proposed they dine together to formally welcome Yifan into SHC. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the group made their way to another private room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious and brightly lit dining table laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Just as they settled in, a graceful figure approached. The arrival caused the group to momentarily freeze. Someone turned to Tang Yingjun, a look of bewilderment on their face, and asked, "Yingjun, I didn't realize you were acquainted with the manager of Mingdu Hotel?" Before the question could fully settle, another voice chimed in eagerly. "I've heard that Manager Chun from Mingdu Hotel is famously an ice-cold beauty. You must share her contact details with me later." This remark came from Yang, who leaned closer to Tang Yingjun with a grin. The newcomer was none other than Meng. Upon learning of Yifan's arrival, she had set aside her tasks and personally brought a bottle of exquisite red wine. Upon entering the private room, Meng first surveyed the group, her gaze settling on Yifan, and she smiled, saying, "Boss, I just heard from downstairs that you had arrived, so I came to check on you." The previously playful banter among the group came to an abrupt halt. They exchanged puzzled glances, filled with questions. Who exactly was the boss Meng referred to? With shared curiosity, they followed Meng's gaze, only to be astonished to find that she was indeed looking at Yifan. However, Yifan remained unfazed by their reactions. He merely smiled gently and replied, "Yes, you should attend to your duties. Do not mind me. I will call you if needed." Understanding his words, Meng nodded appreciatively and turned to exit the private room. The remaining guests were left in a state of shock, particularly Tang Yingjun, who was the first to regain his composure. Unable to contain his curiosity, he eagerly asked Yifan, "Brother Fan, please don't tell me that even Mingdu Hotel is one of your ventures?" In response to Tang Yingjun's eager inquiry, Yifan maintained his calm demeanor, nodding slightly in affirmation. The rest of the group gasped in disbelief, their faces reflecting incredulity. It was astonishing to realize that Yifan had concealed such depth to his identity. Who would have thought? One murmured in awe, and others echoed in agreement. Amidst their astonishment and speculation, Yifan simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He then turned his attention to Tang Yingjun and inquired, "Do you know where I might procure a limited edition sports car?" After all, having only a Lamborghini Veneno doesn't quite seem to uphold the stature of officially joining the SHC Club. At this remark, the attendees couldn't help but mentally scoff. Was he serious? That was a top-tier supercar worth 50 million. To imply it lacked prestige was to demean their own vehicles, which were valued at less than $1 million. Just then, Tang Yingjun quickly responded, "Brother Fan, coincidentally, my aunt runs a premier sports car dealership in Modu, replete with various luxury vehicles. Shall we visit after our meal? It's not far from here." Yifan nodded slightly, indicating his agreement, All right, let us go take a look afterward. The meal concluded swiftly, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone departed. Considering he would need to return in another vehicle, Yifan opted not to drive and instead hopped into Tang Yingjuan's car, kicking up dust as they left. A short while later, they arrived at a grand automobile complex, spanning a vast area of 4 to 5,000 square meters. The complex featured an array of luxury cars neatly arranged in its spacious, well-lit showroom. Following Tang Yingjun as they approached the entrance, they were greeted by several uniformed female staff members who called out in unison, "Young Master Tang." "Young Master Tang." Tang Yingjuan's lips curved into a smile as he turned to one of the female employees and casually inquired, "Is my aunt at the dealership?" The young woman promptly replied, "Young Master Tang, General Manager Su, is upstairs signing contracts with clients. Would you like me to fetch her?" Tang Yingjun waved his hand with a smile. "No need. Just show me around." The employee nodded eagerly, her face brightening. "Of course, young Master Tang." Tang Yingjun then turned back to Yi Fan, warmly inviting, "Brother Fan, let us explore and see if any models catch your eye." Yi Fan responded affirmatively, and they ventured inside, with the employee following suit. The female staff member, observing the typically arrogant Tang Yingjun so deferentially addressing a peer, couldn't help but feel astonished. It was evident that this young man held a remarkable identity. Chapter 82. The Reckless Ninja. Under the guidance of Tang Yingjun, Yi Fan stepped into the exhibition hall. "Brother Fan, there's no need to linger here. The vehicles in Zone C are primarily family cars priced under $1 million, Tang Yingjun remarked, gesturing for Yi Fan to shift his gaze elsewhere. With palpable enthusiasm, he pointed toward another direction, continuing, "Our target today is Zone A, where the cars are all top-tier supercars worth over $10 million. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Yi Fan's face, and he teased, "Little Tang, it seems you know this place better than the staff." Tang Yingjun chuckled at Yi Fan's jest and confidently replied, "Of course. After all, this shop belongs to my aunt. Whenever I have some free time, I come here to help her oversee the store, and over time, I've learned everything. Brother Fan, let us head to Zone A. If you find a model you fancy, I can ask my aunt for a preferential price." Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle at this offer. For him, the difference in price was inconsequential. He wouldn't let such trivialities trouble him. However, considering how much Tang Yingjun had aided him, Yi Fan decided to accept the favor. He nodded gently and said, "All right." As Yi Fan and Tang Yingjun strolled through Zone A sharp voice rang out from behind them. "Tang Yingjun, are you planning to sneak off with my car again?" The smile that had graced Tang Yingjun's face vanished at the sound of that familiar voice, leaving him frozen momentarily before slowly turning around. He managed to force a smile, one that looked more painful than a frown, and stuttered, "Aunt, are you done with your work? I was just worried you might be bored alone in the shop, so I came to check on you." At this, the woman burst into laughter, teasingly retorting, "Oh, you sweet talker. Enough with the banter. Be honest. Which car have you set your sights on this time?" As she spoke, her beautiful eyes fixated on Tang Yingjun, revealing a playful yet scrutinizing look. Tang Yingjun, sensing the scrutiny, internally lamented and quickly waved his hands in denial, eagerly explaining, "Oh no, Aunt, you've misunderstood. I'm here to introduce a major client." However, the woman was clearly unconvinced by Tang Yingjun's defense. With her arms crossed and an arched eyebrow, she scoffed, "Come on. With the kind of friends you hang out with, they're all too busy spending their little money on women. Who would have spare cash to come here to buy a car?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yingjun initially froze, embarrassment washing over his face, but he quickly regained his composure. As if fearing disbelief, he hurriedly clarified, "Aunt, I'm not joking. Brother Fan is genuinely here to buy a car." Just as he finished, a scornful voice interjected from the side, "Well, Tang Yingjun, you really have guts. You dare bring your friends here? This guy beside you doesn't he look like someone who can afford luxury cars?" Turning to the source of the voice, they saw a young man clad in designer attire sauntering towards them. He appeared to be of similar age to Tang Yingjun, with decent features, but his pallid complexion betrayed a life of excess. He regarded Tang Yingjun with a mocking expression, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The moment this person appeared, the smile that had adorned Tang Yingjun's face vanished entirely. His eyes narrowed as he glared at the newcomer, sternly questioning, "Linja, What are you doing here? In response to Tang Ingjun's blunt inquiry, Lin Zhe coolly replied, I'm here to buy a car. Unless you intend to chase me away? Buy a car? Tang Ingjun was taken aback for a moment, then frowned, his displeasure evident as he asked, What car are you buying? After posing the question, he quickly glanced at his aunt standing nearby, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Young Master Lin is here to buy a car, but the price isn't been negotiated yet. As soon as he heard this, a sardonic smile crept onto Tang Ingjun's face, and he disdainfully remarked, I say, Lin Zhe, as a mid-level member of SHC, how can you not afford a car? If this gets out, it would be quite embarrassing. Yet, in the face of such mockery, Lin Zhe remained unfazed, casually shrugging and responding. A top-tier supercar worth over 100 million is not something everyone can easily procure. He paused before continuing, besides, whether I can afford this car or not is none of your concern. At least it's better than someone who loves to flaunt their Aunt-S cars around, deceiving people left and right. Isn't that right, Tang Ingjun? As the words left his lips, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed, a mocking glint evident as he stared at Tang Ingjun. Anger flared on Tang Ingjun's face, and he retorted furiously, I can drive my aunt's car whenever I want. I'm not unwilling to pay. I just said I'd repay slowly. Lin Zhe scoffed dismissively. Repay slowly? If you can't afford it, don't drive it. What's this nonsense about repaying slowly? At this, Tang Ingjun could no longer contain himself, erupting angrily. Damn it, Lin Zhe, are you looking for a fight? He prepared to roll up his sleeves and confront Lin Zhe directly. Feeling belittled by Lin Zhe's mockery in front of Yi Fan, Tang Ingjun's face burned with humiliation. Both he and Lin Zhe were mid-level members of the SHC club in Modu and attended the same university. Their animosity stemmed from Lin Zhe's history of stealing Tang Ingjun's girlfriends. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Susan glared at them, then shouted at Tang Ingjun, Enough. If you keep this up, I'll tell your father. Hearing this, the anger that had consumed Tang Ingjun dissipated, leaving him looking helplessly at the arrogant Lin Zhe. Aunt, please don't tell my dad. I was wrong. At that moment, Lin Zhe, with a disdainful tone, remarked, Tang Ingjun, I heard you recently took a liking to a new student. What is her name? Xiaowan, right? Ha ha ha. I'm truly curious what charm she possesses to have captivated you so completely. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, and he regarded Lin Zhe with a murderous intent. This individual was on a path to destruction. Chapter 83. A new car and another reward. Yi Fan cast a cold glance at the grinning Lin Zhe and warned, I advise you not to entertain any thoughts about Xiaowan. The previously arrogant Lin Zhe paused for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at Yi Fan with a playful expression and replied, Oh, what if I choose to pursue it anyway? With that, Lin Zhe dismissed Yi Fan with a contemptuous glance. He was aware that Yi Fan had recently joined as a mid-level member, but that did not intimidate him. Lin Zhe did not believe Yi Fan would dare to confront him. After all, Yi Fan was associated with Tang Ingjun, who Lin Zhe already regarded as inconsequential. Tang Ingjun glanced at Yi Fan, sensing his genuine anger, and then turned to Lin Zhe, silently mourning for him. Why provoke anyone, let alone this living demon? After making his threats, Lin Zhe strode out of the dealership. Yi Fan retracted his gaze and spoke to Tang Ingjun. Keep an eye on things at school for me. If Lin Zhe dares to make a move on Xiaowan, let me know. No problem, brother Fan. Tang Ingjun replied eagerly. Once he had given his instructions, Yi Fan turned to Susan with a renewed smile and inquired, Ms. Susan, I wish to purchase a limited edition sports car. Do you have any available? Taken aback, Susan hadn't anticipated that Yi Fan was genuinely there to buy a car. She then responded, We happen to have a few limited edition sport cars in stock. Let me show you. With that, the two of them walked deeper into the dealership under Susan's guidance. Take a look at this Apollo Sun God, priced at $37 million, with a global limit of only 20 units. And this Pagani Huayra, priced at $49 million, with only 50 units worldwide. This particular one is the 50th, often referred to as the last child of the wind. And here is another one. As Susan continued her presentation, Yi Fan interjected, Miss Susan, while these cars are impressive, they seem a bit too affordable. Did you not mention a supercar worth over 100 million just a moment ago? Tang Ingjun, who had been thoroughly engaged, nearly choked upon hearing Yi Fan's words. To label cars worth 30 to 40 million as too cheap was simply outrageous. If this were to spread, it would surely elicit a storm of disbelief. Indeed, we have recently received a supercar valued at over 100 million. But I wonder if that price is within your reach, Susan said, her brow slightly furrowed. Although she recognized Yi Fan as a wealthy heir, she doubted his capacity to part with such a sum for mere pleasure. She even suspected he was intentionally teasing her. Noticing the tension, Tang Ingjun quickly interjected, "Annie, why don't you take Brother Fan to see that car? These options do seem a tad inexpensive." Brother Fan currently drives a Lamborghini Veneno, which is not inferior to these models. Upon hearing that Yi Fan's vehicle was a Lamborghini Veneno, Susan re-evaluated the young man before her. She was aware of the Veneno's value, which was already over 50 million, and due to its limited availability, its price had soared to over 70 million. "All right, let us take a look," Susan said, leading the two of them forward. Soon, they arrived at a separate exhibition hall, which was bustling with people, many of whom were pulling out their phones to capture the moment. "Wow, that car is stunning," one person exclaimed. "Indeed, just look at that front end. It exudes luxury." Another chimed in, "Clearly, we don't understand. That car is the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, one of the top 3 supercars globally. There's only one of its kind in existence." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 110 million? That's outrageous, someone remarked. Who could possibly afford that? As the crowd murmured, Susan led Yi Fan to the car and began her introduction. "This vehicle just arrived a few days ago, and it is the only one in the world. It is known as the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, priced at 110 million. Before Yi Fan could respond, Tang Ingjun exclaimed, "No way. It's the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. This is unbelievable. To think it's right here in Magic City." Ignoring Tang Ingjun's outburst, Susan continued her presentation. "This Bugatti is equipped with an 8.0-liter W16 engine, capable of producing 500 horsepower, with a top speed exceeding 600 kilometers per hour. After finishing, she turned to Yi Fan and added, "Linja was just looking at this car, but he found the price too steep and decided against it." Unfazed, Yi Fan replied, "No need for further details. I'll take it. Let us proceed with the payment." Susan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Yi Fan to be so decisive. This luxury vehicle, valued at 110 million, was no trivial investment. Yet the young man showed no hesitation in his decision. Susan adjusted her demeanor and courteously stated, "Mr. Yi, the car's price is 110 million, and the dealership will take a percentage as a service fee, including maintenance and registration, totaling 115,500,000. "No problem. Let us swipe the card," Yi Fan replied, producing his bank card without a second thought. For someone with over 1,000 billion, a little over 100 million was hardly a concern, so why hesitate? Susan accepted the card, and with a beep from the POS machine, the transaction was completed smoothly. After registering Yi Fan's information, she handed him the key symbolizing the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Amidst Tang Ingjun's envious gaze, Yi Fan took the key and pressed it gently. The elegant butterfly doors lifted gracefully, and he slid into the driver's seat. The moment he settled in, it felt as though he was enveloped in a plush embrace. A gentle press on the accelerator unleashed a thunderous roar. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for spending extravagantly. System reward, 5 10-fold cashback cards." The exhilaration on Yi Fan's face was unmistakable. These 10-fold cashback cards, as their name suggested, promised a return of 10 times the spent amount. However, Yi Fan had no intention of using them just yet. Such a valuable item was best reserved for a critical moment. After briefly collecting his thoughts, Yi Fan began to savor the experience of this divine vehicle. Every aspect of the car, from its performance to its aesthetics and interior decor, was impeccable. It was then that he noticed a crowd had gathered around him, their eyes fixated on the extraordinary machine. Yi Fan understood their fascination. After all, the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, the only one in existence, was bound to attract attention. No way. Did someone actually buy this car? Goodness. Who is this young man? How could he afford such a luxury? The whispers of astonishment only grew louder. Chapter 84. The auction commences. Disregarding the reactions of the crowd, Yi Fan drove his Bugatti Chiron towards Yinshuijian. Along the way, it inevitably stirred a great commotion. After all, how could the world's only supercar fail to attract attention? As Yi Fan approached Yinshuijian, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw that it was a call from Jiang Li. Li Jia, what is the matter? On the other end, Jiang Li spoke, Mr. Yi. Tomorrow is the day of the land auction. Do you need me to pick you up? Taken aback by her words, Yi Fan realized, so soon? I've been preoccupied with other matters these past few days and completely forgot about this crucial event. He then replied, no need to pick me up. Just send me the location, and I'll make my way there. Understood, Mr. Yi. Jiang Li acknowledged before hanging up and promptly sending the location to Yi Fan. Meanwhile, at the Liu residence in Modu, an elderly man, frail and wizened, sat in the main hall. He looked down at the gathered individuals and slowly inquired, how prepared are we for tomorrow's land auction? Lu Cheng, addressing the elder with utmost respect, replied, Grandfather, everything is ready. The Liu family will undoubtedly emerge as the biggest victor in this auction. Hearing this, a smile spread across the elder's face as he responded, excellent. Once this is over, you should gain some experience at the group, starting as the general manager. Learn from your two older brothers. The Liu family will rely on you three in the future. Lu Cheng, hearing this, quickly assured, rest assured, grandfather, I will learn diligently from my elder brothers. Yet, a flicker of coldness flashed in Lu Cheng's eyes. The next day, after preparing himself, Yi Fan drove his Bugatti Chiron directly to the designated location. The land auction was to be held at the Modu Convention Center. Before entering the venue, Yi Fan took a moment to observe the parking lot, which was already filled with luxurious vehicles, including Maybachs, Cullinans, and Rolls-Royces, with a few Lamborghinis sporadically parked. It was evident that the participants of the auction were all affluent individuals. Yet, none of these vehicles could rival his Bugatti Chiron. The convention center was expansive, nearly equivalent to 4 football fields, divided into an inner and outer arena. Yi Fan was headed to the inner arena, where the seating was arranged in a circular fashion. At the center of the arena hung 4 massive blue LED screens, ensuring even those seated in the back could see clearly. The outer arena was packed with attendees, while several burly men in dark sunglasses stood guard at the entrance of the inner arena, indicating the security measures were quite stringent. As Yi Fan made his way towards the inner arena, he spotted Jiang Li, who had been waiting for some time. She approached him briskly. Mr. Yi, most guests have arrived. Shall we proceed inside? Indeed, let us go, Yi Fan replied. Following Jiang Li, they passed through security and headed towards the area designated for Ye's golden investment. Shortly after they settled in, a few individuals approached from the front. One of them, upon seeing Yi Fan, glared at him with fury, his hands clenched tightly. He addressed Yi Fan, I warn you, do not cause trouble at today's auction, or you will face the wrath of the Liu family, something a mere outsider like you cannot withstand. Yi Fan casually lifted his gaze to Zhang Hao and retorted, a dog of the Liu family dares to speak so arrogantly? Begone. Zhang Hao felt a surge of anger boiling within him, his face reddening with emotion as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He struggled to maintain his composure, gradually exhaling a breath. At this moment, Lu Cheng, sitting beside Zhang Hao, furrowed his brow and remarked, Yi Fan, you are a clever individual. You should know what actions are wise and what are not. Offending the Liu family is evidently unwise. After delivering his warning, Lu Cheng's gaze remained fixed on Yi Fan, his eyes filled with a profound meaning. Yi Fan, however, merely smirked and replied, the Liu family? Is that supposed to intimidate me? What if I choose to disregard it? Lu Cheng's previously confident demeanor faltered, and he replied, very well, you are quite something. He then averted his gaze, determined to secure the 6 parcels of land at this auction, which he deemed essential. His earlier remarks were merely precautionary, and now that Yi Fan had proven obstinate, he lost interest in further engagement. Meanwhile, Yi Fan sat unfazed, and Jiang Li turned to him, saying, Mr. Yi, the parcels up for auction today are 6 plots located in the coastal area of Modu. Among them, plots 1 of 5 are on the outskirts, while the largest, plot 6, is centrally located. It is said that the government plans to focus development on the coastal areas soon, making each of these 6 plots highly sought after. As far as I know, Lu Cheng has secured over 100 billion in funds for this auction, and he is determined to acquire these 6 plots. Yi Fan pondered the information, his mind racing at the prospect of the 6 plots. A mischievous smile crossed his face as he considered the 5 tenfold return cards he possessed. Would Lu Cheng be able to withstand the gift he planned to present to the Lu family? Jiang Li observed Yi Fan, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Mr. Yi, if we can secure even one of plots 1 to 5, we will be satisfied. As for the crucial plot 6, perhaps we should refrain from competing with them. Yi Fan's face lit up with confidence as he replied, Do not worry, Li Jie. I know precisely what to do. As Yi Fan and Jiang Li conversed, more attendees began to file into the venue. Jiang Li's expression shifted to one of surprise as she realized that nearly all the top-tier groups within Modu's real estate sector had arrived. Even some veterans of the industry were present in the inner arena. This auction was bound to be fiercely competitive. With this thought, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Yi Fan. With so many leading groups present, could he truly seize a piece of the lucrative pie? However, upon witnessing the confidence radiating from Yi Fan, her initial concerns began to dissipate. At that moment, the auction officially commenced. A strikingly attractive auctioneer, clad in a revealing outfit, strode confidently to the center of the stage. Dear guests, thank you for attending this land auction for the coastal area. I shall refrain from excessive chatter. Let the auction begin. Chapter 85. The masterstroke of Yi Fan in this bidding conference. A total of 6 plots of land are up for auction. The bidding for plot number 1 commences now, and pertinent information regarding this plot can be observed on the large screen above. The starting bid for plot No. 1 is set at 1 billion, with a minimum increment of no less than 10 million. As the woman concludes her announcement, a fervent discussion erupts among the attendees, all of whom share a common goal: to secure a piece of land amidst the fierce competition. After all, acquiring a plot means being able to partake in future developments. And who would refuse such a golden opportunity? Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man is the first to raise his voice. Zhongnan Real Estate bids 1.05 billion. However, no sooner has he finished speaking than a rotund man nearby interjects. Only a mere increase of 50 million, and you dare to call that a bid? Zhongnan Real Estate seems to be in trouble. Undeterred by the glares directed at him, the man boasts, Zhonghai Real Estate bid 1.2 billion. The audacity of this man to leap 200 million catches many attendees off guard, though they quickly dismiss it, for apart from a few companies, most in attendance are worth hundreds of billions or even trillions. Thus, the bid does not merit much concern. Yet, before the rotund man can bask in his moment of triumph, another voice chimes in. Sunshine City Group bids 2 billion. With this announcement, many companies that were contemplating bidding retreat into silence. Even Yi Fan is momentarily taken aback by this figure. He has indeed heard of Sunshine City Group, one of the leading real estate enterprises in the metropolis, renowned for its formidable strength and robust financial backing, an undeniable force to be reckoned with tonight. Longhu Real Estate bids 2 billion. Comes another voice from the side. As the words hang in the air, they are immediately superseded by Sunshine City bids 2.5 billion. With Sunshine City Group's further increment of 300 million, many real estate firms begin to reconsider their strategies, opting not to waste time on the first plot of land. As the bid reaches 2.5 billion, a brief vacuum settles in the room. Apart from a handful of leading enterprises, most have abandoned the pursuit. Observing the unfolding scene, Lu Cheng's lips curl into a smug smile as he declares, My Lu family bids 3 billion. This first plot of land is a must-have for me, and I hope everyone will grant me this favor. In the future, Lu Cheng will surely show his gratitude. With that, Lu Cheng casts confident glances towards several directions. Yet his smile lasts but 3 seconds before another voice interrupts. Lu Cheng, the highest bidder wins. You might intimidate others in the metropolis, but I, Wang Jian, am not afraid. The speaker is none other than Wang Jian, the head of Sunshine City Group, who regards Lu Cheng with indifference, disregarding the veiled threat in his words. Following this, another voice resounds. Wang Jian is right. When did the real estate arena in the metropolis become a one-man show for you? Lu Cheng, if your elder were here, I might show him some respect, but you, a mere junior, do not deserve it. The speaker then adds, Bally Group bids 5 billion. Hearing this, Lu Cheng's expression darkens, but after a few seconds, he regains his composure and retorts, the highest bidder. Is it? Fine, today I shall demonstrate why my Lu family ranks among the 8 great families of the metropolis. With a steely gaze directed at the two men, Lu Cheng slowly announces, 5 billion. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. 5 billion. The Lu family truly possesses formidable strength, raising the bid by an astounding one. 5 billion in one go. Indeed, it was wise of me not to compete. Offending the Lu family would make life difficult in the metropolis. Only Sunshine City and Bally can hope to contend with Lu Cheng. Let's see if we can pick up a bargain later. As murmurs of disbelief circulate, Lu Cheng's expression swells with pride. How audacious of these ants to challenge the Lu family. With the bid soaring to 5 billion, another brief silence envelopes the room. Even Wang Jian of Sunshine City Group and Shui Jian of Bally Group were serious expressions. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jian speaks first. Sunshine City Group bids 2 billion. Lu Cheng smirks, glancing at Wang Jian with disdain, then counters, my Lu family bids 6 billion. With a defiant gaze, he challenges the two. Feeling the provocation in Lu Cheng's eyes, Wang Jian and Shui Jian exchange glances. After a brief moment, Wang Jian shakes his head and sighs, opting to withdraw from the bidding. Ultimately, as a businessman, he prioritizes profit, and it seems unwise to duel with Lu Cheng at this juncture. Shui Jian, observing the situation, contemplates for a few seconds before resolutely declaring, Bally Group bids 5 billion. After his declaration, Shui Jian slumps back into his seat. Having reached his limit for this plot, any higher, and he would forfeit. However, Lu Cheng, sensing Shui Jian's hesitation, wears a triumphant expression and boldly announces 8 billion. The announcement sends shockwaves through the audience. 8 billion. Lu Cheng has indeed raised the stakes to an astronomical figure. Clearly, the Lu family possesses profound resources. It seems this plot is destined for them. How enviable for Zhang Hao to have aligned himself with the Lu family. Indeed, who wouldn't envy someone with a sister like his? As the discussions continue, Zhang Hao's demeanor shifts to one of pride, while Lu Cheng beams with satisfaction, noticing that no one dares to challenge him further. Amidst this spectacle, Yi Fan observes the unfolding drama with a slight smile. It appears the moment has arrived for him to act. With a calm demeanor, he proclaims, Yi Group bids 10 billion. A collective gasp reverberates through the room. Just as everyone believed the first auction was nearing its conclusion, a newcomer emerges, boldly bidding 10 billion. The crowd turns to see a young man, and many are puzzled by the name Yi Group displayed on his table. Who is this individual? To initiate with a bid of 10 billion is a tremendous display of audacity. Yi Group? Which company is that? Amidst the murmurs, someone explains, this individual is named Yi Fan, the owner of Yi Group. At the last charity gala in the metropolis, he clashed with Lu Cheng, even snatching a prized auction item from him. Yi Group, formerly known as Jiachuan Group, has now amassed nearly 1,000 billion in assets, making them a force to be reckoned with. Upon hearing this, many in the vicinity fall into a state of stunned silence. Another company with 1,000 billion in assets? When did such giants become as common as cabbages? Chapter 86. The contest for lot number 6 in the inner hall. Yi Fan sat in his seat, gazing at Lu Cheng. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, Young Master Lu, it's merely 10 billion. Surely the Lu family can afford such a trifling sum. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with coldness as he turned his gaze toward Yi Fan and retorted icily, Humph. Yi Fan, you have indeed made your move. Last time, I could not be bothered to contend with you. Do not delude yourself into thinking you have emerged victorious. With that, Lu Cheng called out, the Lu family bids 12 billion. Observing the scene unfold, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Yi Fan's face. He was unafraid of Lu Cheng's actions. In fact, he feared the absence of them. After all, he possessed 5 10-fold cashback cards. His expenditures would yield commensurate returns. Without hesitation, Yi Fan responded, 150 billion. After announcing his bid, he cast a challenging glance at Lu Cheng, the provocation unmistakable in his eyes. Sensing Yi Fan's gaze, Lu Cheng's brows knitted into a frown, veins bulging at his temples, and his lips twitched in irritation. Seeing Lu Cheng's reaction, Zhang Ran interjected, "Cheng, do not act impulsively. Our primary objective today is the coveted lot number 6. As for the other parcels, let's do our best." "Indeed, brother-in-law," Zhang Hao chimed in. Upon hearing the words of his companions, Lu Cheng exhaled slowly, then closed his eyes to gently massage his throbbing temples, murmuring, "I understand." His true aim was indeed the mysterious lot number 6, while the others were merely secondary. After all, he had only about 200 billion at his disposal. Should he squander too much at the outset, the loss of lot number 6 would be a costly misstep. With this in mind, Lu Cheng resolved not to engage further with Yi Fan over this parcel. Yi Fan, witnessing Lu Cheng's retreat, felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped Lu Cheng would continue to contest, allowing him to profit further. But with Lu Cheng's withdrawal, he would gladly accept this parcel. 150 billion for Yi Realty. The first call, 150 billion for Yi Realty. The second call, 150 billion for Yi Realty. The third call, sold. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, lot no. 1 was successfully secured by Yi Fan. At this moment, many around him turned to congratulate him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Congratulations." With a slight nod and a smile in response to the accolades, Yi Fan acknowledged their words. Aside from him, the crowd was astounded by Yi Fan's formidable financial prowess, which had compelled Lu Cheng to withdraw from the bidding. However, what they did not anticipate was that this was merely an appetizer. As the bidding for the second parcel commenced, without waiting for others to voice their bids, Yi Fan exclaimed, 200 billion. His declaration instantly elevated the price, leaving little room for competition. Even Lu Cheng, who attempted to respond, ultimately conceded defeat. In this manner, Yi Fan secured lots number 2 through number 5, employing the same tactic, offering 200 billion each time without granting others the opportunity to bid. By the time lot number 5 was added to his collection, the onlookers had become entirely numb to the spectacle. Was this truly the Shanghai they knew? When had a figure like Yi Fan emerged, spending a staggering 950 billion in one go? While many present were worth over $1 billion, those fortunes were often tied up in fixed assets, with liquid funds amounting to mere tens or hundreds of millions. Only top-tier families like the Lu family could muster such immense sums for an auction. Initially, the crowd had anticipated the Lu family would emerge as the dominant victor, only to be blindsided by Yi Fan's unexpected prowess. Having secured lots 1 through 5, Lu Cheng was left with none, and his fury was palpable. As everyone had surmised, Lu Cheng's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea, his gaze seething with resentment directed at Yi Fan. After a prolonged silence, Lu Cheng took a deep breath and declared to his companions, "No matter the cost, we must secure lot number 6. He then cast a glance at Yi Fan in the distance, speaking in a low, menacing tone. "So what if Yi Fan has acquired the other 5 parcels? As long as I obtain the crucial lot number 6, I will have him at my mercy. Then, I will ensure that all of Yi Realty's projects languish." With this thought, Lu Cheng's face regained its composure, a smile returning. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, utterly astonished, had not anticipated the extent of Yi Fan's wealth. Initially, she had thought it a significant achievement for him to acquire even 1 parcel, yet he had audaciously claimed 5. Now, Jiang Li looked at Yi Fan, her expression a mixture of shock and something else entirely. She addressed him, saying, "Mr. Yi, Lu Cheng will undoubtedly stop at nothing to contest for that last parcel. We should." Hearing her words, Yi Fan's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "Do not worry, sisterly. I know precisely what to do." Just as Yi Fan and Jiang Li conversed, the auctioneer's voice rang out once more, announcing, "We shall now proceed to auction the final parcel, lot number 6. As a prime location, its significance is well understood. I shall not belabor the point. The starting bid is 200 billion. Each increment must not be less than 100 million. With the auctioneer's words, excitement rippled through the crowd once again. These individuals had come prepared, well aware of the value of this crucial parcel. Many set their sights on lot number 6, knowing that if developed into a high-end residential area, the returns could easily double. Thus, When the auctioneer finished, countless eyes gleamed with anticipation. 210 billion. Someone called out first. Before that bid could be completed, another voice interjected. Zhongrong Realty bids 250 billion. Zhongrong Realty bids 300 billion. Zhongtian City Realty bids 400 billion. Shanghai Bay Realty bids 450 billion. In under 10 minutes, the price skyrocketed to a staggering 450 billion. Most of these bidders had refrained from participating initially, waiting for this pivotal lot to enter the fray. Even at this exorbitant figure, many leading enterprises had yet to join. Bally Group bids 500 billion. Sunshine City Realty bids 550 billion. Qianku Realty bids 600 billion. Longhu Group bids 650 billion. As anticipated, the leading enterprises of the Shanghai real estate sector began to enter the fray as the price climbed higher. The bidding reached an astonishing 650 billion. Observing the unfolding drama, Liu Cheng's face still bore an air of confidence as he boldly declared, "The Liu family bids 800 billion." Chapter 87. Utilizing the tenfold cashback card as Liu Cheng's voice faded, the previously boisterous venue fell into an immediate hush. 800 billion. This staggering figure dissuaded the vast majority, causing even many from leading enterprises to reconsider their participation. Although it was evident that this transaction would yield substantial profits. The lengthy return period in real estate made it unwise to gamble the entirety of their available funds on such a venture. With several major players withdrawing, the remaining contenders followed suit. At this moment, Wang Jianxi and Cui Jian appeared troubled. Despite their considerable assets, each had brought less than 1,000 billion to the table. After a brief hesitation, Wang Jianxi spoke first. Sunshine City Real Estate bids 900 billion. This was the full extent of his financial capacity, and if it proved insufficient, he would have no choice but to exit the auction. Cui Jian, chairman of Bally Group, was similarly deep in thought. Though Bally Group was slightly more robust than Sunshine City Real Estate, he too had only brought 1,000 billion, not significantly more than his competitor. Ultimately, with a resolute heart, Cui Jian called out, "Bally Group bids 1,000 billion." At that moment, the onlookers were left in shock. Even Cui Jian's exorbitant bid failed to rouse much of a reaction. Liu Cheng glanced disdainfully at both Cui Jian and Wang Jianxi, deridingly proclaiming, "You think you can contend with the Liu family? How laughable!" With that, he turned his attention away from them and declared, "The Liu family bids 200 billion. Shock. Once again, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Many began to wonder if these individuals had mistakenly treated their wealth as mere plain money. Observing their reactions, Liu Cheng allowed himself a moment of relief. However, just then, an unwelcome voice pierced his thoughts. "Young Master Liu, I too have a keen interest in this land." "My apologies," Yi Fan announced. "His bid is 500 billion. The crowd, initially gathered for mere entertainment, was once again stunned. No one had anticipated that Yi Fan, having already secured 5 plots, would still have the audacity to challenge Liu Cheng. Speculations arose regarding the extent of Yi Fan's financial resources. After all, he had just expended 950 billion, and now he was placing a bid of 500 billion, totaling over 2,000 billion. Even Liu Cheng might not possess such staggering funds. Liu Cheng's face registered rare surprise. Even during Yi Fan's prior acquisitions, he had paid little heed. But this time was different. He was determined to secure this 6th plot. If it were snatched away, he would return with no means to justify his failure. He might even jeopardize his chances of inheriting the Liu family legacy. With a frigid expression, Liu Cheng turned to Yi Fan, saying, "Yi Fan, 500 billion is no trivial sum. You just spent 950 billion. Do you truly have such resources remaining? If you're merely causing disruption, the hefty compensation will not be a laughing matter." He scrutinized Yi Fan, hoping to glean something from his demeanor. However, Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged. He merely continued to smile at Liu Cheng before responding with a hint of amusement. "Young Master Liu, whether I possess such wealth is of no concern to you. Perhaps you should contemplate how you will explain to the Liu family if you leave empty-handed." At this, Liu Cheng furrowed his brow. Moments later, he called out again, "The Liu family bids 600 billion. Before he could finish, Yi Fan's voice interjected once more. Ye's bid is 700. Watching the two men escalate their bids, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. How much money does Yi Fan actually have? He continues to compete. I have no idea. He seems limitless. Indeed, I've never seen anyone force Liu Cheng into such a corner. It appears that, from today onward, Ye's golden investment will ascend to the ranks of premier real estate enterprises in the Magic City. Meanwhile, Liu Cheng's expression darkened as he fell into contemplation. He had brought a total of 800 billion, expecting to secure this crucial plot without difficulty, yet he found himself in this predicament. Reluctantly, he glanced at Yi Fan and called out again, 800 billion. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned once more to Yi Fan, wondering if he would raise his bid yet again. Yi Fan smiled, then casually remarked, alas, it's regrettable. I brought insufficient funds. With a smile directed at Liu Cheng, he seemed to revel in the moment. Liu Cheng, relieved by Yi Fan's apparent concession, nonetheless sensed something amiss. Damn, this kid is tricking me again. Anger flashed across Liu Cheng's face as he glared at Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Jiangli observed Yi Fan with an amused smile, recognizing the familiar tactics. Yes, the charity gala. At that event, Yi Fan had similarly outmaneuvered Liu Cheng. Director Yi, shall we develop these 5 plots as high-end villa districts? Upon hearing the inquiry, Yi Fan smirked and replied enigmatically, patience. Let Liu Cheng make his move first. Though uncertain of Yi Fan's ultimate plan, Jiangli had unwavering faith in his words. Understood. Director Yi. On the other side, after securing plot 6, Liu Cheng instructed Zhang Hao immediately mobilize the construction team. We must complete the project before Ye's group and ensure our price is 20% lower than theirs. Zhang Hao promptly acknowledged the directive, assuring Liu Cheng that the task would be accomplished without fail. Liu Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, his eyes narrowing with determination. Competing with the Liu family? I will outmaneuver you. What does it matter if you secured 5 plots? I will ensure you cannot sell a single property. After providing his instructions, Yi Fan followed the staff to complete the signing procedures. At that moment, his bank account held over 200 billion, more than sufficient to cover the 950 billion for the plots. As he signed the contracts for the 5 plots, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for utilizing the tenfold cashback card X5. Spending 950 billion. Received cashback totaling 500 billion. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan received a bank notification revealing a staggering balance of 975,000,000. Gazing at the lengthy figure in his account, a smile spread across Yi Fan's face. Chapter 88. Xiao Wan's Peril. At present, Yi Fan possessed nearly $1 trillion in funds, endowing him with the strength to contend with several prominent families in the Magic City. After addressing the matters of the auction, he briefly briefed Jiang Li on the affairs of the group before departing in his Bugatti Veyron. In the capital of Huaxia, a secluded courtyard was encircled by high walls, with 2 soldiers in military attire stationed at the entrance. Within the courtyard, an elderly man, spirited and vigorous, reclined leisurely on a chaise longue, savoring fine tea. At that moment, a middle-aged man in crisp military attire approached him briskly. Tall and resolute, his eyes radiated the unique determination and decisiveness of a soldier. Upon halting, the middle-aged man slightly bowed and respectfully reported, Old Chun, we have thoroughly investigated Yi Fan's background. After meticulous verification, we can confirm there are no issues. Hearing this, the elderly gentleman, who had been half-closed in enjoyment, gradually opened his eyes. He set down his teacup and lifted his gaze to the middle-aged man, speaking softly, excellent. However, do not rush into direct contact with him. Let us observe from the shadows for a while longer. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly in understanding. He then saluted the elder before departing with steady strides. Once he left, tranquility returned to the courtyard, and the elder reclined back in his chair. Although advanced in age, the passage of time seemed to have left little mark upon him. His weathered visage remained smooth and taut, with scarcely a wrinkle, and his bright eyes were devoid of any cloudiness. In silence, the elder gazed up at the azure sky, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he softly murmured, Yi Fan is akin to an uncut jade, brimming with potential. Yet, to truly unveil his brilliance, he must undergo meticulous refinement. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, after concluding the auction affairs, Yi Fan returned directly to the Yun Sujian villa. With no other obligations for the afternoon, he decided to rest. As night fell, his slumber was abruptly interrupted by the forceful vibrations of his phone. Groggy, he instinctively reached for the device, only to find a message from Xiaowan. His initial daze evaporated in an instant as he read the message. Yi Fan, help me. I'm at Jin Qianhui KTV. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan sprang from his bed, hastily donned a coat, and raced downstairs to his Bugatti Veyron. Once inside, he pressed the accelerator hard, and with the engine's throaty roar, the car shot forward like an arrow, speeding towards Jin Qianhui KTV. Anxious and alert, Yi Fan's mind raced. To be cautious, he pulled out his phone and swiftly dialed Tang Yingjun. Upon connection, his voice brooked no argument as he commanded, Tang Yingjun, gather your people immediately and head to Jin Qianhui KTV. Without waiting for a response, he ended the call and continued his drive. On the other end, Tang Yingjun, who had been cooking with a girl, was jolted by Yi Fan's call. Upon hearing the urgency in Yi Fan's voice, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Understanding that such a tone signified a grave situation, he abandoned his culinary endeavor and rushed out of the hotel. He quickly notified his subordinates to assemble and summoned several mid-level members from the SHC club. Upon receiving the message, everyone hurriedly set out towards Jin Qianhui KTV. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who would typically take 20 minutes to arrive, reached his destination in under 10. He parked the car securely at the entrance, barely pausing to turn off the ignition or remove the key, and rushed inside. Uncertain of Xiaowan's exact room number, he had no choice but to search room by room. However, his reckless intrusion quickly drew the ire of many patrons, whose revelry was disrupted by his sudden entrance. Enraged, they chased after him, hurling insults at his retreating figure, filling the KTV corridor with a cacophony of protests. Yet, Yi Fan paid no heed to the shouts behind him. His sole focus was on locating Xiaowan and ensuring her safety, aware that every passing moment heightened her danger. Despite searching through countless rooms, he could not find her. Just as he turned to head downstairs, a yellow-haired man emerged from a nearby room, and in that moment, Yi Fan heard a familiar voice from within. No. Don't touch me. It was Xiaowan's voice. Instantly, Yi Fan's expression darkened, brimming with a chilling resolve. He hastened towards the room. The yellow-haired man, noticing him, frowned and began to speak. Hey man, you... But before he could finish, Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick to his chest. A sickening crack echoed, and the yellow-haired man was sent sprawling, collapsing unconscious on the floor. Yi Fan then forcefully kicked open the door to the room. With a resounding crash, the door flew open, silencing the raucous noise within as everyone turned to face the entrance. As Yi Fan surveyed the room, his gaze fell upon a disheveled figure pinned down by several others. Rage surged within him, yet upon noticing that Xiaowan's clothing remained relatively intact, he released a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness he arrived in time. Had he been even a moment later, she would have been in grave danger. Chapter 89. The terrifying Yi Fan inside the private room. Upon recognizing the newcomer, one individual stepped forward from the crowd, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, he scoffed. What brings you here uninvited? Are you also interested in this woman? Don't rush. Once my friends are done, you can have your turn. With that, laughter erupted around them. Huh, exactly, buddy. No need to kick down the door, right? That would just be an inconvenience to fix. Another chimed in. Yes. Since you're so eager, why not wait until Lin is finished and cut in line? The crowd continued to mock Yi Fan unreservedly, led by none other than Lin Jia. After leaving the car dealership that day, Lin Jia had returned to school to inquire about Xiaowan. To his surprise, he discovered that Xiaowan was a new freshman, remarkably attractive, and already the school's newfound beauty. No wonder Tang Yingjun had his sights set on her. Initially, Lin Jia merely intended to irritate Tang Yingjun, but upon witnessing Xiaowan's innocent visage, his desires surged. Subsequently, he bribed a girl from Xiaowan's dormitory, and under her persistent coaxing, Xiaowan reluctantly agreed to join them at the KTV. Upon arrival, Xiaowan felt an immediate discomfort, sensing the lecherous gazes of the boys in the room. Just as she contemplated leaving, a few young men blocked her path. Realizing the precarious situation, Xiaowan chose not to call for help, but instead sent a message to Yifan. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of Yifan filled her with an overwhelming sense of security. Not long after she sent the message, Lin Zhe and his companions revealed their true colors. After forcing Xiaowan to drink 3 or 4 bottles of alcohol, they began to make inappropriate advances. Just as it seemed she would be violated, Yifan arrived. Surveying the scene before him, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Yifan's eyes as he coldly addressed Lin Zhe. "I am here to collect what is due." Instantly, laughter filled the room. Lin Zhe, looking at Yifan with derision, retorted, "You? We are both mid-level members. By what right do you think you can touch me? And let me remind you, I am under Qin's protection. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you will be slapping Qin's face, and the consequences will be yours to ponder." Lin Zhe's arrogance only intensified as he regarded Yifan with contempt. After all, he was affiliated with Qin, a well-known figure in the city, a core member of the SHC club and the younger brother of the Qin family heir. If Yifan dared to act against him, Qin would not let it slide. Unperturbed by Lin Zhe's threats, Yifan replied with a stoic expression, "Core member? The SHC club means nothing to me." With that, he ceased any further dialogue and lunged at Lin Zhe. Before Lin Zhe could react, he felt a force akin to a cannonball strike his abdomen, doubling him over. Yifan delivered a brutal kick to Lin Zhe's stomach, causing him to vomit uncontrollably, filling the room with a foul stench. After what felt like an eternity of retching, Lin Zhe finally managed to regain his composure. The force of the kick had transported him back to memories of his long-departed great-grandmother, and he felt as if he had expelled even the previous night's meal. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Zhe slowly rose and shouted to those around him, "What are you staring at? Get him! I can take him down alone." As his command echoed, his companions sprang into action, seizing beer bottles from the table and hurling them at Yifan. Meanwhile, Xiaowan, still dazed on the sofa, struggled to voice her concern. "Yifan, be careful." Overwhelmed with guilt, Xiaowan felt responsible for bringing Yifan into such danger. If anything were to happen to him, she feared she would never forgive herself. While she wrestled with her conscience, Lin Zhe's group had already surrounded Yifan. They raised their beer bottles, preparing to strike. Yet the anticipated sound of bottles shattering against Yifan's head never came. Instead, with remarkable speed, he retaliated, smashing his fist into one assailant's bottle. With a sharp crack, the bottle shattered in the assailant's grip. Before they could comprehend the situation, several more loud cracks resonated around the room. The once assertive group now stood frozen, their intact beer bottles reduced to mere fragments by Yifan's prowess. Without allowing them a moment to recover, Yifan seized a half-broken bottle from one man's hand and plunged it into another's shoulder before delivering a fierce kick to his chest. The man let out a pained scream as he was sent flying. The room erupted into chaos, filled with cries of agony. "Ah, I think my hand is broken. Oh no, my kidney feels like it's exploded. Help me. It's a monster." The cacophony of screams echoed throughout the private room. At that moment, apart from Yifan and Lin Zhe, only one girl remained, trembling in place. As she reached for her phone to call for help, a glance from Yifan caused her to drop it in fear. Brother, this has nothing to do with me. Please, spare me." Ignoring her pleas, Yifan advanced towards Lin Zhe, who was now cowering on the ground. As Yifan approached, Lin Zhe quivered. Yifan, please spare me this time. I'll pay whatever it takes." Lin Zhe was in shock. Despite bringing over 10 people, they had all been effortlessly subdued by Yifan. Even after dispatching them, Yifan remained unfazed. Now thoroughly terrified, Lin Zhe pleaded for mercy. Yifan, no. No, brother Yi, please. I promise there won't be next time." Yet, Yifan remained deaf to his supplications, continuing his deliberate approach. Each step felt like a hammer on Lin Zhe's heart, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yifan, no. No, please let me go. I swear it won't happen again." Lin Zhe continued to whimper, but Yifan paid no heed to his pleas, his cold gaze fixed on the kneeling Lin Zhe. "There will be no next time." With that, he raised his right foot and kicked Lin Zhe over, placing his other foot firmly on Lin Zhe's wrist. Crack! The sound of the bone snapping resonated chillingly as Yi Fan shattered Lin Zhe's wrist without a second thought. Ignoring Lin Zhe's agonized cries, Yi Fan proceeded to apply the same treatment to his other arm and legs. Crack, crack, crack. Chapter 90. The ruin of Lin Zhe inside the private room. Lin Zhe lay helplessly on the floor. His face was contorted in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his hair. At this moment, his limbs had been mercilessly crushed by Yi Fan. The sound of bones breaking echoed hauntingly in his ears, sending chills down his spine. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Despite this, Lin Zhe clung to the hope of survival, pleading with Yi Fan in a voice barely above a whisper. However, Yi Fan remained unmoved by his supplications, showing not even a flicker of pity. Realizing his pleas were futile, Lin Zhe suddenly glared at Yi Fan with ferocity, cursing relentlessly. Yi Fan, you deranged lunatic. You will die a miserable death. Qin Shao will never let you off. He will avenge me. Just wait and see. In response to Lin Zhe's threats, Yi Fan merely displayed a cold, disdainful smile. He lowered his head slowly, fixing a frigid gaze upon the pitiful figure of Lin Zhe beneath him, and spoke deliberately. Whether he avenges you, I cannot say, but from this day forth, you shall never again be a true man. These words struck Lin Zhe like a thunderbolt, filling him with an overwhelming sense of dread. His eyes widened in terror and panic, for if he were merely to suffer broken arms and legs, the pain, while unbearable, could potentially be healed with modern medical advancements. But if his very manhood were to be destroyed, the implications were unimaginable, signifying a life utterly ruined. The thought engulfed him in an unprecedented fear. At that moment, he felt a warm liquid trickling down his pants. Lin Zhe had indeed wet himself in terror. The urine quickly soaked into the carpet beneath him, releasing a foul odor that permeated the room. Yi Fan grimaced in disgust as he glanced at the writhing Lin Zhe, his eyes flashing with deep loathing. Without further ado, Yi Fan raised his foot and brought it down forcefully onto Lin Zhe's groin. A sickening crack echoed, accompanied by Lin Zhe's heart-wrenching scream that resonated throughout the private room, chilling the bones of all who heard it. Just then, a commotion erupted at the door. It was Tang Yingjun, leading a group of men, storming into the room with great urgency. They formed an impenetrable wall at the entrance, crowding in swiftly. Tang Yingjun and Yu Yang, accompanied by several henchmen, struggled through the throng and hurried into the room. Upon witnessing the scene inside, their expressions morphed into sheer disbelief. The once arrogant Lin Zhe lay sprawled on the cold floor like a lifeless dog. His distorted face was etched with agony, and he emitted pitiful wails that were almost unbearable to hear. "Brother Fan, are you all right?" Tang Yingjun was the first to regain his composure, inquiring with concern. Meanwhile, Yu Yang hastily echoed, "Yi Fan, what happened? Are you okay?" Their eyes darted back and forth between Yi Fan and Lin Zhe. At that moment, Tang Yingjun noticed the trembling figure of Xiao Wan, who was pale with fear. Suddenly, he grasped the general situation. "It's fine. You handle this woman. She must be the one who lured Xiao Wan here." Yi Fan indicated towards the frightened woman. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingjun nodded and then turned his gaze towards the silenced woman, a sly smile creeping across his face. Just then, a slightly overweight middle-aged man hurriedly pushed through the crowd, muttering, "Excuse me, everyone, please make way." After considerable effort, he finally squeezed into the private room. However, upon seeing the chaotic scene, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The room was a wreck, and Lin Zhe lay on the ground, his face a mask of pain. Nearby stood Tang Yingjun and his companions, their expressions cold and disdainful. After a brief moment of shock, the middle-aged man quickly regained his composure, his gaze locking onto Tang Yingjun as he forced a smile. "Tang Shao, what is going on here?" In response, Tang Yingjun merely raised his head slightly, waving his hand impatiently. "This is none of your concern. Hurry and get your people in the KTV to do what they need to do. Don't obstruct us here." Hearing this, the middle-aged man instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, unable to resist stealing another glance at Lin Zhe on the floor. At that moment, he felt a pang of anxiety. He could not afford to offend either party. Both Tang Ingjun and Lin Zhe were formidable members of the SHC club in Shanghai, and none were to be trifled with. Just as he hesitated, Tang Ingjun's expression darkened, and he scolded him sharply. "Why are you still standing there? Get lost." "Yes, yes, I'm leaving. The middle-aged man, sensing the urgency in Tang Ingjun's tone, hurriedly nodded and retreated from the room, hardly believing that the once arrogant Lin Zhe was being treated like a discarded dog. Once the man was dismissed, Tang Ingjun turned to the crowd of henchmen at the entrance and shouted, "Did you all hear what Brother Fan said? Treat this woman well. If anyone dares to be lenient, do not blame me for being rude." Yi Fan was quite satisfied with Tang Ingjun's handling of the situation and nodded approvingly before swiftly approaching Xiaowan. At that moment, Xiaowan trembled slightly, her face as pale as a sheet, her eyes wide with fear. Seeing her distress, Yi Fan felt a surge of compassion. He quickly removed his jacket, gently draping it over her shoulders, and softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid. It is all over now. Let's go." Upon hearing Yi Fan's tender words, the tears Xiaowan had been holding back finally spilled forth. Unable to contain her inner turmoil of fear and grievance, she leaned forward and collapsed into Yi Fan's embrace. Chapter 91. The transformation of Tang Ingjun. Yi Fan cradled the trembling figure of Xiaowan in his arms, gently patting her back. After a while, noticing that her shivering had ceased, he bent down and lifted her into his embrace, making his way outside. As they departed, the remaining individuals in the private room no longer felt restrained and began to gather around the only remaining female. "Please, don't come any closer. I beg you, spare me." The girl cried out in despair, her voice sharp and piercing due to overwhelming panic. "No, please, I have learned my lesson. I implore you to let me go." She sobbed as she desperately attempted to retreat, but found herself with no escape. Yet, the crowd around her completely disregarded her pleas. The sound of tearing fabric echoed throughout the room as her clothing was violently ripped apart in an instant. In that moment, the unfortunate woman found herself utterly powerless to resist, becoming a mere pawn for their cruelty. Tang Ingjun, who was closely associated with Lin Zhe, was under the protection of Qin Xiao. If Yi Fan were to incapacitate him, wouldn't that be a blatant affront to Qin Xiao? Upon hearing this, Tang Ingjun, sitting on the sofa in the private room, displayed a grave expression. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Why bother worrying about that? If Qin Chuan truly comes looking for trouble with Brother Fan, we'll face him head-on. The barefoot need not fear the shod." However, as Tang Ingjun declared this bravado, Yu Yang, seated nearby, could not help but furrow his brows, his normally stern countenance now appearing even heavier. After all, his relationship with Yi Fan was far less intimate than that of Tang Ingjun. Thus, openly offending Qin Chuan for Yi Fan was not a decision he deemed wise. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yang finally lifted his gaze to meet Tang Ingjun's, his tone tinged with resignation. "Brother, please don't blame me for being pragmatic. If matters escalate to that extent, I fear I will have no choice but to prioritize my own safety." Tang Ingjun's expression remained largely unchanged upon hearing Yu Yang's words. He responded calmly, "Your willingness to assist at this time is already commendable. If Qin Chuan truly poses a threat to Brother Fan, I would not involve you." Yu Yang nodded in acknowledgement, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face as he turned to Tang Ingjun, asking, "Is it truly worth it for someone like Yi Fan?" Upon hearing this, Tang Ingjun did not respond immediately, but fell into contemplation, as if weighing the validity of the question. After several seconds, he slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute as he softly replied, "Absolutely. Initially, I regarded Yi Fan merely as a wealthy scion. However, through our interactions, I have come to perceive in him a unique charisma that commands genuine admiration and unwavering confidence." He paused momentarily before continuing, "I cannot believe that Brother Fan is unaware of the dire repercussions that would follow the incapacitation of Lin Zhe. Yet, he acted without hesitation, which speaks volumes about his conviction to confront Qin Chuan. It is this very assurance that emboldens me to place my bets on Yi Fan." Upon hearing Tang Ingjun's declaration, Yu Yang was taken aback, his entire being frozen in astonishment. He suddenly realized that the Tang Ing-jun before him had transformed from the impulsive individual he once knew into someone capable of such profound contemplation, considering an array of factors. This change left Yu Yang utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was driving his Bugatti Chiron towards Yunshuijian. It wasn't long before he returned to the villa. After instructing He Tingting to accompany Xia Wan for a bath, he waited until Xia Wan had finished, at which point she appeared considerably more at ease. As Xia Wan gazed at Yi Fan, the affection in her eyes was unmistakable. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Yi Fan, thank you. This is the second time you have saved me. Yi Fan smiled and replied, it's nothing. You should rest well here tonight, and I'll take you back to school tomorrow. Hearing this, Xia Wan's expression fell slightly, and after a moment, she timidly said, Yi Fan, I'm a bit frightened. Could you stay with me? Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had long since sensed Xia Wan's feelings, but had always viewed her as a younger sister, especially since he had already developed feelings for Su Yao. With that thought, he smiled and said, I'll have Sister He stay with you tonight. With that, Yi Fan hurriedly exited Xia Wan's room, moving briskly away. Observing his retreating figure, Xia Wan's face turned pouty. She then glanced down at her own form, beginning to doubt, is it because I lack allure? Elsewhere, within an upscale villa in Modu, a young man sat on an opulent sofa, his expression dark as he regarded the individual before him. He slowly spoke, does my people dare to act? This Yi Fan is quite something. The person opposite him cautiously replied, Qin Xiao, should we inform the eldest young master about this matter? I feel that this Yi Fan is not to be underestimated. Qin Xuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on the man, coldly stating, he is merely a minor character. There is no need for my brother to intervene. He is preoccupied with other matters at the moment. I will handle this myself. The man quickly acquiesced. Yes, you are correct, Qin Xiao. After affirming, he hastily exited the villa. Once he departed, Qin Xuan addressed the empty room. Meng Lao, it seems you must accompany me for a while. As his words echoed, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the room. The individual, over 50 years old, appeared slightly hunched, yet exuded an imposing presence. The elder regarded Qin Xuan, his voice low and frail. Second young master, this is a critical juncture. For the sake of the eldest young master's plan, I suggest we refrain from drawing too much attention during this period. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan's expression soured, and he replied nonchalantly, if my elder brother has assigned you to me, then I have the authority to command you. Wouldn't you agree, Meng Lao? At this, a glimmer of disdain flickered in the elder's eyes, but due to the presence of the esteemed individual, he begrudgingly complied, yes. Second young master. Chapter 92. The basketball court incident. On the following day, Yi Fan drove his Bugatti Chiron back to the university. After escorting Xia Wan back to her dormitory, he returned to his own room. On his way back, he noticed that many of his peers were casting glances in his direction, with some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Wow, isn't that the handsome guy who performed Love is Simple at the freshman show? He looks even more dashing in person. Did you see that? He just looked at me. Clearly, he was looking at me. Amidst the murmurs, Yi Fan turned to see the source of the chatter. To his dismay, he found himself confronted by a group of towering individuals, each resembling a hulking tank, weighing well over 200 pounds, yet their heights made them appear somewhat comical. Hastening his pace, Yi Fan made his way to the dormitory. Upon his arrival, his friends, known as the Three Shaggy Dogs, greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Fan, what brings you back? Yeah, we haven't seen you in days. I was starting to miss you. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle at their exuberance. What a peculiar situation we have here. He then smiled and replied, as a college student, where else would I be if not at school? The trio paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback. While this was indeed a logical statement, they had never actually seen Yi Fan attend a single class. Then one of the group, Sha Pai, chimed in, Brother Fan, you have no idea how popular you are on campus. Your video has gone viral online, and some people have even formed a fan club for you. Taken aback, Yi Fan was astonished to learn of his unexpected notoriety, realizing the reason behind the numerous discussions he encountered on his way to the dormitory. At that moment, Lee Junja spoke up. Brother Fan, do you have any plans this morning? We were thinking of playing some basketball since we have no classes. Would you like to join us? After a moment's contemplation, considering that Su Yao was still in class and he had no other engagements, Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Sure, let us go. Having had a passion for basketball since his middle school days, Yi Fan relished the exhilarating atmosphere of the court, where cheers from the crowd filled the air and girls occasionally approached to offer refreshments. However, in the past, his frail physique rendered him unable to compete effectively, relegating him to the sidelines, devoid of any such attentions. But those days were long gone. After rigorous training, he had transformed into a formidable athlete. Even a casual presence on the court would intimidate opponents. The four friends quickly arrived at the basketball court, claiming an open spot and dividing into teams. Lee Junjie and Yi Fan on one side, and Zhao Dasuo and Sha Pai on the other. Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, during his absence from school, Lee Junjie had joined the university basketball team. Although not a starter yet, he was officially part of the squad. After warming up, the game commenced. Just as the four were engrossed in their spirited match, a group of individuals approached from a distance. The indoor court was typically packed, and they had fortuitously arrived just as some players were leaving, allowing them immediate access to play. While there were outdoor courts available, the glaring morning sun deterred most from playing outside. Ordinarily, when the court was full, students would patiently queue for their turn. However, there were always those who abused their positions and disregarded the rules. Hu Wenji was one such individual, leveraging his status as the student council president to exert his influence over others. Initially, he had arranged to play basketball with a few friends, but found the indoor courts entirely occupied. Consequently, he set his sights on the group of Yi Fan and his friends, who were the least numerous, yet monopolizing an entire court. As Hu Wenji and his entourage approached, one of them remarked, "Who? That is Yi Fan." At this, Hu Wenji paused slightly and turned to inquire, "Is this the same kid who humiliated you in the last match, Zhang Hao?" Zhang Hao's face darkened at the memory. Yi Fan had decisively bested him in front of their classmates, leaving him humiliated and the subject of ongoing gossip. He had been itching for revenge, but after Yi Fan's military training, he had not seen him around school. Now, encountering him while intending to unwind with Hu Wenji was an unexpected twist. Fury surged within Zhang Hao as he gazed at Yi Fan. "Yes, who? That is him." Noticing Zhang Hao's simmering anger, Hu Wenji smirked and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll help you settle this score. Let us teach him a lesson." With that, he led his group toward Yi Fan and his friends. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had already noticed their approach and recognized one of the individuals in the group, Zhang Hao, the very one he had previously bested. Unfazed by their presence, Yi Fan continued to play, assuming they meant no harm. However, he was taken aback when the leader of the group called out, "Hey, you guys need to clear out. This area has been reserved." Without waiting for a response, Hu Wenji attempted to take over the court. Before Yi Fan could speak, the hot-headed Lee Junjie interjected, "Who the hell are you? Just because you say so, we should leave?" A smug grin spread across Hu Wenji's face as he retorted, "You don't even know who I am?" Lee Junjie shot back, "And why should I care? Why would I need to know you?" One of Hu Wenji's lackeys chimed in indignantly, "Kid, open your eyes. Who is the president of the student council? You'd better scram if you know what's good for you. To hell with your title. What's a student council president to me? Even if you're the principal, you'd still have to wait in line." Lee Junjie's temper flared as he glared at the group, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront them. Hu Wenji's group consisted of 5 members, including himself and Zhang Hao, while the other 3 were starting players on the university's basketball team. Lee Junjie recognized these 3. They often took advantage of their status, expecting him to cater to them. Now, they had the audacity to attempt to seize the court. All 3 were over 6 feet tall and weighed nearly 200 pounds each, presenting an imposing presence that made it clear Yi Fan and his friends were at a disadvantage. As the surrounding students, who had been watching the match, began to gather, they eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. "Isn't that Hu Wenji, the student council president? Is he bullying freshmen again?" "Absolutely. He loves to push around his classmates. It's infuriating. Wait, is that Yi Fan? I can't believe he is playing basketball here. If it comes to blows, who knows how it will turn out." Indeed, I remember Yi Fan is exceptionally skilled. Even the military training instructors couldn't team match him. Zheng Hao is here too. This is going to be interesting. I've already called my roommate to come watch. I have too. Chapter 93. Long-distance three-pointers on the court. Hu Wenji glanced at the crowd surrounding him and signaled to the person beside him who was ready to act. He had initially planned to intimidate Yi Fan and his companions into leaving if they refused to comply. However, he was taken aback by the sheer number of onlookers. He hesitated to resort to violence in front of such a large audience. After all, fighting on the campus of Magic City University was a red line no one dared to cross, unless they wished to be expelled. Even Hu Wenji, the student council president and a well-known wealthy heir, was wary of public brawls. If he were expelled, not only would he suffer humiliation, but his father would certainly cut off his allowance. As the standoff continued, Hu Wenji's eyes darted around before he spoke. Since you are unwilling to leave, I cannot force you. How about we have a 3v3 match? The losing side must vacate the court. He cast a confident glance at Yi Fan and his friends. His team boasted 3 starters from his school team, and he and Zheng Hao were not lacking in skill. They were certain they could dominate the match. In contrast, apart from Li Junjie, who had initially challenged him, the other 3 were utterly inept and not worth considering. He even chuckled at the sight of the overweight Shoppy. Well, do you dare to accept? If not, then hurry and leave. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Ha ha ha. I mean, Yi Fan, aren't you supposed to be brave? Why are you acting like a coward now? Zheng Hao mocked from the side. If you enjoy being humiliated, I will grant you that pleasure. I accept. Yi Fan replied to Zheng Hao. Hearing this, Li Junjie displayed a worried expression. After all, apart from himself, the other 3 were essentially amateur players, while the opposing team featured 3 starters. The disparity in skill levels was vast. Although aware that the match would be challenging, Li Junjie had no choice but to go along since Yi Fan had already agreed. He turned to Yi Fan and said, Brother Fan, when you get the ball, pass it to me. I will take the lead in scoring. Yi Fan smiled and replied, all right. It seemed Li Junjie did not have faith in his abilities. Understandably, they had only played casually earlier, and Yi Fan had not showcased much skill, merely sinking a few three-pointers. It was no wonder Li Junjie was uneasy. On the other side, sensing Yi Fan's acceptance, Hu Wenji's expression turned smug. Just competing like this is somewhat dull. Let us add another stipulation. Whoever loses must not only vacate the court, but also shout Grandpa 3 times in front of everyone. How about it? Are you brave enough? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smirked and responded, all right, it's settled. Brother Fan. Li Junjie hastily interjected, trying to dissuade Yi Fan, but was cut off. It's fine, trust me. Li Junjie's eyes brightened upon hearing this. He had known Yi Fan for a long time and had never seen him at a disadvantage. If Yi Fan dared to accept, he must have a plan. With that thought, Li Junjie fell silent. Do you understand the rules? The match will last 20 minutes, with both sides alternating attacks. The first team to score 10 points wins. You may discuss your lineup now. With that, Hu Wenji dismissed Yi Fan and his companions and walked over to his team. Meanwhile, news of the match between the campus heartthrob Yi Fan and the student council president spread rapidly, drawing a crowd. Soon, the entire basketball court was packed with onlookers, some of whom had even skipped classes to witness the spectacle. Isn't that Su Yao from the Chinese department? Is she here to watch Yi Fan? Of course. Who else would she be here for? Look, even the campus beauty Xia Wan has arrived. I heard she has a special relationship with Yi Fan. It seems to be true. Su Yao and Xia Wan found seats and fixated their attention on Yi Fan. At this moment, both teams were prepared. Yi Fan was joined by Li Junjie and Zhao Dakwa, while Hu Wenji's side comprised himself, Zheng Hao, and a burly forward from the school basketball team. The teams tossed a coin to determine possession. With the coin's descent, Yi Fan's side secured the ball. As the whistle blew, the match officially commenced. Li Junjie seized the ball, expertly maneuvering it as he dashed toward the opponent's key area. Hu Wenji quickly reacted, attempting to defend against him. However, Li Junjie brushed off the defense with a burst of speed, evading him effortlessly. Just as Li Junjie prepared to leap for a shot, a towering figure blocked his path, leaving him no angle to shoot. After a brief moment of consideration, Li Junjie passed the ball behind him to Yi Fan. As the basketball soared toward him, Yi Fan caught it with ease. Positioned near the halfway line and far from the opponent's key area, he found himself unguarded. Yifan glanced at the hoop, then lightly leaped, executing a flawless fadeaway jump shot. In the next instant, the ball flew from his hand, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Swish! The basketball swished through the net. 1-0. Yifan had swiftly breached the opponent's defenses with a remarkable long-distance three-pointer. Impressive. That shot was phenomenal. He made it from such a distance. Unbelievable. Absolutely. It seems like a fluke. How could he score from that position? That's the halfway line. On the other side, Su Yao and Xiao Wan leaped to their feet, cheering for Yifan after witnessing his stunning shot. Meanwhile, Hu Wenji and his companions wore grim expressions, realizing that despite their superior skills, they had conceded a point right at the start. Zheng Hao spoke up. Hugo, that shot was definitely a fluke. As far as I know, Yifan doesn't even play basketball. I'll take him on. At this, Hu Wenji's expression softened slightly. Chapter 94. The Block. The second round begins. This time, it is Hu Wenji and his companions who take the initiative to attack. At this moment, Hu Wenji has the ball in hand, and he performs an extravagant display of dribbling that elicits gasps from the crowd. However, his opponent, Li Junjie, remains unfazed, his eyes locked on the basketball, denying Hu Wenji any opportunity to penetrate the defense. Realizing that a drive into the paint is not possible, Hu Wenji, unwilling to squander this chance, recalls Yifan's recent long-range three-pointer. He mimics the move, leaping from the half-court and launching the ball with force. Thud! Unsurprisingly, the basketball strikes the backboard and bounces off. Everyone rushes towards it, eager to seize the rebound. However, in the next moment, a towering figure leaps high into the air, snatching the rebound with powerful hands and forcefully slamming the ball back into the hoop. Bam! The ball swishes through the net. This spectacle leaves the audience in stunned silence. If Yifan's previous long-range three-pointer was a stroke of genius, this rebound and dunk is sheer brutality, a breathtaking display of athleticism. Incredible. His physical prowess is astonishing. That leap must have exceeded a meter. Truly, he is worthy of being the starting forward on the school basketball team. Absolutely phenomenal. It's almost superhuman. 1-1. With the referee's call, the score is tied. Next, it is Yifan and his team's turn to attack. Learning from previous experience, Li Junjie refrains from driving in and passes the ball directly to Yifan. Upon receiving the ball, Yifan glances at the hoop and releases the basketball. Whoosh! The ball effortlessly finds its way into the net. 2-1. If there was any doubt about Yifan's skill before, it has vanished now. 2 consecutive long-range three-pointers. Can a human truly achieve this? Everyone present is awestruck by Yifan's remarkable shot, and after several seconds, the gym erupts into thunderous applause. Wow, this is absurd. Is this really a college game? It feels like I'm watching the NBA. Dude, this kind of play is beyond what anyone could do in the NBA. Absolutely stunning. Yifan is like a reincarnation of Rukawa Kid. I'm in love. Did anyone record that? I feel like if that moment goes online, it will go viral. Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads. After all, no one could have anticipated such an event. However, spurred by the excitement, many quickly took out their phones to start recording. On the court, Hu Wenji and his companions wore serious expressions, having realized that Yifan is the strongest among them. Hu Wenji then signaled to his teammates, who immediately understood the plan and moved to closely guard Yifan. Faced with Zheng Hao and the imposing figure beside him, Yifan remained unfazed. Are they planning to double-team me? Hu Wenji's strategy was simple. He would keep an eye on Li Junjie while the other two focused on Yifan. As for the other clumsy player, his novice skills hardly warranted attention. The game continues. The ball lands in Hu Wenji's hands, and his expression turns grave, losing the earlier confidence. After signaling to a teammate, he passes the ball. Zheng Hao receives it and charges toward the opponent's paint. Li Junjie quickly realizes the urgency and turns to provide support. But Hu Wenji skillfully prevents him from doing so, closely guarding him. In the paint, only Zhao Daquan stands ready to defend against the oncoming Zheng Hao. Seeing him rush forward, becomes tense and dashes towards the opponent. However, Zheng Hao completely disregards Zhao Daquan, sidestepping him effortlessly. With an unguarded hoop ahead, Zheng Hao beams with joy and takes 3 steps to prepare for a slam dunk. Just as he is about to thrust the ball into the basket, an unexpected figure appears before him, revealing Yi Fan's trademark smile. How is this possible? How did he suddenly appear here? Zheng Hao stares in disbelief at Yi Fan, who had been some distance away just moments ago. Yet no one answers him. In the next instant, Yi Fan swats the basketball out of Zheng Hao's hands. Block. The audience erupts once more, ignited by Yi Fan's incredible play, as gasps and cheers fill the air. Wow, when did Yi Fan get over there? Why didn't he even see it? I recorded that. I'll check it later. Yi Fan's leap surely exceeded 2 meters. Such terrifying verticality. Am I really watching a college game? This is exhilarating. I feel that no 5-star high school NBA star could compare to Yi Fan. On the sidelines, Su Yao and Xia Wan are ecstatic, their hands dancing in excitement, their faces lit with smiles. I never heard that the junior could play basketball. Why didn't he expect him to be this impressive? Su Yao gazes at Yi Fan on the court, her perception once again transformed. Meanwhile, Xiaowan shows less surprise. She had seen Yi Fan play basketball in high school, though his skills then were not nearly as remarkable. On the court, the basketball Yi Fan swatted away flies toward Li Junjie, who quickly steadies himself to catch it. Without waiting for Hu Wenji to recover, he accelerates past the opposition and charges towards their paint. By the time Hu Wenji regains his senses, he realizes that Li Junjie has already penetrated the paint, and it's too late for him to catch up. Swish! The basketball finds the net, and Yi Fan's team scores again. 3-1. Watching the score widen, Hu Wenji's expression darkens. The thought of losing this game and having to call the opponent's grandpa in front of everyone is unbearable. If this gets out, he would never live it down. He turns to Wu Jianzhou and says, Jianzhou, I'll pass the ball to you later. Just drive it in. With your physique, they won't be able to stop you. Hearing this, Wu Jianzhou nods solemnly in agreement. Chapter 95. Complete domination. The match continued, and the ball found its way into Hu Wenji's hands. Casting a glance at Wu Jianzhou behind him, Hu Wenji promptly passed the ball to the opposing player. He then closely guarded Li Junjie, while on the other side, Zheng Hao mirrored his actions, tightly marking Yi Fan to create an opportunity for Wu Jianzhou to penetrate the penalty area. Once in possession of the ball, Wu Jianzhou skillfully maneuvered towards the opponent's penalty area. At that moment, Zheng Hao, initially vigilant against Yi Fan, suddenly found himself blinded by a flash, and when he refocused, Yi Fan had already advanced to Wu Jianzhou's front. Upon seeing Yi Fan, who was notably shorter than him, a flicker of disdain crossed Wu Jianzhou's eyes. He charged at Yi Fan with the ball, convinced that his slight frame would easily be knocked aside, clearing his path to score. However, when the two collided, Wu Jianzhou was taken aback. It felt as if he had crashed into a wall. The impact left him aching all over, and the basketball slipped from his grip. Yi Fan glanced at him, chuckling, "You are far too inexperienced to contend with me." With that, he seized the basketball and charged toward the opponent's penalty area under the watchful eyes of everyone present. This time, Yi Fan opted against a 3-point shot, choosing instead to diversify his scoring method, for relying on a singular approach can quickly grow monotonous. Meanwhile, Hu Wenji abandoned Li Junjie and sprinted to defend against Yi Fan. A smile adorned Yi Fan's face as he faced Hu Wenji, effortlessly executing a change of direction, faking a shot, and then pulling the ball back between his legs, leaving his opponent off balance. Hu Wenji, who had intended to defend, was so thoroughly deceived by Yi Fan's feint that he stumbled and fell to the ground. "Ha ha! This is too amusing. You got faked out." Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, causing Hu Wenji's face to flush with embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating to be outplayed in front of so many people, and he glared at Yi Fan's retreating figure with resentment. Unfazed by the commotion behind him, Yi Fan leaped into the air beyond the 3-point line. In a stunning display, he executed a 360-degree spin before forcefully dunking the basketball into the hoop. Bang! The ball thundered through the net, causing the entire rim to reverberate under the force of his slam. Oh my God, what did I just witness? A 360-degree dunk. Is he even human? Gasps of astonishment filled the arena as the crowd was left in awe of Yi Fan's athletic prowess. 4-1. As a referee's voice echoed, the spectators gradually regained their composure. Among the crowd, The girls watched Yi Fan with fiery admiration, exclaiming, "Yi Fan is so handsome. If only Yi Fan were my boyfriend. He has wealth, looks, and excels in basketball and academics. Such a perfect man truly exists." Ignoring the fervent whispers around him, Yi Fan continued to engage in the match. The subsequent gameplay became even more exaggerated. Hu Wenji and his companions struggled to breach Yi Fan's defense, as any attempt to advance past the half-court line resulted in a swift steal, followed by a long-range three-pointer that found its mark. As the score reached 9-1, Yi Fan glanced at the scoreboard, then turned his attention to Zheng Hao and Hu Wenji, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Shall we continue? If you wish to concede, simply call it out." Upon hearing this, both opponents wore expressions of displeasure. Hu Wenji, mustering his courage, declared, "Dream on. The game is not over yet. The outcome is still uncertain." Despite his bravado, Hu Wenji had already lost hope for victory, contemplating how to evade responsibility for the impending defeat. Yi Fan's smile widened slightly as he replied, "Is that so? Allow me to extinguish your hopes entirely." With that, he dribbled the ball and charged once more toward the opponent's penalty area. Seeing Yi Fan barreling towards the basket again, Hu Wenji and his two companions steeled themselves and abandoned their defensive assignments, all converging on Yi Fan. Under the basket, Zheng Hao's heart raced as he focused intently on Yi Fan, determined to thwart his attempt and prevent an easy score. As Yi Fan approached the basket, he spotted Zheng Hao standing guard. A playful glint sparkled in his eyes. He quickly controlled the basketball, leaping from the three-point line once more, one hand guiding the ball towards the hoop. Zheng Hao, realizing Yi Fan was preparing to dunk right in front of him, leaped into action without a moment's thought. However, he had overestimated his own vertical leap. In an instant, he soared past Yi Fan's waist, while Yi Fan emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop. Bang! Crash! The basketball was forcefully thrust into the net, and with a shattering sound, the backboard succumbed to the force of Yi Fan's dunk. The spectators stood in stunned silence. Even the players on the court were momentarily frozen. Was this a death-defying dunk? Surely, Carter's infamous dunk paled in comparison. Yi Fan had shattered the backboard. What kind of strength was required to accomplish such a feat? Having witnessed Yi Fan's performance, I felt that watching the NBA afterward would be akin to tuning into a children's program. Incredible. Yi Fan is nothing short of a deity. 10-1. As the match concluded, the audience erupted into cheers, completely captivated by the spectacle. Yi Fan's dominance was undeniable. In comparison, the basketball team from Modi University appeared as feeble as nursery school children, simply not on the same level. With the game finished, Yi Fan and Li Junjie approached Hu Wenji and the others, smiling as he said, "Shall we begin?" Hu Wenji's face turned crimson at these words, and Zheng Hao mirrored his embarrassment. He had initially hoped to take this opportunity to exact revenge on Yi Fan for their previous encounter, but instead, he found himself humiliated, having experienced the shame of being bested. "Yi Fan, we're all classmates. There's no need to be so ruthless," Hu Wenji said, attempting to save face. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he replied nonchalantly, "Oh, are you planning to back out?" Hu Wenji's face hardened with determination as he retorted, "Yes. What do you do about it?" With that, he cast a scornful look at Yi Fan. Chapter 96. Qin Chuan's challenge. Hu Wenji cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with contempt. He was resolute in his refusal to accept the bet. The thought of publicly addressing Yi Fan as grandfather filled him with dread, as it would render him the subject of ridicule at Modi University. As for offending Yi Fan, he felt no trepidation, considering that his cousin was a mid-level member of the SHC club, who had promised to recommend him for membership soon. With that, he would wield considerable influence at school. The more he pondered, the more smug he appeared, entirely dismissing Yi Fan. At that moment, a stir erupted from the crowd, and a figure pushed through the throng. "Who dares provoke my brother Fan?" A voice boomed, and the crowd turned to see Tang Yingjun striding in. Earlier, Tang Yingjun had been at school, playfully teasing female classmates with his sycophants when he caught wind of the altercation involving Yi Fan at the basketball court. As Yi Fan's #1 subordinate, he deemed it essential to step in at such a moment. With Lin Zhou previously suppressing him, and now incapacitated, There was no one left at the school who could challenge him. Upon arrival, he overheard Hu Wenji attempting to renege on the bet, and his temper flared uncontrollably. Hu Wenji, you must be tired of living if you dare to provoke Brother Fan. Hu Wenji, who had been basking in his arrogance, turned pale upon hearing the public rebuke. He sought to identify the audacious individual who dared to confront him. However, when he recognized Tang Yingjun, his expression darkened further. He was well aware of Tang Yingjun standing, a mid-level SHC member like his cousin. Although he hesitated to retaliate due to the other's status, the humiliation of being insulted before so many was intolerable. Are you so bold as to threaten Tang Yingjun? What about Yi Fan? He retorted. Tang Yingjun's voice rose again. How dare you? Brother Fan is my leader. This is indeed my business. I advise you to honor the bet, or you will regret it. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the usually arrogant Tang Yingjun had been subdued by Yi Fan, revealing Yi Fan's significant stature. Whispers circulated about Tang Yingjun's considerable reputation in his circle, with even his relatives wary of crossing him. It appeared Hu Wenji was in dire straits. As Hu Wenji listened to the murmurs around him, his expression soured, caught in a dilemma. Observing his predicament, Tang Yingjun pressed on. Don't even think about bringing your cousin into this. He is nothing before Brother Fan. Linja, the school bully, has already been taken down by him. The mention of Linja left Hu Wenji in a state of shock. The notorious bully of Modu University, feared by many, had been bested by Yi Fan. A chill ran down his spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. If Yi Fan could easily defeat a mid-level member like Linja, his own standing would be utterly jeopardized if he offended Yi Fan. Cautiously, he looked toward Yi Fan and stammered, Yi. Young Master Yi, I apologize for not recognizing your greatness. As for the bet, rest assured, I will not go back on my word. With that, he called out grandfather 3 times to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, having no desire to pursue the matter further, nodded in acknowledgement, granting him a reprieve. He then turned to leave with Tang Yingjun. As they exited, the crowd, initially eager to witness the spectacle, dispersed. Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, his exploits were rapidly circulating across the campus network as he transitioned from the Prince of Love Songs to the Prince of Basketball. On the other side, as Yi Fan and Tang Yingjun departed the basketball court, they encountered a man in a suit. The man scrutinized Yi Fan and, after confirming his identity on his phone, stated, Are you Yi Fan? Puzzled, Yi Fan replied, Yes, what can I do for you? Without hesitation, the man responded, My young master requests your presence. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, inquiring, Your young master? Who might that be? A smug expression crossed the man's face as he declared, My young master is Qin Chuan, the second young master of the Qin family, one of the 8 great families of Modu. At the mention of this name, Tang Yingjun visibly tensed, while Yi Fan's countenance remained unchanged. Has he summoned me so soon? Yi Fan murmured, then turned to the messenger. All right, let us go. Seeing Yi Fan acquiesce, Tang Yingjun quickly interjected, Brother Fan, this is undoubtedly a trap. Wait for me. I'll gather some backup right away. Yi Fan smiled at Tang Yingjun's eagerness and replied, There's no need for such trouble. I can handle it myself. Tang Yingjun fell silent for a moment before looking up earnestly at Yi Fan, Brother Fan. Let me accompany you. Though my strength may be lacking, I can at least assist you with the dirty work. Yi Fan regarded Tang Yingjun thoughtfully, then nodded very well. Come with me. The two of them followed the man to a vehicle, heading towards their destination. Soon, they arrived at a grand building, and Tang Yingjun was taken aback to realize that Qin Chuan awaited them at the headquarters of the SHC in Modu. Together, they ascended to the upper floors. In a spacious private room, Qin Chuan sat at the head of the table, accompanied by Meng Kun. At that moment, Meng Kun, who had been half closed-eyed, suddenly opened them wide and turned to Qin Chuan with a grave expression. Second young master, it seems a formidable opponent has arrived. Qin Chuan's face registered surprise. He was well aware of Meng Kun's capabilities. To hear such words from him signified that this newcomer was indeed no ordinary adversary. Chapter 97. The Tiger List Meng Lao. What is the strength of the opponent? Upon hearing the question, Meng Kun's face revealed a grave expression. After a pause of several seconds, he slowly replied, I am uncertain, but the opponent is undoubtedly formidable. As his words fell, Yi Fan entered the private room with Tang Yingjun. Upon seeing Yi Fan's arrival, Meng Kuan narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the young man before him. At this moment, he sensed a wave of energy emanating from Yi Fan that matched his own strength. He then subtly gestured towards Qin Chuan beside him. Noticing Meng Kuan's gaze, Qin Chuan's expression turned serious as he began to re-evaluate the young man before him. After entering the room, Yi Fan briefly surveyed the two seated individuals and then chose an empty seat to settle down. "Are you Yi Fan?" Qin Chuan was the first to inquire. "Is there something you need?" Yi Fan replied nonchalantly upon hearing the question. "Lin Zhe is one of mine. You have harmed him, which is tantamount to slapping my face. How do you intend to resolve this matter?" Qin Chuan coldly questioned, observing Yi Fan's calm demeanor. "Resolve it as you wish," Yi Fan replied casually, clearly dismissing the two men before him. Lin Zhe is merely a minor player. Don't think that by incapacitating him, you have accomplished something remarkable. Let me tell you, there are individuals in Modu whom you cannot afford to offend. And don't say I haven't given you a chance. As long as you bow down and apologize and pledge allegiance to me, I can let this matter slide." After speaking, Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on Yi Fan. Upon hearing the condescending tone in Qin Chuan's words, Yi Fan frowned and said indifferently, "Oh, why not this? You join me, and I shall overlook this incident. What do you say?" As expected, upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's expression darkened. "Yi Fan, do not overestimate yourself. Just because you possess some strength does not mean you can act with impunity. In Modu, you are nothing." Qin Chuan maintained his composure, speaking slowly. If it were not for the fact that he saw some utility in Yi Fan, he would have long instructed Meng Lao to dispose of him and feed him to the fishes. "Apologies, but I'm not interested." Yi Fan leaned back in his chair, exuding an air of indifference. Seeing Yi Fan's audacity, Qin Chuan's expression soured. He then coldly remarked, "Meng Lao, there are those who do not know their place. Teach him a lesson in humility. By the way, break his limbs. I want him to understand that there are people in Modu he cannot provoke." Upon hearing this, Meng Kuan's gaze sharpened, and without warning, he struck out, delivering a powerful palm strike towards Yi Fan. Boom! In the next moment, a fist and palm collided violently, unleashing an invisible shockwave that rippled through the space around them. The mere exchange between Yi Fan and Meng Kuan generated such intensity, revealing the extraordinary prowess of both individuals. "You are actually a master of the Tiger List?" As the clash subsided, Meng Kuan could not help but exclaim, having sensed Yi Fan's true strength. The mention of the Tiger List was new to him. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. Even now, he was uncertain of his own power, only aware that he was significantly stronger than the average person. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that Yi Fan possessed the strength of the Tiger List. Initially, he had assumed that no matter how strong Yi Fan was, he could not possibly rival Meng Kuan, who had recently entered the Tiger List. However, he was astonished to discover that Yi Fan was also a master of the Tiger List. How old could he be? On the other side, Tang Yingjuan's face lit up with exhilaration. He had heard his father speak of the Tiger List, a realm where masters were far from ordinary. Each one represented the foundation of a prominent clan. The Tiger List was indeed one of the most recognized rankings of strength in China. It was no wonder that Brother Fan dared to come alone. At that moment, Meng Kuan felt his palm being intercepted by Yi Fan's punch, leaving his right hand numb. He then addressed Yi Fan with a serious expression. "Young friend, how about we put an end to this matter today? Let us treat this incident as if it never happened." Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head and smiled. "Not quite. Just now, he mentioned wanting to cripple me. If it weren't for my strength surpassing yours, I might have already become a cripple." Meng Kuan's expression grew somber upon realizing the truth in Yi Fan's words. Had it not been for his own stronger fist, he would certainly have been the one to suffer. However, he had been entrusted with a task and could not allow Qin Chuan to encounter any trouble in his presence, so he could only seek peace. Seeing that his attempts were futile, Meng Kuan persisted. "What exactly do you want?" Gazing at the two before him, Yi Fan replied coolly, "Not much. I simply wish to incapacitate him." He pointed nonchalantly at Qin Chuan behind Meng Kuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan instinctively took 2 steps back, his previously composed demeanor dissipating. That request is a bit excessive. You cannot harm him. Yi Fan chuckled softly in response. Oh, then let us see. At this, Meng Kuan's expression became exceedingly grave, as if facing a formidable adversary. The next moment, Yi Fan ceased his words and decisively struck out with a palm towards Qin Xuan. Seeing Yi Fan take action, Meng Kuan's expression drastically changed as he hurriedly attempted to block the attack. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Meng Kuan's form was sent crashing backward, colliding forcefully with the wall of the private room. In stark contrast, Yi Fan remained rooted in place, unaffected. Meng Lao, Qin Xuan, witnessing the scene before him, was utterly stunned. He turned to the beleaguered elder and urgently called out, "Second young master, I am no match for him. Run." At this moment, Meng Kuan found himself in dire straits. He had initially believed that Yi Fan was merely an equal opponent. However, he had underestimated the situation and was now left powerless. He looked at Qin Xuan with a serious expression, urging him to flee. Flee? I already stated that he is destined to be crippled today. Yi Fan addressed the two before him in a nonchalant tone. He then ignored the crumpled Meng Kuan and, forming his fingers into a fist, he launched a punch towards Qin Xuan. At this point, Qin Xuan was already paralyzed with fear, standing dazed and motionless. Second young master. As Yi Fan charged toward Qin Xuan, Meng Kuan shouted in alarm. However, the only response he received was a solid, resounding thud, followed by Qin Xuan's figure being violently propelled backward, crashing against the wall of the private room, and his head slumping as he lost consciousness. Meng Kuan attempted to rise and intervene, but he was utterly incapable of fighting back, unable even to force his body upright. Yi Fan paid no heed to the incapacitated Meng Kuan and continued toward Qin Xuan. Observing Yi Fan approach Qin Xuan, Meng Kuan hurriedly interjected, "I implore you to show mercy. Qin Xuan's brother is Qin Shan, the legitimate heir of the Qin family, and he too is a master of the Tiger List. If you incapacitate Qin Xuan today, Qin Shan will undoubtedly seek retribution." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan paused slightly. Seeing him halt, Meng Kuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, upon hearing Yi Fan's response, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 98. Development of the coastal area. Is it Qin Shan? Do you think the Qin family will be furious if I incapacitate both Qin brothers? After speaking, Yi Fan continued towards the unconscious Qin Xuan. Before coming here, Yi Fan had already learned all the information about Qin Shan and Qin Xuan from Tang Yingjun. Upon hearing about these two individuals, a cold glimmer flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. They were, without a doubt, the most reviled second-generation rich in the entire Magic City, committing heinous acts without restraint, their criminal records exceeding 10. It was said that whenever there were rivals to the Qin family's business, the two brothers would retaliate, often leaving their opponents severely injured or, in extreme cases, annihilating entire families. Due to the formidable influence of their family and Qin Shan's considerable strength, no one had dared to provoke them over the years. Moreover, according to Tang Yingjun, there had been some friction between Qin Xuan and another individual within the SHC, as both had long harbored grievances over competing for the title of Emperor of Shanghai. Reflecting on this, Yi Fan forcefully yanked the unconscious Qin Xuan from the wall and carelessly threw him to the ground like a lifeless dog. In the next moment, Yi Fan swiftly stomped down, and with a chilling sound of bones cracking, Qin Xuan's limbs were instantly shattered. Qin Xuan, who had been submerged in unconsciousness, was jolted awake by the pain, letting out a wretched scream. "Why, Yi Fan? How dare you cripple me? My brother will never let you go." Yi Fan dismissed Qin Xuan's threats with utter indifference. He glanced down at him with disdain and stepped on his face, casually remarking, "Is that so? I'm rather looking forward to it." With that, he turned to Meng Kuan, who was nearby, and said nonchalantly, "Take this worthless creature back to the Qin family. Oh, and tell Qin Shan that I'm waiting for him." Afterward, he turned and left the private room with a still-stunned Tang Yingjun in tow. Before long, the two returned to the school, and after retrieving their vehicle, Yi Fan drove towards the Yi group. Upon arriving downstairs, he found Jiang Li had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Yi Fan step out of the Bugatti Chiron, Jiang Li was taken aback. In just a few days, Yi Fan had acquired yet another vehicle. This one she recognized, rumored to be worth over 100 million. Li Jia. Yi Fan called out to Jiang Li. Startled from her thoughts, Jiang Li quickly regained her composure and responded, Chairman Yi, everyone is here. Shall we go in? With that, she swayed her figure, leading the way. Upon entering the conference room, they found it filled with senior executives of the group. As soon as they saw Yi Fan and Jiang Li enter, everyone stood up in unison, calling out, Chairman Yi, General Manager Jiang. Once seated at the front, Yi Fan raised his hand slightly to signal for silence. When the room quieted, he spoke again. Recently, our group acquired 5 out of 6 plots of land in the coastal district, and they have remained idle since. An executive quickly responded, Indeed, Chairman Yi, without your direction, those 5 plots have been left unused. Pleased with the answer, Yi Fan nodded and turned to Jiang Li, asking, General Manager Jiang, is the 6th plot that Lu Cheng obtained nearing completion? Yes, Chairman Yi. The 6th plot is fully completed. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was held this morning. Lu Cheng has constructed high-end villas there, priced significantly lower than market value, about 20% less. I heard he is planning a sales event in a few days, and the reservations are already full. A smile spread across Yi Fan's face as he looked at the assembled crowd, saying, Excellent. It's time we present Lu Cheng with a grand gift. The attendees exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Yi Fan's intentions. The news surrounding the 6th plot had been rampant, with Lu Cheng boasting that he would ensure the 5 plots in Yi Fan's hands would languish unsold. The atmosphere within the group had been one of despondency lately, and everyone looked to Yi Fan with anticipation, eager to see what he would decide. General Manager Jiang, notify the group to commence work starting today. As for what to build, I recall that high-end cemeteries are quite scarce in the Magic City. Aren't they? Those 5 plots in the coastal district, nestled amidst mountains and rivers, are perfectly suited to be transformed into a cemetery, adequately addressing the shortage in the area. Let us set the price at 160,000 per unit. Since Lu Cheng has claimed he could sell every unit, I'll return that sentiment to him. The room fell silent as everyone processed his words. A cemetery? Surely, Chairman Yu was not joking. Yet, upon seeing his serious demeanor, they realized he was indeed serious. Jiang Li, upon hearing Yi Fan's plan, fell into deep contemplation. She understood that Yi Fan was not merely acting on impulse. If those 5 plots were developed into a cemetery, it would create a perfect ecological park. The scenic environment combined with such a low price would undoubtedly attract a multitude of buyers. After all, the Magic City had no shortage of wealthy individuals who valued their reputation above all else. Given that Yi Fan's pricing was far below market rates, the demand would likely be overwhelming. Moreover, she had calculated that the project's return rate could soar to 80%, ensuring not only profitability, but also a hefty blow to Lu Cheng's real estate ventures. It was a twofold victory. With that thought, Jiang Li looked at Yi Fan with admiration and said, Chairman Yi, I will arrange for the team to implement this immediately. At that moment, the attendees began to grasp the implications of Yi Fan's strategy. After the recent restructuring, none of the high-ranking individuals in attendance were fools. It didn't take long for them to comprehend the underlying reasoning. Smirks of schadenfreude appeared on their faces. Chairman Ye's brilliant move would undoubtedly inflict significant losses on the Lu family. After all, that plot of land had cost a staggering 180 billion. If not a single villa sold, it would surely be a painful blow to the Lu family. While such a loss might not be catastrophic for them, it would certainly be a substantial setback. After addressing the matters of the group, Yi Fan drove back to the luxurious villa at Yanshuijian. Meanwhile, in a spacious office, Lu Cheng stood before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the villa district below before shifting his gaze to the expanse of wasteland in the distance. A confident smile gracing his features. To oppose me, Lu Cheng? They are truly overestimating their capabilities. Just as Lu Cheng reveled in his self-satisfaction, a sharp knock on the door broke his reverie. Frowning, he called out, Come in. A person hurriedly entered. Young Master Lu, this is bad. Chapter 99. Turmoil for Lu Cheng Lu Xiao. This is bad. Upon hearing these words, Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he turned to the speaker. What do you mean, bad? What has happened? The visitor, not daring to delay, hurriedly replied, concerning the 5 parcels of land that Yi Fan has kept idle. There's now some movement. My subordinates report that Yi Fan intends to turn all 5 plots into graves. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's complexion changed dramatically, and in an instant, he grasped the gravity of the situation. No wonder Yi Fan had delayed his construction. He was waiting for Lu Cheng's project to complete before taking action. Lu Cheng's face darkened as he forcefully smashed the wine glass he held onto the floor. Lu Xiao, is the sales conference scheduled for the day after tomorrow still going to be held? Hold it? Nonsense, get out. The man quickly acknowledged and fled the office as if granted a reprieve. In the office, Lu Cheng slumped back into his chair, utterly defeated. This time he had lost. Yi Fan's move was undeniably ruthless. Yet, this was not the most devastating blow. Due to his failure, the Lu family suffered a staggering loss of nearly 200 billion. This sum was no trivial matter, even for the Lu family. In the wake of this setback, his half-brothers would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to suppress him, and he would lose any chance of competing for the title of family heir. Meanwhile, after handling matters at his company, Yi Fan returned to Yinshui Pavilion. He then took out his phone to play with it when it rang again. It was a call from Tang Yingjun. Fangge, are you free tonight? There's a gathering. It's about the racing competition hosted by the SHC Club in 2 days. Initially, Yi Fan was not particularly interested in such events, but upon hearing it was related to the SHC racing competition, he hesitated. As he understood, winning first place in this race would elevate him from a mid-level member to a senior member. Although the rank would still be modest, it was better than nothing. Having the status of a senior member would facilitate many endeavors. After all, the now-defunct Qin Chuan was merely a senior member as well. Had it not been for his brother's core member status, he would have long been sidelined. He then replied to Tang Yingjun, all right, send me the address. Sure. Fangge, I'll send it to you right now. After hanging up, Yi Fan glanced at the time. Several hours remained until the appointed hour. He casually tossed his phone aside and dozed off on the sofa. He awoke around 6 in the evening, refreshed. After washing up, he donned a fitted jacket, then drove his Bugatti Chiron to the destination. Boom Shake Bar, situated on the most bustling street in the city, was lined with luxury cars at night, teeming with numerous handsome men and beautiful women. As one of the premier bars in the city, it spanned over 200 square meters, equipped with top-tier sound systems and an array of exquisite lighting. Around 6 in the evening, the bar began its operations, with young patrons gradually streaming in, and luxury cars parked outside. Additionally, a few influencers were live streaming, introducing the opulent vehicles in the parking lot. Among them, one man stood out. He was somewhat handsome, but lacked height. He pointed his camera toward a Lamborghini parked nearby, exclaiming, "Brothers, let me tell you, this Lamborghini is amazing." However, the viewers in the live stream were not impressed, flooding the chat with comments like, "We want to see beautiful women, not cars. Hurry up and turn the camera. I just spotted a stunning girl." Seeing the barrage of comments, the man chuckled and said into the camera, "All right, I know what you all want. Let us go find some beautiful women." Just as he was about to leave, a roaring engine echoed from nearby. A sleek, all-black supercar rounded the corner, and upon seeing the lavish emblem, the man gasped, "Wow, brothers, it's a Bugatti Chiron." He quickly adjusted the camera to focus on the Bugatti. The viewers in the live stream began to comment excitedly. "What kind of car is this? It looks incredibly expensive. That emblem resembles Bugatti, yes. It must cost around 20 to 30 million. Look, the driver is a young man. How can he afford such an expensive luxury car? Who says he definitely owns it? He might have rented it to impress the ladies." Exactly. I bet he is just renting it. You all just can't stand to see someone doing well. At that moment, a heated argument erupted in the live stream, with the number of viewers soaring past 100,000. The man smiled at the influx of visitors. Then, a message from a seasoned viewer appeared in the chat. A group of novices, that car is a Bugatti Chiron, worth over 100 million. There is only one in the world. Which rental company could afford to rent it? Upon reading this, the viewers were completely stunned, and the chat erupted with messages. Wow, a car worth over 100 million. That is outrageous. Yeah, I can't even imagine what that is worth. Wake up. Your life isn't worth that much. It's probably worth just a wheel of that car. Such a rare opportunity. We should go meet this person. Anyone who can drive a car worth over 100 million must have an extraordinary background. Exactly. Let us go. We want to meet this wealthy individual. Watching the live chat explode, the man hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to approach Yi-Fan's vehicle. Meanwhile, Yi-Fan parked and stepped out of the car, only to be met by the man, who is now pointing his phone at him. Hello, I'm a streamer. May I take a moment of your time? Taken aback, Yi-Fan regarded the man, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had seen him in a video before. He remembered something about the most passionate in the city. Sure, as the saying goes, one should never refuse a friendly face. Since the man was so polite, Yi-Fan decided not to decline. Chapter 100. The bed of the little princess of the Lin family, good sir. May I inquire your name? Yi-Fan. Are you currently employed or studying? Oh, I just began my freshman year at Magic City University. Upon hearing this revelation, the audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. They had never anticipated that Yi-Fan was merely a student. A freshman's mode of transportation being a Bugatti Chiron Noir was beyond belief. The man continued to chatter, and Yi-Fan responded to each query, concluding their conversation before making his way into the bar. As he entered, Yi-Fan was immediately enveloped by the intoxicating ambience, the air thick with nicotine and perfume. The dazzling lights pulsated in sync with the deafening beats of the DJ, and in that moment, Yi-Fan felt he had truly arrived at the heart of Magic City's nightlife. At that moment, he spotted Tang Yingjun waving to him from a short distance away. Yi-Fan approached, and under Tang Yingjun's guidance, they arrived at the grand centerpiece of the bar, a massive booth. Finding a seat, Yi-Fan settled in, and Tang Yingjun leaned over, inquiring, "Brother Fan, what would you like to drink?" "Anything will do," Yi-Fan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingjun signaled for a waiter and ordered, "Bring me 2 sets of Dragon God cocktails." "Certainly, young Master Tang," the waiter replied respectfully. Meanwhile, a woman seated in the booth, dressed provocatively, smiled and remarked, "It's quite rare, young Master Tang. You're so generous today. It seems we are in for a treat." 1 set of the Dragon God cocktail cost 888, and Tang Yingjun had ordered 2 sets, amounting to over 100,000. Normally, he had never been this extravagant while out. Tang Yingjun chuckled, "Well, who am I treating? I would want to serve something beneath Brother Fan's taste." He then introduced Yi-Fan to everyone. "Gentlemen, this is Yi-Fan, our Brother Fan. He is also a member of the Magic City SHC Club, currently at the intermediate level, and his vehicles include a Lamborghini Veneno and a Bugatti Chiron Noir." The crowd's interest peaked, and several heavily made-up women began casting flirtatious glances his way. Is that the Bugatti Chiron Noir that recently made headlines as the only one in the world? I can't believe the owner is Brother Fan. What an honor. As the praise flowed, an incongruous voice interrupted. "Is that Bugatti Chiron Noir yours?" Taken aback, Yi-Fan nodded. The Chiron Noir was hailed as the pinnacle of hypercars, renowned for its unparalleled performance. However, doubts lingered regarding the driver's skill. The woman's challenging gaze fixated on Yi-Fan. Upon closer inspection, he realized she appeared younger than himself, perhaps only 16 or 17, with vividly dyed hair and heavily smoky makeup. Most striking were the piercings adorning her brow and lips. Noticing Yi-Fan's gaze, the girl spoke again. "In a couple of days, SHC will host a racing competition. I assume you will participate. How about a race? If I win, you shall transfer that car to me. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'll pay you exactly what you spent." The booth fell silent, and everyone averted their eyes, wary of provoking the girl. They began to silently mourn for Yi-Fan, realizing he had unwittingly attracted the attention of Lin family's little princess, Lin Ming. "It seems she has set her sights on Brother Fan's car," they whispered. Lin Ming was notorious for her racing prowess, and Yi-Fan was in for a rough time, having just acquired the vehicle. Tang Yingjun, sensing the impending awkwardness, quickly interjected, "Miss, we're all friends here. There's no need for such tension." Although the girl was younger, he knew better than to offend her due to her status as the sister of the heir to the Lin family, one of the prestigious 8 great families of Magic City. The Lin family, being the foremost among the lower four families, possessed greater influence and resources than the Liu and Qin families. The lower four families, including the Lin, Wang, Liu, and Qin families, controlled 30% of Magic City's economy, with the upper four families holding the remaining 70%. These 8 families wielded significant power and influence in the city, including the founding of the SHC Club. Seeing Yi Fan being targeted by Lin Meng, Tang Yingjun felt a wave of unease wash over him. Lin Meng laughed at Tang Yingjun's comment, declaring, "I want it, and no one can stop me." She then disregarded his presence, her alluring gaze returning to Yi Fan. Feeling the pressure, Yi Fan was at a loss. He had never crossed paths with her before and couldn't fathom why she had taken an interest in him. It was evident that if he declined, she would persistently pursue him throughout the night. Thus, he resignedly stated, "All right, I accept your challenge." "Yay, that's wonderful." Lin Meng beamed, her face lighting up with joy as she made a hand gesture of victory. Satisfied with his response, she stood and exited the bar. Watching her leave, Tang Yingjun sighed. "Brother Fan, you shouldn't have impulsively agreed. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. Her racing skills are legendary in Magic City. She has her eyes on your Bugatti Chiron Noir." Finding Tang Yingjun's concern amusing, Yi Fan chuckled. "Why should I be worried? We have nothing to lose. Even if she wins, I'll just sell the car to her. It's not like I'm gifting it away. Besides, who says she's guaranteed to win?" Tang Yingjun's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Brother Fan, please don't tell me you can race too." Yi Fan, with a mysterious smile, replied, "You'll find out soon enough."